Reborn into Naruto world with Tenseigan chapter 429 to chapter 519. Looking at the shining Tenseigan in Hyojin's eye sockets, Itachi's face froze. Jishui patted Itachi's shoulder. This is Senpai's Tenseigan, it is above the Byakugan and is on par with the legendary Rinnegan of the Sage of Six Paths. Itachi gently nodded, as expected of Kuroto Senpai. In the previous battle of the Hidden Rain Village, Itachi was a step late and did not see the scene of Hyojin fighting Nagato, so his understanding of Hyojin's strength is not deep. But Jishui is different, he has seen Hyojin perform the Tenseigan chakra mode many times, and he is very clear that Hyojin's strength is the best among Mai. Hyojin ignored Jishui and Itachi and concentrated on reading the stone tablet in front of him, and under his Tenseigan, the content of the stone tablet was analyzed little by little. According to the subtle differences in the text traces before and after the stone tablet, Hyojin found that the content of the stone tablet can be roughly divided into 4 parts. These 4 parts also seem to correspond to the Manjikyu Sharingan, Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, and Rinnegan. These are the 4 stages of the Sage's Sharingan. The corresponding part of the Sharingan doesn't have much content. It only mentions the story of Otsutsuki Kagaya who swallowed the chakra fruit and conquered the chaotic world with his own strength, unified the shinobi world, and finally gave birth to 2 sons. This part of the content can be regarded as a fairy tale, although there is a lot of information contained in it, but for the Uchiha clan who only have the 3-tomo Sharingan state, it is of little significance. The corresponding part of the Manjikyu Sharingan contains a bit more content. It mentions the story of how Sage of Six Paths subdued the Berserk Tentails. It also clearly states the fact that the Uchiha clan is the descendant of Sage of Six Paths, and Sage of Six Paths is worried about the future of the Uchiha clan. It can be vaguely seen that Sage of Six Paths is pessimistic about the future of the Uchiha clan. From this, it can be seen that the arrogance of the Uchiha clan, in addition to the great power brought by the Sharingan's Kekkei limit, is probably also influenced by the contents of this stone tablet. After all, anyone would feel a little smug after learning that they were the descendants of the Six Paths Sage, the founder of the ninja sect. The 3rd part corresponding to the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan has very little content, and it only mentions one thing, which can be summed up as yin and yang unity, omniscience. The meaning of this part is very simple. That is, only by combining the yin release of the Uchiha clan and the yang release of the Senju clan, the yin and yang release of the Uchiha clan, can one obtain the power of the infinite manifestation, that is, the power of the Eye of Rinnegan, which represents the power of the Sage of Six Paths. And this is not only the way to obtain the Rinnegan, but also the method that the Sage of Six Paths left to the Uchiha clan to save themselves. Madara Uchiha obviously understood this point, so in the battle with Hashirama in the Valley of the End, he secretly hid a piece of Hashirama's flesh and blood, and by transplanting Hashirama's cells, he obtained the power of Hashirama's yang release, and finally completed the Gatha of yin and yang unity on the stone tablet, and obtained the Rinnegan that represents omniscience. Finally, the 4th part corresponding to the Rinnegan mentions the matter of the Otsutsuki Kagaya being sealed, and the worries of the Sage of Six Paths about the Otsutsuki clan. Reading the whole thing, this stone tablet can almost be regarded as a will left by the Sage of Six Paths to the Otsutsuki clan. It not only describes the origin of the Uchiha clan, but also mentions the chakra fruit, tentails, yin release, yang release, the method to evolve the Rinnegan, and finally the sealing of Otsutsuki Kagaya. Of course, this is the content after Hyojin excluded all the information related to the Eye of the Moon. Zetsu very cleverly implanted the Eye of the Moon project into the stone tablet. By tampering with the content of the Manjikyu Sharingan, he used the Sage of Six Paths' concerns about the future of the Uchiha clan to introduce the Eye of the Moon project. Then in the part related to the Manjikyu Sharingan, the implementation steps of the Eye of the Moon project were mentioned, and this project was attributed to the Sage of Six Paths. The original intention of the stone tablet of the Sage of Six Paths is to hope that the Uchiha clan can comprehend the fusion of the yin and yang release, and the reconciliation between the Uchiha and Senju is the only way to truly save the Uchiha clan and obtain the power of the omniscient nature. But Zetsu confused this concept, tampered with the original intention of the Sage of Six Paths, and replaced the reconciliation between Uchiha and Senju with the Eye of the Moon project as the method left by the Sage of Six Paths to save the Uchiha clan. At that time, because of the death of his younger brother Uchiha Azuna, Uchiha Madara had just obtained the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, and his emotions were in turmoil, so after reading this part of the content, he had some clues in his heart. Later, he broke with Hashirama and tried to lead the Uchiha clan away from Mai, but he was opposed by all the Uchiha clan, and finally, he had to leave the village alone. At this time, his heart was filled with betrayal and pain, and the seeds in his heart quickly grew, and he began to plan the Eye of the Moon project, and began his path of redemption for the Uchiha clan. And the first step of the plan was to obtain the power of plenitude, so there was the later battle of the Valley of the End. This point, from the delayed use of the forbidden technique Izanagi, did not immediately resurrect in the middle of the battle, and continued to fight with Hashirama, but chose to fake his death to escape, and secretly hid a piece of Hashirama's flesh during the battle, and so on. It can be seen that this battle was premeditated by him, and not simply because of the discord between him and Hashirama, or because of loyalty. After withdrawing his gaze, Hyojin had a doubt in his heart. Black Zetsu has neither the Rinnegan nor the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, but not only can he identify the contents of the stone tablet left by the Sage of the Six Paths, but he can even tamper with it without anyone knowing. Even Madara, who has the Rinnegan, and Hyojin, who has the Tenseigan, can't distinguish the traces of tampering, which inevitably makes people a little confused. Did Kaguya inject a part of the Kekkei chakra into him when she created Black Zetsu? Hyojin couldn't help but have such a guess. Because even if he has the Tenseigan, he can't tamper with the stone tablet left by the Sage of the Six Paths without leaving any traces, so in his view, Black Zetsu can do this because he used part of the power that Kaguya left in his body. This kind of method is actually not unusual. Take the current Naruto as an example. He should have 9 tails, 4 generations, Naruto, Kushina, and Otsutsuki Azura in his body, these 4 types of chakra. And in the original time and space, Naruto's body was even stuffed by Itachi with the power of his Manjikyu Sharingan. I don't know how much of Kaguya's power is left in Black Zetsu's body now. It's been 1,000 years, I don't think there's much left, right? But I have to be careful. His sneak attack on Madara was quite fierce. In the original timeline, as the Jubi's Jinchuriki, Madara Uchiha was in the state of 6 paths. He was hit by Yakushi's Yakushi, and half of his body was kicked away, but he was still fine, and it only took a moment for him to recover. Such a recovery ability was almost invincible. But Black Zetsu was able to subdue him in one move. Even if there was a sneak attack, it is enough to show that Black Zetsu has the power to threaten a 6-path level powerhouse. Hyojin is sure of this. At present, the only thing that Hyojin has doubts about is how much of the Kekkei net left in Black Zetsu's body is left by Kaguya. How many times can it be used? If it can only be used once, then Black Zetsu will definitely be used at the most critical moment, that is, to use it on the Jubi's Jinchuriki, then the threat of Black Zetsu will be much smaller. But if this power can be used twice or even 3 times, then Black Zetsu will be a threat not inferior to Nagato and Obsidian, so he has to be extra careful. After calming down his thoughts, Hyojin's eyes scanned Jishui and Itachi. What do you think about the contents of this stone tablet? Itachi looked serious. Genjutsu is genjutsu, falsehood is falsehood, infinite Tsukuyami cannot bring peace to the shinobi world. There is no doubt that Itachi, who has the Manjikyu Sharingan technique, does not agree with the infinite Tsukuyami plan on the stone tablet, even if this plan was proposed by Sage of 6 Paths. Because Itachi knows better than anyone that the world of Tsukuyami is artificially created, it is a false world. If even the world is false, then world peace would be meaningless. Jishui also shook his head. This kind of peace obtained by fooling the will of others, I don't think it is true peace. At this time, although Jishui still has the pair of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan in his eye sockets, because he has just completed the Hashirama cell transplantation surgery, his body has not fully recovered, so he can't use the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan in the near future, so the content of the stone tablet is still the part of the Manjikyu Sharingan. As for the part of unity of yin and yang, omniscience, which requires the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan to interpret, Kuroto doesn't know yet. I'm relieved that you can recognize this. Hyojin was indeed relieved. Although he knew that Jishui and Itachi would not be fooled by the Eye of the Moon plan on the stone tablet, he was still relieved to hear their opinions in person. Immediately after, Hyojin felt that it was extremely funny. Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obsidian are not famous for their genjutsu attainments. Uchiha Obsidian is a complete warrior-type genjutsu, and they believe that this is the only way to save the shinobi world and bring peace to the shinobi world. On the contrary, Jishui and Itachi, who have the highest attainments in Genjutsu in the Uchiha clan, almost stand at the pinnacle of Genjutsu in the entire shinobi world, are very resistant to the infinite Tsukuyami plan. Putting away the idea of making fun of them, Hyojin asked Itachi, "Where are the ancient books?" Itachi immediately opened a hidden box in the secret room and took out a few ancient books with yellowed pages. They were obviously ancient books from a long time ago. Hyojin sat cross-legged and began to read these ancient books. However, after a moment, his brows tightened, because although these ancient books record the history of the Uchiha clan, but the whole story is about the Uchiha clan defeating a powerful shinobi clan in a certain year, and then defeating another powerful shinobi clan in a certain year, and so on. Although there may be some important information hidden in these books, it is hardly helpful for Hyojin to find a way to deal with the obsidian. It seems that the Uchiha clan's research on the Manjikyu Sharingan, as well as the analysis of various pupil techniques, were all taken away by Madara. In this regard, although Hyojin had expected it, he still felt quite regretful. But this is also reasonable. After the Uchiha clan abandoned the Uchiha clan has regarded Mai's Uchiha clan as a traitor, so he naturally will not leave important information about the Manjikyu Sharingan to a group of traitors. The current collection of pupil techniques and forbidden techniques of the Uchiha clan is probably collected and sorted out by various means. Seeing the disappointment on Hyojin's face, Itachi asked, "Senpai, are these ancient books useless?" Nodding slightly, Hyojin said, "What I need are the ancient books on the research and analysis of the Manjikyu Sharingan in your clan." Itachi and Jishui looked at each other and then shook their heads. After the Uchiha clan's departure, the Manjikyu Sharingan was almost a rumor for the Uchiha clan of Mai. Before Jishui, not to mention awakening the Manjikyu Sharingan, there were not many people who knew about the Manjikyu Sharingan, so during this period, the research of the Uchiha clan on the Manjikyu Sharingan has been stagnant. Hyojin changed his mind and asked Itachi, if I and Jishui are both dead, and Mai and the Uchiha clan are about to be destroyed by the Akatsuki organization, what would you do?" Itachi was stunned for a moment and thought about it. Jishui also looked at Itachi curiously, waiting for his answer. After a while, Itachi said, "What about Yami-senpai and Kaze-senpai?" Hyojin was speechless for a while. "They are also finished, you are the only one left in Amatsukami." "It won't be like that." Itachi shook his head and said, "I will not be the last one to die." Hyojin said, "If you are lucky enough to survive to the end, what will you do?" Itachi said seriously, "I will find a way to improve my strength and stop the Akatsuki organization." "Yes, that's the idea." After a pause, Hyojin said, "Just think of it as if you are really in such a desperate situation, and make a good plan to improve your strength, and give it to me in 2 days." From the ancient books, Hyojin didn't find any information about the 2 divine artifacts, the Sword of Totsuken and the Yagami Mirror. He wasn't sure when and how Itachi found these 2 divine artifacts, so he could only place his hope on this stupid method. Because after thinking about it for a long time, Kuroto felt that the Sword of 10 Punches was the best weapon to deal with a Beidou who had both eyes and could instantly seal a target from a distance. As long as the timing was right, a single sword strike would be enough to completely eliminate the obsidian. This was far easier than using Izanami. After all, using Izanami not only required contact and recording to create a sealed fate circuit, but it also required the complete consumption of a Sharingan after the process was completed. After leaving the Uchiha clan's Naka shrine, Hyojin told Itachi to stay close to Jishui and protect Jishui through the adaptation period. After all, the elusive obsidian and the Mai clan's Orochimaru are both threats that can't be underestimated. Moreover, both of them have the motive to deal with Jishui, the current #1 expert of Uchiha clan, because to deal with the Uchiha clan, they must overcome Jishui. After saying goodbye to Jishui and Itachi, Hyojin walked slowly in the direction of his home under the quiet moonlight. On the way, Hyojin thought about the changes that happened during the day while secretly rejoicing. Kuroto should indeed be thankful that he didn't become arrogant after obtaining the Tenseigan, exposing his identity to the public and exposing himself to the eyes of his enemies. If that's the case, he should be on tenterhooks right now and always be on guard against Obsidian's plot. And judging from the way Obsidian plotted against 4 generations Naruto, He is the kind of guy who can give up his bottom line in order to achieve his goal. If he really wants to plot against Hyojin, then everything and everyone around Hyojin will become his target. At that time, Hyojin will really be impossible to guard against. Fortunately, Kuroto has been hiding himself and Amatsukami very well, so it is unlikely that the Obito would focus his attention on him, the captain of Konoha Umbu, so the probability of the Obito specifically targeting him is very small. And because of Amatsukami's deep cover, it has actually restrained Obsidian, so Obsidian and Akatsuki dare not act rashly. They are probably investigating Amatsukami's traces all over the world right now, right? Hyojin raised the corner of his mouth and smiled. Before finding Amatsukami, who is ready to take advantage of the situation, Akatsuki shouldn't dare to divert their attention to deal with the 5 great shinobi villages. After all, the lesson from last time was too deep. Even Nagato, who has the Rinnegan, almost lost his life. Even if Akatsuki is reluctant, they have to admit that Amatsukami is a real threat to them. The Obsidian would not be distracted by destroying the Uchiha clan like he did in the original timeline. However, if they didn't make a move on Mai and the Uchiha clan, they would never be able to find any leads on Amatsukami. This was undoubtedly a vicious cycle. In my guest house. Kimimaro looked at the night scene outside the window with a complicated expression. The previous scenes kept flashing in his mind, especially the scene of Hyojin mocking Orochimaru. It was even more unforgettable, and his killing intent was boiling. Suddenly, a black shadow quietly entered the room. Who? Kimimaro quickly turned around and stared coldly at the intruder. The black shadow smiled and said, as expected of Kimimaro. Do. Kimimaro's face sank as he asked, "What do you want from me?" Do was Orochimaru's research assistant and intelligence officer, and Kimimaro's shinobi group was Orochimaru's direct subordinates. Therefore, Kimimaro and Do weren't subordinates, but colleagues. That's why Kimimaro didn't speak politely to Do. Do adjusted his glasses and smiled. "I heard about what happened during the day. How do you feel about defeating the genius of the Uchiha clan?" The genius of the Uchiha clan? Humph, he can't even withstand a single blow. Because the victory was too easy, Kimimaro didn't feel any sense of accomplishment. Do said casually, "Yes, compared to Hyojin who betrayed Orochimaru-sama, the kid of the Uchiha clan isn't worth mentioning." Hearing Do mention Hyojin, Kimimaro's face suddenly became gloomy. Kimimaro didn't care about other people's insults, but he couldn't ignore Orochimaru's insults. Not to mention that Hyojin not only betrayed Orochimaru, but also ridiculed Orochimaru. This was unbearable for him. After a while, Kimimaro seemed to have made up his mind and asked, "Do you know his address?" Do was surprised. "What do you want?" "This is my..." Kimimaro said coldly, "Tell me his address. You don't need to care about other things." Do hesitated for a long time, then handed Kimimaro a piece of paper and said, "Be careful. If there's no chance, don't make a move." Whoosh, Kimimaro coldly took the note and didn't say anything. He turned around and disappeared from the room. After Kimimaro left, a strange smile appeared on Do's face. Just like Kimimaro was jealous of Uchiha, Do was also jealous of Orochimaru's experimental assistant, Hyojin. Every time Orochimaru mentioned Hyojin in front of him, his hatred would deepen. At this moment, a hoarse voice suddenly came from behind Do. "Do, I don't remember allowing you to do this kind of thing." Do's whole body seemed to be struck by lightning. He trembled and turned around. He knelt on the ground and said respectfully, "Orochimaru-sama." Orochimaru slowly walked out of the shadow. "Aren't you going to give me an explanation?" Do's forehead and cheeks were covered in a layer of sweat. He swallowed and explained, "Orochimaru-sama, I just wanted to help you get rid of the traitor." "Is that so?" With a smile, Orochimaru looked out of the window. "Get up." Seeing that Orochimaru didn't seem to blame him, Do let out a sigh of relief. As he got up, he realized that if Orochimaru had objected to what he had done, he would have stopped him. He wouldn't have waited for Kimimaro to leave. Looking at the night view of Mai outside the window, Orochimaru said lightly, "It's good to test him. I don't like that guy anymore." At first, Orochimaru planned to use the impure earth reincarnation to give his teacher, the 3 generations Naruto, a hard time during the alliance ceremony. When he thought that his teacher, the 3 generations Naruto, would be forced to fight against his teacher, the first Naruto and the second Naruto. The scene of the 3 Naruto fighting in Mai made Orochimaru very excited. For him, besides pursuing the profound meaning of immortality, destroying everything that his teacher, the 3 generations Naruto cherished had become his only pleasure. However, he didn't expect that the defense of Mai was much tighter than what the spy had reported. Moreover, the representatives of the Sand Crypsis village, the Kuzunobi village, and the Takanobi village were also quite strong. Therefore, he didn't take the risk to launch an attack during the ceremony. After all, the impure earth reincarnation of the first and second generations was still in the experimental state. He didn't know how strong they were. On the other side, on the street of Mai, Kimamaro's whole body turned into a black shadow, avoiding the moonlight and the pedestrians. He quickly moved through the darkness. Today is really tiring. A Konoha ninja who was patrolling the streets was smoking while complaining to his companions around him. His companion also said, "Yes, but fortunately, no one is making trouble." Mai maintained a high level of security, but it didn't come without a price. The most obvious one was that the workload of the ninjas on duty had increased a lot. The smoking ninja threw the cigarette butt on the ground, then stepped on it and extinguished the sparks. "It's already so late. I don't think there will be any more problems." Suddenly, a black shadow appeared from a dark corner and accurately punched the ninja's throat. The Mai ninja who was suddenly attacked didn't even have the time to call for help. He fell to the ground and fainted. The other Mai ninja was shocked and said, "You." As soon as he said that, a sharp pain came from his abdomen. Then, his whole body was thrown out by the huge force from his abdomen. He crashed heavily into the corner of the wall and fainted. "How can I be so weak?" Kimimaro slowly put down his right foot, and a trace of doubt flashed in his cold eyes. Because of his young age and simple mind, Kimimaro was completely reliant on Orochimaru and Do for information about the outside world. Except for killing some bandits and traitorous ninjas under Orochimaru's arrangement, his contact with the outside world was very limited, and he didn't know much about the ninja world. In his mind, the enemy should be strong, but suddenly, they couldn't even withstand a single blow. This was Kimamaro's current feeling. Looking at the 2 unconscious Mai ninjas on the ground, Kimimaro thought, "Orochimaru-sama wouldn't lie to me, it seems that I have become stronger." Kimimaro didn't know that he was actually in a high position in the ninja world. In his normal state, his strength was close to that of a jonin, and when he used the curse seal, his strength was close to that of an elite jonin. No matter which village he was in, he was an elite. This was also the main reason why Orochimaru acquiesced when Do instigated him to deal with Hyojin. Although Konoha's security has increased a lot, most of them are concentrated in the core areas such as the Hokage building, Konoha Hospital, Root Base, and so on. Although there are many patrols in the ordinary residential areas, these patrols composed of Chunin and Genin naturally can't stop Kimimaro. After dragging the 2 unconscious Mai ninjas into the shadow of the street, Kimimaro identified the direction and immediately disappeared like a ghost. After crossing a few blocks, Kimimaro landed on the roof of a house. Standing on the roof, Kuroto glanced coldly at a small courtyard across the street. According to the information given to him by Kuroto, the courtyard in front of him is Kuroto's home. "I will make you pay." After making up his mind, Kimimaro's figure flickered as he crossed the street and quietly sneaked into the courtyard. After quietly listening in the courtyard for a while and confirming that no one in the house had noticed him, he lightly tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and leaped into the house through the window on the 2nd floor. Although there was no light in the house, the moonlight was bright, so he could see everything in the house. "You." Kimimaro was shocked because he found that Hyojin was sitting in the house, looking at him calmly. There was no change in his face, as if he had expected it. Hyojin smiled faintly and said, "It seems that my luck is not bad." The reason why Kuroto deliberately provoked Orochimaru on the street before was to lure Kimimaro to his door. Because of the Obito incident, he felt a lot of pressure, and he had to speed up his Kekkai Genkai plan. If he took the initiative to find Orochimaru and asked for Orochimaru's cells, not only would it waste time and energy, but it would also be seen through by Orochimaru, who was also a researcher. Therefore, at that time, Suijin had the idea of luring Kimimaro to take the initiative to come to him. However, the village was under martial law, so he wasn't sure if Kimimaro had the guts to come to his door, so he could only wait at home and try his luck. So, you were prepared. Kimimaro quickly hid the shock on his face and took out a kunai from the storage bag on his waist. He said coldly, "That's good too. I also want to have a fair fight with you." "Silly boy, a fair fight is just a story in a novel," Yizichin said. Then, Hyojin slowly reached out his right hand to Kimimaro. In an instant, Kimimaro felt an unprecedented suction force pulling his body. His tender body, which was only 10 years old, could not resist the pull of this huge suction force. He instantly lost his balance and was pulled towards Kuroto. "What technique is this?" Kimimaro's face couldn't remain cold anymore. Bang! Soon, Kimimaro's body was sucked into Hyojin's right hand, and there was a deep sound of a palm hitting his chest. Kimimaro was shocked and wanted to use the teleportation technique to temporarily pull away from Hyojin. However, he suddenly found that the chakra in his body was not under his control. At this time, from the corner of his eyes, he noticed that under Suijin's right hand that was pressing on his chest, there were many ink-colored seals spreading out. These ink-colored sealing spells were like chains, spreading in all directions with his chest as the center. In a breath's time, they had covered his entire body. Kimimaro was startled and said in surprise, "You can use the sealing technique without a seal." "If it's only at this level, I can still use the sealing technique without a seal." Hyojin retracted his right hand and walked towards the cabinet on the wall. Kimimaro, who was bound by the four-symbol seal, gritted his teeth and wanted to use the seal to forcefully break the four-symbol seal's control over his body. When Hyojin came to the cabinet, he didn't even turn his head. Instead, he rummaged in the cabinet and said, "Are you sure you want to do this? If this gets out, Orochimaru will be in trouble." Hearing Hyojin mention Orochimaru, Kimimaro's face flashed with hesitation. At this time, Hyojin walked over with a large tray of blood samples and cell tissue tools. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, I won't do anything to you." Looking at the smile on Hyojin's face, Kimimaro suddenly had a bad feeling. Because of his rich experience of participating in Orochimaru's experiments, Kimimaro quickly calmed down and recognized the various instruments on the tray in Kuroto's hand. "What do you want?" Kimimaro frowned. The two red dots on his eyebrows were almost squeezed together. Hyojin smiled and said, "As my prisoner, shouldn't you pay some ransom?" "Don't worry, I won't take your life. I just want to collect some of your cells. I'm not any less curious about the bone vein than Orochimaru." Kimimaro knew that Kuroto used to be Orochimaru's experimental assistant and also a researcher, so he didn't doubt Kuroto's words. He just said coldly, "I lost to you this time because I was careless, next time you won't be so relaxed." Hyojin collected Kimimaro's cells and didn't pay attention to Kimimaro. Kimimaro was also unyielding, so he didn't say anything. He silently accepted it as a loser. Considering that there weren't many opportunities to collect like this, Hyojin collected twice the normal amount. He also took a small amount of Kimimaro's blood and hair. After storing all the collected samples, Suijin remembered the cause of Kimimaro's death in the original timeline and asked casually, "By the way, is there any change in your body recently?" Kimimaro's eyes narrowed. "How did you know?" He didn't have time to tell Orochimaru about what Lotus told him, so he was surprised how Hyojin knew. Hyojin then asked, "Is it a blood disease? What's the treatment plan for Orochimaru?" Kimimaro's face was full of doubt, but he still replied, "I haven't told Orochimaru-sama yet. If you don't want to die, you'd better tell Orochimaru about this matter immediately. If he intervenes early enough, you may be able to survive." Kuroto was taken aback for a moment before saying, "If you don't want to die, you'd better tell Orochimaru about this matter immediately." Kimimaro said coldly, "You don't need to care about my matters." Hyojin smiled and removed the four-symbol seal on Kimimaro's body. Kuroto didn't say this out of kindness. His main purpose was to understand Orochimaru's research progress on the corpse bone vein through Orochimaru's treatment plan for blood disease Genkai. If the bloodline of the Kagaya clan could really be traced back to the ancestor of chakra, Otsutsuki Kagaya, then the upper limit of the power of the corpse bone bloodline would be very high. It should be noted that the mutual death gray bones that Kagaya used was a killing technique that would kill anyone who touched it. It didn't matter if it was yin-yang release or mortal arts, none of them would be able to block it. "Okay, you can go now." After a pause, Hyojin warned, "This is the number of people who can kill you can't be counted with two hands. If you dare to act recklessly again, even Orochimaru won't be able to save you." Kimimaro snorted, then his body flashed and disappeared from the room. After Kimimaro left, Hyojin murmured, "I need to speed up the progress of the blood sequence net plan. I'm afraid Nagato and Obsidian won't give me too much time." Thinking of this, Hyojin summoned a ninja crow, in a secret underground base of the Akatsuki. A whirlpool suddenly appeared, and Obsidian, who had his left eye back, walked out of the whirlpool. He took off the mask on his face and threw it aside. Zetsu walked over and observed Obsidian's left eye. He asked, "How does this left eye feel? How long do you need to activate the Manjikyu Sharingan?" Obsidian replied, "It's already a Manjikyu Sharingan." Zetsu was a little surprised and praised, as expected of the person chosen by Madara. "No, it was already a Manjikyu Sharingan before I took it back." Saying that, Obsidian fell into a short memory and sighed. "Kakashi's talent is really..." Zetsu was surprised and said, "He activated the Manjikyu Sharingan? A ninja who didn't have the bloodline of Uchiha, nor the bloodline of Thousand Hands, and didn't have much to do with the descendants of the Sage of Six Paths, could actually evolve the Manjikyu Sharingan into the Manjikyu Sharingan with his own talent. Such talent was really amazing." It seemed that he didn't want to mention Kakashi, so Obsidian asked, "Forget it, let's get down to business. How is Nagato's body?" Zetsu laughed and said, "Hey, it's unexpectedly good. The Uzumaki clan and the Thousand Hands clan are really close relatives. It's much easier to fuse the bloodline than I thought." Obsidian said in a low voice, "I hope we're doing the right thing." Obsidian knew very well that if Nagato was too strong, it would be disadvantageous to his control. However, in the previous battle in the Hidden Rain village, he almost lost the Rinnegan, the core of the Eye of the Moon project, so he had to make a compromise and share the first-generation cell transplantation technology with Nagato. But it can be foreseen that the enhanced Nagato will be more difficult to control, which is one of the reasons why he made up his mind to retrieve the left eye. Zetsu reported to Obsidian, "The investigation of Amatsukami is still fruitless. It seems that they don't exist. Whether it is the Snow Clan or the Magnetic Sand Crypsis village, there are no useful clues. They seem to have appeared out of thin air, and they don't have the interpersonal relationships that normal people should have. Continue to investigate, we must find them." As he said, Obsidian walked to a high wall. This high wall, upon closer inspection, was filled with hidden boxes for storing Sharingan. Each hidden box stored a Sharingan of 3 Magatama, stacked layer upon layer, filling up the entire wall. These are all the collections of Uchiha Madara. As the former patriarch of the Uchiha clan, he also brought all the Sharingan collected by the Uchiha clan over the years out of Mai before he left. Standing in front of the wall where the Sharingan is stored, Obito took off his robe and said to Zetsu, "I need to transplant 1 or 2 more Sharingan as a sacrifice to activate Izanagi." Zetsu asked, "Where do you want to transplant them?" "My back." After a pause, Obsidian continued, "I don't want to see these eyes." After thinking for a while, Zetsu said, "If it is not implanted in the eye socket and connected to the optic nerve, I am afraid there will be a certain rejection. The success rate of the transplant is not high." Obsidian said lightly, "It doesn't matter, there are enough Sharingan here, it doesn't matter how many times we fail." He knew very well that if it was not implanted in the eye socket, not only would the success rate of the transplant not be high, but the effect of activating Izanagi would also be greatly reduced. But this did not affect him much, because he had 2 Shinways, he could perfectly connect Izanagi. "I will arrange the surgery for you as soon as possible." As if thinking of something, Zetsu continued, "By the way, Nagato seems to be planning something recently." Obsidian frowned and asked, "What is he doing?" Zetsu spread his hands and said, "It seems like he wants to make me feel pain or something like that." Because no one died, although the attack on the patrol team caused a small commotion, it was quickly calmed down by the leaders of my village. In this regard, Kuroto can understand. Kakashi being attacked means that there are signs of Akatsuki's activities in the village, so at times like this, it's important to stay calm and not panic. Early the next morning, Hyojin left a shadow clone to replace him on duty, while his main body quietly left my village with Kimamaro's cell sample. Flying all the way, it didn't take long for him to arrive at the Sky Fortress located on the eastern sea of the Land of Fire. During this time, under the control of 3 generations of Kazekage puppets, the Sky Fortress has been following the thick clouds, drifting over the sea. Because it's hiding in the layers of clouds, even if a fishing boat happens to pass by, it won't be able to detect the Sky Fortress in the sky, so it's very hidden and safe. However, as the Sky Fortress had been hidden in the clouds for a long time, it had no choice but to keep the defensive barrier open to resist the corrosion of the structure of the Sky Fortress from the moisture in the clouds. Fortunately, the energy source of the Sky Fortress was Shino, the Morio's Jinchuriki. If it was any other energy source, it might not have been able to sustain such a high consumption. In the secret laboratory, Hyojin first checked the ghost sprout that he cultivated before. As expected, among the many embryos, there are 2 ghost sprout that successfully fused with Hyojin's cell and became ghost sprout that can be transplanted by Hyojin. Looking at the 2 gelatinous sprouts in the container, Hyojin found it hard to equate them with the thick gelatinous substance that gushed out of Hiriko's body during the Kekkei Genkai ceremony. I must be careful. The young sprout in front of him seems harmless, but in fact, it's a monster that can fuse with flesh and blood. If he loses control of it, the consequences will be unimaginable, so Hyojin secretly warned himself. After some time of research and analysis, Kuroto had gained a deeper understanding of Hiriko's chimera technique. Hiriko's thought process can be clearly seen from the Kekkei Genkai fusion ritual he designed. He loosened the restrictions on the demon sprout in order to enhance the demon sprout's ability to fuse with flesh and blood, thus increasing the success rate of the ritual. Hiriko didn't seem to have done anything wrong in terms of design alone. After all, the success rate of the bloodline fusion ritual was the most important. If the ritual failed, he would die on the spot, and the consequences would be meaningless to him. However, Hiriko had obviously underestimated the hidden dangers brought about by relaxing the restrictions on the demon sprout. The Oni sprout's ability to fuse with flesh and blood is simply too strong, and the Oni sprout has its own consciousness. Not only was it able to repair Hiriko's body when he was injured and unconscious, it was also able to save his life. He can also forcibly seize control of Hiriko's body while he is still conscious, causing him to suffer from a backlash. Therefore, it is difficult for Hyojin to judge whether Hiriko is controlling the demon sprout at the moment, or the demon sprout is controlling Hiriko. Rubbing his chin, Hyojin thought to himself, it seems that I still need to find someone else to explore the way. Kuroto admired Hiriko's courage to cross the river by groping for stones, but on the road of scientific research, one can't make the slightest mistake. Once he makes a mistake, he will end up like Hiriko, unable to turn the situation around. Therefore, he needs some lab rats to explore the way for him. Who should I choose? Several candidates suddenly flashed in Hyojin's mind. Only Danzo, Orochimaru, and a few others have the ability and financial resources to invest in the development of the demon sprout. Due to their past friendship, Hyojin doesn't want to push Orochimaru to death. Not to mention, Orochimaru's talent in scientific research is extremely high. He should be able to see the hidden dangers of the demon sprout. I've decided on you, Danzo. After thinking for a while, Hyojin finally made his decision. Danzo is the kind of person who dares to make bold changes to his own body, and he is also one of the higher-ups of Mai. With power and influence, he is enough to support the development of the demon sprout. Most importantly, Danzo is ambitious. Others may be able to resist the temptation of the demon sprout technique and see the hidden dangers behind it, but Danzo is absolutely unable to resist this kind of temptation. After packing up the original demon sprout seedling and the demon sprout technique scroll, Hyojin thought to himself, I'll sell these things for 50 million, it's not too expensive, right? After dealing with the demon sprout technique, Hyojin calmed his thoughts and began the cell fusion experiment with the wind release clone. As usual, before the cell fusion, Kimimara's cells need to be filtered to remove the chakra attribute other than the wind attribute chakra. Also, because Kimimara's body was sealed by Orochimaru, Kimimara's cells need to be filtered to remove the chakra from the chakra. The filtering process lasted for 3 days. Out of nearly 200 sets of containers, 17 of them had survived the filtration phase of the centrifuge and still maintained strong cell activity. During the filtering process, Hyojin found that Kimimaro cells contained a large proportion of yang attribute chakra. This was in line with his previous guess. The Kagaya clan of the Corpse Bone Meridian probably inherited the Otsutsuki Himura's immortal body. However, compared to the Senpai clan that inherited the Otsutsuki Himura's immortal body, their strength was slightly weaker. Because of this, Kimimaro cells were so tough. After the filtering process was completed, the most difficult step was the cell fusion. When he was cloning the fire release clone, Hyojin was stuck in this step for a long time. After consuming a lot of money and manpower, he had to make a compromise and chose the only successful female clone. However, to Hyojin's surprise, the fusion of Kimimaro's cells and his cells was unusually smooth. Out of the 17 sets, 10 sets completed the cell fusion. 10 sets of embryos that completed the cell fusion, with a little cultivation, could be cultivated into 10 clones. This was beyond Hyojin's expectation. The Hyuga clan and the Kagaya clan are really relatives. There is indeed a rumor in the family that the Hyuga clan and Kagaya clan have been friends for generations, but the relationship between the two clans is completely in the hands of the main family. As a member of the branch family, Hyojin is not too clear about this. Because of the several shinobi wars, the Hyuga clan and Kagaya clan belong to the Mai clan and the Mist village respectively, so the relationship between the two clans was gradually severed. But now it seems that the possibility of the Hyuga clan and the Kagaya clan being relatives is very high. Don't just rely on your eyes. Organs like your ears and nose can also help you sense your surroundings. Don't hesitate. You'll lose if you do. Is this all you've got? Punches like this won't kill you. You have to learn to play to your strengths. After using sand to protect your vital parts, trading blows with blows is also a good tactic, Hyojin instructed Gaara as he practiced with him. From Hyojin's point of view, he did not need to spend too much effort to learn those high-level ninjutsu when he was too young. What he really needed to work hard on was the training of his physical skills and the control of his chakra. Physical skills training could not only train a ninja's physique and willpower, but it could also improve a ninja's insight and judgment between life and death. These were exactly what experts needed the most in a duel. Therefore, Hyojin did not ask Gaara to spend a lot of time practicing how to control the sand to attack. Instead, he only asked him to maintain a small amount of sand control. The amount of sand control was never the key. The key was the precision and speed of the control. As for the amount, when Gaara grew up and could control a guardian crane in his body, he would be able to control as much sand as he wanted with his chakra. There was no shortcut to improve the precision and speed of sand control. The only way was to improve it bit by bit. Through long periods of practice. Not only could this kind of practice hone his chakra's precision control, but it could also allow his body to slowly adapt to sand control. Over time, some sand control techniques that required concentration would become subconscious movements of his body. He would not need to exert much strength as his body would be able to perform them naturally. Bang! Amidst the muffled sound, Hyojin's fist hit the sand wall that protected Gaara's chest again. After retreating, Hyojin smiled and said, "Very good. Your sand control speed is obviously faster than before." Huff, huff, the young Gaara panted violently. His chest heaved up and down like a bellows, but his young face was full of joy. It was as if the fatigue of his body was nothing compared to Hyojin's praise. Seeing this, Hyojin sighed to himself, "Sigh, he's also a child who lacks love." After sighing, he shifted his gaze to the ball of fine sand surrounding Gaara. As a matter of fact, even if Gaara didn't control the sand around him that contained his mother's chakra would automatically protect him from harm. But this kind of protection is limited to the level of Genin and Chunin. Once Gaara encounters a Jonin or an elite Jonin level enemy, the speed at which the sand automatically protects itself will not be able to keep up. During the Chunin exam in the original timeline, after the Genin Xiali removed the lead that bound her legs, her attack speed faintly exceeded the speed of Gaara Sand's automatic protection. When Xiali activated the 8 Inner Gates Forbidden technique, her attack speed obviously surpassed the speed of Gaara Sand's automatic protection, and she could easily hit Gaara. Therefore, relying on the sand's automatic protection, Gaara might be able to run amok at the level of Genin and Chunin. However, if he encountered an expert whose attack speed surpassed the speed of the sand's automatic protection, he would become very passive, just like during the Chunin exam in the original timeline. He could only look around blankly and get hit like a fool. After catching his breath, Gaara said respectfully, "Sir, you're right. After reducing the amount of sand control, it's much easier to control the sand than before." Hyojin nodded and said, "I've temporarily sealed the guardian crane in your body, so with your current chakras amount, controlling too much sand won't play the role of training and will only add to your burden. Moreover, as long as you control it properly, even a small ball of sand will be enough to help you resist the vast majority of attacks." Gaara replied in a well-behaved manner, "I understand." Hyojin said again, "Remember, whether it's eating or resting, you must always maintain control of the sand, let your body slowly form a habit, and treat the sand as a part of your body." "Hee, Gaara, you can do it." At this time a little girl's cheer came from the side. Hyojin's face sank when he heard this, and he moved his eyes to the side of the field. He had to admit that he underestimated the physique of the Uzumaki clan. Originally, he thought that Xianxia had suffered too much in the grass village. She was small and skinny, so he didn't let her participate in any ninja training, nor did he restrict her diet. But he didn't think that Xianxia, as a Uzumaki clan member, had amazing resilience. In just 1 or 2 months, she turned from a skinny little girl to a chubby little girl. Hyojin said with a straight face, "Xianxia, it's your turn." "Ah." Xianxia, who was holding a wheat cake, opened her mouth in shock, and the wheat cake crumbs fell to the ground. "What are you doing? Come here." With a light snort, Hyojin then said sternly, "From today on, you also have to accept ninja training. If you don't pass, you will have to starve." Hearing this, Xianxia hurriedly hid the remaining half of the wheat cake in her hand into her small bag, and then walked over with a pout. Being hungry would remind her of her time in Kusanobu village, and it was the most unbearable thing for her. Hyojin stared at little Xianxia and asked, "Do you know how to extract chakra?" Xianxia nodded. "Very good." After a pause, Hyojin said, "From now on, your daily course will be the same as mine, also physical training, plus chakra control training." Xianxia quickly asked, "Do I also have to practice sand control?" Hyojin shook his head and said, "No, you have to practice the sealing technique." Xianxia was a talented child in the Maelstrom clan, so as long as she was carefully guided, her future achievements would be limitless. After guiding Xianxia on some key points of physical training, Hyojin handed Xianxia over to Gaara. Although Gaara's physical skills were not too outstanding, it was more than enough to guide Xianxia, who was a blank piece of paper. Moreover, communicating with peers was sometimes more efficient than communicating with teachers and elders. Caw. After dealing with the 2 little guys, Hyojin was about to return to the laboratory when a faint crow's cry came from outside. Walking to the outer platform of the Sky Fortress, Hyojin opened a small area of the barrier and let a ninja crow in. There was a small storage scroll tied to the ninja crow's leg. After Hyojin opened the scroll, he gently pressed it with his thumb. Boom! Suddenly, a white smoke filled the air, and several ancient scrolls appeared on the storage scroll, plus a letter with ink that was still wet. This crow was specially sent by Hyojin to collect Kimimaro cells that night. Now that the 4 generations Mizukage Yugura has become his subordinate, then the Mist Village's database is also Amatsukumi's database. And after the Mist Village destroyed the Kagaya clan, they seized a large number of ancient books, and these ancient books are the best historical materials to explore the origin of the Kagaya clan. Perhaps he can find some information about the Hyuga clan from them. Returning to the laboratory, Suijin temporarily put aside the ancient scroll and opened the letter that was still wet with ink. This letter was written by Yugura. In the letter, he mentioned that the Mist Village recently received a secret invitation from Mai, inviting him as the Mizukage to my village to hold a new round of the Gakage meeting. The purpose of Yugura writing this letter is to ask Hyojin whether he wants to participate in the secret Gakage meeting held in my village or not. Putting down the letter, Hyojin thought to himself, when did the village send such an invitation? How come I didn't even get wind of it? Immediately, Kuroto was relieved. With the failure of the joint raid on the Akatsuki organization by Mai, Kumo, and Sand Crypsis, as well as the exposure of the fact that the 4 generations Mizukage was secretly controlled by the Akatsuki organization, the fact that the Akatsuki organization has the ability to threaten the Kaga-level shinobi is no longer rare in the shinobi world. Therefore, for the sake of safety, the Gakage meeting that could be held openly in the past can only be held in secret. Otherwise, if the Akatsuki organization notices the whereabouts of the Kage, then the Kages who leave the village are likely to become the targets of the Akatsuki organization. It seems that the 3 generations haven't been idle either. The corner of Hyojin's mouth rose, and he secretly sighed. The 3 generations first won over the surrounding small shinobi villages such as Kusanagi Village, Takanobi Village, and Sound Village, and through a grand alliance ceremony, all of them were tied to the chariot of Mai. Moreover, the pressure on the border of the Land of Fire was reduced, so that Mai could retract his power and clench his fingers into a fist. Then, the 3 generations conspired to hold a new round of the Gakage meeting. Even Kuroto couldn't help but praise Sandaime-sama for grasping the perfect timing this time. First of all, Sunagakure has already formed an alliance with Konoha, so they will definitely support Konoha in holding the Gakage summit, and the Kazekage will definitely attend. Humo's Jinchuriki is still in the hands of the Akatsuki organization, and whether he is alive or not is still unknown. In the mist, the probability is that the Kage-level Jinchuriki is very high. Kageki organizations, Koso no clan organizations, Jinchuriki organizations, Ryoshi organization. 4 of the village of the clan meeting, and even if the rock village, if dozen organizations, if Kue Kizi Sho organization, and the village Kami organization. There is no doubt that from this series of arrangements alone, it can be seen that the 3 generations have realized that no village is the Akatsuki organization's opponent in a one-on-one fight, so they began to secretly weave a big net for the Akatsuki organization, waiting for the Akatsuki organization to drill into it. This time, if it weren't for the fact that the Mizukage himself is Hyojin's subordinate, and even the Umbu squad leader Hyojin would have been kept in the dark by the 3 generations, it can be seen that this Gakage meeting is very secretive. Without much hesitation, Hyojin wrote the word approved on the letter, then sealed the letter in a small storage scroll, tied it to the leg of the Kami crow, and sent it away. For the 3 generations plan, Kuroto is naturally happy to see it come to fruition. Next, Hyojin began to read the ancient books of the Kagaya clan that were sent by Yugura. Not only did these ancient scrolls contain the genealogy of the Splendor Knight clan's 1,000 years of history, there were also secret scrolls that recorded the Splendor Knight clan's various secret techniques and forbidden techniques. The secret scroll even contained the Splendor Knight clan's thousands of years of research on the corpse bone bloodline. Blood-changing ritual. Soon, the content of one of the pages attracted Hyojin's attention. According to the Kagaya clan's nearly 1,000 years of research, they found that the higher the talent, the more thoroughly the corpse bone bloodline was excavated, the shorter the lifespan. And after dissecting the corpses of the Kagaya clan, they were surprised to find that there was a toxin-like substance that was rooted in the corpse bone bloodline, so the higher the talent, the more thoroughly the corpse bone bloodline was excavated, the shorter the lifespan. The corpse bone vein was the foundation of the Kwai Knight clan's fame, and it was what they relied on to dominate during the chaotic warring states period. Therefore, the higher-ups of the Kwai Knight clan immediately sealed off this discovery and began to research it in secret. In order to break this curse that threatened the continuation of the family, the higher-ups of the Splendor Knight clan conducted countless inhumane human experiments. After sacrificing a large number of innocent clansmen, they finally discovered that this poison that was rooted in the corpse bone veins mainly resided in the human body's blood system. As long as the blood was changed, the poison's harm to the body would be greatly reduced. Afterward, the Kagaya clan also found a kind of herb. If this herb was refined into a pill and used together with the blood-changing ritual, it could completely eliminate the toxins. So it's not like Kimimaro has the blood inheritance disease, but the entire Kagaya clan has it. After understanding this, Kuroto frowned, got up, and went to the breeding room. In the breeding room, there were 2 large nutrition tanks, each with a clone body. Although there are as many as 10 embryos that have completed cell fusion, with Kuroto's current financial resources, it is impossible for him to cultivate all of them at once, so he can only choose 2 embryos with the strongest activity and cultivate them first. Even if he used the Tenseigan chakra, it would take more than a month to cultivate the embryos. Therefore, the wind-release clone in the nutrition tank was only the size of a palm. Looking at the 2 clones, Hyojin thought, if the entire Kagaya clan is affected by this blood inheritance disease, then my wind-release clone might not be able to escape. The wind-release clone cells were collected from Kimimaro. At the time of the collection, Kimimaro was already suffering from the blood inheritance disease, so his cells should contain the toxins. According to the secret scroll, only blood changing could remove the toxins. However, not everyone's blood could be used. It had to be from the same clan, and it had to be the same clan that didn't have the blood inheritance disease. In other words, it had to be the Kagaya clan that hadn't awakened the corpse bone bloodline, or the Kagaya clan that had gone through the blood-changing ritual and no longer had toxins in their bodies. But now that the Kagaya clan was exterminated, this kind of people had already disappeared. While thinking about how to get rid of the Kagaya clan's blood inheritance disease, a thought suddenly flashed in Hyojin's mind. Why does the Kagaya clan's corpse bone bloodline have a toxin that even the Kagaya clan can't resist? For Hyojin, who had concocted compound toxins, he was no stranger to biological toxins or mineral toxins. Therefore, he knew very well that in the natural world, plants and animals that carried toxins were often immune to their own toxins and would not be harmed by their own toxins. This was not something miraculous. It was merely because the animals and plants that could not do this had long gone extinct and disappeared in the vast history, becoming a speck of dust in the evolution of animals and plants. This was the survival of the fittest. However, the fact that the Kagaya clan was able to survive for thousands of years in the shinobi world shows that the toxin rooted in the corpse bone vein does not directly affect the inheritance of the Kagaya clan to a certain extent. It only limits the upper limit of the Kagaya clan's strength and limits the development of the corpse bone vein. And this characteristic reminded Hyojin of the Uchiha clan's Manjikyu Sharingan. But because the bloodline of the Sage of Six Paths has gradually thinned over thousands of years of reproduction, resulting in a single Uchiha clansman being unable to support the huge consumption of the Manjikyu Sharingan, making the awakening of the Manjikyu Sharingan a curse that will inevitably lead to blindness. The Uchiha clan had been troubled by this problem for a long time, but they finally found a solution. That is, by fusing with the Manjikyu Sharingan of a blood relative, he can permanently enhance his pupillary powers, solving the fundamental problem of his own Manjikyu Sharingan, allowing his Manjikyu Sharingan to evolve into an eternal Manjikyu Sharingan that will never go blind. Could it be that the Splendor Knight clan's immortal bloodline is thin due to 1,000 years of reproduction, so they can't support an overly powerful bloodline limit? After this thought appeared in his mind, Hyojin quickly realized that if this guess was correct, then the mysterious substance that was rooted in the corpse bone vein was not a simple poison. Hyojin had always been a man of action. After he had his speculations, he did not continue to make wild guesses. Instead, he began to experiment. Now that he knew that this toxin was hidden in the blood of the Kagaya clan, Suijin took out the blood sample collected from Kimimaro and tried to extract the toxin to study what kind of substance it was. At first, the extraction process was very smooth. Hyojin quickly found the poison in Kimimaro's blood. He used the simplest method to extract the poison. However, in the process of gradual purification, Hyojin encountered a huge problem. He was surprised to find out that once the toxin in Kimimaro's blood reached a certain level of purity, there was no container in his laboratory that could contain it. Even the strengthened experimental containers would immediately collapse and turn into ashes after coming in contact with the toxin. Hyojin fell into an awkward situation where there was no container that could contain the toxin so that he could continue purifying it. This phenomenon made Hyojin think of a technique, and that was Kagaya's shared death gray bones. Kagaya's shared death gray bones had the property of dying upon contact. The victim's body would collapse and scatter with the wind like withered leaves, turning into a pile of ashes. It seems that the Kagaya clan's corpse bone vein is related to Kagaya's shared death gray bones. Hyojin's face was solemn, and his eyes flashed. The shared death gray bones that Kagaya used was a bone blade that came out of her body. In other words, Kagaya was immune to the shared death gray bones. However, Kagaya was the ancestor of chakra, a kekei net that combined the 7 elements of yin, yang, and 5 elements. She was the first undying expert in the ninja world. Her body was immune to the shared death gray bones, but that didn't mean that her descendants had the same ability. If the corpse bone vein was really a weakened version of the shared death gray bones, then Hyojin couldn't help but sigh at the Kagaya clan's bad luck. Kagaya didn't inherit a lot of powerful abilities, but she inherited the most dangerous ability of Kagaya. Because the bloodline was diluted, the ability was weakened. Although the Uchiha clan couldn't maintain the Manjikyu Sharingan, they would at most lose their sight. But if the Kagaya clan overdeveloped the corpse bone vein and let it get close to the shared death gray bones, they would gradually obtain the property of shared death gray bones. The first to die would naturally be the Kagaya clan, who couldn't bear the property of shared death gray bones. One must know that although the Kagaya clan inherited the sage body of Hamura of Otsutsuki, and their body contains part of the yang attribute chakra, in terms of physique alone, they may be second only to the Senju clan and the Uzumaki clan. However, the property of shared death gray bones is too overbearing. Even a six-path shinobi who has fused the yin release and yang release would find it difficult to be immune to it, not to mention the Kagaya clan who only have the yang release. After speculating this, Hyojin keenly discovered that the blood-changing ritual used by the Kagaya clan to solve the Kekii disease was not a true cure, but a kind of artificial weakening of the corpse bone vein. Through the use of blood-changing and elixir, the shared death gray bones property was removed from the corpse bone vein in order to prolong their life. This is completely incomparable to the Uchiha clan's method of obtaining the eternal pupil power by fusing the Manjikyu Sharingan. The Uchiha clan has really found a way to solve the problem, while the Kagaya clan has only found a way to prolong their existence. Of course, this can't be blamed on the incompetence of the Kagaya clan, because there is only one way to really solve their Kekii disease, and that is to become a Kekii net like Kagaya, which combines the yin-yang 5 elements and the 7 attributes of chakra, making their body strong enough to withstand the shared death gray bones property. But becoming a Kekii net is easier said than done. Not to mention a Kekii net that combines 7 attributes, there are not many people in the shinobi world who can complete the fusion of yin and yang attributes and obtain the power of Gengo. Except for Otsutsuki, the first person to achieve this is Madara Uchiha, who transplanted the Hashirama cells to obtain the Rinnegan. Therefore, it is not easy for the Kagaya clan's ancestors to find a way to change their blood and survive. After a slight sigh of relief, Hyojin secretly thought, "It seems that I can't use the blood-changing ritual. The so-called blood-changing ritual is actually a weakening, not a cure." No wonder even Orochimaru couldn't save Kimimaro. In the original world, Orochimaru didn't try to save Kimimaro, but even with his medical skills and biotechnology, he couldn't do anything about Kimimaro's blood disease. In fact, this blood disease of the Kagaya clan is a kind of genius disease. The more talented the clansmen are, the earlier they die. For someone as talented as Kimimaro, in the original world, he didn't even survive until he got married and had children, leaving behind only 1 or 2 bloodlines before he died. In the next few days, Hyojin received Itachi's combat power enhancement plan through the Ninja Crow, assuming that Amatsukumi's organization is completely destroyed. After crossing out some parts of the plan related to pupillary and taijutsu exercises, Suijin drew a few big circles one after another, circling several places in the plan. These places, without exception, are the settlements of the Uchiha clan during the Warring States period. If these places are connected in a line, one can clearly see the migration route of the Uchiha clan in the past 1,000 years. It seems that Itachi wants to explore these ruins of the Uchiha Warring States period to enhance his understanding of the Sharingan and improve his strength in other aspects. Itachi's choice is understandable. When Uchiha Madara left, he took away too many precious ancient books of the Uchiha clan. If he wants to further understand the Sharingan and the Uchiha clan, he can only explore these ruins of the Uchiha clan during the Warring States period. Itachi in the original world should have done similar things. Could it be that he found the clues of the Totsuken and Yada no Kagami when he explored these ruins? Itachi died at the age of 21 in the original world, so the trajectory of his life is very simple. He awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan at the age of 11 or 12, exterminated the clan at the age of 13, betrayed the village, and died in a battle with Sasuke at the age of 21. The Totsuken and Yada no Kagami are most likely Chakra's divine artifacts, and they need a special technique like Susanoo to be used. Therefore, the time when Itachi obtained the Totsuken and Yada no Kagami was probably the time when he awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan at the age of 11 or 12, and before he died at the age of 21. Rubbing his chin, Kuroto said, "Zetsu was watching the battle between Itachi and Sasuke, and when he saw Itachi use the 2 artifacts, he was obviously surprised, which means that Itachi didn't get the clue of the 2 artifacts from the Akatsuki, excluding the possibility of the Sage of 6 Paths intervening. The place where Itachi got the clue of the 2 artifacts is probably one of the many Uchiha ruins. Which one could it be? In the past 1,000 years, the Uchiha clan has migrated many times, and there are more than a dozen ruins in the ruins. If you don't personally go there, just by looking at the names of these ruins, it's impossible to distinguish which ruins may have clues to the divine artifact. After thinking for a long time, Hyojin decided to put this matter aside for now. After all, Jishui's body was still recovering, and she needed Itachi's protection. Itachi couldn't leave at all. Moreover, he also had to pay attention to the cultivation of the wind release clone, so he couldn't get away from it. Moreover, Itachi could find the clues of the divine artifacts in these ruins, but it didn't mean that others could. Therefore, the safest way was to let Itachi go there himself. Therefore, Hyojin decided to wait for Jishui's body to recover before letting Jishui and Itachi go there together to investigate the clues of the Sword of 10 Punches. If the two of them went there together, as long as they didn't bump into Nagato or the Obsidian, they wouldn't be in any danger. For the next month, Hyojin spent his time cultivating the wind release clone and guiding Iero and Xianglin. Iero was talented to begin with, and he was very hardworking. When he was serious, he didn't look like a 7-year-old kid at all. Therefore, his improvement was very obvious. Whether it was his physical skills or his sand control, he was like a different person from a month ago. According to Hyojin's estimation, Iero's physical skills were probably on par with Sasuke's. If he added his sand control ability, he should be able to defeat Sasuke. In comparison, although Xianglin's physical skills had improved, it wasn't as obvious as Iero's. Xianglin lacked ruthlessness, and her movements were too sloppy during physical skills battles. Iero couldn't bear to hurt her, so he couldn't correct this bad habit of hers. Fortunately, the high-intensity body technique training stopped her from getting fatter and prevented her from developing horizontally. As for the cultivation of sealing techniques, Hyojin didn't need to worry too much. She could basically learn some basic sealing techniques and mudra techniques as soon as he taught her. If it weren't for the fact that she was still young and that chakra wasn't enough, she could have tried to cast some simple sealing techniques. Hyojin was very attentive in guiding these two kids. He basically didn't hold anything back. In addition to training, Hyojin would occasionally care about them. He would bring them to play on the sea or have a picnic on an uninhabited island. These were normal things for ordinary kids, but for Iero and Xianglin, they were happy experiences that they had never experienced before. Therefore, the two kids trusted and relied on Hyojin more and more. In terms of experiments, under Hyojin's continuous Tenseigan chakra, the two wind release clones in the large nutrition tank had successfully developed after more than a month of cultivation. Looking at the two wind-type clones soaked in the nutrient solution, Suijin couldn't help but feel a sense of surrealism in his heart. Perhaps the difficulty of creating the fire release clones left a deep impression on him, causing him to feel that the cloning of the wind release clones was too smooth. From the beginning to the end, it was completed in less than 2 months. After calming himself down, he observed the two wind release clones. The two wind release clones looked very similar, and he could see his own reflection in their appearance. However, their temperament was colder, and there was a hint of killing intent between their eyebrows. They weren't as gentle as his appearance. In addition, the hair color of the two wind release clones wasn't black like Hyojin's hair, but gray like Kimimara's hair. His grayish-white hair, coupled with his cold face, gave off a very strange feeling. It was a kind of aggressive, crazy, and somewhat arrogant temperament. After labeling the two wind release clones as Type A and Type B, he carefully compared the difference between the two clones. After comparing the two clones, Hyojin gradually frowned. He noticed that there was an inconspicuous bulge between the eyebrows of the Type A clone. Is this a bump or a tumor? After a pause, Hyojin mumbled, or is it a horn? Hyojin is sure that at least yesterday, there was no such inconspicuous bulge between the eyebrows of this Type A wind release clone. Under suspicion, he slowly closed his eyes, and then suddenly opened his eyes. His originally white eyes instantly became bright like the stars, and there was a hidden divine light hidden in the Tenseigan. And in the vision of the Tenseigan, the Type A wind release clone's body immediately became visible. It's really a bone. After confirming that the bulge between the eyebrows of the Type A wind release clone is really a small piece of bone under the skin and not some other soft tissue, Hyojin's face became even more doubtful. Horns on the forehead, that is the dominant characteristic of the Otsutsuki clan. As far as Hyojin knows, in addition to the Otsutsuki clan, it seems that only the Golden Horn and the Silver Horn brothers of the Cloud Village have a pair of horns on their head. Yes, it is the overbearing brothers who killed the second-generation Lei Ying and the second-generation Naruto. It is said that the brothers also have the bloodline of the Sage of Six Paths. In the battle with the Nine Tails, they were swallowed by the Nine Tails. As a result, the two of them relied on the flesh and blood of the Nine Tails to make the Nine Tails a berserk beast unable to defeat them. In the end, the two of them had no choice but to spit out the two brothers. And this pair of brothers also swallowed the flesh and blood of the Nine Tails and obtained the chakra of the Nine Tails. This kind of story, even in the myths and legends before the Warring States period, is legendary enough, but it really happened, and it happened a few decades ago. In addition, even the last descendant of the Otsutsuki Himura on the moon, Otsutsuki Samurai, has no horns on his forehead under normal circumstances. Only when he enters the Tenseigan chakra mode will a single horn grow on his forehead. As for Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obsidian, they all grew horns after becoming Jubi's Jinchuriki, and Hyojin himself, even in the Tenseigan chakra mode, has no horns on his forehead. It seems like the Type A clones underwent a mutation during their development, causing their bodies to show the same atavism as the Gold Horn and Silver Horn brothers. Because whether it is the Hyuga clan or the Kagaya clan, the origin of their bloodline is the ancestor of the Chakra clan, Otsutsuki Kagaya, so the phenomenon of atavism is not a bad thing, but it means that this Type A wind release clone body is likely to have gained additional bloodline power due to the mutation. Soon, Hyojin took out the Type A wind escape clone body from the nutrition tank and placed it on the experiment table. After recording the basic physical data of the Type A wind release clone body, Kuroto didn't hesitate and immediately used the Tenseigan's soul descent technique and put his soul into the Type A wind release clone body. Hyojin, who had changed his body, suddenly sat up on the test bench. This feeling, as he moved his limbs, he felt the flow of chakra in his body. He didn't know why, but this clone body gave him a very strange feeling. It was as if it had been developed before, and there was almost no difficulty in controlling it. It was even smoother than the water release clone and fire release clone that he had been working on for a long time. Huh? The compatibility between my spirit body and this clone body is so high? Hyojin was shocked. Such a change was out of his expectation. According to the previous experience of developing the water escape clone and the fire escape clone, it was essential for the spirit body and the clone to get used to each other. Moreover, there was no shortcut. It could only be used over a long period of time and immersed in intense battles. However, this Type A wind release clone body is very different. It seems to be custom-made for Hyojin's spirit body. The control is as smooth as his in release. Could it be because of the mutation? Temporarily suppressing the doubts in his mind, Hyojin started to check every part of the Type A wind release clone body. Byakugan, open. With the activation of the Byakugan, Hyojin found that after the Byakugan on the Type A wind release clone body fused with his own spirit body, the Byakugan on the Type A wind release clone body had excellent vision. This is a high-purity Byakugan. Hyojin was not a person without experience, so he quickly identified the Byakugan on the Type A wind release clone body. Once his spirit body fused with the Byakugan, the purity of the Byakugan would instantly surpass the Hyuga clan's Byakugan. At the same time, the moment he activated the Byakugan and mobilized the chakra, he also found that the chakra amount in the Type A wind release clone body was also far beyond his expectations. It was almost close to the level of his in release clone body. The data of this clone body is too exaggerated. Did I pick up a treasure? Or is every wind release clone body this good? Thinking about this, Hyojin's gaze subconsciously shifted to the Type B wind release clone body in the other nutrition tank. Therefore, he took out the Type B wind release clone body from the nutrition tank and used the soul descend technique to send his spirit body into the Type B wind release clone body. After a round of inspection, Hyojin found that the Type B wind release clone body was much more normal. Although the Type B wind release clone body was also good, be it the compatibility with Hyojin's spirit body, the purity of the Byakugan, or the chakra amount in the body, they were far inferior to the Type A wind release clone body. After carefully comparing the data of the two wind release clones, Hyojin mumbled, as expected, it's because of the sudden change. After using the soul descend technique to send his spirit body into the Type A wind release clone body, Hyojin casually picked up the secret scroll that recorded the various secret techniques of the Kagaya clan and slowly walked to the training field. After opening the secret scroll, Hyojin began to read it seriously. The Kagaya clan's physical techniques were all ninja techniques that were compatible with the corpse bone bloodline limit. Since the Kagaya clan's main attribute was almost all the wind attribute, the Kagaya clan's members had outstanding speed and explosive power. Even a person with mediocre talent would be able to become a qualified ninja as long as they received proper ninja training. Therefore, almost every member of the Kagaya clan was good at fighting, and the best among them were all battle maniacs. After studying for a long time, Hyojin put the secret scroll aside and pointed at a target far away with his right hand and shouted, "Secret technique, 10-finger piercing bullets." Swoosh swoosh swoosh. As soon as Hyojin's voice fell, the fingertips of his right hand shot out 5 bone bullets that looked like bullets. Accompanied by a sharp whistling sound, they shot towards the target far away. In an instant, the sturdy target was shot into pieces. Not only that, after the bone bullets shot through the target, they did not lose their momentum and continued to hit the wall behind the target, creating a few holes in the wall that was reinforced by the sealing technique. Ugh! Looking at the scattered pieces of the target and the holes on the wall, Hyojin was dumbfounded. At first, he just wanted to try and see if he could successfully perform the corpse bone bloodline. He did not expect the result to be like this. Recalling the smooth release of the bone vein secret jutsu just now, Hyojin's eyes drooped, and he muttered to himself, "Is this what geniuses are like?" The 10-finger piercing bullets just now didn't feel awkward at all, it was like the body's instinct. This made Hyojin, who has ordinary talent and has always needed to practice hard to be proficient in ninjutsu, very uncomfortable. Converging his divergent thoughts, Hyojin slowly walked to the center of the practice field. Kuroto snapped his fingers. Soon, several puppets came out of the storage room. These puppets were obtained by Hyojin through various channels before. Hyojin placed them in the practice field and gave them a certain degree of autonomy through the Tenseigan chakra, letting them serve as training objects. Gurgle gurgle with the shaking of their bodies, sharp blades with cold light popped out of the limbs of these puppets, and immediately, they attacked Hyojin in the field in a variety of strange postures. Not only did Hyojin not activate the Byakugan, but he also closed his eyes and lowered his center of gravity slightly. Feeling the changes in the air around him and listening to the various sounds from far to near, Hyojin secretly said in his heart, "I feel it." Whoosh! In an instant, when the puppets attacked in front of him, Hyojin's figure turned into an afterimage. This afterimage is like a ghost, wandering among the puppets, avoiding the puppets' attacks again and again, making the scene that should be extremely thrilling inexplicably give people a sense of calmness, as if it was just a game. This is the feeling. In the flashing and moving, Hyojin had a realization in his heart. What he is now using is the secret technique recorded in the Kagaya clan's secret scroll, Dance of the Willow. Dance of the Willow is a relatively high-end secret technique among the many secret techniques of the Kagaya clan. It responds to the enemy's attack by perceiving the surrounding air and judging the sound. It is a high-level ninjutsu that can be performed instinctively even without eyes. Clang clang clang. Suddenly, a series of metal clanging sounds echoed throughout the training field. Hyojin, who was in the middle of the battlefield, stopped moving. The slender bone blades that extended from his palms, elbows, and shoulder blades also slowly retracted back into his body. Just a moment ago, he launched the Dance of the Willow's bone blade attack. In just a few breaths of time, the puppets surrounding him were cut into pieces by the bone blade. Not only the puppet itself, but the metal swords and sabers that the puppet was equipped with were also shattered by the bone blades. Squatting on the ground, Hyojin examined the sword fragments scattered on the ground. He found that the edges of the fragments were very neat, as if they had been cut by a sharper blade. After pondering for a moment, Hyojin shook his right hand, and a bone spear extended from the palm of his right hand. Then he took out a kunai from the ninja bag on his waist. Clang! The bone spear collided with the kunai. Accompanied by a sharp sound, the kunai that was forged from fine steel was instantly cut in half by the bone spear. So sharp! Hyojin didn't rejoice, instead, a trace of worry appeared in his heart. As one of the candidates for the wind-type clone, Suijin has high expectations for this clone, and for this reason, he doesn't need the clone to be too strong in the aspect of bone vein, because the stronger the bone vein is, the more severe the Kekii disease will be. what he really needs is the clone's ability to develop the wind release to achieve a balance between the various attributes of the clones. Who? After taking a deep breath, Hyojin decided to use the ability of the bone vein less in the future. Then, he started to ponder about the wind attribute Kekii limit. There are many Kekii limit related to the wind attribute in the shinobi world, such as ice release, burning release, dust release, and so on, but there aren't many Kekii limit based on the wind attribute. The magnetic release Kekii limit, which has gradually become the standard for the Kazekage of the Sand Crypsis village, is one of them. The magnetic release Kekii limit mainly has the wind attribute, and the lightning attribute is the secondary attribute. Through the wind attribute chakra, the lightning attribute chakra can be stimulated by the lightning attribute chakra, which is in an extremely active state, to control metals. And according to the chakra attribute of different ninjas, the nature of the magnetic release will also be slightly different. For example, the magnetic release of the 3 generations of Kazekage can control ordinary iron sand, while the magnetic release of the 4 generations of Kazekage can control the very rare gold sand. Hyojin has already checked the chakra attribute of this type A wind clone. It is mainly of the wind attribute, but it also has the yin attribute, yang attribute, lightning attribute, earth attribute, and water attribute. The only thing it lacks is the fire attribute. Therefore, this type A wind escape clone could try to cultivate the magnetic escape. And because he has owned the 3 generations of Kazekage puppets for a long time, Hyojin's understanding of the magnetic release is probably second only to the current 4 generations of Kazekage. Because when he first mastered the soul descent technique, he has possessed the bodies of the 3 generations of Kazekage puppets many times and personally experienced the feeling of using the magnetic release. He is very clear about the principle of how to use the wind attribute chakra to stimulate the lightning attribute chakra, and how to keep the lightning attribute chakra in a high-frequency vibration state to generate the magnetic force. Not long after, Hyojin summoned the 3 generations of Kazekage puppets to the practice field. After borrowing some iron sand from the 3 generations of Kazekage puppets, he began to try to practice the magnetic release. For someone who has practiced ice release and fire release, the fusion of 2 different chakra attributes is not too difficult. But magnetic release is different from ice release and fire release, so it is not too difficult for him to fuse 2 different chakra attributes together. It is just that magnetic release is different from ice and fire release. The ice release and the flame release are about fusing different attributes of chakra together to produce a change in nature, so the key to them is fusion. The magnetic release is different. Simply fusing the wind attribute chakra and the lightning attribute chakra will not be able to practice the magnetic release. The key to the magnetic release is not fusion but stimulation. If you don't know this trick, no matter how high your talent is, no matter how much chakra you have, you still won't be able to practice the magnetic release. However, this trick may be a big secret for others, but for Hyojin, who has simultaneously possessed the 3 generations of Kazekage puppets and the soul descent technique, it is knowledge that he has already mastered long ago. Recalling the feeling of using the magnetic release when he possessed the bodies of the 3 generations of Kazekage puppets, Hyojin closed his eyes and concentrated on controlling the wind attribute chakra in his body, letting the wind attribute chakra tease the lightning attribute chakra little by little, making the lightning attribute chakra more and more active. As Hyojin became more and more focused on controlling the wind attribute chakra to provoke the thunder attribute chakra, he soon immersed himself in this kind of single-minded practice, leaving everything around him behind. There was no doubt that the nature fusion of the magnetic release was a great test of the ninja's control over the chakra. This was because to maintain the effect of the magnetic release, one must constantly control the wind attribute chakra to stimulate the thunder attribute chakra, turning the control of the wind attribute chakra into an instinct of the body. This was different from the ninjutsu that needed to be performed by hand seals. The hand seal ninjutsu often only needed the ninja to control the chakra to complete the hand seals in a short period of time, and then it could be performed smoothly. Therefore, many people could do it. However, to perform the magnetic release, the ninja needed to maintain the state of performing the technique and continuously control the chakra, which was equivalent to a ninja constantly making hand seals. Therefore, maintaining the magnetic release was both a kind of training and a burden for the ninja. This was also why the Sand Crypsis village had explored the method of practicing the magnetic release, but only the 3 generations of Kazekage and the 4 generations of Kazekage had truly mastered the magnetic release. In the practice field. As Hyojin gradually immersed himself in it, the lump of iron sand in front of him was gradually affected. More and more black iron sand particles were attracted by the magnetic force and floated in the air. It was not until a strong sense of hunger came from his stomach that Hyojin slowly came to his senses and withdrew from this state of immersion. Clatter, as soon as Hyojin withdrew from the state of cultivation, the iron sand floating in front of him fell to the ground. Hearing the sound of iron sand falling to the ground, Hyojin immediately woke up with a start. He suddenly opened his eyes and muttered, "It can't be, it only took one try and he succeeded?" Recollecting his thoughts, Hyojin asked the 3 generations of Kazekage puppets standing on the side. Only then did he know that a full 5 hours had passed since he began to try to practice the magnetic release. So much time has passed without me noticing. No wonder I'm so hungry. Hyojin immediately got up and looked for some food to fill his stomach as he pondered. With just one attempt, he had produced a slight magnetic force and affected the iron sand, causing the iron sand to float. Such a remarkable cultivation effect made him extremely happy. He felt that the reason why it was so effective was closely related to this clone. It seems like this clone has a high affinity with chakra. Apart from having a low affinity with fire chakra, Clone A has a very high affinity with other chakra attributes, especially the wind chakra, which is the main chakra attribute. Clone A has a very high affinity with all other chakra attributes, especially the wind chakra. Moreover, Hyojin himself was very clear about the principle of the magnetic release. Moreover, he had personally experienced using the magnetic release on the 3 generations of Kazekage puppets many times. That was why the effect of his cultivation was so remarkable. In addition, these iron sand borrowed from the 3 generations of Kazekage puppets had been affected by the magnetic release chakra for many years. Therefore, they were very sensitive to the magnetic release. Even if there was only a slight magnetic force, they would still respond. With all these factors combined, Hyojin was able to achieve such an excellent result when he used the Clone A to practice the magnetic release for the first time. 3 days later. Hyojin, who was controlling the Clone A of wind release, stood calmly in the middle of the practice field. Opposite him were the 3 generations of Kazekage puppets. The 2 of them were quietly facing each other in the practice field. Both of them were wrapped in iron sand balls made of black iron sand. These iron sand balls were like a flowing shield, flying and dancing on their bodies. In the air around them, there were also many fine iron sand particles. These fine iron sand floating in the air were sandwiched between 2 powerful magnetic fields. Sometimes, they were pulled in the direction of Hyojin, and sometimes, they were pulled in the direction of the 3 generations of Kazekage puppets. It could be seen that although the 2 sides were quietly confronting each other, the battle on the magnetic field had already been going on for a long time. After a while, the corner of Hyojin's mouth rose. "Let's play something new." After saying that, he raised his hand slightly, and the iron sand ball wrapped around his body split into 2, instantly turning into 2 sharp iron thorns that glowed with a cold light. Then, he clenched his right hand into a fist. As he urged the magnetic release chakra in his body, the 2 iron thorns rotated parallel to each other and flew up, and the speed was getting faster and faster. Electric currents visible to the naked eye were gradually generated between each other, pulling each other. At this time, Hyojin's right hand that was clenched into a fist suddenly swung forward, and he shouted, "Magnetic release, magnetic impact." Xiao, in an instant, the 2 iron thorns flying parallel to each other, accompanied by a sharp whistle, attacked the opponent's 3 generations of Kazekage puppets. Seeing this, the 3 generations of Kazekage puppets quickly urged their iron sand balls to turn into a huge iron shield, firmly protecting his front. However, when the 2 spinning iron thorns hit the iron shield, there was no sound of metal impact. Sandame Kazekage's puppet used its own magnet release to shape the giant iron shield. At the moment when it was hit by Kuroto's 2 iron thorns, an electric arc swam on it, and then the original solid surface of the iron shield disintegrated instantly like fine quicksand. Walala, in the sound of iron sand falling to the ground, in just a moment, the huge iron shield of the 3 generations of Kazekage puppets became scattered iron sand on the ground. Hyojin smiled and immediately stopped the 2 iron thorns that attacked the 3 generations of Kazekage puppets. The contest between magnetic release Kekii limit is different from other Kekii limit. In the contest between magnetic release and magnetic release, if the strength of one side's chakra is better than the other, then the weaker side has almost no ability to resist. Because magnetic force is very easy to be affected, in the face of a stronger magnetic force, the weaker side will collapse in an instant. This is also the reason why the high-intensity thunder release can restrain the magnetic release ninjutsu. It does not mean that the chakra nature of the thunder release is stronger than the magnetic release, but the high-intensity thunder release can affect the stimulation of the wind attribute chakra on the thunder attribute chakra, fundamentally disintegrating the environment that produces the magnetic release, thus causing the magnetic release ninjutsu to collapse due to the disorder of its own magnetic force. If the enemy on the opposite side is the 3 generations of Kazekage, it will not be so easy for Hyojin to win, but the opponent is just a puppet made from the corpses of the 3 generations of Kazekage by Sasori. Although it can also use magnetic release, the puppet that has lost the spirit of the 3 generations of Kazekage, in terms of the strength of chakra, there is a big gap between the strength of the real 3 generations of Kazekage. This difference in the strength of chakra may not be obvious in the contest with other ninjutsu, but when compared with the same magnetic release, it is immediately exposed. After 2 months, Hyojin finally returned to the village. After retrieving the shadow doppelganger that has been replacing him to carry out the task of Anbu Team 7, a large amount of chaotic memories poured into Kuroto's mind. It took him a while to sort out what the shadow clone had experienced in the past 2 months. In the past 2 months, everything in Konoha was calm on the surface, but the vigilance in the dark was gradually escalating, especially for the Anbu. The task was getting heavier and heavier day by day. Suijin's shadow clone was also on duty for 7 consecutive days, sweeping more than a dozen suspicious areas around Konoha before he was given a day off and was able to return home to rest. Rubbing his chin while sitting cross-legged on the bed, Hyojin secretly thought to himself, could it be that the 3 generations have some other information channels? All the signs indicate that the 3 generations are planning something. It stands to reason that the Akatsuki organization hasn't made any movements for a long time, so the village's security should have gradually relaxed, but the 3 generations have secretly increased their security. This behavior is against common sense, which undoubtedly shows that the 3 generations are certain that the Akatsuki organization will launch a retaliatory attack on the village, and the attack should be getting closer and closer. But why are the 3 generations so certain? Hyojin frowned and fell into deep thought. Since the last joint raid, Hyojin has lost contact with Shinichi, who was lurking in the Akatsuki organization, and as time passes, Hyojin has become more and more worried about Shinichi's safety. There are only 2 possibilities for this situation: either Shinichi's identity was exposed and he was eliminated by the Akatsuki organization, or Shinichi is under 24-hour surveillance and can't send any messages. Of course, Hyojin hopes that it's the latter, but if it's the latter, it means that the Akatsuki organization has changed its loose management and began to strictly monitor all of its members. At the same time, it also means that the members of the Akatsuki organization don't work in groups of 2 like before, but all of them are gathered together. Why do they always gather together? This question made Hyojin speculate that the Akatsuki organization must be doing something big recently. After all, the members of the Akatsuki organization are rebellious people, and if there is no reason for them to stay together, they won't obediently stay together. Leaving home, on the way to the Uchiha clan, Hyojin secretly thought, the 3 generations must know something. After the failure of the joint raid, the 3 generations have become more and more secretive. Even the well-informed Anbu can't find any information about the 3 generations. If it wasn't for the fact that Hyojin was a former member of the Anbu Team 11 and had a close relationship with Kakashi, he knew about the attack on Kakashi. At the same time, because he secretly controlled the mist, he knew that the 3 generations secretly held the 5 Kage assembly. He might not be able to find any clues. The 3 generations suppressed the attack on Kakashi and the patrol team. They didn't make it public. It's obvious that they want to cover up the peace and confuse the other 4 villages, making them think that Mai is safe. The 3 generations secretly contacted the other 4 villages to hold the 5 Kage assembly, and the location of the assembly is in the village. Obviously, they want to summon the 4 Kage to the village, while covering up the traces of the Akatsuki organization's activities in the village. They also want to summon the other 4 Kage to the village. Hiss, why do I feel like the 3 generations know what is going to happen in the village, so they deliberately summoned the 4 Kage to help my... Hyojin was also shocked by his own guess. If Kuroto's guess is correct, then Hokage-sama is not only plotting against the Akatsuki organization, but also the other 4 shinobi villages. These 2 months were enough for the other 4 Kage to consider whether or not to participate in the 5 Kage assembly and secretly plan their route to Mai. So, whether Hyojin's guess was correct or not, he believed that it would not be long before he knew the answer. Hyojin chuckled and said, "This old man is very evil." Not long after, Hyojin arrived at the Uchiha clan's land and met Jishui and Itachi in a training field. After greeting them, Hyojin asked, "How's your body recovering?" Jishui smiled and said, "My body has completely adapted to it." After a full 2 months of recovery, Jishui's body has completely adapted to the Hashirama cells. At this time, not only has his pupil power increased, but his physical strength and chakra's amount have also improved to varying degrees. Hyojin said, "Very good, then let's start the eye transplant surgery." Jishui nodded quickly. In order to suppress the Hashirama cells in his body, during this period of time, Jishui has been using the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan in his eye sockets. Now that his body has adapted to the Hashirama cells, it's time to change back to his own Manjikyu Sharingan. The operation site is still located in the Death Forest. Because it is a simple eye transplant surgery, it only took a moment for Hyojin to skillfully remove the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan in Jishui's eye socket and transplant the Manjikyu Sharingan that has been soaked in nutrient solution back into his eye socket. After completing the eye transplant surgery, Hyojin looked at the instruments around the operating table and asked Jishui, "How do you feel?" Jishui, who was covering his eyes, shook his head, and after a while, he said in surprise, "Senpai, my Manjikyu Sharingan's vision seems to have recovered a lot." Hyojin said, "After the transplantation of the Hashirama cells, your pupil power has been enhanced, and the pupil power that was previously consumed in your Manjikyu Sharingan will naturally recover slowly." After getting off the operating table, Jishui bowed deeply to Hyojin and said, "Senpai, it's all thanks to your help that I can recover my eyesight." Hyojin waved his hand and said, "We don't need to be too polite between us. By the way, I guess it will take 2 or 3 days for your eyesight to fully recover, so during this period, you'd better not use your pupil power, lest it affects the recovery of your Manjikyu Sharingan." Jishui replied, "I understand." At this time, Hyojin put the pair of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan that was removed from Jishui's eye sockets and put it into a small nutrition tank. This time, when he helped Jishui transplant the Hashirama cells, Hyojin did not gain nothing. In addition to the harvest of surgical experience, his biggest gain was that after the yang release chakra contained in the Hashirama cells, the pupil power of the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan was significantly enhanced. Looking at the pair of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan that was put into a small nutrition tank by Hyojin, Jishui immediately said, "Because of me, Yanin lost her eyes for so long, I'm afraid that this period of time has caused great inconvenience to her." Hyojin smiled and said in his heart, "It's okay, she has been soaking in the tank." After exchanging the Manjikyu Sharingan for Jishui, Hyojin told Jishui and Itachi about his speculation. After listening to Hyojin's analysis, Itachi asked with some doubt, "If Senpai's guess is correct, then it means that Naruto-sama not only knows about the actions of the Akatsuki, but also the approximate time of the action. But the Akatsuki is so secretive, how did Naruto-sama know so much about it?" Jishui said, "Could it be that Naruto-sama also has a spy in the Akatsuki?" The reason why she used the word also is because Jishui guessed that Shinichi has most likely joined Hyojin's side and became Hyojin's eyes and ears in the Akatsuki. Hyojin shook his head, "The Akatsuki just suffered a loss, and even lost their base in the Rain Village. Now is the time to be careful, so it shouldn't be so easy to infiltrate them." Even Shinichi, who has long gained the trust of Obsidian, didn't have the opportunity to pass a message to Hyojin during this period of time. Logically speaking, it is unlikely that the 3 generations would be able to successfully plant a spy in the Akatsuki during this sensitive period. After pondering for a while, Itachi analyzed, "This means that Naruto-sama has other sources of information." Hyojin gently nodded, "I suspect that the Akatsuki's operation against the village this time may have a partner, and the information may have been leaked from this partner. If the Akatsuki didn't leak the information themselves, then there is only one possibility, and that is that the partner of the Akatsuki organization leaked the information. In the shinobi world, the only organization that is qualified to cooperate with the Akatsuki organization is the shinobi village, and other small traitorous organizations are simply not qualified to cooperate with the Akatsuki organization. Jishui asked, "Senpai, what should we do?" Hyojin took out the plan that Itachi gave him before and said, "I will now give you two a task, follow the exploration route in this plan and carefully explore it." Shursui took a look at the proposal and was stunned. He also has an impression of this plan. It is the plan that Itachi developed according to the requirements of Hyojin when he was protecting him. However, the practice of pupil power, ninjutsu, taijutsu, ninja tools, and other aspects were all erased, leaving only the part about exploring the ruins of Uchiha during the Warring States period. Itachi was somewhat surprised and asked, "Senior, you can't be serious, right?" Hyojin explained slowly, "In an ancient book, I learned that there is a divine artifact in the shinobi world called Sword of Ten Fists. This artifact is also known as the Sword of Sealing. It can seal the enemy into a Jinjutsu world, and according to the ancient book, this divine artifact is related to your Uchiha clan, and the clues are likely to be hidden in the ruins of your Uchiha clan." Itachi suddenly understood, "No wonder you mentioned Sword of Ten Fists and Yagami Mirror to me several times." Hyojin then said, "I need this Sword of Ten Fists to deal with the strong enemy in the Akatsuki organization who mastered spacetime ninjutsu, and no one is more suitable than the two of you to explore the ruins of Uchiha clan." Jishui was a little worried, "What about the village? If we can't find the Sword of Ten Fists, we will always be in a passive position. Even if we can stop the enemy this time, we can't stop the next one. So believe in 3 generations, he is Naruto, he can protect the village." Compared to spending his energy on weakening the enemy, Hyojin prefers to focus on improving himself. Because he has both a direction and a plan. As long as he is given enough time, he can smoothly stand on the top of the shinobi world and look down on all his enemies with a smile. Therefore, this is a competition between Kekkei Net and Jubi's Jinchuriki. If Hyojin achieves Kekkei Net first, then all the problems are no longer a problem. But if the Akatsuki organization gathers all the 9-tailed beasts and achieves Jubi's Jinchuriki first and releases Kagaya, then Hyojin will only be slightly stronger cannon fodder. Therefore, except for the matter of Jubi's Jinchuriki, Hyojin doesn't need to waste energy on every operation of the Akatsuki organization. At this time, a ninja crow flew in and landed on Hyojin's shoulder. Taking off the small scroll tied to the ninja crow's leg, Hyojin opened it and immediately said to Jishui and Itachi, "Yagura has secretly arrived at the village." "What?" Both Jishui and Itachi were taken aback. In fact, Suijin was also a little surprised. Although it has been a total of 2 months, the current situation is different from the past. If the village Kage wants to leave the village, in addition to making arrangements in the village, selecting capable guards, exploring hidden routes, and so on, it takes time. Therefore, Yagura, as the Mizukage, being able to arrive in Konoha within 2 months after receiving the news is already very efficient. Itachi sighed, "Naruto-sama's operation this time is really secretive. Our Uchiha clan didn't receive any news at all." Jishui seemed to have the same feeling and nodded, "Yes, there was no news at all." Looking at the shocked faces of the two, Hyojin secretly cursed, "Is it really appropriate for the two of you to be so surprised? It is normal for the village to be able to hide from the eyes and ears of the Uchiha clan." As a noble shinobi who didn't even notice the night of the extermination of the clan, Hyojin doesn't care about the intelligence-gathering ability of the Uchiha clan. Waving his hand, Hyojin said, "Well, Yagura has secretly arrived at the village, which means that the plan of the 3 generations is going smoothly. You two don't need to worry about the affairs of the village. The most important task for the two of you now is to find the Sword of Juken for me." "We understand." Jishui and Itachi heard this and nodded solemnly. After leaving the Uchiha clan, Kuroto returned home and took out the storage scroll containing the Chimera technique as well as a living onigiri sprout from the ninja bag he carried with him. Previously, cultivating the 2 wind release clones had used up the last batch of precious herbs in Hyojin's storage. Now, he didn't even have the money to concoct the nutrient solution, So he had to sell the Ghost Sprout technique and the Ghost Sprout technique as soon as possible in exchange for some money. As for the target, he had already chosen it, outside of the My Village, in a dense forest. A figure wearing a black cloak with golden edges and a mask with a wind pattern slowly walked through the dense forest, step by step, into the depths of the forest. Swish, at this time a root ninja suddenly jumped out from the bushes and launched an attack. However, before the short knife in the root ninja's hand could touch the black cloak with golden edges, the root ninja's body was entangled by black iron sand and imprisoned on the spot. Tell Danzo that I want to make a deal with him. You are a member of Amatsukami? Being bound tighter and tighter by the flowing black iron sand, the root ninja could no longer breathe. That's right. The one with the wind mask was none other than Hyojin, the one who controlled the wind clone A-class. The reason he came here was to trade for the Chimera technique, and also to get used to the wind clone A-class. Although this type A wind release clone body seems to be tailor-made for Suijin's soul body, it's like custom-made new clothes. After all, it still needs to be worn a lot. After all, the compatibility between a soul body and a physical body involved too many factors. It was not something that could be judged by feeling alone. No matter how good the wind clone A-class was, Hyojin would not skip the process of getting used to it. The root ninja's face turned red as he asked, You. How did you know that the root's base is here? Hyojin waved his hand and removed the sand that bound the root ninja. He said lightly, I have no interest in talking nonsense with you. Lead the way, I want to see Danzo. After a while of retching, the root ninja said, Danzo-sama is not here. Is that so? Hyojin snorted and said coldly, forget it. It's not a problem for me to kill my way in anyway. The root ninja's face stiffened. Please wait a moment, I will inform him for you. Inside the root's base, Orochimaru, who was leaning against the wall with his arms crossed over his chest, said in a hoarse voice, Tisk, I don't know why, you obviously did so many things, but the old man still turned a blind eye to you. He obviously removed your roots, but he still let you keep so many people. I don't know why, you obviously did so many things, but the old man still turned a blind eye to you. Orochimaru, watch your tone. Danzo slammed his staff on the ground, and a powerful chakra burst out from his body. Feeling the powerful chakra, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. Danzo was the same age as the three generations, and his body was already declining. Moreover, Danzo's strength was a notch lower than the three generations. Therefore, he should not possess such a powerful chakra due to his old age. Thinking of a possibility, Orochimaru's expression turned serious. You've succeeded? Danzo didn't deny it and said in a low voice, this old man has already subdued the first generation cells. Just as I thought. Orochimaru looked at Danzo with a hint of respect in his eyes. Although he was often considered crazy, in fact, Orochimaru was more cautious than any other researcher. This was because his ultimate goal was eternal life. Because of this, any experiment that might endanger his life was useless to Orochimaru. Therefore, when faced with the great risk of transplanting the first-generation cells, he chose to give up. When faced with the great risk of practicing immortal arts, he chose to give up. When faced with the unpredictable hidden danger of the Chimera technique, he still chose to give up. But just like Suijin, Orochimaru has a little bit of admiration for pioneers like Hirako and Danzo who are willing to bet their lives on the line, but of course, it's just a little bit. Danzo said in a serious tone, you have been in the Akatsuki, and you were old acquaintances with Hirako. I guess you must have the Chimera technique. Tell me, what do you want? As long as you hand over the Chimera technique, I can satisfy you. Orochimaru smiled and was about to speak. Swish, suddenly, a root ninja landed beside Danzo and whispered a few words into Danzo's ear. After listening, Danzo frowned and said, invite him in. Yes. The root ninja replied respectfully and immediately used the body flicker technique and disappeared from the room. At this time Orochimaru asked, who is it? Danzo said, take a guess. To be able to make you temporarily cancel the Chimera technique, the identity of the other party must be extraordinary. After a pause, Orochimaru said with a smile, could it be someone from Akatsuki? Danzo shook his head. Orochimaru frowned and said, Amatsuki? Danzo didn't answer and just looked at the entrance. After a while, a figure wearing a black cloak and a mask with a gale pattern came in. Danzo and Orochimaru immediately looked at Hyojin from head to toe. At this time, Hyojin also noticed Orochimaru and thought to himself, "Hey, why is he here?" Danzo asked, "Who are you?" Hyojin said in a cold tone, "Amatsuki, Kaze Chimera." Kaze Chimera. Danzo and Orochimaru chewed on this name at the same time. They know that every member of Amatsuki has a codename, and this codename often represents the main chakra attribute of the member. For example, Suijin is a Kekkei Genkai ninja who is proficient in ice release, and Homasubi is a member of the Uchiha clan who is proficient in fire release. Since the person in front of them has the codename Kaze Chimera, it undoubtedly means that his main chakra attribute is wind. In other words, he is the member of Amatsuki who possesses magnetic release Kekkei Genkai. Danzo then said, "How can you prove that you are a member of Amatsuki and not an imposter?" "Humph." Accompanied by Hyojin's cold snort, a cloud of iron sand swept towards Danzo. Danzo's figure flashed and avoided the iron sand by a hair's breadth and said, "Alright, what do you want from this old man?" In the shinobi world, there are only a few people who have mastered magnetic release Kekkei Genkai, so after seeing Hyojin using magnetic release with his own eyes, Danzo no longer had any doubts. Putting away the iron sand, Hyojin said, 3 generations is already too old, and he doesn't have the courage to cooperate with Amatsuki, so we need a partner with courage and ambition, and you are one of the partners we have chosen. In order to show our sincerity, we can sell you the Chimera technique, and if you want, we can even sell you a living ghost sprout, as long as you can pay the price. Danzo's expression changed. "How come you have the Chimera technique?" Just as he proposed the Chimera technique to Orochimaru, Amatsuki inexplicably came knocking on his door. This made him vigilant. Hyojin said bluntly, "We have captured Akatsuki's Shino and obtained the Chimera technique." After weighing the pros and cons, Danzo asked, "What price do I have to pay to obtain the Chimera technique and a living ghost sprout?" Hyojin stretched out his palm and said, 50 million. Danzo frowned, "So cheap?" After hearing Hyojin's price, Danzo subconsciously began to doubt whether the Chimera technique in Hyojin's hands was real or not. Cheap. Looking at Danzo's face full of suspicion, Hyojin suddenly felt that his understanding of money and Danzo's understanding seemed to be on a completely different channel. 50 million is obviously a huge amount of money. After secretly exclaiming in his heart, he immediately became angry. Danzo, that damn old bastard, how much of the village people's blood and sweat has he taken from them? How can he be so arrogant? Hyojin, who felt that he was being despised, indeed had a reason to be angry. The price of 50 million was by no means a spur-of-the-moment idea, but the result of careful consideration. It must be known that Tsunade was forced to accept a disciple due to the debt problem, and as for the later 70 million, that was added by Hyojin himself in order to let you stay more comfortable by Tsunade's side. In other words, the huge amount of 50 million is almost equivalent to the identity of a Sannin disciple. Not only can a Mai ninja get the protection of one of the Sannin, Tsunade, but also can learn from Tsunade such as In Seal Kama monstrous strength, and so on. If Tsunade succeeds the throne of Naruto, this Mai ninja will even be qualified to be the next Naruto. Therefore, 50 million is a huge amount of money that can change a person's identity, status, and even fate, if calculated according to the bounty. As one of the 12 guardian shinobi of the Land of Fire, the bounty of Asuma's head was only 35 million. It must be known that at that time, Asuma was already one of the few elite Jonin in Mai, and there were only a few who were stronger than him in the village, and he didn't fall behind when competing with the Akatsuki organization's Ghost Mermaid and Flying Dan. If it wasn't for the lack of information, he wouldn't have died so easily. But this huge amount of money of 1.5 times the value of Asuma, and Danzo said so cheap so casually, which made Hyojin so angry that he almost vomited blood. Dong dong. At this time, Danzo heavily knocked on the staff in his hand and said in a deep voice, "As long as the Chimera technique in your hands is real, money is not a problem." If it wasn't to maintain the mysterious feeling of Amatsukami, Hyojin really wanted to change his mind on the spot and give a new price. But the price has already been given. If he reneged now, it would make Danzo look down on Amatsukami. So, Hyojin suppressed the anger in his heart and smiled, "Whether it is real or fake, you will know when you see it." After saying that, Hyojin took out the storage scroll containing the Chimera technique and the ghost sprout from the storage bag on his waist, and threw it to Danzo. After catching the storage scroll, Danzo, who was used to being depressed, showed a rare expression of excitement. He quickly threw the staff in his hand to the side and opened the storage scroll with both hands. Seems like this old man has been eyeing the Chimera technique for a long time. Looking at the excited expression on Danzo's face, Hyojin suddenly realized that he had made a mistake. From Hyojin's point of view, the Chimera technique did indeed have the ability to devour the bloodline limit, but the hidden danger was also very obvious. Although Danzo was not a pure researcher, he had been immersed in this field for a long time, so there was no reason that he couldn't see this point. So when he evaluated the Chimera technique, Hyojin also took these negative factors into consideration. However, it turned out that Hyojin had completely underestimated Danzo's desire for the Chimera technique. Or more accurately, Hyojin had completely underestimated Danzo's ambition. After carefully examining the Chimera technique, and then looking at the living ghost sprout, Danzo suppressed his joy and asked Orochimaru, "Is this Chimera technique real?" Orochimaru took the Chimera technique provided by Hyojin from Danzo's hand. After carefully examining it, he found that this Chimera technique was more advanced than the Chimera technique he got from Hirako before he defected from the Akatsuki. It was obviously an improved version of the Chimera technique, so he became interested and carefully examined it while nodding, "Yes, it's indeed real." After getting a positive answer from Orochimaru, Danzo was immediately overjoyed. He no longer cared about the dignity of the root leader, and held the living ghost sprout as if it was a treasure. At this time, Hyojin had quietly activated his Byakugan. In the vision of the Byakugan, he could clearly see that there were two sources of chakra in Danzo's body that had not completely fused. This meant that Danzo had transplanted the first-generation cells, but because he was not an Uchiha, he could not completely fuse the Yin release chakra and Yang release chakra into one. TSK, this is really, for a moment, Hyojin couldn't think of a word to describe Danzo. Right now, Danzo's body is like half ice and half fire, and the ice and fire just reached a weak balance, which allowed him to survive by a fluke. If he was in a battle and overused one side's chakra, the balance would be broken. Then, even without the enemy, his own body would be able to take his life. Thinking of this, Hyojin reminded, "Don't underestimate this ghost sprout. Its ability to devour flesh is beyond imagination. Our organization has conducted internal research on it, and found that it is very difficult to control. Therefore, this ghost sprout has a very high risk, and you must be fully prepared before using it." Danzo didn't expect Hyojin to say such words, and looked at Hyojin with surprise. Orochimaru also looked at Hyojin and thought, Amatsukami showed such kindness to Danzo. Do they really want to support Danzo to ascend to the position of Naruto? Hyojin told the truth, of course, not for Danzo's benefit, but he still needed Danzo to test the hidden danger of the ghost sprout. If Danzo died inexplicably after transplanting the ghost sprout, wouldn't it be a waste of Hyojin's efforts? But to Hyojin's surprise, Danzo waved his hand and laughed, "A mere ghost sprout can't do anything to this old man." Hyojin immediately cursed, "Damn, if I knew he didn't care about the hidden danger of the ghost sprout, I wouldn't have offered such a conservative price. What a loss." Clap clap, Danzo lightly clapped his hands, and a moment later, a root ninja landed beside him. Danzo ordered, "Prepare the money." The root ninja quickly responded, then quickly took a box and opened it in front of Hyojin, revealing a neatly stacked stack of money. Danzo smiled and said to Hyojin, "Here is 50 million, this old man will remember the favor of Amatsukami." Carrying a box of money, Hyojin slowly left the root base. For someone with Byakugan, it was easy for him to observe the progress of Danzo's ghost sprout transplant. There was no need to rush, so he decisively left the root base. Not long after he left the forest, Hyojin suddenly stopped, turned around and said, "Come out." At this time, a figure walked out from behind a big tree and said with a mocking face, as expected of a member of Amatsukami, "You sure are sharp." "Orochimaru, why are you following me?" Hyojin asked coldly. Orochimaru leaned against a big tree with his arms crossed and asked, "I'm curious, why did Amatsukami choose Danzo? What are you planning to use him for?" Hyojin curled his lips and said, "I thought you no longer care about my Orochi laughed and said, I'm just a little curious. You want to know? After a cold snort, Hyojin said, beat me, and I'll tell you. To be honest, Hyojin really wanted to use the Type A wind release clone body to fight with a master like Orochimaru and test the strength of the Type A wind release clone body. Seeing that Hyojin was planning to fight, Orochimaru's eyes narrowed. He was indeed curious about why Amatsukami suddenly contacted Danzo, but he remembered that he had other things to do next, so he said, forget it, it's just a little curiosity. There's no need to be enemies with Amatsukami. Swoosh, as soon as he finished speaking, Orochimaru disappeared in front of Hyojin with a blink technique. Hyojin was startled and asked, why did he leave so quickly? Orochimaru has never been a guy who easily admits defeat, and this time he withdrew so decisively, which made Kuroto faintly feel that Orochimaru seems to have something else to do, so he didn't want to entangle with him anymore. After returning home, Kuroto counted the banknotes he had just earned. Dong dong dong, suddenly, a series of hurried knocks came from outside the courtyard. Hyojin, who had already changed back to his escape body, opened the courtyard door and saw Ziyuan standing at the door with a pout. Ase stood behind her and smiled at Hyojin. Hyojin touched Ziyuan's head and asked, why do you look unhappy? Who made you angry? Ziyuan quickly said, brother, I have a secret to tell you. Hyojin smiled and immediately led Ziyuan and Ase into the house. During this period of time, because he was busy with all kinds of things, Hyojin had to entrust Ziyuan to Belle. Fortunately, Belle's parents liked Ziyuan very much, and the three generations also gave Ziyuan a lot of preferential treatment in the village because of her identity as a witch of the country of demons. Therefore, Ziyuan lived very comfortably during her time in Mai. After entering the house, Ziyuan looked around sneakily. After confirming that there was no one, she leaned over and whispered in Hyojin's ear, brother, I saw the death prophecy. Hyojin, who did not pay much attention at first, frowned slightly. Whose death prophecy? Ziyuan said, it's the grandma who sells octopus balls. Ase, who was at the side, quickly explained, sir, it's the owner of Tanagawa restaurant on Ancient Spring Street. A commoner. After thinking to himself, Hyojin asked, how did the grandma die in the prophecy? Ziyuan recalled for a while and pouted. I think she was killed by the roof. No, I think she was killed by the wooden door. Anyway, the scene in the death prophecy was a mess. I can't remember how the grandma died. Hyojin said, be good, Ziyuan. Try to recall. What else did you see in the death prophecy? Ziyuan supported her chin and recalled seriously again. She said slowly, the death prophecy happened at night. I only saw a huge black shadow sweeping around the village, making the village a mess. Think about it carefully. Are there any other details? By the way, the Ila ramen shop was also destroyed. As she said that, Ziyuan covered her chest and muttered to herself, oh no, I still have a coupon that I haven't used. The Ila ramen shop was destroyed? The Ila ramen shop was located in the center of the village. If even the Ila ramen shop was affected, it meant that the attack area almost covered the entire village. Who else did you tell about these things? Ziyuan shook her head. Sister Ling hasn't been home for a few days. I didn't have a chance to tell her. Ase said, Master Kuroto, Master Ziyuan didn't tell anyone about the death prophecy other than you and me. As the guard of the Miko of the demon country, Ase knew better than anyone else about the Miko's death prophecy ability. For the Miko herself, it was not a good thing because once this ability was exposed, the public would naturally reject and dislike the Miko. Therefore, she had been trying her best to prevent Ziyuan from publicizing the death prophecy she had recently seen. Hyojin nodded and said, very good. Don't tell anyone about this. Ziyuan asked in a low voice, brother, don't you need to inform Naruto-sama? I saw that a lot of people were injured in the death prophecy. Hyojin rubbed Ziyuan's head and said, I will personally handle the matter of informing Naruto-sama. You don't have to worry about it. Hyojin knows very well that the three generations have been planning this for a long time, so when the village was attacked, the three generations must have taken precautions. Even if he told the three generations about the death prophecy at this time, it is unlikely to reduce the village's losses. After comforting Ziyuan, Hyojin pulled Ase aside and said, have you participated in the village's evacuation drill? Ase nodded and said, yes. Hyojin lowered his voice and said, once there is a riot, you don't need to care about anything else, just take Ziyuan to take refuge, understand? Yes. Ase nodded very solemnly. After sending away Ziyuan and Ase, Hyojin sat cross-legged in the room and thought to himself, what is that huge shadow? In the ruins of Uchiha during the Warring States period. Jishui stroked the mural on the wall and shouted, Itachi, come here and look at the person on this mural. Itachi, who was not far away, came over and saw that the mural in front of Jishui depicted a person of the Uchiha clan who seemed to be using the Susanoo-I technique. What was striking was that the Susanoo seemed to be carrying a huge gourd in its right hand. Itachi wondered, how can there be such a big gourd? Jishui said while stroking the mural, it's strange. The color of the gourd on the mural is completely different from the color of the Susanoo. It doesn't seem to be the ability of the Susanoo. Although the murals in the ruins are old, the colors on them are still gorgeous, so it is very clear that the color of the Susanoo is different from the color of the gourd. The Susanoo was slightly greenish-blue, while the gourd in its hand was conspicuously red. The contrast was so great that it was hard not to notice it. As the owner of the Manjikyu Sharingan, Jishui and Itachi are both Uchiha clansmen who can open their own Susanoo. Therefore, the two of them are not unfamiliar with Susanoo. They know that Susanoo is a Manjikyu Sharingan technique, and it is actually the product of the combination of the user's pupil power and chakra. The color projected corresponds to the nature of the user's chakra, so in theory, each Susanoo should have a single color, because everyone's chakra nature is the same. If there are multiple colors on a Susanoo, then there is only one reasonable explanation, and that is, there are other chakras that do not belong to the owner of the Susanoo that have entered the Susanoo. Itachi looked along the murals on the wall and had a general understanding of the story described in the murals. The protagonist of the murals is a patriarch of the Uchiha clan during the Warring States period. He not only awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan and opened the Susanoo, but also obtained a very powerful weapon, which is the red gourd in the hand of the Susanoo. This patriarch, with his Manjikyu Sharingan and that powerful weapon, swept the shinobi world at that time, and pushed the Uchiha clan to the peak of its power at that time. Itachi wondered, the gourd in his hand, is it the jukken? Hearing Itachi's whisper, Jishui said, shouldn't the jukken be a sword? Itachi said his speculation, as a sword of sealing, the appearance of the jukken may be different from the ordinary sword. Jishui nodded. Yes, this is indeed a clue. After reaching a consensus, the two of them split up to search for clues in the ruins. However, after searching for a long time, they did not find any clues related to the gourd in the mural. When they met again, Jishui said, there is no record of this gourd in the tribe. Could it be that this gourd was buried together with the ancestor Uchiha on the mural? Itachi also thought of this possibility. If the gourd is really so powerful that it allowed the Uchiha ancestor to sweep the entire shinobi world, then Konoha clan shouldn't have no records of it. The only possibility is that the gourd was buried with the Uchiha ancestor, and in order to prevent outsiders from disturbing the tomb of the Uchiha ancestor, the Konoha clan destroyed all the information about the gourd, leaving only vague legends and murals of the Uchiha ancestor. Spreading out the map in his hand, Itachi drew a few circles on the map based on his memory and said, I have read the ancient books of the family. These locations are the tombs of our ancestors of Uchiha. After the establishment of the Mai clan, the dead Mai ninjas were buried in the cemetery near the monument, and the Uchiha clan is no exception. Therefore, the cemetery of Uchiha during the Warring States period has long been abandoned, and most of them are unattended. After hesitating for a moment, Jishui said, let's go and have a look. Although disturbing the tomb of the ancestor is a very rude thing to do, but in contrast, protecting the village and protecting the family is more important. If the legendary jukken is really in the tomb of an ancestor of Uchiha, then Jishui would rather disturb the peace of the ancestor and obtain the artifact jukken that can protect the village and the family. Itachi did not hesitate and said, Brother Jishui, rest assured, the ancestors of the family will not blame us. In a practice field of the Mai clan, Kurenai, who completed the training task, slowly walked to the side of the practice field, picked up a towel to wipe the sweat, and held a water bottle to replenish the water. Although she has become a member of the Umbu with heavy tasks, Kurenai did not relax at all. She takes some time almost every day to hone herself in the practice field. The previous mission to assassinate the Mizukage of 4 generations left a big knot in her heart. She can't stand the various preferential treatment given to her by her captain, Hyojin, and she can't stand the fact that she is just a subordinate in the eyes of her captain. Damn it, you look down on me, I will definitely surpass you. Whenever she thinks of this, Kurenai secretly encourages herself. She wants to prove to everyone that she is not worse than a Jutsu Kekai Genkai. Although she has the idea of competing with Hyojin, Kurenai also understands that some of Hyojin's advice to her is right, so during this period, she has been studying how to combine the family's secret Genjutsu with Taijutsu to develop more powerful and more versatile jutsu. At this time, a tall young man came over and said, "Kurenai, what a coincidence, I didn't expect to meet you here. By the way, there seems to be a new restaurant in the village today, let's go and have a try." It was Asuma, who had just returned to the village not long ago, who came forward to chat with Kurenai. After several years of experience under the daimyo of the Land of Fire, Asuma has obviously matured a lot, and is no longer the arrogant boy who contradicted his father in the special Jonin assessment. Glancing at Asuma's attentive face, Kurenai shook her head and said, "No, I have a task tomorrow." Asuma scratched his head and said, "Oh, really, then, let's talk about it later." Kurenai didn't say anything more. After packing up her belongings, she directly walked past Asuma and left the practice field. Looking at Kurenai's departing figure, Asuma murmured, "Hey, is it my method of chatting up people wrong? But is this what Kakashi taught me?" After dragging her tired body back home, before she had time to sit on the sofa to rest, Kurenai felt as if she was being stared at by a sinister snake. "Kurenai, it seems that you have also grown up." A hoarse voice that seemed to contain magic came from behind Kurenai. Kurenai was shocked when she heard this. She suddenly turned around and saw a black shadow standing in the shadow of the room. "Orochimaru. Why are you in the village? What do you want?" Because the sun was setting, the sky was getting dark, so Kurenai couldn't see the appearance of the black shadow standing in the shadow, but she recognized the identity of the other party just by the trademark hoarse voice. Orochimaru came out of the shadow and said with a smile, "Don't be nervous, I just need you to do something for me." Kurenai suppressed the fear in her heart and took out a kunai from the ninja bag around her waist. "Are you kidding me? How could I help a traitor of my?" The strength of Orochimaru has been engraved in the heart of every my ninja. Even Kakashi, the best in the same period, will be frightened when facing Orochimaru. In the original Chunin exam, Kakashi's first reaction after encountering Orochimaru was to try his best to die with Orochimaru. But after Orochimaru left, he suddenly realized that his idea was too stupid. But this does not mean that Kurenai will be captured. As a Mayambu who is directly under Naruto, she can accept defeat, but she can't accept cowardice from the bottom of her heart. Forcing herself to look directly into Orochimaru's eyes, Kurenai asked sternly, "What is your purpose in sneaking into the village?" Orochimaru laughed and said, "It's not good for you to know too much." Kurenai said angrily, "Even if it's you, you will pay the price for underestimating me." "Oh, really?" Shrugging, Orochimaru asked indifferently, "What kind of price will it be?" "Isn't he afraid that I will ask for outside help and alarm the masters in the village?" Seeing that Orochimaru did not seem to have any intention of attacking immediately, Kurenai's heart was full of doubts. At the moment, Mai was heavily guarded inside and outside. As one of the Ambu, Kurenai was very clear about this. Not only was there Naruto 3 generations in the village, but Jiraiya and Tsunade Hime also returned to the village. Even if Orochimaru was strong, facing so many masters, he would certainly not be able to get any advantage. So she was very surprised why Orochimaru took the risk to sneak into the village to find her and was not in a hurry to attack. "No." Kurenai suddenly reacted. It's not that Orochimaru was not in a hurry to attack, but he had already attacked. However, by the time she reacted, her mind was already in a trance. After staggering a few steps, she fell to the ground and said intermittently, "Poison. Poison gas. You're despicable." Orochimaru walked over with a smile and squatted in front of Red. "This is the alabaster snake venom that I've modified. How do you feel?" Kurenai's consciousness gradually blurred. She didn't expect that one of the Sannin, Orochimaru, would use poison to deal with a special jonin like her. In fact, with Kurenai's strength, she shouldn't have made such a mistake, but Orochimaru's identity as one of the Sannin really gave her too much pressure, making her focus of vigilance on Orochimaru and ignore the surrounding environment. When he saw Orochimaru reaching his hand towards him, his eyelids were extremely red. Indignantly, his vision turned black and he fell into a coma. Through the murals, Jishui and Itachi, who had found clues, immediately split up and acted separately. Because both of them are members of the Uchiha clan, they are very familiar with the distribution of the ruins of the Uchiha clan, coupled with the fact that they have the Manjikyu Sharingan. Their insight is far superior to that of ordinary people, so in just a few days, they have already searched 7 or 8 tombs of the Uchiha Warring States period. In these abandoned cemeteries, most of the remains of Uchiha ancestors had been moved away by the Uchiha clan. The two of them had opened more than a dozen old tombs, but they found nothing. But when it came to the safety of the village, neither of them had any intention of stopping and continued the tomb-robbing journey. After opening another tomb of Uchiha ancestors, Itachi walked into the dark tomb with a solemn gaze. Although he hadn't seen the coffin inside, based on the length of the tomb and the size of the tomb, Itachi could judge that the identity of the Uchiha ancestors buried here must be extraordinary. It was most likely a certain leader of the Uchiha clan. At the end of the tomb, a stone tablet came into Itachi's sight. He looked at it and found that the stone tablet was very familiar. He seemed to have seen the same stone tablet when he was exploring a certain ruin before, but there was an obvious groove in the center of the stone tablet, and there was an obvious bulge in the center of the stone tablet. Coming to the stone tablet, Itachi studied it a little, and then reached out and pressed on the bulge in the center of the stone tablet. As Itachi pressed hard, a stone round plate fell from the bulge of the stone tablet. The size of the round plate seemed to correspond to the groove on the stone tablet in the previous ruin. Picking up the round plate, Itachi looked around and found that there was only this stone tablet at the end of the tomb. There was neither a tomb chamber nor a shadow of a coffin, so he said, it turned out to be a fake tomb. The clue of the round plate was so obvious. The clever Itachi naturally understood that the Uchiha ruins he had searched before must have hidden secrets that he hadn't discovered, so he sent a message to Jishui and rushed to the ruins. Jishui's speed was the fastest of Mai, only below Hyojin in the Tenseigan chakra mode, so before Itachi arrived, Jishui had already arrived. After meeting Itachi, the two entered the ruins together. Coming to the stone tablet, Jishui asked, "Is this the stone tablet you mentioned?" Itachi nodded, and immediately installed the round plate obtained in the tomb passage into the groove of the stone tablet. The size of the round plate was just right, and it fit seamlessly. When the round plate was placed on the stone tablet, both Jishui and Itachi felt a wave of chakra at the same time, and then the ground trembled, revealing a downward passage. Jishui said, "Did you feel it?" Itachi gently nodded, "Well, it's our Uchiha's Genjutsu." Just at the moment when he installed the round plate in the groove of the stone tablet, the seal hidden in the stone tablet immediately triggered a Genjutsu, but this Genjutsu was not difficult for Jishui and Itachi, who have Manjikyu Sharingan, to break it in an instant. Through the downward passage, the two soon came to a tomb chamber. In the center of the tomb chamber, there was a coffin, and on the side of the coffin, there was a giant stone gourd sculpture, which looks very similar to the gourd in the mural. Walking around the coffin, Jishui said, "This coffin has never been opened." Itachi asked, "What should we do?" "The sword of Tokugawa is probably in it." In the previous tomb chamber, the remains in it were basically moved away by the family one after another, so Jishui and Itachi dared to open the coffin boldly. However, the coffin in front of them had obviously not been opened, and it was very likely that the remains of an ancestor of Uchiha were lying in it, so they were a little hesitant. After thinking for a while, Jishui said, "Inform Kuroto-senpai. He is the Byakugan, and he will know at a glance whether the sword of Tokugawa is in the coffin or not." Itachi nodded, and then immediately released the communication crow. After that, the two of them searched in the tomb chamber, but the tomb area was not large. After a while, they gathered in front of the huge stone gourd sculpture next to the coffin. "I always feel that there is something strange about this stone gourd sculpture." Saying that, Itachi reached out to the stone gourd sculpture. Suddenly, Jishui on the side had a bad feeling, and she hurriedly said, "Don't." However, Jishui's warning was a step too late. The moment Itachi touched the stone gourd sculpture, he and Jishui were sucked into the stone gourd sculpture together. Outside the Mai village. With her hands tied behind her back, Kurenai followed Orochimaru. Her face looked a little sluggish, but there was a stubborn look in her eyes. After a long time, Kurenai couldn't help but ask, "Where are you taking me?" Orochimaru replied casually, "You will know when we get there." Kurenai frowned, "If you want to attack the village through me, then you have the wrong idea." Orochimaru stopped and said with a smile, "You don't seem to know your situation." Humph. Kurenai snorted heavily, not afraid of Orochimaru's threat at all. Staring at Kurenai's determined expression, Orochimaru smiled lightly and immediately withdrew his gaze. He took out a round card from his arms and looked at it thoughtfully while saying, "You only need to do one thing for me, and if it goes well, I can consider letting you go. Don't worry, this matter has nothing to do with my..." If Itachi was here, he would have found that the round card in Orochimaru's hand is almost exactly the same as the one he found. Obviously, Orochimaru has also been tracking the clues of the Tenseigan sword. No, it should be said that Orochimaru is the first person to investigate the clues of the Tenseigan sword. Several years before Hyojin began to deploy the search for the Tenseigan sword, Orochimaru had already been collecting information to look for the legendary Tenseigan sword. Like Itachi, Orochimaru also found a round card in a ruin, and through the clues of the round card, he successfully found the Uchiha ruin where the round card can be used to open the mechanism. However, unlike Xianxia and Itachi, when he installed the round card in the groove of the stone tablet and activated the mechanism, the genjutsu on the stone tablet baffled him, making him unable to crack it. As one of the Sannin, Orochimaru really has any shortcomings, the genjutsu should be one of the most obvious ones. Xianxia and Itachi broke the illusion in an instant. They did not even pay much attention to it. However, Orochimaru was stumped by it for several months. He was stopped in front of the stone tablet. Considering that violent destruction might cause unexpected changes, Orochimaru had to come up with other ideas. In Mai, the clan with the strongest genjutsu is naturally the Uchiha clan, but considering that the Uchiha clan has two Manjikyu Sharingan powerhouses, Xianxia and Itachi, in order to avoid alerting the enemy, Orochimaru did not choose the Uchiha clan. In addition to the Uchiha clan, there are two other clans in my village that are best at genjutsu. They are the Kurenai clan and the Kurama clan. The Kurama clan has a small population, and after the death of the previous patriarch in the Third Shinobi War, there are only some old, weak, women and children left in the clan. Therefore, Orochimaru naturally turned his attention to Kurenai of the Kurenai clan. Although the current Kurenai's comprehensive strength is not top-notch, but when it comes to genjutsu, she is almost one of the strongest genjutsu ninjas in the village other than the Uchiha clan. Putting the round plate back into his arms, Orochimaru glanced at Kurenai and thought to himself, maybe she can solve the genjutsu on the stone tablet, but I have to speed up. If Kuroto comes looking for me, it will be troublesome. Orochimaru knew that Kurenai is Hyojin's subordinate. Once she goes missing, Hyojin will inevitably search for her. In order to avoid trouble and disrupt his plan to find the Tenseigan, he immediately bit his finger and summoned a big snake. Then, he carried the dispirited Kurenai and jumped on the back of the snake. This big snake seemed to have some kind of innate ability. It produced wind under its abdomen, and with just a slight shake of its body, it rushed a long distance away. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared with Orochimaru and Red, Kurenai's house in my village. Hyojin, who had activated the Byakugan, looked around with a gloomy face, searching for any possible clues. Kurenai's disappearance was naturally the first one to be alarmed, as the captain of the 7th squad. Swish, in the sound of the wind, Gale landed on the balcony and reported to Hyojin in the house, "Captain, there is nothing in the practice field that Kurenai often goes to." Hyojin nodded. Although it is only a preliminary investigation, he can confirm that the place where Kurenai was attacked is here. It is Kurenai's own house. It seems that the attacker is a master. Kurenai has made rapid progress recently. In addition, she has received special training from the Umbu, so she is proficient in stealth and assassination. There may be many ninjas who can defeat her, but there are not many ninjas who can make her disappear quietly. However, the opponent can easily subdue Kurenai, and even leave no traces of fighting. It can be seen that the opponent is not weak. At this time, Xian led Asma to Kurenai's house and reported to Hyojin, he is the last person in the village to see Kurenai. Asma, who learned that Kurenai is missing, was very anxious. Before Hyojin asked him, he asked, "Did you find any clues? How could Kurenai disappear for no reason?" Hyojin moved his face to the side and said, "She should have been attacked." Asma said angrily, Who did it?" Hyojin shook his head silently. From the current situation, unless the opponent has an ulterior motive, the possibility of Kurenai's survival is not high. "I will definitely find her, I will definitely find her." Asma was a little lost, and he rushed out of the house while muttering. Hyojin's eyes gradually turned cold, and he said to himself, "How dare you touch my subordinates? Don't let me find you." After returning home, Hyojin, who was still thinking about Kurenai's disappearance, found a ninja crow standing on his windowsill. After opening the window, Hyojin took down the communication scroll tied to the ninja crow's leg. He glanced at it and said, "Hey, they found something so quickly?" The sword of 10 punches was related to whether or not it could restrain Obsidian, who is Tushin Wei, so it must be in his hands as soon as possible. Therefore, Hyojin temporarily put aside the matter of Kurenai's disappearance. After leaving a shadow clone in the village, Hyojin changed into the Type A wind release clone and sneaked out of the village. After leaving the village, he immediately used the magnetic release technique, and a pair of black iron sand wings spread on his back. He quickly flew to the Uchiha ruins where Jishui and Itachi sent the message. After a long time, he finally arrived at the Uchiha ruins. Landing on the dome of the ruins, Hyojin looked around and felt that it was very familiar. He said, "Hey, isn't this the place where Itachi and Sasuke had their final battle?" Hyojin quickly recognized that it was the Uchiha ruins where Itachi and Sasuke had their final battle in the original spacetime. Boom boom boom, suddenly, there was a low rumbling sound in the distance. Hyojin looked over and saw smoke and dust flying over there. It seemed that there was a huge object rushing towards the ruins. Under the mask of the gale pattern, the Byakugan in Suijin's eye socket slowly opened, then looking at the rising smoke and dust in the distance, his brows gradually wrinkled. Orochimaru? In the distance, a huge green snake was rushing towards the ruins, and on its back stood 2 people. They were Orochimaru and the missing Kurenai. Humph, so it was Orochimaru who attacked Kurenai, no wonder he did it without leaving any clues. Snorting lightly, Hyojin had a lot of questions in his heart. Why did he kidnap Kurenai? Judging from the route Orochimaru took, he was obviously also coming for the ruins of Uchiha. Thinking of this, Hyojin suddenly understood, no wonder he left so quickly outside the route base. It turned out that he also found the clues of the Tenseigan. Did he kidnap Kurenai because he needed Kurenai's ability? Is it an illusion? Hyojin was not surprised that Orochimaru was looking for the Tenseigan. In the original space and time, when Orochimaru was sealed by Itachi with the Tenseigan, he once said to Itachi, "So the Tenseigan has been hidden by you all this time." It can be seen that Orochimaru spent a lot of time and effort looking for the Tenseigan. But this is also reasonable, for him, who has seen the power of the Rinnegan. If he wants to defeat Nagato, the artifact Tenseigan is undoubtedly his only hope. After all, he is a traitor of the Akatsuki, a target that Nagato wants to get rid of. Whether he is willing or not, he must consider the possibility of fighting with Nagato. In just a moment, the green snake arrived at the edge of the ruins of Uchiha. At this time, Orochimaru on the back of the green snake also found Hyojin standing quietly on the dome of the ruins of Uchiha. His face suddenly became very ugly. Looking at Kurenai behind Orochimaru, although she looked a little tired, there seemed to be no injuries on her body. Hyojin secretly breathed a sigh of relief, then said to Orochimaru coldly, "Let her go." The gloomy face of Orochimaru flashed a trace of surprise in his eyes. Not only Orochimaru, but also Kurenai, who was threatened by Orochimaru, was also surprised at this moment. She never thought that the person who saved her was not a Mai ninja, but a mysterious person dressed as a member of Amatsukami. Naturally, Hyojin said this deliberately. Although the Sword of 10 Fists was a divine weapon, it still needed to be taken by surprise in order to unleash its greatest power. If everyone knew that the Sword of 10 Fists was in his hands, they would be on guard against him, and the power of the Sword of 10 Fists would be greatly reduced. Therefore, Kuroto didn't want Orochimaru to know that Amatsukami was also looking for the sword of jutsu and had already found this place by following the clues, so he used Kuroto as an excuse to deliberately show that his appearance here was just to rescue Kuroto, who was kidnapped and had nothing to do with the sword of jutsu. The surprised Orochimaru's face sank and asked, "Does Amatsukami want to go against me?" Hyojin said lightly, "As long as you let her go, I will leave immediately." Seeing Hyojin's attitude, Orochimaru became interested and asked Hyojin with a smile, "Why do you care so much about a my ninja?" Hyojin replied, "It has nothing to do with you." Orochimaru smiled and looked at Kurenai with a scrutinizing face. "Don't look at me, I don't even know him." After retorting to Orochimaru, Kurenai secretly looked at Hyojin on the dome, thinking secretly, the mask on his face is the pattern of the wind, so he should be the member of Amatsukami who has the magnetic release Kekii limit, which is the companion of Amatsukami, but I don't know him, why would he take the risk to save me? At this time, Orochimaru put away the smile on his face and said solemnly, "In 3 days, I will return her to you unscathed, is that okay?" Kurenai also looked at Kuroto in a daze, feeling a little nervous in her heart. She wasn't sure if Kuroto would really fight against Orochimaru, one of the Sannin, who almost stands at the peak of the shinobi world, just for her. Hyojin did not hesitate at all and directly said, "Let her go, immediately." Orochimaru smiled and said with a playful face, "In that case, I have no choice but to get rid of you." Hyojin's expression did not change at all. As a disciple of Orochimaru, he knew Orochimaru's nature better than anyone else, and he knew that the name Amatsukami would not be able to deter the lawless Orochimaru, and in the end, they would have to fight. But for Kuroto, this wasn't a bad thing. After all, he also hoped to have a good fight to his heart's content to test the combat ability of the Type A Wind Release clone, and Orochimaru, who couldn't be killed no matter how many times he fought, was obviously a good practice opponent. At this time, Orochimaru gently bit his finger, put his hands together, and with his hoarse voice, he said, "Spirit summoning technique, impure earth reincarnation." Boom, in a puff of white smoke, 2 upright coffins appeared on the back of the green snake. Looking at the 2 coffins marked with the words first and second on the coffins, Hyojin, who was originally eager to fight, suddenly changed his expression. "Ugh, no way, this is too big." Although he knew that Orochimaru had been studying the forbidden technique impure earth reincarnation, Hyojin really did not think that he would have to fight the first and second generation Naruto in this way at this moment. Clang, as the lid of the coffin slowly opened and fell to the ground, 2 figures walked out of the coffin in a wobbly manner. Seeing the figure that walked out of the coffin, Red was dumbfounded. First. Second. Although the first and second generation had passed away for decades, as a Mai ninja, it did not take Red much effort to recognize the one in red armor. It was the first generation Naruto who founded the Mai during the chaotic times, and the one in blue armor next to him was the first generation Naruto's younger brother, the second generation Naruto. Orochimaru can actually summon these 2 lords. How dare he fool the undead? At this time, mixed thoughts surged in Red's mind. In the midst of shock, her eyes subconsciously moved to Hyojin in the distance, and she said, if he encountered this kind of thing, he would run away immediately, right? Orochimaru crossed his arms in front of his chest, and said with an evil smile, "This is a technique that I have mastered not long ago, and I just happen to need a master to test it for me. Since you have sent yourself to me, then I won't be polite." After saying that, Orochimaru ordered the first and second generation impure earth bodies, "Kill him." Swoosh swoosh, in the sound of wind breaking, the first and second generation impure earth bodies leaped from the back of the green snake, and pounced on Hyojin, who was on the dome of the ruins. Hyojin, who was cursing in his heart, could only bite the bullet and face it. Bang, 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 the 3 figures' fists and feet collided with each other, producing a series of muffled sounds. The names of the first generation and the second generation were indeed quite intimidating. However, after exchanging blows, Hyojin found that whether it was strength or speed, the first generation and the second generation's impure earth body was not as strong as he had imagined. It could be said that it was far inferior to his Type A wind release clone body. Just SOSO. After testing the strength of the first generation and the second generation's impure earth body, Hyojin felt relieved. Then, his moves also became fierce. He directly punched the first generation's impure earth body in the face and sent it flying. Then, his figure swayed, turned around, and with a sweep, the second generation's impure earth body was also sent flying. Boom, boom, in the roar, the first generation and the second generation's impure earth bodies that were sent flying fiercely hit the stone wall in the distance. The two high walls that were originally standing on the top of the ruins each had a clear dent. On the back of the green snake, Orochimaru's eyes were cold, and he secretly said, "Damn, this guy's physical technique is so strong." As the controller of the first generation and the second generation's impure earth body, Orochimaru naturally knew that these two impure earth bodies could not be compared to the real first generation and the second generation. This was because of the strength of the sacrifice factor, and also the restrictions that Orochimaru added himself. Because this was originally an experimental attempt, this time, the body sacrifice that Orochimaru prepared for the first generation and the second generation was just the most common Chunin's corpse. In the original space and time, he used the special white Zetsu as the sacrifice during the Fourth Ninja World War to summon the past generations of Naruto's impure earth body. On top of that, Orochimaru was wary of the first generation and second generation strength. Before using the impure earth reincarnation, he had added several techniques to bind the first generation and second generation spiritual bodies. Although this greatly increased his control over the first generation and second generation's impure earth physique, it also greatly weakened the first generation and second generation strength. But even with all these restrictions, the physical technique level of the first generation and second generation earth form was definitely at the level of an elite jonin. Even if Orochimaru personally took action, it would take some effort to deal with these two earth form in the physical technique competition. So, after seeing Hyojin repelling the two earth forms so easily, Orochimaru showed obvious fear of Hyojin's physical technique strength. At this moment, Hyojin suddenly waved his right hand. Two waves of black iron sand separated from his body, engulfing outwards, firmly wrapping around the exceptional talent and second generation's dirt bodies that were lying in the wall depression, making them look like two iron sand silkworm cocoons. Then, Hyojin's gaze turned to Orochimaru who was on the back of the green snake. Feeling the cold and bone-chilling killing intent from Hyojin, even Orochimaru who was used to killing could not help but tremble in his heart, and his originally playful expression gradually froze. Red, who was beside Orochimaru, slightly opened her mouth and murmured, "So strong." Swoosh, with a flash, Hyojin, who was on the dome of the ruins, leaped into the sky. Then, a pair of huge black wings spread out from his back. Orochimaru and Red, who were on the back of the green snake, raised their heads at the same time and looked at Hyojin in the sky. The huge black wings on Hyojin's back, together with his black cloak with golden edges, and the wind pattern mask on his face, made Red even have the illusion that his opponent was a night angel. Swoosh, in the blink of an eye, Hyojin flew to the back of the green snake while the black spear made of iron sand in his hand accurately pierced Orochimaru's heart. "You." Orochimaru looked at Hyojin in horror, his expression was full of disbelief. Kurenai was also shocked. "He killed Orochimaru?" Hyojin said lightly, "Put away your lame performance." Orochimaru put away the rich expression on his face and the corner of his mouth twitched. "I thought you were just the most inconspicuous person in Amatsukami, but it seems that I have underestimated you." After saying that, Orochimaru's body exploded into a cloud of white smoke with a bang, and then the green snake under their feet also disappeared in a burst of white smoke. Ah! With the sudden disappearance of the green snake, Red, whose hands were still tied behind her back, suddenly lost her balance and cried out in shock. When the green snake stood up, it was more than 10 meters tall, close to the height of a 5-story building. Falling from such a height, if one's body was in a state of restraint, even a ninja would not be able to withstand it. Just when Red closed her eyes, thinking that she would not be able to escape, her falling body suddenly stopped. She opened her eyes abruptly and found herself in the arms of the member of Amatsukami wearing the wind pattern mask. The rope that tied her hands had also been cut off. After landing steadily, Hyojin asked Red, "Are you okay?" Red was stunned for a moment. Although the other party's tone gave off a cold and distant feeling, she could clearly feel that the other party really cared about her. Seeing that Red seemed to be stunned, Hyojin thought that Orochimaru had done something to her body. He quickly used the supercilious eye to carefully observe Red's body and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Red, who recovered from her shock, quickly pushed Hyojin away and immediately turned her face to the side. I'm fine. Who are you? Why? Why did you save me? Just as Hyojin was about to casually say something, the ground suddenly shook. Red, who was a little distracted, staggered and fell into Hyojin's arms again. Hyojin, however, did not care about Red. His eyes swept around and said, "We're in trouble." Red blurted out in surprise, "What trouble?" Before Red's voice died away, trees broke out of the ground one after another and rose from the ground. The trees that originally existed in the surroundings seemed to have come to life and grew wildly. Would release. Red was so shocked that she covered her mouth. At this time, Hyojin did not care about anything else and directly said, "Hold me tight." He had to rush out of this forest before the first-generation dirt body completely activated the descent of the world of trees. Otherwise, even with the magnetic escape, he would not be able to withstand the endless attacks of the wood escape. With a whoosh, a pair of huge black wings unfolded behind Kuroto's back, and immediately after that, he took off from the ground and flew towards the sky with Kuroto. However, the rapidly growing trees interweaved into an impenetrable net above Suijin's head, trapping him and Kurenai like a bird in a cage. The first-generation dirt body and second-generation dirt body that had broken free of the iron sand moved agilely in the forest that was like a maze. From different directions, they pounced on Hyojin and Red, who were entangled by the trees, on the dome of the ruins. Orochimaru, who had used the shadow clone technique to avoid Hyojin's surprise attack, was now looking at the fierce battle in the forest with great interest. Seeing that Hyojin was so protective of Red, he thought to himself, "Did this guy really stop me because of Red?" Originally, Orochimaru did not believe that the members of Amatsukami suddenly appeared just to save Kurenai. After all, Kurenai was just an ordinary Mai ninja. There was no reason for Amatsukami to spend so much effort to save her. However, when he saw Hyojin trying his best to save Kurenai, he was a little uncertain. Could it be that this is just Winchim's personal action and has nothing to do with Amatsukami? And it has nothing to do with the Sword of 10 Punches? Suddenly, Orochimaru had a guess in his mind. It was very likely that Winchim from Amatsukami knew Kurenai, and the two of them had some kind of relationship. In the forest, countless trees grew crazily and endlessly, entangling Hyojin. Although he tried his best to slash, the space he had to dodge and move around was being squeezed little by little. Kurenai wanted to help, but because of the remaining poison in her body, she could not use her strength at all and could not refine chakra. Seeing that Kurenai was entangled by a few branches and was about to be dragged out of his control area, Hyojin thought to himself, "Women are so troublesome." Immediately, he clenched his right fist and pulled it into his arms. A ball of black iron sand immediately turned into a big hand, grabbed Kurenai, and took her away from the branches. At this moment, he suddenly saw the second-generation earth form not far away from him. It was standing upside down under a twisted tree trunk, its hand slowly forming a seal. "That is..." Hyojin's eyes narrowed, and he immediately shouted, "Oh no!" When developing the water release clone, Hyojin had studied a lot of water release ninjutsu, so he quickly recognized the ninjutsu that the second-generation earth form was about to use. It was the extremely destructive S-class water release ninjutsu, Water Wave Breaker. Whoosh, with a crisp sound, a torrent of water was spat out from the mouth of the second-generation earth form. This torrent of water was condensed into a water line as thick as a finger by the high-intensity water attribute chakra. Like a water knife, it easily cut down all the trees in front of it and went straight for Hyojin and Kurenai. Without any hesitation, Suijin appeared in front of Kuroto, blocking Kuroto's path. With this level of ninjutsu, even if Kurenai was slightly scratched, she would be severely injured, if not dead, and with Kurenai's current physical state, she definitely can't dodge, so Hyojin can only choose to use his own body to resist. After all, it's just a clone. Red, who didn't know what was going on, stared blankly at Hyojin, who was standing in front of her. Something seemed to have been touched in her heart. Chi-Chi, the torrent, which had been condensed into a straight line, slashed towards the giant sand shield in front of Hyojin like a sharp blade, producing a sharp, ear-piercing sound that made people's eardrums hurt. Almost at the same time as the sharp sound rang out, the iron sand shield was sliced into two by the torrent. The torrent didn't lose any of its momentum after shattering the iron sand shield. It drew a beautiful arc in the air and slashed toward Hyojin. What? Kuroto had guessed that the iron shield formed by the magnet release wouldn't be able to block the water wave cut of the second-generation Earth form, but he didn't expect that the iron shield wouldn't even have the slightest effect. With a swoosh, the torrent slashed through Hyojin's body. Crack, the mask with the wind pattern on Hyojin's face shattered and fell to the ground. Not only that, the black cloak he was wearing with golden edges was also cut open, and blood gushed out from under the cloak. Huff, huff, half squatting on the ground, Hyojin lowered his head and panted heavily. His long gray hair covered his face. Red, who was behind him, was already at a loss. Seeing Hyojin's chest covered in blood, she said hurriedly, "Don't worry about me. Run quickly. No one can defeat the first generation and the second generation together." After panting a few times, Hyojin said in a deep voice, "Shut up and hide behind me." After saying that, he stood up and pulled Red behind him. At this moment, although he looked very miserable with blood flowing all over his body, it was actually only a few superficial wounds. Since the water-breaking ripple just now did not hurt his internal organs at all, it was completely blocked by the periosteum he created by activating the corpse bone meridian. At most, it only cut the skin on his chest. However, the wound was a little big and a lot of blood flowed out, so it looked very serious on the outside. "Orochimaru, don't force me to use the corpse bone meridian. Otherwise, I won't be able to stop myself from killing you." After cursing, Hyojin rolled his eyes and observed Orochimaru's position. The first generation and second generation's earth body were immortal. No matter how many times they were destroyed, they could revive on the spot. Unless one used the truth-seeking ball or the sealing technique to deal with them, there was no other way. There was no need to mention the truth-seeking ball. The Type A wind escape clone that Hyojin was controlling couldn't be used at all. As for the sealing technique, not any random sealing technique could deal with the filthy earth physique of the first generation and the second generation. In the original spacetime, the third generation used the ghost corpse seal when facing such a situation. It could be seen that the shrewd and ruthless third generation had already determined that ordinary sealing techniques were ineffective against the filthy earth physique of the first and second generation. Only the top-level sealing technique corpse ghost seal could solve the problem. If it was just a one-on-one battle, Kuroto would still have the confidence to try using the four-symbol seal, but 1 against 2, not to mention that there is also a hindrance by his side. Trying to use the four-symbol seal to deal with the impure earth form of the first and second mind-sama is simply a pipe dream. At this moment, the surroundings suddenly darkened. All the light seemed to be sucked away in an instant. Red exclaimed, "What's going on?" Hyojin quickly remembered a technique in his memory. It was an illusion technique called the dark walking technique. However, it didn't matter much to him who had the high purity of the Byakugan. In his field of vision with the Byakugan, the color of the surroundings only became a little darker. With a loud swooshing sound, the surrounding trees under the cover of the darkness surged forward. Seeing that the endless trees were about to completely swallow Red, Hyojin had a helpless expression. He could only put his palms together. Pa, along with the crisp sound of the palm strike, the magnetic release chakra on Hyojin's body suddenly expanded. All the black iron sand quickly gathered into strong steel bars. In a breath's time it had built an iron cage, covering Red's entire body in the iron cage. It blocked the surrounding trees that were surging forward. In the pitch-black darkness, Red, who was in the iron cage, felt around and shouted, "Hey, where are you?" However, there was no response from Hyojin. There was only the rustling sound of the trees moving. After using all the black iron sand to protect Red, in just a short moment, Hyojin's body was surrounded by 3 layers of endless trees. Trapped in the heavy entanglement, Hyojin curled his lips and thought to himself, "How unlucky. If I knew this would happen, I would have prepared more black iron sand before I left." On the dome of the Uchiha ruins, Orochimaru crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked at the fierce battle in the forest in the distance with a solemn expression. No ninja could resist the would-release secret technique descent of the world of trees. This had been proven countless times when the Mai village was established. Therefore, Orochimaru was convinced that he would be the winner, but for some reason, he always felt weak in his heart, as if he had missed something. At this moment, the fierce battle in the forest came to an abrupt end. The crazily growing and twisting trees also stopped. Everything seemed to have returned to the calm before the battle. Orochimaru raised the corner of his mouth. Is it over? It was different from the impure earth reincarnation performed by Satu in the original Space and Time. On one hand, it was because the current research on impure earth reincarnation was not deep enough. On the other hand, it was to ensure absolute control of the first and second generation impure earth bodies. Orochimaru's impure earth reincarnation was more conservative than Satu's. He did not have the authority that a controller should have. For example, like Satu, Orochimaru could not use his will to occupy the body of the impure earth body at will, nor could he directly perceive the situation on the battlefield through the impure earth body like Satu and remotely control it from a long distance. But at the same time, he would not be perceived by the impure earth body like Satu. In the original Space and Time, because Satu established a long-distance chakra connection with the impure earth body, Itachi perceived him in reverse and found his hiding place directly. Itachi came to him and gave him an Izanami, which became the key to turning the tide of the Fourth Shinobi World War. Because he could not directly perceive the situation on the battlefield through the impure earth body, Orochimaru could not confirm the situation at the moment. But through observation from afar, the experienced Orochimaru judged that the battle in the forest had ended. Amatsukami is just SOSO. After a light snort, Orochimaru slowly raised his hands and was ready to cancel the psychic link. Suddenly, the earth trembled again, Orochimaru's eyes narrowed, and his raised hand stopped in the air. He said to himself, "Hey, that guy is still resisting?" Boom, boom, boom. As soon as he finished speaking, a shocking scene appeared in front of him. Amidst the rumbling sound waves, sharp white bone spears rose from the ground. These bone spears that broke out of the ground were extraordinarily sharp. All the trees that blocked their path were easily pierced and cut to pieces. In the blink of an eye, the originally boundless green forest had turned into a pale white forest of bones. The corpse bone vein. Orochimaru was startled and murmured, "There are other people here?" The pale white bone forest was still spreading in all directions. Soon, the bone spears that kept rising had invaded the ruins of Uchiha. The incomparably sharp bone blades were like tofu, easily piercing through the stone walls of the ruins and piercing through the circular dome of the ruins. Orochimaru's figure swayed as he narrowly avoided a bone spear that suddenly pierced from under his feet, and looking at the bone spear that quickly passed by his cheek and then extended into the air, Orochimaru's expression was incomparably solemn. At this time, a figure suddenly appeared on a bone spear behind Orochimaru. The figure held a bone blade in his hand and slashed at him without hesitation. Swoosh, the bone blade slashed across, bringing with it a splash of blood. Although Orochimaru was alarmed, he was still half a step late. Although he escaped the fate of being cut in half, his back was cut open by a deep wound that revealed his bones. As he turned around and retreated, he looked at the figure who had sneakily attacked him. He immediately frowned and said, "Dwindling." Although the person who attacked him had merged into the bone spear and disappeared after the attack, he could still recognize the person's identity with a quick glance. Immediately, he was shocked and thought to himself, "This Dwindling actually has the magnetic release and the corpse bone vein, 2 blood limits. Could it be that he has also used the Chimera technique?" Suppressing the doubts in his heart, Orochimaru vigilantly looked around. He knew that the technique that the opponent had used was the strongest secret technique of the corpse bone vein, called Dance of the Early Fern. Once the secret technique was used, the entire bone forest would become the opponent's home ground. The opponent could quietly travel through the bone forest at will. Whether it was perceptive ninjutsu or occult techniques, it would be very difficult to detect. It was the trump card of the Kagaya clan. The only drawback of this technique was that it placed a heavy burden on the body of the user. Even the patriarch of the Kagaya clan would not use this technique unless it was absolutely necessary. Puff puff puff, at this time, there was a sound like steam rising from the wound on Orochimaru's back. In the white smoke, the deep wound on his back was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. That attack just now was definitely a fatal blow to a normal ninja, but to Orochimaru, it was nothing. He had mastered the flesh regeneration secret technique and the undead reincarnation forbidden technique, so he could unscrupulously squeeze out the potential of his body. Even if he used up the number of cell divisions in his body, he could just change to another body. Boom boom boom, the forest in the distance was also very lively at this time. The trees and the bone spears were intertwined and entangled with each other. One moment, countless trees would entangle and break the bone spears, and the next moment, the bone spears would cut down the trees one by one. Orochimaru glanced in the distance. At this time, there was no longer any meaning for the first generation and second generations in pure earth form to continue entangling with the bone spears in the forest. So, he wanted to make a hand seal and summon them over. As long as he had the first generation and second generations in pure earth form by his side, he was confident that he could drag it out until the opponent's chakra was exhausted. But just as he was about to make a hand seal, a few figures suddenly jumped out from the bone spears in all directions and pounced at him together. Bone doppelganger. Orochimaru's face darkened. He immediately pushed his hands outwards and shouted, "Hidden Shadow Snake Hand." Swoosh swoosh swoosh, countless poisonous snakes as thick as an arm shot out from Orochimaru's sleeves and entangled the bone doppelganger that was pouncing on him. But before these poisonous snakes could get close, they were cut into pieces by Hyojin's bone doppelganger with its bone blades. In a burst of bloody mist, they turned into indistinguishable lumps of flesh that were indistinguishable. Orochimaru frowned slightly. He quickly took out 2 kunai and guarded in front of him. Bang! With a sharp crisp sound, a bone doppelganger waved its bone blade and cut off the kunai in Orochimaru's hand along with his arm. Hiss! Orochimaru sucked in a breath of cold air. His snake-like pupils suddenly shrank, and his face was full of surprise. He knew that the opponent's bone spears were very sharp, but he didn't expect them to be this sharp. They were far stronger than the strength of Kimimara's bone blade. They were almost comparable to his Kusanagi sword. Instantly, he fiercely patted his abdomen with his remaining hand and spat out a Kusanagi sword from his mouth. He used the Kusanagi sword in his mouth to block a few bone blade attacks. Then, his figure flashed and he fled into the distant forest. Orochimaru wasn't afraid of normal physical attacks. However, when he faced Hyojin's bone blade that could cut through iron like mud, his elusive figure, and his swift and fierce physical skills, he felt a sense of fear that he hadn't felt for a long time. After all, if his body was cut into pieces, the flesh regeneration secret technique would be meaningless. Clang, clang, while running, Orochimaru kept using his Kusanagi no Tsurugi to block Hyojin's bone clone's attacks. The ear-piercing sound of metal clashing could be heard incessantly, as if he was forging iron. Why is this guy's physical skill so strong? Orochimaru claimed that his physical skills weren't bad, and he had seen many physical skills experts before. However, he had never met an opponent as fierce and ghostly as the one in front of him. Suddenly, he felt as if he had returned to the time when he was training with Hatake Shwomo in the village. Indeed, the pressure that the opponent in front of him gave him reminded him of the strong man known as Mai's White Fang. The man who killed his enemies with just a short knife. Looking at Orochimaru, who was running away in a panic, Hyojin's expression was calm as he shuttled through the bone forest. After many years of training, his physical skills had been continuously improving. In addition, his Type A wind-release clone body was a mutated body with a small probability. It had a pure bloodline and excellent bones. It was almost perfect in every aspect, far surpassing his water-release clone and fire-release clone. It was even stronger than his Yin-release clone. Coupled with the high-purity Byakugan and the corpse bone meridian that was even stronger than Kimimaro, he was simply a merciless killing machine. It was only because he met Orochimaru that he was able to hold on for a long time. If it was any other enemy, he would have killed them like cutting melons and vegetables. Swoosh, along with the sound of wind breaking, the ghostly bone blade slashed at Orochimaru again, cutting him in half from the waist. Blood splattered all over the ground, dyeing the white bone spears around them red. Ah, only half of Orochimaru's body was left. He groaned as he crawled on the ground, struggling in vain. At this time, Hyojin stepped out of a bone spear and glanced at Orochimaru coldly. Through the observation of the Byakugan, he could confirm that the Orochimaru in front of him was not a shadow clone, but his real body. This was because shadow clones would disappear after being attacked. Even in the final battle with Sasuke in the original space, Naruto's shadow clone that contained the Yang release and immortal arts could only block punches and kicks. It would also disappear if it was pierced by ninja arts. Orochimaru turned over his body with difficulty and looked at Hyojin. He was stunned. Your eyes? As the mask was damaged in the previous battle, the appearance of the Type A wind release clone was revealed. Orochimaru immediately noticed the Byakugan in Hyojin's eye sockets. After noticing this, Orochimaru was sure that this wind chime from Amatsukami must have used the Chimera technique. Otherwise, it was hard for him to think of any other method that could combine the Byakugan, Bone Meridian, and Magnet Release bloodline limit on one person. However, he did not associate the wind chime in front of him with Hyojin. Because the Type A wind release clone was a mutant, although there was Hyojin's shadow between its brows, its overall appearance was quite different from Hyojin's. Moreover, it had a head of white hair, and its temperament was completely different from Hyojin's. Therefore, it was hard to link the two together. Rumble, the rumbling sound from afar continued, and the ground trembled from time to time. The battle between the wood release and the bone meridian in the forest did not stop. In such a noisy background, Kuroto walked slowly towards Orochimaru, without the slightest complacency of defeating Sensei on his face, because he knew very well that Orochimaru was far from exhausted, and the current look on his face was most likely an act. Stopping in front of Orochimaru's body, Hyojin said coldly, "You're not dead yet." What an amazing life force. Orochimaru looked a little dispirited, but he still grinned and said, as expected, the people from Amatsukami are not to be underestimated. Hyojin stared at Orochimaru. Are these your last words? Orochimaru smiled strangely. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and spat out a green mist. Kuroto, who was already prepared, retreated more than 10 meters away. Although he doesn't know what the green mist that came out of Orochimaru's mouth is, he naturally won't do such a stupid thing as putting himself in danger. At this time, Orochimaru's half-body in the green mist stimulated a very strong chakra fluctuation. Not good. Hyojin rushed over and used a D-class wind release ninjutsu to disperse the green mist. Then he found that half of Orochimaru's body on the ground was only a layer of sticky skin. Immediately after, Kuroto swept his gaze around and discovered that Orochimaru, who was not far from him, was flying towards the direction of the first-generation and second-generation dirtiness body. Tisk, it's Orochimaru-style substitution jutsu. Hyojin immediately recognized the technique that Orochimaru used. This Orochimaru-style substitution jutsu was different from other techniques. Rather than saying it was a substitution jutsu, it was more appropriate to say that it was a regenerative jutsu that was similar to a snake molting its skin. In the original space and time, Sasuke was completely immune to Itachi's Amaterasu with this technique. One should know that the burning of Amaterasu was something that even the three-tailed Jinchuriki Yagura could not withstand and lost consciousness in the blink of an eye. But Sasuke was able to use the Orochimaru-style substitution jutsu to deceive Itachi. Even if Itachi had gone easy on him, it was enough to show how powerful this substitution jutsu was. Of course, this powerful technique also has its drawbacks, that is, it consumes a huge amount of chakra every time it is used, and it can only be used once in a battle. Whoosh, in a flash, Hyojin chased after Hiruzen. Even if he didn't use the bone vein to travel through the bone forest or the magnet release, the speed of Hyojin's Type A wind release clone was faster than his Ine release and was comparable to the flash Jishui. Therefore, with just a few moves, he was able to close the distance between him and Orochimaru. Orochimaru turned his head around and glanced at Kuroto, who was chasing after him. His expression was so gloomy that it was almost dripping water. He never thought that he would be forced to use the Orochimaru substitution jutsu. While he was angry, he also became even more wary of wind chimes. Because everyone in the shinobi world knew that Hirako used the Chimera technique to fuse a total of 5 Kekkei Genkai, so he suspected that in addition to the Byakugan, Bone Vein, and Magnet Release, the wind chime behind him might have other Kekkei Genkai hidden. Soon, the two of them arrived at the battlefield in the forest. Stop him! Orochimaru shouted at the first generation and second generation's impure earth bodies. The first generation and second generation's impure earth bodies that had been fighting the bone forest mechanically turned around and looked at Hyojin, who was following closely behind Orochimaru. Tisk. Coughing lightly, Suijin immediately activated the body flicker technique, swoosh, in the blink of an eye, without even the sound of wind breaking. Hyojin had flashed behind the second generation's impure earth body and completed his slash. Under the sharp bone blade, the second generation's impure earth body was no different from a block of tofu. It was sliced into two without any resistance, and its body was shredded like paper in the wind. Hyojin immediately formed a seal with both hands, preparing to use the 4-symbol seal to seal the second generation's impure earth body while it was recovering. However, before he could complete the seal, a thin branch quietly reached out to his left leg and wrapped around his left ankle, yanking him away. While he was being yanked into the air, Hyojin's expression did not change. He only glanced at his ankle. In an instant, a bone blade extended from his ankle and cut the thin branch that wrapped around him into pieces. Then, the bone blade retracted back into his flesh. Then, a bone spear not far away proactively reached out and caught him in midair. Standing on top of the bone spear, Hyojin placed one hand on his waist and stared coldly at Orochimaru below. Orochimaru's face was gloomy, and his eyes were flickering as if he was plotting something. Meanwhile, the first generation and second generation's impure earth bodies were like two door gods, guarding in front of Orochimaru. While the two of them were confronting each other, Red, who was in the iron sand cage, stared at Hyojin, who was standing on the bone spear, through the gap of the cage. So this is what he looks like. After a pause, Red was confused. But I don't even know him. Why would he risk his life to save me? Wide-eyed. Immediately after, Red's attention was attracted by the white eyes of Hyojin's Type A Wind Shield clone. Because Captain Hyojin is a member of the Hyuga clan, Kuroto is no stranger to the Hyuga clan, so when she noticed the Byakugan in the eye sockets of the Type A Wind Release clone, her first reaction was to look at the forehead of the Type A Wind Release clone, and immediately thought to herself, unlike Kuroto, he doesn't have the caged bird curse, is he a member of the Hyuga clan? Suddenly, a gust of wind blew past, rustling the leaves on the trees. Hyojin and Orochimaru, who were in a stalemate, did not move. There was no doubt that Orochimaru had to admit that he had underestimated Wind Chime, a member of God's organization. Right now, he no longer had any interest in continuing the fight. After all, he had no conflict with Amatsukami, and he didn't want to provoke Amatsukami while being chased by Akatsuki. However, Kuroto's speed was too fast, and his moves were sharp and concise. There was almost no extra movement, and with the help of the Byakugan that could see through things, he might make an irreversible mistake if he was careless. Therefore, even if he wanted to retreat, for the current Orochimaru, he needed to spend some time planning. Otherwise, he might inexplicably lose his head during the retreat. At this time, Orochimaru's snake-like vertical pupils inadvertently glanced at Red, who was puzzled by countless questions in the black iron cage, and an idea suddenly came to his mind. Immediately, he slowly stretched out his hands and pressed them on the back of the first generation and second generation. In an instant, the first generation and second generation activated ninjutsu at the same time. Wood release, ranking technique. Water release, water blast. Clang clang clang, with the sound of wooden stakes closing and closing, a huge wooden shield carved with a ghost face rose from the ground and protected Orochimaru inside it. At the same time, under the sound of second gen's palm strike, a huge wave appeared out of thin air, instantly drowning the forest. Second gen took advantage of this situation and dived into the water, quickly swimming towards Red, who was trapped in the iron cage underwater. Hyojin, who was standing on the top of the bone spear, was naturally not affected by second generation's water release ninjutsu, but he also realized that Orochimaru's target was not him, but Red, who was trapped in the iron cage. So, his eyes turned to the water and looked at the second generation who was swimming towards Red. Second generation speed was very fast underwater, like a fish living in the sea, and in a few seconds, it was close to the iron cage. Hyojin curled his lips and his body merged into the bone spear. Soon, Hyojin leaned out of the bone spear near the iron cage and reached out to grab Red in the iron cage. The iron cage was gently touched by his hand and suddenly collapsed, revealing a round hole that could pass a person. Because of being submerged in water and the remaining poison in her body, Red, who was in a very bad condition in the iron cage, was already suffocating and struggling violently in the iron cage. After being caught by Hyojin's hand, she seemed to have caught a life-saving straw and immediately hugged Hyojin's hand. Suddenly, second generation rushed over in the water and waved the kunai in his hand toward Hyojin. Suijin doesn't have any experience in fighting underwater, plus one of his hands was grabbed by Kuroto, so he was in a bit of a difficult situation. Second-generation Earth form took the opportunity to throw the kunai towards Kuroto regardless of the danger of being cut by the bone blades. Swoosh, just as the bone blade in Kuroto's hand was about to cut through Second Earth Monster's figure suddenly disappeared and reappeared beside Kuroto, grabbing the kunai that was thrown at Kuroto just now and slashing at Kuroto. In an instant, a large area of Red's chest was stained with blood. Hyojin's eyes turned cold. Flying Thunder God technique. After the successful sneak attack, Second Generation did not fight with Hyojin and immediately swam away. At the same time, the water was also rapidly receding. When the Second Generation Filth Soil body and the First Generation Filth Soil body converged, the water that had flooded the entire forest had completely receded, leaving only a muddy ground. Hyojin glanced at Orochimaru, who had taken the opportunity to escape in a panic. He did not choose to chase after him because he had already noticed that when Second Generation Sneak attacked Red, it had secretly left a string of techniques on the back of Red's waist. Looking at the style of the technique, it was the marking technique of Second Generation's Flying Thunder God technique. If Hyojin pursued it this time, Second Generation could use the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport over and kill Red at any time. Orochimaru, who was fleeing in panic, looked back at the battlefield behind him. After confirming that Hyojin did not choose to chase after him, he let out a long sigh of relief and thought to himself, it seems that Winchim's appearance here is not because of the Sword of 10 Punches. How unlucky. Forget it, I'll think about the Sword of 10 Punches later. The reason why Orochimaru asked the Second Generation Dirt Body to ambush Kurenai was not only to free himself, but also to test whether Winchim's appearance here was really just for Kurenai. After watching Orochimaru flee in panic, Hyojin turned his attention to Red. At this time, Red had fainted because of excessive blood loss. Her chest was completely stained with blood, and the torn clothes revealed the white skin inside. Hyojin's eyes focused, and he carefully examined Red's injury with the Byakugan. After a moment, he breathed a sigh of relief. It's not too bad, because the purpose of the sneak attack on Kuroto was to delay Kuroto and create an opportunity for Orochimaru to escape. The second Dame-sama's sneak attack on Kuroto was very ingenious. It avoided Kuroto's throat, heart, and other vital points, and only left a shallow but long wound on her chest. Although it severely injured her, it didn't immediately endanger her life. Of course, if Hyojin did not stay to treat Red in time, she would definitely die after a long time. The situation was urgent. Hyojin directly put Red on the ground, and then skillfully removed her shirt. Although Kuroto himself is not a medical ninja, and he doesn't know any medical ninjutsu, but the Ryumyaku chakra inside the gourd artifact around his waist has a certain restorative effect on the body because it contains natural energy, so he infused the Ryumyaku chakra into Kuroto's body while bandaging her wounds. While Hyojin was busy treating Red, the forest of bones around him gradually collapsed. The originally tough bone spears were broken into fine white powder, and when the wind blew, they immediately turned into flying powder and flew all over the sky. Attracted by the flying powder, Hyojin looked up at the sky. Puff, suddenly, he felt a sharp pain, and immediately coughed up a big mouthful of blood, because there was no warning before, his blood just sprayed on Red's face, smearing her face. Her face was splashed with warm blood, and she woke up in a daze, only to see Suijin covering his mouth and staring at her. Then she found that her upper body was bare, and her chest and shoulders were exposed. She was ashamed and angry at the same time, and fainted again before she could take a breath. Seeing that Red had just woken up, and fainted again before she could say a word, Hyojin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and wondered, hey, why is her face so red? Does she have a fever? After a simple bandage of Red's wound, Hyojin turned Red over and checked the Flying Thunder God technique coordinates left on her waist by the Second Generation. Rubbing his chin, Kuroto pondered, I need to get rid of this coordinate technique. As long as this coordinate technique existed, Red would always be under the threat of the Second Generation. Therefore, it was not enough to just treat Red's injury. He must remove this coordinate technique to ensure her safety. The coordinate technique left on Red by the Second Generation could actually be seen as a chakra. As long as a stronger chakra was used to offset it, it could be completely removed. However, this kind of elimination required time. Even with the chakra strength of the clone body type A, it will take at least an hour or so to completely erase the coordinates left by the second-generation Earth form on Kuroto's body, and during this time, the clone body type A can't be disturbed. Therefore, if the coordinate technique of the Flying Thunder God technique was placed on one's body during a battle, it would be very passive. Only by casting a sealing technique on oneself could the coordinate technique on one's body be rendered ineffective. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. After an hour of hard work, Hyojin finally removed the coordinate technique left on Red by the second generation. He then stood up and looked at the Uchiha ruins not far away. What the hell are Jishui and Itachi doing? I've been fighting outside, but why haven't they reacted at all? Haven't they arrived yet? Hyojin quickly denied this guess because when he received the message from the ninja crow, Jishui and Itachi should have already arrived here. Could it be that there was an accident? Hyojin's face darkened, and then he walked toward the Uchiha ruins. Behind him, the black iron sand carried the unconscious Red and floated in the air, slowly following behind him. Not long after, Hyojin arrived inside the Uchiha ruins. Puff, at this time, he spat out a big mouthful of blood, and his whole body staggered a few steps, almost falling to the ground. At the same time, the iron sand ball behind him that was floating in the air with Red also began to collapse. As it disintegrated, the black iron sand fell from the iron sand ball bit by bit. Hyojin quickly leaned against a wall and controlled the iron sand to slowly put the unconscious Red on the ground. After panting for a while, he curled his lips and said, "Damn, I didn't expect the blood inheritance disease to be so fierce. It seems that using the bone vein this time was a bit too much." From the first time he spat out blood, Hyojin knew that it was the bone vein blood inheritance disease that was causing trouble. The type A wind release clone was too good, and because of this, it was always under the threat of the blood inheritance disease. In terms of situation, it was even more dangerous than Kimimaro. But because it was inevitable, Hyojin didn't care too much. After wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he didn't care about Red anymore. He directly put Red aside and started to look for Jishui and Itachi in the ruins alone. The battle just now has caused serious damage to the Uchiha ruins, the dome in many areas has collapsed, and the internal structure has also suffered a lot of damage. Some of the stone chambers have even been destroyed beyond recognition. With the help of the Byakugan, Hyojin quickly found the tomb hidden underground. But there was no one in the tomb. There was only an empty coffin and a giant stone statue in the shape of a gourd. Touching the stone gourd statue, Hyojin murmured, "The sword of 10 punches seems to be in the shape of a gourd. Could it be that this stone gourd statue is the clue that Jishui and Itachi found?" Hyojin didn't know what happened in the tomb. In the vision of the Byakugan, no matter if it was the empty coffin or the stone gourd statue, there was nothing abnormal. There was also no trace of chakra. The sun set and the moon rose. Soon, night fell. Under the beautiful moonlight, Red woke up. She propped herself up and looked around. She found that she was lying on the dome of the Uchiha ruins, and the member of God's organization who had saved her was sitting not far away. As if remembering something, Red quickly looked down and found that she was still naked, but her chest was wrapped in a very skillful bandage. Seeing that Red had woken up, Hyojin walked over and asked casually, "How do you feel?" Red said angrily, "Where are my clothes?" You saw them?" Although it was an urgent matter, it was still a violation of Kurenai's privacy. Kuroto felt that he really should explain a little, but he didn't know how to explain, so he thought of praising Kurenai to ease the atmosphere, so for some reason, he said, "Well, you are developing well." As soon as the words came out of his mouth, Hyojin realized that he had said the wrong thing. Words like "well-developed" were his usual comments on clones. It was obviously impolite to use it to compliment others at this time. "It's been a long time since I praised a girl. I'm really rusty." Looking at Kuroto's red face, Kuroto sighed inwardly. Then, he waved his hand and explained awkwardly, "I'm sorry. That's not what I meant. I wanted to say that your breasts are nice." That's not what I meant. What I wanted to say is, it would have been better if Hyojin didn't explain himself. As soon as he did, Red slapped him and shouted, "Despicable." Kuroto casually blocked Kurenai's slap and said with a smug smile, "You won't be able to hit me with this speed." You. Red was angry and furious. She suddenly withdrew her hand and turned her back to him. Feeling that he was making things worse, Hyojin didn't bother to explain anymore. He had saved Red's life anyway, so he didn't owe her anything. So, he said calmly, if your body has recovered, you should leave now. At this time, Red noticed that her shirt was stained with blood. She put on her clothes and asked in a low voice, why did you save me? What's your purpose? Purpose? With a chuckle, Hyojin said, don't misunderstand. I only saved you to stop Orochimaru's operation. The main purpose of this battle with Orochimaru is actually to prevent Orochimaru from finding clues about the whereabouts of Jutsu. As for rescuing Kuroto, in addition to the fact that Kuroto is his subordinate, he also wants to use the excuse of rescuing Kuroto to create an excuse for the battle to cover up the fact that Amatsukami is also looking for the whereabouts of Jutsu, so that Amatsukami and Orochimaru won't be able to detect any clues. In addition, one of the purposes of this battle was to test the wind release clone's combat ability. So, in this rescue mission against Orochimaru, Red's reason only accounted for 1/3 of the total. The real reason was the Sword of 10 Punches and the test of the actual combat ability of the Type A wind release clone. Red stared at Hyojin and said, you can't fool me. Huh? Hyojin was a little confused. Kurenai lowered her head and said to herself, although I don't know how Orochimaru did it, but I have seen with my own eyes that Hashirama was able to summon Hashirama's wood release ninjutsu, and Hashirama's water release ninjutsu can't be faked. If you just want to stop Orochimaru, there is no need to divert your attention to protect me while fighting against such a strong person. And, you even stood in front of me and blocked the second's water-breaking wave for me. As she spoke, Red's voice became softer and softer. Towards the end, it was almost inaudible. Hyojin said helplessly, I think you have misunderstood. The reason why he blocked the second-generation Dirt Physique's water ripple for Red was because his Type A Wind Escape clone had the bone vein to protect him. He was confident that he could block the second-generation Dirt Physique's water ripple at a small cost. Secondly, he was the one controlling the clone, so his fighting style was more daring. If he was using his original body, he would not have taken the risk. Red stole a glance at Hyojin. Her eyes wandered around his white hair and white eyes for a while. She changed the topic and said, you are from the Hyuga family, right? Why do you have so many Kekii limits? Hyojin curled his lips and said, it's a secret. The mask was broken during the battle, revealing the white eyes. This was indeed an accident. Hyojin had a headache at this moment. He did not know how to prevent the information from being leaked. After all, Red was a member of the Umbu. When she returned to the village, she would definitely report everything. By then, the Hyuga clan would probably become the second Might clan to have a relationship with Amatsukami after the Uchiha clan. Red said softly, my captain is also from the Hyuga family. Maybe you guys know each other. Hyojin did not answer. He turned his head to the side and secretly thought about how to deal with the information leak. Seeing that Hyojin did not say anything, Red thought that Hyojin did not want to talk about the Hyuga family. So she thought, did he have some conflict with the Hyuga family? That's why he left the family and joined Amatsukami? Puff, suddenly, Hyojin, who was pondering over this matter, spat out a mouthful of blood without warning. Red was taken aback and quickly went forward to support Hyojin. Are you okay? Is it the injury from before? Hyojin waved his hand. I'm fine. Even though he had predicted that the blood secondary disease would break out sooner or later, he had still underestimated its power. In just half a day, he had already vomited blood 4 or 5 times, and each time, there was no warning at all. Naturally, Red didn't know about the hereditary disease. She thought that Hyojin vomited blood because he was injured by the second king's water ripple in order to save her. She subconsciously wanted to check on the injury on Hyojin's chest. Hyojin stopped Red's hand from reaching for his chest. It's none of your business. You should leave now. It's not safe here. So be it. Red angrily turned her head to the side. After a moment, she asked, by the way, what's your name? I will definitely return the favor for saving me this time. Anyway, the information about the Type A wind release clone had already been leaked, so there was no value in keeping his code name a secret. So, Hyojin replied, kamikaze. Kamikaze, Red muttered a few times and looked at Hyojin for the last time. Then, with a leap, she disappeared from the dome of the ruins. Looking at Kuroto's departing figure, Kuroto rubbed his chin and pondered, I am Kuroto's captain, she will definitely report to me first when she returns, what can I do to her? In a dark base. Seeing that Orochimaru had returned to the base, Do, who stayed behind, immediately greeted him and said in surprise, Lord Orochimaru, why do you look so bad? Orochimaru said with a gloomy face, I met a troublesome guy. Do was a little surprised. Looking at the whole shinobi world, there aren't many people who can be called troublesome by Orochimaru, so he asked curiously, is it someone from Akatsuki? Orochimaru didn't want to say much, so he waved his hand and said, you can go back, I want to take a rest. Do didn't dare to disobey and quickly replied, yes. After Dooku retreated, Orochimaru came to a secret compartment and used hand seals to remove the seal on it. He then took out a scroll with the words Chimera Technique clearly written on it in large letters. Hiriko's strength has greatly increased because of the Chimera Technique, so if Orochimaru says that he isn't jealous at all, he would be lying. But after analyzing the Chimera Technique, Orochimaru is very clear about the drawbacks and hidden dangers of this forbidden technique, so his interest in this technique has decreased a lot. But today, he suffered a crushing defeat in the hands of Kamikaze, so he can't help but doubt whether his previous judgment of the Chimera Technique was too arbitrary. Orochimaru flipped through the scroll of the Oniyaro Technique. Again. Sometimes, his brows were tightly furrowed, and sometimes, the corners of his mouth were raised. With Orochimaru's shrewd eyesight, he could easily tell what kind of hidden dangers existed in this Oniyaro technique that Haruhi developed, even without trying it himself. Even so, he couldn't deny that the Ghost Yaro technique had great potential. It was a forbidden technique that could truly change a person's nature. After all, no matter who it is, once one fuses with 5 types of Kekkei limit, their strength will inevitably increase explosively. Hiriko, who developed the Chimera technique, is the best example of this. Before completing the Kekkei Genkai fusion ritual, Orochimaru wouldn't even bother to look at a minor character like Hiriko in the eye. But after the completion of the Kekkei Genkai fusion ritual, Orochimaru paid the price for his arrogance. He was easily subdued by Hiriko's Sharingan Genjutsu. If not for Hyojin, who was controlling the fire release clone at that time, Orochimaru might have already died in Hiriko's hands. After being subdued by the Genjutsu of Hiriko and Itachi Uchiha, Orochimaru faintly realized the flaws of the undead reincarnation forbidden technique that he developed, and it also made him realize that there seems to be a problem with his soul body. Not only did his resistance to Genjutsu not increase because of the change of his young and strong body, but because of the change of his body, Orochimaru's resistance to Genjutsu has weakened. The reason why Orochimaru desires Uchiha's body and the Sharingan is also because he wants to make up for his shortcomings in Genjutsu by obtaining the Sharingan that represents ing release. Putting down the scroll of Chimera technique in his hand, Orochimaru fell into deep thought. Just like the warning Hyojin gave to Danzo at the root base, the demon sprout's unparalleled ability to fuse flesh and blood was a double-edged sword. It could devour other people's blood limit, but it could also devour itself. Orochimaru, who was proficient in human body modification, knew better than anyone else that once the ghost sprout went out of control, not only would it contaminate the body, but it would also cause great damage to the spirit body. Orochimaru, who had mastered the forbidden technique of undead reincarnation, might not care about the damage to his physical body, but he didn't dare to ignore the damage to his spirit body. Therefore, even though he coveted Hiriko and Wind Chime's ability to wield multiple Kekkei Genkai, he still couldn't make up his mind. Suddenly, Orochimaru thought to himself, Danzo has been blinded by Naruto's position. He must not be able to resist the temptation of the Chimera technique. Perhaps I can use him to collect experimental data and further improve the Chimera technique. On the dome of the Uchiha ruins. The moonlight was like a silver waterfall, sprinkling on the earth. Under the picturesque moonlight, Hyojin sat cross-legged on the dome, carefully examining his body with the whites of his eyes. Through the whites of his eyes, he found that the flesh around the spine of the Type A wind release clone body was inflamed, and the inflammation seemed to be spreading. After deactivating the whites of his eyes, Hyojin had a distressed expression on his face. He never thought that one day he would be distressed because his clone body was too good, but such a ridiculous thing happened right in front of his eyes. Although he had only gone through one fierce battle, he could clearly feel that the Type A Wind Escape clone body and his own spirit body had almost reached perfection. Every move he made was just like the Yin body. There was no sense of sluggishness when the Water Escape clone and the Fire Escape clone were just getting used to each other. However, because the Type A Wind Release clone body was too good, the outbreak of the Kekkei Genkai disease was earlier and fiercer than what he had expected. He didn't need to go back to the laboratory to take a blood test. He could estimate that the common killer gray bones in the Type A Wind Release clone body's blood had already surpassed Kimimara's. I need to avoid using the bone vein in the future. Otherwise, this clone body will collapse soon. Although not using the bone vein wouldn't prevent the Kekkei Genkai disease, it could at least slow down the corrosion of the Kekkei Genkai disease. After shaking his head and sighing, Hyojin supported his body and stood up. The Uchiha ruin was only so big. He had already searched inside and out, but he didn't find anything. He had also waited for a long time, but he still didn't see Jishui and Itachi. After thinking for a while, he decided to return to the village first. Since Jishui and Itachi were together, he didn't need to worry about their safety. Since Hyojin had the flying ability of the magnetic release, he returned to the village first. It wasn't until the evening of the second day that Red dragged her tired body back to the village. In the My Hospital, after Red finished her treatment, Hyojin took her to an empty room and started to interrogate her. As an Umbu under the direct command of Hokage, Kuroto is sure that Sandaime will find time to personally ask Kuroto about this matter in the next 2 days, so he must get Kuroto's report first before he can do anything about it. Kuroto is sure that Sandaime will take the time to personally ask Kuroto about this matter, so he must get Kuroto's report first before he can do anything about it. Red also knew how serious this matter was, so she reported to Hyojin how Orochimaru attacked her. While Hyojin was recording, he looked at Red and asked, "How did you escape from Orochimaru?" He had already made up his mind. As long as Red told him the detailed information about the wind chime, he would lead her to believe that she was poisoned at the time, or that she was under the opponent's illusion. This would confuse Red's judgment and make her report vague. At this time, Red also became serious and said, "We encountered a member of Amatsukami. Orochimaru fought with him." As she said this, Red described in detail how Orochimaru and Hashirama came out of the psychic link. She also mentioned the would release ninjutsu that Hashirama used. Seeing that Red didn't mention much about the wind chime, Hyojin was a little surprised, so he asked tentatively, "Was there anything special about the member of Amatsukami who fought with Orochimaru?" Red avoided Hyojin's gaze, lowered her head, and said, "I was poisoned at the time, so I couldn't see too clearly. I only saw that the mask on his face had the pattern of Gale." "What the hell, she clearly saw my clone's face," Hyojin muttered in his heart, and then asked again, "What kind of ninjutsu did he use?" Red still answered in a low voice, "Just like what the village described in the information of Amatsukami, he used the magnetic release blood boundary." Hyojin, who had already misled Red, frowned. For a moment, he couldn't figure out what was wrong with Red. He asked again, "Only magnetic release?" Red nodded. Then, she said to herself in her heart, "I'm not doing this for that big bastard, Wind Chime. I just don't want the Hyuga clan to have a conflict with the village and affect the stability of the village." Well, that's it. As if she had convinced herself, Red looked up at Hyojin and asked, "Captain, do you have any other questions? If not, I want to go back and rest first." Hyojin nodded and said, "You go back and rest first." Without saying anything more, Red got up and left. Looking at Red's back, Hyojin rubbed his chin and said to himself, "Something is wrong." At this time, Gale and Xian, who had been guarding outside the door, came in. After looking through Red's report, Xian frowned and said, "Captain, I always feel that there is something wrong with Senior Red." Gale said, "It's normal for her to be a little depressed after being plotted against by a strong enemy." Xian shook her head and said, "It's not a matter of being depressed. Senior Red has a strong character. She should be a little angry after being defeated like this, but Senior Red seems to have something on her mind." Gale curled his lips and said, "Xian, you think too much." The opponent is Orochimaru, one of the Sannin. It's useless to be angry after being plotted against by such a strong man. Hyojin ignored the bickering between Xian and Gale and looked at Red's report thoughtfully. According to Kurenai's report, Orochimaru kidnapped her from Konoha village this time for the purpose of asking her to do something for him, and inferring from the fact that Orochimaru's destination is the Uchiha ruins, what Orochimaru wants her to do is most likely related to the Sword of the Ten Fists. If he needs Red's help, it must be related to illusions. This is indeed Orochimaru's weakness. Just as Hyojin was thinking, there was a sudden rush of footsteps in the corridor outside. Soon after, a large group of people pushed the door open and walked in. The person in the lead was none other than Asuma, who had been busy searching for Red for the past few days. Behind him were Kakashi, Kai, Anko, and a few others. As soon as they entered the room, Asuma asked, "Where is Red?" Hyojin replied, "She went back to rest." Asuma asked nervously, "Is she okay?" Kakashi, Guy, and Red Bean all looked at Hyojin, waiting for his answer. In order to avoid creating panic, the three generations did not agree to Asuma's request to search for Red. Therefore, Asuma had no choice but to ask Kakashi, Kai, Red Bean, and other students to help him find Red. Therefore, in the past few days, Kakashi and the others had put in a lot of effort to find Red. Hyojin patted Asuma's shoulder and said with a smile, "Don't worry, it's just a minor injury, nothing serious." After a long sigh of relief, Asuma asked, "By the way, which bastard attacked Red?" Hyojin threw Red's report to Asuma. Originally, the attack on Kuroto should have been kept confidential before the Sandaime-sama decided on it, but everyone present was his peer, and Kuroto also knew the ins and outs of the matter, so he knew that there was no value in keeping it a secret, so he didn't hide it from everyone. After reading the report one by one, Asuma and others looked at each other. Asuma asked in surprise, "Orochimaru? How could it be him? Why did he kidnap Red?" Originally, he was going to catch the murderer and help Kurenai vent her anger, but he didn't expect that the murderer was one of the Sannin, Orochimaru. He was surprised and helpless, because at present, even Sandaime wouldn't dare to say that he could defeat Orochimaru. As soon as she saw the name Orochimaru, Red Bean's face became gloomy. Even if she had walked out of the shadow of Orochimaru, Orochimaru was still the person she didn't want to face the most. Kakashi's attention was all on Amatsukami, and he said to himself, "Why did Amatsukami fight with Orochimaru? Is it related to Akatsuki?" After taking back Red's report, Hyojin said, "Okay, this is the hospital, everyone can go back." Since there was no way to catch the murderer, Asuma had to settle for the second best, and said, "Tomorrow, I will treat you to dinner to celebrate Red's safe return. Let's all come together." Guy laughed and said, "Speaking of which, it's been a long time since we got together." Kakashi, who had become a real one-eyed man, drooped his eyes and said weakly, "I'll pass." Asuma knew that Kakashi had a knot in his heart, so he deliberately put his arm around Kakashi's neck and said, "Hey, the trick you taught me is useless. Shouldn't you be responsible? Everyone can skip tomorrow, but you can't." Kakashi had no choice but to nod helplessly. Early the next morning, Hyojin took Red to the Naruto building, and after submitting Red's report to the three generations, Hyojin thought that the three generations would ask Red to stay and ask her alone, but he did not expect that the three generations only asked Red a few questions, and then let Hyojin and Red leave. Out of the Naruto building, Hyojin looked back in the direction of Naruto's office, and thought to himself, even the Umbu was attacked by Orochimaru. At the moment, the village was peaceful on the surface, but Hyojin knew very well that this was just the calm before the war. Through Yugura's secret channel, he learned that the 4 generations Kazakage of the Sand Crypsis and the 4 generations Laying of the Cloud Village had secretly arrived in the village, and were currently arranged by the 3 generations to stay in the root base. Among the 5 Kage, only the 3 generations Tsuchikage of the Rock Village had not arrived yet. However, when the 3 generations met in the root base, they had already informed them that the 3 generations Tsuchikage Inoki agreed to participate in the secret meeting in Mai, and at this time, he was probably on the way. Thinking about the news from Yugura, Hyojin said, "When the 5 Kage gather, I am afraid that the 3 generations will close the net." At this time, Red on the side wondered, "Kuroto, don't you think that Naruto-sama is a bit strange today? It's about Orochimaru and Amatsukami, but but Naruto-sama just casually asked a few questions. In order to deal with the inquiry of the three generations, Red painstakingly prepared at home yesterday, but she didn't expect that the three generations didn't want to investigate at all. Maybe the three generations have other things to do. After a perfunctory sentence, Hyojin glanced at Red and reminded her, "Tonight, Asuma will treat everyone to dinner, don't be late." Red yawned, "Oh, then I will go back to rest first, I didn't sleep well last night." After Red left, Hyojin thought, Red obviously knows a lot about my wind release clone, why didn't she report it? There must be a problem, did she find something? Evening. As promised, Suijin arrived at the izakaya where Asuma had booked a private room. Because it was still early, only Asuma and Kakashi arrived first. When Hyojin pushed the door open, they were in the room talking about something. After entering the room, Hyojin smiled, "What are you guys talking about?" Asuma said casually, "Kakashi is teaching me how to chase after fame." Hyojin said with a face full of ridicule, "He is single, how can he teach you?" Asuma's face suddenly darkened, and he came to a sudden realization. That's right, no wonder the moves he taught me were useless. Kakashi put on a serious face, which was rare for him. What I taught Asuma was all from the books. Hyojin curled his lips contemptuously, "What books?" Kakashi quickly took out a small book with an orange-red cover from the ninja bag around his waist. On the cover of the book, the words "Intimate Paradise" were written in large, eye-catching characters. Puff, Hyojin, who had just taken a sip of sake, spurted it out when he saw the name of the book. Then he wiped his mouth and said in his heart, "What is this? A book written by an old bachelor is regarded as a treasure by a young bachelor, and then passed on to another young bachelor." Others may not know, but Hyojin is very clear that the author of Intimate Paradise, Jiraiya, is a veritable old bachelor, a fool who has pursued Tsunade for most of his life but failed to succeed. Kakashi said weakly, "Why are you reacting so much?" Asuma grabbed Intimate Paradise from Kakashi's hand, and while flipping through it, he muttered, "I've heard of this book, it said that the sales are very good." Kakashi smiled proudly, "Of course." Seeing Hyojin's disapproving face, Asuma closed the book and asked, "Kuroto, do you have any good ways to pursue a girl?" Hyojin said lightly, "Sorry, I don't know much about the problems of single people like you. In order to prevent the Kekkei Genkai from leaking out, intermarriage within the family is a very common phenomenon in the Hyuga clan, Uchiha clan, and other powerful Kekkei shinobi clans. Therefore, Kuroto had never worried about his wife's affairs since he was a child. The family would make a fortune." Asuma said with a black face, "I don't know why, but I suddenly want to beat you up." Kakashi also nodded in agreement with a sullen face. "Humph, weakling." Hyojin curled his lips and said, "Forget it, I'll give you some advice." While Hyojin was talking, Gale pushed the door and walked in, greeted the people in the private room, and then consciously sat on the side. In fact, Gale is 1 year younger than Hyojin and Kakashi, but because of the outbreak of the Third Shinobi World War, several batches of students graduated at the same time, so Gale and Hyojin can barely be regarded as the same batch of students. It was just that Gale was used to treating Hyojin and the others as his seniors. In their daily interactions, he considered himself as a junior. Hyojin asked Asuma, "By the way, what did Kakashi teach you today?" Asuma replied, "Kakashi asked me to invite Red to the hot spring today. I've even prepared the coupons. What do you think of this idea?" Cough cough. Coughing lightly, Kakashi emphasized, "This move is the ultimate move of Intimate Paradise." A hot spring, huh? After pondering for a moment, Hyojin said, "Sounds pretty good." Asuma was overjoyed. "You think it's not bad too?" Listening to Asuma, Hyojin, and Kakashi's discussion, Gale did not know whether to laugh or cry. He raised his hand and asked weakly, "Asuma-senpai, have you confirmed your relationship with Red-senpai?" Asuma scratched his head. "I haven't had the time to confess yet." Gale was speechless. "You haven't even confirmed your relationship? Then I suggest you don't invite Red-senpai to the hot spring directly. That would be very rude." Asuma quickly asked, "Then what should I do?" Gale pondered for a moment and said slowly, "Red-senpai is a little headstrong. If you want to pursue her, you have to at least be stronger than her, and the stronger the better. If you can be strong enough to make her worship you, then you'll have a 90% chance." Is that so? Asma was deep in thought and mumbled, but it's a little difficult. In terms of strength, Asma's overall strength was obviously better than Red's. However, Red was good at illusions. If Asma was slightly careless, he might be defeated by Red's illusions. Therefore, the victory or defeat between them would depend on the specific situation. Asma might have a higher chance of winning, but he would not be able to crush Red, let alone be strong enough to make Red worship him. Gale said, "That's going to be difficult." Asma's face was bitter. "You mean I don't have a chance?" Gale shrugged. "Senior, if you're willing to coax and pester and persist for a few years, there might be an effect. I haven't pursued a girl with a personality like Red, so I'm afraid I won't be of much help." Just as Asma was secretly distressed, Red, Xian, Red Bean, and a few other girls came to the private room together, followed by Kai. Once there were more people, the private room suddenly became lively. In addition, everyone was almost in the same batch, so there was not much vigilance between them and they chatted very casually. After chatting for a while, Asma leaned in front of Red and asked, "Did the old man make things difficult for you today?" Red smiled and shook her head. "Naruto-sama just asked a few questions casually and let me go back to rest." Kakashi, who was at the side, frowned slightly when he heard this. Naruto-sama didn't ask in detail? This was related to Orochimaru and Amatsukami. Moreover, Orochimaru had even channeled the first and second generations during the battle. In Kakashi's opinion, the three generations should not take this matter lightly. Seeing that Red seemed unwilling to talk about this matter, Asma quickly changed the topic. "The old man has been a little strange recently." Woo. Suddenly, there was a sharp alarm outside the window. Everyone in the private room just looked out of the window, and there was no tension on their faces. Because the village announced yesterday that there would be an evacuation drill in the east of the village this evening. Xian whispered, "This is the third time, right? Why is the village's evacuation drill held so frequently recently?" Hyojin replied casually, "Maybe it's to prevent the revenge of Akatsuki." In fact, Hyojin could see that everyone present was more or less aware of something. After all, everyone was a jonin or a special jonin. They were already considered the elite class in the village. As long as they paid attention, they would always be able to notice something strange. However, the one who knew the most was probably Hyojin. Because only Hyojin knew that among the 5 Kage, 4 Kage have gathered in Mai, and the remaining 3 generations are also on the way. While everyone was a little distracted, Red quietly came to Hyojin's side and said, "Captain, let's have a drink." "Something's wrong." Hyojin raised his glass and secretly became vigilant. In private, Red would always call him by his name. She would never call him Captain. After drinking a glass, Red slightly lowered her voice and asked casually, "Captain, there shouldn't be many people in your Hyuga clan, right? Do you know all of them?" Hyojin looked at Red suspiciously and nodded. The Hyuga clan is composed of the Patriarch and the Elder. The reason for this arrangement is to avoid the Patriarch being beheaded by a strong enemy, which would lead to the instant collapse of the Hyuga clan. Therefore, the Elder is very low-key and often does not easily leave the Hyuga clan and expose themselves to the enemy. And the bloodline of the Elders is the same as the bloodline of the Patriarch. No matter how many children there are in each generation, only one person is eligible to be exempted from the curse of the caged bird, as a backup in case of an accident. So even if all the generations of the Hyuga family are added up, the number of people in the Hyuga family will not exceed 10. Red then asked, "Is there anyone with white hair in your Hyuga clan?" The hair color of the Hyuga clan was mainly dark. Most of the clansmen had black hair, such as Hyojin and Kuroto. Some of them had dark blue, dark brown, and even dark green hair. However, there was no white hair. "Humph, do you want to investigate in private? Or have you already suspected me, that's why you didn't report to me?" After thinking to himself, Hyojin began to think. Then, he slowly replied, "There is no white hair in the Hyojin clan." "No." Kuroto was startled. She thought that there were only a few people in the Hyuga clan, so it should be easy to find out the true identity of Wind Chime. She didn't expect that Hyojin would give her a negative answer. Hyojin's eyes narrowed, "Why do you ask?" Kuroto waved her hand, "No. Nothing, I'm just asking casually." Hyojin narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, it seems that I have underestimated her. I didn't expect her to be so cunning. She actually wants to use my Type A wind release clone as a breakthrough to find clues about Amatsukami. Kuroto also turned her head to the side and thought to herself, Wind Chime can resist the joint forces of Hashirama, and Orochimaru. He is the strongest ninja I have ever seen. How can Kuroto not know such a member of the same clan? Could it be that Wind Chime left the Hyuga clan a long time ago? Well, it must be like this. Immediately, Kuroto was in a dilemma again, but if this is the case, I can't find him. When can I return the favor I owe him? He was so badly injured to save me. I don't know if he is better now. Thinking of this, Kuroto's eyes subconsciously moved to Hyojin, and Hyojin also looked at Kuroto. The eyes of the two people intertwined with their own thoughts. It seems that I can only rely on Kuroto. They are of the same clan, so they should have some news about Wind Chime. Kuroto thought. You want to secretly investigate Amatsukami? Humph, you are still too young. Hyojin thought. The two of them, who were not on the same channel at all, gave each other a friendly smile. After the dinner, Asuma mustered up his courage and invited Red to go to the hot spring together. However, Red, who had a lot on her mind, politely declined. Perhaps because Gale had advised him before, Asuma, who was mentally prepared, did not feel too defeated. On the contrary, Kakashi was in a daze. He held the intimate paradise in his hands and muttered to himself, how could this be? This is a sure kill skill. Why did it fail? For the next 2 days, Hyojin kept trying to contact Shisui and Itachi, but to no avail. Even the ninja crows can't send messages. Did something happen to them? Although Hyojin believed in Shisui and Itachi's strength, the fact that both of them had disappeared at the same time for several days made him think the worst. Who could have subdued Shisui and Itachi before they even had the chance to send a warning to the ninja crows? After thinking about it for a long time, Hyojin found that even Nagato and Obsidian would not be able to do this, so he said to himself, let's wait and see. Afterward, Hyojin changed into the Type A wind release clone and rushed to Danzo's new route base. Because of the last transaction, the route ninjas who were patrolling the periphery saw Hyojin dressed as Wind Chime of Amatsukami, and politely led him into the base. Soon, Hyojin saw Danzo in the base, but to his surprise, there was another person standing next to Danzo. This person was none other than Orochimaru. Danzo immediately introduced, Orochimaru was specially invited by me to help me complete the Chimera Kekii Genkai fusion ritual. Despite the previous transaction, Danzo doesn't trust Amatsukami. At the same time, he also doesn't trust Orochimaru. Therefore, he hopes that Orochimaru and Amatsukami will restrict each other and work for him at the same time. After Danzo's introduction, Orochimaru nodded to Hyojin. There was a hint of vigilance in Kuroto's expression, but he didn't mention anything about the previous battle at the Uchiha ruins, as if he never fought with Suijin at all. Hyojin also tacitly didn't mention that battle. He returned a salute to Orochimaru and said to himself, Tisk, he wouldn't have the same idea as me, right? At this time, Danzo led the two to the base's laboratory. This underground laboratory is very large, and the equipment inside is very complete. Some of the equipment Hyojin hasn't even seen before, it seems to be newly developed equipment. In front of a petri dish, Danzo said, my subordinates have analyzed the characteristics of this ghost sprout. The difficulty of controlling it is greater than this old man expected. Hyojin took out the data he carried with him and said, this is the data our organization seized from Shino. I think it will be helpful to you. After receiving the data, Danzo looked at it briefly and immediately handed it over to Orochimaru, who was standing on the side. Orochimaru looked at it more seriously. He carefully looked for a long time before saying in his hoarse voice, this data is very useful. Hyojin asked, tell me about your plan to restrict the ghost sprout. Hyojin didn't care about the bloodline fusion ritual because Hirako had already completed it once. As long as he followed the steps, there was a very high probability of success. Therefore, what Hyojin really cared about was the plan to effectively restrict the ghost sprout. This was also the key reason why he chose to cooperate with Danzo. Clap clap, Danzo clapped his hands, and soon, a researcher in a white coat came in front of them. The researcher pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose and said, "Our plan is to inscribe a sealing technique on the ghost sprout and use it to control it." Hyojin secretly said, "It really is a sealing technique." Using a sealing technique to control the ghost sprout was the first method that Hyojin thought of. However, the nature of the ghost sprout was very special. It had almost no fixed state. Ordinary sealing techniques that were inscribed on it were likely to collapse and fail due to the distortion of its form. After pondering for a moment, Hyojin didn't hide anything and told them his concerns. Further improvement of the ghost sprout technique was the key to Hyojin's success. Therefore, although he regarded Danzo as a lab rat, at this moment, he was really wholeheartedly advising Danzo. At this time Orochimaru, who was in deep thought, suddenly said, "As far as I know, among the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques, there are also many sealing techniques that can change form, such as the diamond seal." There was no doubt that Orochimaru didn't hide anything in the matter of improving the ghost sprout technique. Diamond lock, Danzo silently muttered, and immediately ordered the subordinate beside him, "Bring me the secret scroll of diamond lock." "Yes." The root ninja responded and hurriedly left. After a while, the root ninja returned to the laboratory and handed Danzo a scroll that looked old and the cover was already yellowed. At this time, Hyojin and Orochimaru's eyes converged on the scroll at the same time. Danzo slowly opened the scroll and said, "This was left behind by that Sama." The Sama mentioned by Danzo is undoubtedly the wife of Hashirama, the first 9 tales of Mai's Jinchuriki Uzumaki Mido. Uzumaki Mido was famous in the shinobi world for her powerful sealing techniques and perception ability. At that time, she was one of the strongest ninjas in the shinobi world, but because the strength of Hashirama was too heaven-defying, he almost suppressed the entire shinobi world by himself, causing other strong ninjas to be overshadowed in front of Hashirama. Orochimaru smiled and said, "I didn't expect that the secret scroll of Diamond Lock would be in your hands. No wonder I couldn't find it when I sneaked into the ninjutsu archives." Danzo coldly glanced at Orochimaru, and immediately opened the scroll in front of Hyojin and Orochimaru. Diamond seal is one of the strongest sealing techniques of the Maelstrom clan, and it is also the technique that the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki likes to use the most, because it can easily subdue the strongest of the tailed beasts, the Kyuubi. In the original Space and Time, the second 9 tails of Mai's Jinchuriki Uzumaki Kushina used this technique when the 9 tails were forcibly pulled out of her body by obsidian, and when she was about to die, she used this technique and successfully restrained the 9 tails. At that time, she had just given birth, and her body was still weak. Then, she suffered a serious injury when her 9 tails were taken away. She was basically on the verge of death. Even so, the diamond seal she cast still effectively controlled the strongest of the tailed beasts, the 9 tails. This showed how powerful the sealing technique of the Whirlpool clan was. So when the secret scroll of King Kong seal was opened, Kuroto couldn't care less and directly read it with full concentration. After a long time, he retracted his gaze and said, "No wonder only the Uzumaki clan can use this technique. It turns out that only the Uzumaki clan can practice it." The corner of Orochimaru's mouth also twitched, and said, "What a pity. The Uzumaki clan has long been scattered, and the only one in the village who has the Uzumaki bloodline is the current 9 tails as Jinchuriki Uzumaki Naruto, but Naruto is only a 7-year-old child, and obviously can't help." Danzo. This is not the first time Danzo flipped through the secret scroll of Diamond Lock, and he naturally knew the requirements of the technique, so he said in a low voice, "This old man can try to practice it." Hyojin glanced at Danzo, and chose to stay silent. Orochimaru had a playful look on his face. Both of them knew very well what Danzo meant. Because Danzo has the Hashirama cells implanted in him, he can be considered to have the Thousand Hand clan's bloodline, and the Thousand Hand clan and the Uzumaki clan are relatives, so in theory, the Thousand Hand clan has a chance to successfully practice the sealing technique that requires the Uzumaki clan's bloodline. Of course, this is only in theory. The reaction of Hyojin and Orochimaru showed that they are not optimistic about Danzo. Because Danzo wasn't as talented as Yondaime-sama, even if he was qualified to practice Diamond Lock, it would be difficult for him to succeed with his innate talent. Seeing Hyojin not saying anything, and Orochimaru has a playful look on his face, Danzo's face is a little embarrassed, and he said angrily, "Apart from this, do you have any other way?" Hyojin and Orochimaru looked at each other, and said in unison, "Let's try other sealing techniques." Surprised by Hyojin and Orochimaru's tacit understanding, Danzo looked at them suspiciously for a long time, then sighed and said, "Come with me." The two followed Danzo through a secret passage, and then came to a large breeding room. As soon as they stepped into the breeding room, Hyojin's expression changed. The breeding room was extremely large. There were more than a dozen rows of breeding troughs arranged vertically and horizontally. There were at least 30 researchers working in the room. Not only that, the equipment in the breeding room is a model that Hyojin has never seen before, and it seems that it is all confidential equipment that is forbidden from the public market. If not for the mask on his face, Hyojin might not be able to control the surprise on his face. Not only him, but Orochimaru's face also showed a little unnatural expression. It was a mixture of envy, jealousy, and disdain. At this time, Danzo led Hyojin and Orochimaru in front of a breeding tank. Pointing at the breeding tank in front of him, Danzo said, "To tell you the truth, this old man has tried more than 20 sealing techniques, and the results are not very satisfactory." Looking at the breeding tank in front of him, Hyojin shouted in his heart, "Can money really do whatever you want?" In front of him was a long row of incubation tanks. Hundreds of living ghost sprouts were being cultivated, and many of these ghost sprouts had been engraved with sealing techniques. Obviously, Danzo had conducted a lot of experiments in private. It should be noted that cultivating a living ghost sprout is not much cheaper than cultivating a clone for Hyojin. Not to mention the technical problems, and not to mention the consumption of equipment, the medicinal ingredients alone would cost a huge sum, and cultivating hundreds of ghost sprout at one time would cost an astronomical figure. Unlike the ones Hyojin seized from Shino, these living ghost sprout that Danzo cultivated were all grown by him. That's inhumane. Hyojin secretly sighed. At the same time, he was glad that he chose Danzo as the lab rat. Looking at the whole ninja world, there are only a few who have the courage to implant ghost sprout and have the financial resources to develop and research ghost sprout, and Danzo is undoubtedly the easiest one for Hyojin to get in touch with, and now it seems that this choice is undoubtedly correct. Orochimaru was also surprised. Obviously, he did not expect Danzo to take action so quickly. It has only been a few days since he got the living ghost sprout, and he has already cultivated so many living ghost sprout regardless of the cost, and even started the sealing technique experiment. Glancing at Danzo without a trace, Orochimaru secretly sneered, "Can't wait anymore." Orochimaru looked at Danzo with eyes full of sympathy. His eyes did not look like he was looking at a powerful eldermai, but like he was looking at a pitiful person who fell into paranoia and madness. Soon, Hyojin calmed his mind and observed the results of Danzo's experiment. The ghost sprout's characteristic of fusing with flesh and blood allowed it to change its appearance at will. Therefore, the sealing technique based on the sealing technique could not effectively restrict it for a long period of time. This was because if the sealing technique was not removed, the ghost sprout would not be able to fuse with flesh and blood. However, if the sealing technique was removed, the sealing technique engraved on the ghost sprout would inevitably be damaged due to the ghost sprout's expansion and deformation. Once the damage reached a certain degree, the sealing technique engraved on the ghost sprout would naturally be ineffective. The ghost sprout test subjects that were engraved with the sealing technique in the breeding tank all had this situation without exception. The sealing technique engraved on them had big and small defects due to the distortion of their form. For symbol seal, 5 elements seal, evil sealing seal, 8 trigram seal, after observing one by one, Hyojin recognized many of the sealing techniques that he was familiar with. There were also many that he had never seen before. Judging from his experience, if there were no accidents, the sealing technique engraved on the ghost sprout test subjects would all be ineffective in a week at most. Hyojin secretly sighed. It seems that ordinary sealing technique really can't restrict the ghost sprout. The sealing technique like the 4-symbol seal was already an extremely high-end sealing technique in the ninja world. Even so, it still couldn't restrict the ghost sprout for a long period of time. In other words, all the sealing techniques based on engraved sealing technique would not be able to satisfy the requirements of restricting the ghost sprout. It must be like King Kong seal, Ghoul seal, 9 seals of Phantom Dragon, which were based on the spirit body and the power of chakra, to satisfy the requirements of restricting the ghost sprout. But in this case, it couldn't be done by others. Only by practicing this type of sealing technique could one constantly restrict the ghost sprout in one's body and ensure that the ghost sprout would not get out of control. At this time, Danzo said, "As you can see, the effect of ordinary sealing techniques is very poor. It is unable to restrict the ghost sprout for a long time." Orochimaru smiled and said, "Maybe we can try to improve the Vortex clan's King Kong seal." Hyojin gently nodded. "Anyway, the target is only the ghost sprout that can devour flesh and blood, not the huge tail beast of chakra. Even if I have to sacrifice some sealing power, it doesn't matter." It was indeed very difficult to improve a top-notch sealing technique while maintaining the sealing power. It required a lot of calculations and experiments, and even some luck. However, if he was allowed to sacrifice a portion of the seal's power, it would be much easier to improve it. Orochimaru turned around in front of the breeding tank and said, "The main material of the ghost sprout is also problematic. The gel chosen by Hirako is too unstable. Maybe we can try to use other more stable materials to improve the stability of the ghost sprout." Hyojin came to another breeding tank, and while observing the living ghost sprout inside the breeding tank, he suggested, "In fact, there is also room for improvement during the breeding process. We can try to fuse the ghost sprout with our own flesh and blood at the beginning of the breeding process. Although this will increase the cost of cultivating the ghost sprout, it can also increase the degree of taming the ghost sprout." Hirako's current process was to first cultivate the ghost sprout, and then let the ghost sprout fuse with his own cells. Putting the cell fusion process at the end of the breeding process may ensure the success rate of the ghost sprout, but because the ghost sprout grows independently, even if the ghost sprout successfully fuses with his own cells, the ghost sprout will still be difficult to tame. According to Hyojin's idea, moving the cell fusion process forward will greatly reduce the success rate of the ghost sprout, but as long as a ghost sprout is successfully cultivated, the ghost sprout that has fused with the host cells at the beginning of its growth will have a higher degree of taming compared to the ghost sprout that grows independently. Listening to Hyojin and Orochimaru's suggestions, Danzo, who originally thought that the experiment had reached a dead end, suddenly felt a sense of enlightenment. He looked at Hyojin and Orochimaru, who were still discussing how to improve the ghost sprout, and thought to himself, letting them participate in the experiment is really the right choice. Danzo actually doesn't know that these ideas of improving the ghost sprout were not something that Hyojin and Orochimaru came up with on the spur of the moment, but they already had the idea in their mind. It's just that the lack of financial resources made it difficult to put it into practice. For example, the choice of the ghost sprout. Hirako is not a fool. Since he chose this ghost sprout, he obviously has his own considerations. Perhaps there are indeed better ghost sprout materials in the shinobi world, but the amount of manpower and material resources required to find better ghost sprout is simply immeasurable, and it's even possible to invest a lot of money only to lose everything. As for the improvement of the process, it will directly affect the success rate of the ghost sprout. It must be known that probability is a very magical thing. Once it is reduced to a certain level, the cost of the experiment will increase by 10 times, 100 times, or even 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times. In fact, these suggestions belong to the category of don't try or don't try, so Orochimaru and Kuroto just want to use Shimura Danzo's financial resources to try out the ideas that they couldn't implement before. Outside the Mai village. Whoosh. Whoosh. Whoosh, with the sound of breaking wind, several figures landed in the forest. These figures are all dressed in Mai Umbu attire. If Hyojin was here, he would definitely be able to recognize the leader. It is the Shadow Guard captain of the 3 generations Naruto. After looking around, the Shadow Guard captain shouted towards the empty forest, "Sasuke-sama, we were ordered to pick you up." At this time, a stream of light flashed in the forest. Many figures emerged from the invisible state, and in the blink of an eye, more than a dozen figures appeared in the seemingly empty forest, and the leader was the 3 generations Inoki, and behind him were 3 squads of elite rock ninjas. The Shadow Guard captain stepped forward and said, "Sasuke-sama, please follow me into the village." Inoki nodded and asked, "Is everyone else here?" The Shadow Guard captain replied, "Yes, the Kazekage, Lei Ying, and Mizuki-sama have all arrived smoothly." Inoki clasped his hands behind his back and said with a depressed expression, "I didn't expect us 5 shadows to be so sneaky. Alas, it's really embarrassing." Soon, under the leadership of the Shadow Guard captain, the Tsuchikage and his party bypassed the My Patrol team, and just like the Kazakage, Lei Ying, and Mizukage-sama, they quietly entered My Patrol team is patrolling the periphery of the village. Caw-caw, accompanied by the cawing of crows, several crows with glossy feathers suddenly flew past the forest. Looking at the crows gradually disappearing into the horizon, one of the My ninjas in the patrol team muttered, "Hey, don't you feel that there are a lot of crows in the vicinity these days?" Another Konoha ninja in the team echoed, "Listening to what you said, it seems to be true." In fact, this patrol team is not the only one who noticed this, but because Mai is surrounded by forests with many birds and beasts, although many people noticed it, they didn't pay too much attention to it. As for these crows, there is no doubt that they are the ninja crows spread by Hyojin. Unable to contact Jishui and Itachi for a long time made Hyojin very uneasy, but since there are no clues, he can only spread out all the ninja crows and carry out a carpet search. In addition to arranging the ninja crows to search for Jishui and Itachi, Hyojin has been paying attention to the secret Gakage assembly while working with Orochimaru to improve the Chimera technique. Kuroto has to admit that Orochimaru has an unparalleled talent in the development of forbidden techniques, and with the Tenseigan, Kuroto's research on the Chimera technique is not inferior to that of its creator, Hirako. With the two of them working together, coupled with Danzo's ample manpower and strong financial resources, many of the problems that had been placed in front of them before were easily solved. The speed of improvement is so fast that even Hyojin is a little surprised. On this day, Hyojin, who is controlling the Type A wind release clone, is testing the performance of the new gelatinous material in Danzo's root base. Danzo once again showed his financial resources and his power in Mai. In just 2 days, the root base, which has been abolished for 3 generations, has collected more than 70 new gelatinous materials in the shinobi world, some of which, not to mention Hyojin, even Orochimaru hasn't seen them before. However, testing the performance of the new gelatinous material is like a lottery. If he is lucky and finds an excellent gelatinous material, then many problems that have been troubling Hyojin may be solved in an instant, but if he is unlucky, he may waste time and effort and get nothing. After ruling out the 9th gelatinous material, Hyojin shook his head and thought, Hirako should have done a performance test before choosing the gelatinous material. If we can find his test data, our workload should be reduced a lot. Thinking of this, Hyojin glanced at Orochimaru not far away. Just like him, Orochimaru is also testing the performance of the new gelatinous material. Unlike his usual sinister and cunning self, Orochimaru is completely focused on the experiment. His face is meticulous, without any unnecessary expression. In Hyojin's memory, staying in the same laboratory with Orochimaru like this is something that happened a long time ago. Withdrawing his gaze, Hyojin frowned. He doesn't know why, but he always feels that something is wrong today, as if something bad is going to happen. Regarding this, Kuroto didn't take it lightly, because in the shinobi world, as long as a spirit body reaches a certain level of strength, it will more or less have some magical abilities, such as the death prophecy ability of the Miko-sama. Will the Akatsuki attack happen today? My village. Today, the streets are crowded with people, especially lively, because today is the day when the new batch of students enter the ninja school, so the parents are rushing to the ninja school with their children. Among the crowd, Richa, dressed in regular clothes, and Ningxi are also strolling in the direction of the ninja school. Coming to the gate of the ninja school, Niji did not laugh and play like other children, but looked around with a serious face to observe the students who entered the school with him. Ningji's scrutinizing gaze swept across his fellow students before. He gently shook his head. Richa, who has been secretly paying attention to Ningxi, asked, "What's wrong?" Ningxi replied with some disappointment, "Father, there doesn't seem to be any strong opponent in this batch." Hizashi-sama smiled. In this generation, Ningxi is the well-deserved #1 genius in the Hyuga clan, so there are only a few people in the entire village who can be regarded as strong opponents by him. The entrance ceremony lasted for a long time until the evening, the ceremony ended. Walking out of the ninja school, Richa saw that Ningxi is not in a good mood, as if he has something on his mind, so he asked, "What are you thinking about?" Hesitating for a moment, Ningxi looked at Richa and said, "Father, didn't you say that Naruto-sama will personally host every new batch of students? Why didn't Naruto-sama appear today? Is it because our batch is not worthy of attention?" Looking at Ningxi, who was calm on the surface, but extremely sensitive inside, Richa touched his head and said, "Silly child, didn't Tsunade-sama attend the entrance ceremony? Naruto-sama must have something else to do, so he can't leave. It has nothing to do with whether your batch is worthy of attention or not." Ningxi lowered his head and whispered, "Is that so?" Ever since he saw with his own eyes that his uncle, who is a member of the ancestral family, used the caged bird curse to punish his father, Richa, Ningxi has become exceptionally sensitive. Even if his family members are pointing at him from afar, he will still be particularly concerned. At this time, Ningxi's gaze moved to a big tree in the distance. There were 2 swings hanging down from the tree, and a yellow-haired child and a black-haired child were swinging while looking at the entrance ceremony of the ninja school. Ningxi's gaze quickly locked on the black-haired child, and he said in a deep voice, "Uchiha Sasuke." Richa also cast his gaze over and said casually that Uchiha child is 1 year younger than you, and he should only be enrolled next year. Ningxi said with a serious face, "Father, he is my strong opponent. It's a pity that we are not in the same batch, otherwise, I can compete with him." Under the tree in the distance, Naruto, who was swinging with Sasuke, pointed at Ningxi, who was staring at them, and said, "Sasuke, look, that white-eyed guy has been staring at you." Sasuke snorted softly, "Are you an idiot? It's so obvious that he's spying. As Uchiha, how could I not notice it?" Naruto was a little puzzled. "Why does he keep staring at you?" Sasuke smiled proudly and said lightly, "He should have noticed that I'm the only one who is truly strong among these people." Woo! Suddenly, a sound that sounded like both a roar and a wail came from the distance. The sound was layered and seemed to distort space. It sounded far away at times, and at other times close to the ears. It made one's hair stand on end and felt extremely uncomfortable. Naruto stopped the swinging swing and looked at Sasuke. "Did you hear that?" Sasuke nodded with a straight face and looked into the distance. His originally black eyes suddenly turned scarlet. The strange sound continued to spread over my village. Almost at the same time, Richa and Ningxi opened their Byakugan and looked in the direction of the sound. However, the source of the sound was very far away from them, beyond the range of their Byakugan observation. Withdrawing his gaze, Richa ordered, "Let's go back to the clan land first." Ningxi said, "Father, I don't know why, but I always feel that this sound is full of evil." Richa nodded with a solemn expression. He also felt an evil filled with all kinds of desires and madness from the sound. When passing by Sasuke and Naruto, Richa stopped and urged loudly, "Don't wander on the street, hurry up and go home." On another street, little Ziyuan was holding a string of meatballs and chewing them in big mouthfuls. Azuma followed behind Ziyuan with a helpless expression, holding a lot of snacks and toys that Ziyuan had just bought. This had become his daily routine. At this moment, a sound came. As if struck by lightning, Ziyuan froze on the spot. Azuma quickly asked, "Your Highness, what's wrong?" Ziyuan seemed to be stunned and said with a sobbing tone, I saw a lot of death prophecies." Azuma was also stunned for a moment, a little at a loss. Jingle jingle jingle. At this time, the village's evacuation alarm rang one after another. Azuma, who had been instructed by Hyojin, did not dare to hesitate. She threw all the junk in her hands to the ground, took Ziyuan's little hand, and ran to the nearest shelter. On a cliff far away from my village, an elite jonin of the grass ninja village named Wuwei was walking step by step towards a huge square box carved with twisted ghost faces on all sides. If Hyojin was here, he would be able to recognize at a glance that this huge box exuding evil chakra is the secret weapon of the grass ninja village, the box of bliss. Behind Wuwei, there are 4 people. They are the 4 elders who are in charge of the grass ninja village. Our long-cherished wish is finally going to be realized. The revival of the grass ninjas is today, right now. Wuwei, don't hesitate, quickly say the prayer for the revival of the grass ninjas. Yes, your son's sacrifice was not in vain, he should also be looking forward to this day. The 4 elders wearing goat, cow, dog, and monkey masks were extremely excited and crazy at this time, as if the world will fall into their hands in the next moment. Even further away, Shinichi threw the unconscious Jinchuriki of Nibi to Hirako, who was standing on top of the Sumeru beast. Shinichi's chakra was completely drained by the box of bliss. Immediately, he glanced at the grass ninjas in the distance and said with disdain, do you think this bunch of trash is qualified to rule the shinobi world? Hirako, who was fused with the shaman beast, took the unconscious Yujito Nibi, then moved his eyes to the box of bliss with a look of interest. Unlike Uchiha and Shinichi, Hirako's degree of acceptance of new things is much higher. Moreover, he has already tried before. No matter what method he used, he was unable to damage the box of bliss. This alone is enough to arouse his interest. Raising the corner of his mouth, Hirako asked casually, "What do you think is hidden in the box?" Shinichi said, "No matter what is hidden in the box, it is impossible to destroy Our Akatsuki opened the box of bliss for the grass ninjas, and they destroyed for us. This is just a deal. No one really believes that a trivial grass ninja can destroy my village, the head of the 5 great shinobi villages." With a smile, Hirako continued, "Let's go, our mission here is complete." Shinichi didn't say anything after hearing this and jumped onto the back of the shaman beast. At this time, the shaman beast also flapped its wings and carried Hirako, Shinichi, and the unconscious Yujito Nibi towards the distance. The grass ninjas are only the first wave of attack prepared by the Akatsuki for my village. They still have other tasks to accomplish. In front of the box of bliss, Udo looked at the distorted face on the box and fell into a brief memory. As a staunch member of the grass ninja village, Udo's lifelong wish was to open the box of bliss and revive the grass ninja village. But it wasn't until he sacrificed his son, Udo, that he suddenly realized that what he really cared about was not the revival of the grass ninja village, but his son. At this time, the scenes of the past with his son flashed in his mind, and the anxious urging of the grass ninja village elders were all thrown to the back of his mind. "Open it, box of bliss!" All of a sudden, Wu Wei shouted loudly. In an instant, a series of sounds came from the box of bliss, which was a roar that directly hit the soul, a whisper that aroused desire, and a whine full of pain. At this time, 2 lines of tears flowed down Udo's cheeks, and in the midst of the magical whistling sound of the box of bliss and the expectation of the 4 grass ninja village elders behind him, he said word by word, "Please be sure to return my son Udo to me, box of bliss, fulfill my wish." "Udo, you..." "What? Traitor! How dare you betray the village?" The 4 grass ninja village elders were terrified. They didn't expect that there would be a problem at the last stage, and the one who betrayed them was Udo, who was willing to sacrifice his son not long ago. "Woo!" Another mournful wail came from the box of bliss. Immediately after that, the relief on the face facing Wu Wei started to peel off. Under the strange light, the twisted face was revealed one after another. Finally, the face of a beast appeared in everyone's vision. It opened its mouth wide, revealing the darkness and profoundness hidden in the box. It was as if the inside of the box of bliss was connected to another space and time. At this time, whether it was Wu Wei or the 4 elders of the Kusanagi village behind him, all of them were stunned. This was because they felt a strong malice from the box of bliss, so strong that it almost condensed into a substance. Suddenly, a figure swayed out of the dark and deep box. "My village, Naruto's office." The representative of the conservative faction of the grass ninja village, the elite Jonin Ryurin, bowed to 3 generations and said, "I'm sorry, Udo couldn't delay it to the day after tomorrow as agreed. What's going to come will come." After waving his hand, 3 generations asked, "About the box of bliss, did you really lose all the information about it?" Ryurin said, "I promise you, the grass ninja faction did not hide anything from you." 3 generations took a deep breath of his pipe and sighed. "In other words, even you don't know what's in the box?" Lon Lon nodded, and then said in a deep voice, "In order to open it, we Kusanagi have sacrificed too much in the past few decades. I can feel that it is a truly ominous thing, so please treat it carefully." The figure that walked out of the box of bliss walked up to Wu Wei in a wobbly manner. "Wu Go." Looking at the familiar figure in front of him, Wu Wei shed tears of joy. At this time, he lost the sharpness and vigilance that an elite Jonin should have. He ignored the hidden insidiousness between his son's eyebrows. Whoosh! Just as Wu Wei was about to step forward to hug his son, Wu Go, who had just escaped from the box of bliss, Wu Go, who was staggering, suddenly appeared in front of Wu Wei in a flash. His speed was so fast that Wu Wei, who was one of the strongest elite Jonin in the grass village, couldn't react. Following that, a sharp pain came from Wu Wei's chest. He looked down and saw that his son Wu Go's right hand had already pierced into his chest. Fresh blood spurted out from the wound and splashed onto Wu Gou's young face. It was an extremely absurd scene. Wu Wei stared at Wu Gou in surprise and asked with difficulty, why? Wu Gou stretched out his tongue and licked the blood on his face. He revealed a look of enjoyment as he squinted his eyes and moaned, "It's really sweet." You are not my son." In shock and unwillingness, Wu Wei slowly fell to the ground. Wu Gou smiled, "Not really." Not far away, the 4 elders of the grass village were also shocked by this change. There is no doubt that the box of bliss didn't fulfill Wu Wei's wish. It didn't release the real Wu Gou, but instead released a monster that looked exactly like Wu Gou. At this moment, they realized that the revival of the grass village that they had been longing for was just a moon in the water, a flower in the mirror. Glancing coldly at the 4 terrified elders, Wu Gou wrinkled his nose and sniffed, and immediately said with a look of disgust, "A group of rotten old things, even the blood on their bodies is disgusting." After saying that, he moved his eyes to the other side and looked at the distant my village, and saliva flowed out of the corner of his mouth as he murmured, "So much delicious blood." At this time, Stainless' originally delicate and handsome face suddenly twisted. In that instant, his body grew taller, turning into a giant monster with fangs, 4 slender limbs, and a pair of wings on his back. He had sharp claws, and his back was covered with a pair of wings. The monster used the sharp claws on its legs to grab the box of bliss from the ground. Then, it spread its wings and flew towards my village with a gust of wind. The 4 elders of the Kusanagi village fell to the ground one after another. In my village. Amidst the rising and falling alarms, the entire village became extremely noisy. The shouts and cries on the streets intertwined, adding to the panic. But after all, the village has conducted several evacuation drills, so soon my ninjas began to spontaneously maintain order and organize the villagers to enter the shelter in an orderly manner. At the same time, a large number of my ninjas gathered in front of the Naruto building from all directions of the village, waiting for Naruto's orders. On the outer wall, my patrols were vigilantly observing the surroundings. Although everyone had a bad premonition, so far, no one knew who the enemy was, where they would come from, and how they would attack Konoha. Suddenly, a Hyuga member of the patrol on the outer wall pointed to the distance and shouted, "At 11 o'clock, there is an unknown object in the sky approaching quickly." The surrounding people immediately looked over and saw a small black dot on the horizon under the setting sun. What is that? It seems to be flying in the sky. Is it a bird? If it is a bird, it is too big. The members of the patrol team, who were bewildered, began to discuss among themselves in low voices. But in the time it took to say a few words, the small black dot in the distant horizon rapidly grew larger. Accompanied by violent winds and sharp whistling sounds, it whistled over, so fast that it caught everyone off guard. The patrol leader shouted sternly, "Quick, go and inform Naruto-sama, the enemy has appeared." Boom! Before he finished speaking, the huge monster directly hit the tall outer wall of making a loud roar. In an instant, smoke and dust filled the sky, and gravel flew everywhere. The sturdy outer wall that was protecting was hit by the monster with just one hit, and a gap that was dozens of meters wide appeared. In the pile of gravel, the seriously injured patrol leader looked at the monster in the sky with a dull gaze and murmured, "What kind of monster is this?" At this time, a hearty voice sounded, "Psychic art." Bang! In the white smoke, Mount Miyaboku's toad Bunta leaped out and slashed at the monster that was wreaking havoc near the outer wall. Bunta's slash was very sudden, but at the moment when his long sword was about to hit the monster with its back facing him suddenly jumped, narrowly avoiding his slash. Jiraiya on Bunta's head shouted, "What a pity, it almost hit it." After seeing the appearance of the monster clearly, Bunta was shocked. "Woo! Damn, how can it be this monster?" "Jiraiya, I'm afraid we are in big trouble." In Danzo's laboratory, Hyojin, who was doing an experiment, suddenly shook his hand, almost destroying the experimental material. Hyojin frowned. Of course, it was not because of him that his hand shook, but because the whole laboratory just shook. Orochimaru, who was not far away, also stopped the experiment in his hand at this time. His face showed both annoyance at being disturbed, but also some curiosity about the sudden tremor. One must know that Shimura Danzo's laboratory is hidden dozens of meters underground, so an ordinary explosion on the ground won't affect the laboratory at all. And for such a huge tremor in the laboratory, something terrible must have happened on the ground. Danzo, who was also patrolling the laboratory, slowly stopped his footsteps. His face showed a thoughtful expression. Not long after, 2 root ninjas hurriedly came to the laboratory. One of them reported to Danzo, "Sama, a monster attacked the village and destroyed the outer wall of the village. It seems to be the revenge of the Akatsuki." The other one said, "Sama, our manpower has been gathered, do you want to attack immediately?" Danzo waved his hand without hesitation, "Stay here." The 2 root ninjas were taken aback for a moment. They didn't expect that Danzo would give the order to stay put. Looking at each other, one of them said in a low voice, "Senpai, the monster has already entered the village." Danzo's face suddenly sank. "Are you questioning this old man's order? This subordinate doesn't dare." The 2 root ninjas hurriedly lowered their heads. Danzo lightly snorted, "Stand down." At this time, Hyojin stood up and asked Danzo, "As the advisor of Mai was attacked, are you not going to do anything?" Danzo said naturally, "This old man has a more important mission." Hyojin grinned and thought, "The village was attacked, but you don't even dare to show your face, what's the point of fighting for Naruto?" Looking at Shimura Danzo's confident expression without the slightest hint of guilt, Suijin shook his head. The young Danzo may have had the faith to protect Mai in the darkness, but the current Danzo has changed. He has lost himself in the pursuit of power. The phrase for Mai has now become an excuse for him to hypnotize himself. It seems that as long as he mutters this phrase, all his betrayal of the village has become an expedient measure that can be forgiven, and all the sacrifices of the other people in the village have become a matter of course. In the original world, whether it was the Nine Tails Rebellion launched by Obsidian, the Mai collapse plan launched by Orochimaru, or the attack on Mai by Nagato, Danzo and his subordinates, Root, were nowhere to be found. Every time the village was in trouble, the Root, whose power can almost compete with the Umbu, chose to go into hiding. From this point alone, it can be seen that Danzo values his power more than the village. What he wants to protect is not Mai, but his own position. Hyojin didn't hide his disdain for Danzo. He sneered and said, "I'm going out to take a look." Orochimaru also stood up. "I'm really curious, what kind of monster attacked the village?" Danzo was a little annoyed. "The experiment has reached a critical moment, do you want to give up halfway?" Hyojin, who was passing by Danzo, said casually, "I'm just going out to take a look, this doesn't affect our agreement." Danzo turned around and said with a gloomy face, "Akatsuki has been preparing for revenge for a long time, it's not simple, does Amatsukami want to get involved?" Hyojin, who was on his way out, stopped and turned back to glance at Danzo. "Elder Mai, it sounds strange for you to say such things to a member of Amatsukami. Those who don't know might think that I'm the elder of Mai." After saying that, Hyojin did not stay any longer and quickly walked out. Looking at Hyojin's departing figure, Danzo spoke coldly, "My experiment has yet to be completed. I hope you won't lose your life because of curiosity." Orochimaru laughed in a hoarse voice and said, "Hey, worried about him? He's the real monster." Danzo frowned, "You seem to know him well? Did you have any contact in private?" Orochimaru smiled and didn't say anything else. He walked past the Danzo. Soon, Hyojin and Orochimaru left the underground base of Danzo. When they came to the surface, Hyojin looked at the village in the distance and asked Orochimaru, "How long has it been since Danzo fought with a strong person?" Orochimaru immediately understood what Hyojin meant and said with a smile, "It should be about 8 or 9 years. After staying in the dark for so long, he might not be able to adapt to the sunlight." Whether it is Hyojin or Orochimaru, the reason why they are willing to wholeheartedly help Danzo improve the Chimera technique is not only because they want to use Danzo as a guinea pig, but also because Danzo has lost the heart of a strong person. He has forgotten that he is first a ninja, and second is the elder of Mai. Such an old guy, even if the Chimera technique is improved, allowing him to complete the Kekkei Genkai ceremony in a better state, his strength is not enough to make people fear him. He still hasn't realized that the shinobi world is different from before. With that said, Hyojin jumped, and a pair of black iron sand wings spread behind him, and flew towards Mai in the dim sunset. Orochimaru grinned, "There will be a good show to watch." Worried about Yu's safety, Hyojin quickly flew to Mai. At this time, the sun was already setting, leaving only a touch of dim afterglow on the horizon, but the dusk of the evening didn't affect Suijin's vision. Standing on the broken outer wall, he looked at the two monsters who were in the middle of fighting. On one side is one of the Sannin of my, Jiraiya, and his summoned beast, Bunta Toad, while on the other side is a monster with black wings and a ferocious face. Isn't this the monster from the Box of Bliss? The Akatsuki and the Kusanagi village have joined hands? After recognizing the culprit who attacked my, Hyojin frowned. Hyojin has some impression of this monster named Satoshi. This monster seems to be able to see through people's minds, and any attack that is full of killing intent towards it will be avoided by it. Hyojin observed for a moment, and found that no matter what kind of attack Jiraiya and Bunta Toad launched, they really could not hurt it at all. Then, Hyojin noticed the big iron box on the ground with the four sides carved with strange faces, and said, "That should be the Box of Bliss." In his field of vision, the Box of Bliss was emitting a strong evil chakra. This evil chakra was constantly emitting a soul-shaking resonance, as if it was attracting the desires of the people around it. Many of the villagers who did not manage to evacuate in time gradually lost their nature under the influence of this evil chakra. Like puppets being controlled, they slowly lined up and walked towards the Box of Bliss. Boom! Suddenly, Bunta Toad's hind leg was grabbed by Satoshi's sharp claws, and it was flung out, crashing heavily onto the ground and flipping over the whole street. At this time, Satoshi, who was flying in the air, condensed a ball of chakra light similar to the truth-seeking ball between its pair of sharp claws, and then shot it towards Bunta Toad who had fallen to the ground. Boom! Another loud sound, and Bunta Toad who was hit by the ball of chakra let out a muffled groan, and green smoke billowed from his back. Hyojin did not mind helping the village, but the prerequisite was that the safety of Bell, Ziyuan, and Ningxi's relatives or disciples was guaranteed, so he did not immediately intervene in the battle in front of him. Instead, he was prepared to confirm the safety of his relatives and friends. If time allowed, he was also prepared to change back to his own body, and then find a chance to intervene. But just as Hyojin was about to leave, he saw a large group of my ninjas rushing over from the corner of his eye. The person leading them was none other than one of Mai's three ninjas, Tsunade Haim. What surprised him the most was that Bell, who only had the strength of a mid-level ninja, was also in the group. Satoshi, who was already a little annoyed by Jiraiya's pestering, realized that Mai's reinforcements were coming, and without a word, he glided over. In the dim sky, Satoshi, who was like a huge shadow falling from the sky, instantly broke through the formation of Tsunade Haim and the others. Its sharp claws were like a plow blade, drawing a long ravine on the ground. Any Mai ninja who tried to stop it were crushed into meat paste by its long claws. Seeing the huge claws approaching, Bell, who was in the group, was stunned. Not far away, Tsunade Haim wanted to help, but the flesh and blood flying around her made her body weak, and she could not muster any strength. Clang! Just as Satoshi's claws were about to fall on Bell, a huge black iron spear fell from the sky and landed in front of Bell, blocking Satoshi's claws for her. The sudden appearance of the black iron spear not only blocked Satoshi's surprise attack but also attracted the attention of everyone present. Immediately afterward, a figure followed closely behind and landed on the top of the black iron spear. Amatsukami. The group of my ninjas looked at the newcomer and saw that the newcomer was wearing a black robe with golden edges and a mask with a gale pattern on his face. This is the attire of Amatsukami. Sitting on the ground, Kuroto also stared blankly at the strange figure standing on the black iron spear. She was still scared by the scene just now. Standing on the top of the black iron spear, Hyojin glanced at Yui without a trace. He heaved a sigh of relief in his heart when he saw that Bell was only slightly frightened and didn't suffer any injuries. Then, he cursed in his heart, "Damned girl, didn't I tell you not to participate in dangerous battles? You actually dared to come forward in such a fierce battle? Do you want to die? Humph, see how I'll deal with you when I get back." Originally, Hyojin could hide in the dark and let the village deal with the Akatsuki members first, then choose a suitable time to deal a heavy blow to either Nagato or Obsidian with a sneak attack, or even kill one of them. But Yui's situation forced him to hastily intervene in the battle. As a result, Kuroto, who originally had the initiative, suddenly jumped into the light and entered the field of vision of both the village and Akatsuki, falling into a passive position. But since he has already taken action, there's no point in regretting or being upset, so after pondering for a while, Kuroto immediately sneered at the surrounding Mai ninjas. "TSK, what a bunch of trash, don't tell me that the village of Mai, the head of the 5 great shinobi villages, only has such little strength. At this time, Tsunade struggled to stand up and frowned slightly. Are you from Amatsukami? Hyojin's eyes slightly narrowed as he glanced at Tsunade. There is no doubt that Tsunade is suffering from hemophobia at the moment and can't use her strength at all. If it weren't for Hyojin's help, she wouldn't even be able to save her disciple. But it is undeniable that Tsunade's symptoms are much lighter than Hyojin expected. In the original spacetime, before Tsunade overcame her phobia, she would basically collapse at the sight of blood. At this time, blood and flesh were flying around her, and it was a mess. However, she was able to grit her teeth and stand up, and her consciousness was very clear. She could observe the changes in the situation on the battlefield. It could be seen that she had already begun to try to overcome her phobia. In fact, after returning to the village, Tsunade, who realized that sooner or later there will be a battle with Akatsuki of Akatsuki, has begun to try to overcome her phobia. And after a period of overcoming, a little bit of blood no longer affected her, which was why she led a team to support Jiraiya. However, no one expected that Satoshi would be so difficult to deal with. As soon as he appeared, blood and flesh splattered everywhere, and the most bloody scene was displayed in front of her, making it difficult for her to bear for a while. At this time Akatsuki, who was flying in the air, suddenly flapped his wings, and in an instant, countless sharp black feathers, accompanied by a whistling sound, attacked the ground. Hyojin frowned and immediately waved his right hand. Under the influence of the magnetic release chakra, the black iron sand floating around Suijin's body immediately turned into a giant shield, protecting everyone's head. Ding ding dang dang, Akatsuki's feathers hit the iron sand giant shield, and a burst of metal impact sound was heard. Quick, treat the injured companions. After instructing several disciples around her, Tsunade turned to Hyojin and asked, why are you helping us? What is your Akatsuki's purpose? Looking at Belle, who disregarded her own safety to treat the injured people around her, Hyojin's face sank, and said to Tsunade, help you? Humph, I just think that this monster is a little interesting. After saying that, Kuroto carefully controlled the iron sand ball to move Hyuga and the injured Konoha ninjas to a safe distance while being vigilant of Satoshi, who was flying in the air. Seeing that the black iron sand swept away many injured my ninjas, Tsunade asked, what are you going to do? Hyojin deliberately said coldly, tell these wastes to go away, don't get in my way. You. Tsunade was a little annoyed. Although she experienced the heavy blow of the death of her brother and lover, her sense of belonging to Mai was not as strong as before, but seeing Mai being looked down upon like this, she couldn't help but be annoyed. But on second thought, evacuating the injured and the weak Mai ninjas was indeed the right choice at the moment, so she ordered the Mai ninjas around her, Jonin stay, the others evacuate. Bang! At this time, Jiraiya, who was buried in the ruins not far away, jumped out, panting, and shouted to Tsunade, be careful of that monster, it can read minds, it can see through all our attacks. The injured toad said weakly, in the face of this monster, we have no chance of winning at all. Damn it! Tsunade looked up at Satoshi, who was flying in the sky, clenching her fists tightly. The tragic situation of the village, and her companions who died around her, were urging her to get rid of the influence of hemophobia on her body. At this time, Satoshi, who was flying in the air, let out a burst of strange laughter. Do you feel fear? You small insects, how dare you try to resist me, it's ridiculous. Insects. Standing on the top of the black iron spear, Hyojin's face gradually turned cold. Then, he took out a storage scroll from the storage bag around his waist, then gently shook it in the air, put his hands together, and shouted, open. Voila, amidst the white smoke, countless black iron sand poured out from the storage scroll in the air like a sand waterfall. Kuroto won't make the same mistake twice. Previously, because he didn't prepare enough iron sand, he was tricked by the impure earth physique and Hashirama Dame Sama. After learning this lesson, whenever he uses the Type A wind release clone body, he always carries a storage scroll specifically for storing iron sand. After he had enough iron sand, Hyojin made a seal with his hands and shouted, magnetic escape, iron sand rain. Swish swish swish, in an instant, the huge iron sand turned into iron sand grains as thick as a finger, like raindrops, shooting towards Satoshi, who was in the air. Tsunade's face was filled with joy. With such a large area of attack, with its size, it should not be able to dodge it no matter what. However, before the joy on Tsunade's face could completely spread, it froze. This was because Satoshi, who was flying in the air, had dodged all the iron sand grains at an unbelievable speed. Ha ha ha, Satoshi's arrogant laughter echoed in the sky above the entire village, as if it was mocking the entire my village. As expected, it still doesn't work. Hyojin, whose expression did not change, glanced into the distance and thought to himself, I hope the backup plan that I arranged will work. Rumble, listening to the continuous roars coming from my village in the distance, Obsidian, who was standing on a high cliff, smirked, hey, Kusanagi village is really unexpectedly capable. Nagato, who was standing quietly on the side, had a cold look in his eyes. Since the transplantation of the first-generation cells and the fusion of the immortal body of the Whirlpool clan and the immortal body of the Thousand Hand clan, Nagato has completely said goodbye to his wooden cart and can walk on his own feet. At this time, Conan, who was observing from the air, slowly landed on the ground and said to Nagato, the monster that ran out of the box of bliss destroyed a large part of the outer wall of my village, and has already broken into the village. Nagato said lightly, there is an aura on that monster that makes me feel disgusted. Obsidian shrugged, isn't my village being trampled on the most what you want to see the most? Nagato was silent. Suddenly, Zetsu poked his body out of the ground, and the other half of Zetsu complained, oh, why do I have to do such dangerous things every time? The monster that ran out of that box is not ordinary. Zetsu, who launched the red mist technique, not only could freely travel underground, but he could also restrain all his aura. He was the best candidate for investigation, so he has been following behind Goku and observing Goku's attack on Mai from a close distance. Not ordinary? How can it be? Disdainfully curling his lips, Obsidian said casually, how did Mai deal with it? Zetsu replied, Mai first sent one of the three ninjas, Jiraiya, but Jiraiya was no match for that monster. Even if he summoned the big toad, he was still no match for that monster. When Nagato heard this, he looked at Zetsu with a little surprise. As a disciple, he was very clear about Jiraiya's strength. Together with Mount Mayaboku's Bunta the Toad, Jiraiya was definitely a shadow-level expert. He could even fight a tailed beast head-on. Yet, such a powerhouse was no match for the monster that came out of the box of bliss. This made Nagato think highly of the monster. Obsidian also smiled, it was just a casual test, I didn't expect the effect to be so good. It seems that we have underestimated the foundation of the Kusanagi village. At this time, Obsidian also realized that the monster that came out of the box of bliss was indeed not ordinary. Baiju continued, then Tsunade, one of Mai's Sannin, also joined the battle, but she looked a little strange. It seemed that she was injured, or something else. In short, she was not in a good state and was of little help to the battle. Then, Amatsukami took action. As soon as they heard the words Amatsukami, whether it was the indifferent Nagato or the playful Obsidian, the expressions on their faces became solemn. Nagato said, Amatsukami really colluded with Mai. When the three great ninja villages joined forces to raid the Rain village last time, Amatsukami suddenly intervened, which made Nagato faintly feel that Amatsukami must have colluded with Mai in private. This time, he arranged for the Kusanagi village to attack Mai with the intention of testing the waters, but he didn't expect that Amatsukami would really jump out as he expected. Obsidian restrained the smile on his face and asked in a deep voice, who sent Amatsukami? Hakuji replied with a hint of concern, it's the guy with the wind pattern on his mask, and he used magnet release. Conan, who was in charge of intelligence analysis, took over the conversation and said, the member of Amatsukami who used magnet release, his code name is currently unknown, and his battle record is very few. The only confirmed battle record is that he teamed up with Amatsukami's Homosubi and fought against Kumo's AB, and Amatsukami was defeated. He should be the weakest member of Amatsukami, right? After a pause, Obsidian suppressed his impulse and said, letting such a guy show up is likely to be a bait deliberately released by Amatsukami, we shouldn't act rashly. Nagato nodded cautiously. Seeing Nagato nod, Conan turned to Zetsu and said, pay close attention to the battlefield, as soon as there is any news of Amatsukami's leader Yama, immediately report to us. The masked man added, if Balrog appears, notify us immediately as well. In Amatsukami, the most feared members of the Akatsuki are their leader Yama, and Homosubi, who possesses the Manjikyu Sharingan. In contrast, even Suijin, who is comparable to the three generations Naruto, Nagato, and Obsidian, don't care much about him. As for the unknown magnet release ninja, they don't care about him at all. My village, Naruto building. Looking at the rising smoke in the distance and listening to the constant noise echoing in their ears, the faces of the three generations are extremely gloomy. Standing on the side, the elite jonin of the Kusanagi village, Tatsuru, looked nervous. No one expected that the monster that came out of the box of bliss would be so powerful that even one of the Sannin, Jiraiya, couldn't deal with it, and even after sending Tsunade, they still couldn't suppress it. It must be known that Jiraiya and Tsunade are the strongest cards that the three generations can play. In the estimation of the three generations, Jiraiya and Tsunade are not only responsible for repelling the Akatsuki's attack using the Kusanagi village's radical faction, but they also have to deal with the Akatsuki's subsequent offensive, draw out the Akatsuki's leader, Nagato, and create the conditions for the five Kage to attack Nagato. Yes, the three generations didn't hesitate to use the Kusanagi village as a battlefield to deal with the Akatsuki organization once and for all, directly kill Nagato, and retrieve or destroy the Rinnegan in Nagato's eye sockets that contain the power of the Sage of the Six Paths, but things had deviated from the expectations of the three generations from the very beginning. The so-called box of bliss that can revive the Kusanagi village actually hides such a terrifying monster. Even when Jiraiya and Tsunade joined forces, they were still at a disadvantage, and the Akatsuki organization hasn't even officially appeared yet. At this time, Tatsuru couldn't stay any longer and stepped forward. Naruto-sama, the Kusanagi village is willing to help my deal with that monster. The three generations shook their heads. You can't show up yet. As a high-level Kusanagi, if Ryum suddenly appears in Konoha, then the Akatsuki will most likely guess that their attack plan has already been leaked to Konoha by the Kusanagi village, and they will definitely be prepared for it. At that time, the effect of the Kage attack will be greatly reduced. Tatsuru is also aware of the worries of the three generations, so he could only sigh. He is now extremely glad that the Kusanagi village hasn't been able to open the box of bliss in the past few decades, otherwise, the entire Kusanagi village would have turned into a bloody purgatory overnight. The three generations looked into the distance and thought, we can only place our hopes on Amatsukami, but why did they send that magnetic release ninja, their leader Yama, on the battlefield? In order to prevent the monster Goku from advancing further into the village, Hyojin also used the magnetic release to fly into the air and started a fierce chase with Goku in the air. In terms of size, Hyojin was naturally far inferior to the monster Goku. However, because of the magnetic release, the black iron sand flying in the sky could be seen as an extension of Hyojin's body, so in terms of momentum, he was a notch above Goku. Swish, swish, one in front and one behind, one chasing and one fleeing, two black shadows, constantly entangled in the dark sky. At this time, the sun had completely set, and the night sky was faintly dotted with stars. The sky above the village was filled with Goku's strange laughter and the whistling sound of the black iron sand flying. Because Hyojin, who could fight in the air, had delayed Goku, most of the villagers had successfully entered the shelter, but the casualties could not be completely avoided, and the screams and wails on the street were still incessant. At this time, Hyojin, who was in the air, crossed his hands and suddenly pulled, under the urging of his magnetic release chakra, countless black iron sand turned into dozens of black clouds, sweeping towards Goku from different directions. The dozens of black clouds formed by the iron sand intertwined in the air, as if weaved into a boundless giant net, covering the sky and earth as it looked towards Goku. Ha ha ha, while laughing wildly, Goku's figure flashed, and with almost ghostly movements, he avoided all the iron sand clouds that were attacking him. He was slippery, like a loach in the mud. However, in order to avoid the iron sand clouds that covered the sky and earth, he had to reduce his flying altitude, flying close to the ground and skimming over a wide long street. Now! Suddenly, Tsunade shouted and jumped down from a tall building on the street. She fiercely punched Satoshi, who was galloping past. Goku, who should have been hit by the punch, brushed past Tsunade at an almost impossible angle, still laughing wildly as he flew to the end of the street. At this time, a huge figure flashed from the end of the street. It is Jiraiya's psychic ninja beast Bunta Toad. Seeing Goku pouncing over, Bunta the Toad used a frog jump to meet him. The long saber in his hand shone under the illumination of the surrounding flames, emitting bursts of cold light. Swish, Toad Bunta's long sword slashed out with a sharp whistle. This long-planned strike was as fast as lightning. Many of the my ninjas around didn't even see it clearly before the sharp strike slashed out with the force of thunder. Even so, Wu dodged the attack without any mishap, just like before. At this time, when Tai, who was passing by, suddenly opened his mouth without any warning. His slender tongue suddenly stuck out, and in the dim light, it turned into a shadow and attacked Wu. "It's useless, ha ha ha." Wu seemed to have expected this. His body suddenly rose, and once again avoided Toad Bunta's tongue. But when Tai didn't immediately retract his tongue, instead, he stretched out his tongue to the limit, revealing Jiraiya, who had entered the Sage mode, and Fukasaku and Shima on Jiraiya's shoulder. Super Jiruken. With the inertia of Toad Bunta's tongue, Jiraiya jumped, and the Rasengan in his hand quickly became bigger, like a comet in the night sky. It shot towards Goku. Goku's wings flapped, and his whole body flew into the sky, narrowly avoiding Jiraiya's Super Jiraiya. Still not enough? Not far away, Hyojin saw this scene and frowned slightly. Tsunade and Jiraiya cooperated in this set of 4 consecutive attacks, and each of them was a killing move, especially the last Jiraiya hidden on the tip of Toad Bunta's tongue. However, such a sharp combination of attacks still couldn't hurt Wu in the slightest. Looking at Goku, who was laughing unscrupulously in the air, Hyojin secretly said, "If I can't hit it, no matter how powerful the move is, it won't have any effect." To deal with Goku, the heart can't be filled with extreme emotions such as fear, anxiety, and other extreme emotions, and also can't have the slightest malice, otherwise, all of them will be sensed by Goku first. In other words, only people with a pure heart and no malice can hit it. Of course, Kuroto isn't afraid of Satoshi, but he can't do it without malice in his attacks, or to be more precise, no normal person can do this. Looking at Goku wreaking havoc over the village, shooting a rain of feathers from time to time, causing a large number of killings, Tsunade and Jiraiya couldn't help but feel angry. Hyojin's mentality is relatively calm, because he is very clear about Goku's strength. In the original story, almost all of Konoha's elites were sent out. Yondaime Hokage Tsunade personally led the team. The elite Jonin Kakashi, Guy, and Yamato were all present, plus the 12 roaches of Konoha that have already grown up, and the Cloud Yatsubi's Jinchuriki Chiguru is at its peak. Such a lineup is more than enough to capture a great shinobi village, but they still couldn't do anything to the monster Satoshi. If it wasn't for Naruto discovering Goku's weakness and encouraging his father Wu-Wei to use the secret technique Grand Fire Heavenly Prison to imprison Goku, the final result would be hard to say. Even so, after the battle, Naruto was seriously injured and died. If it wasn't for Dragon Tongue using his own blood limit forbidden technique Dragon Life Reincarnation, which gave his life to Naruto, the Sage of the Six Paths might have personally come to save him. At this time, Goku slowly landed on the box of bliss and changed his tone. You can't imagine the world inside. In the endless darkness, my will was crushed little by little, and my feelings were arbitrarily controlled. It wasn't until I killed my father with my own hands that I was freed. Nothing can bind me anymore. It's so comfortable. Flying in the air, Hyojin's eyes narrowed, and he secretly said, "My guess is right, it has a weakness." On the cliff where the box of bliss was opened in the Kusanagi village. Caw-caw, accompanied by a few crow caws, a black crow with shiny feathers landed on Wu-Wei's body, who was lying in a pool of blood. Not long after, black iron sand swept over like a dense swarm of bees and landed on the cliff, gradually transforming into the appearance of Hyojin's Type A wind release clone. I've been looking for it for so long, so it's here. This iron sand doppelganger was the backup plan that Kuroto had prepared beforehand. After discovering that the monster that attacked the village was Satoshi, Kuroto separated an iron sand doppelganger to look for Wu-Wei, who was the one who opened the box of bliss. The reason why he firmly believed that it was Wu-Wei who opened the box of bliss was mainly because there weren't many elite jonin in the Kusanagi village, and there were only a few candidates among the radicals who could open the box of bliss. In addition, 3 generations had learned about the Akatsuki organization's plan to attack Mai in advance, so there must be a traitor among the radicals in the Kusanagi village. The only one who was qualified to open the box of bliss and had a reason to betray the radicals in the Kusanagi village was Wu-Wei, who deeply regretted sacrificing his son. Rumble, the roar passed through the thick layer of soil and reached the shelter that was more than 10 meters deep underground. Amidst the waves of tremors, the rows of lights in the shelter flickered, causing people's minds to be in a mess. Some fine dust also fell from the gaps at the top, causing the children who breathed it into their nostrils to sneeze. At this time, another group of people entered the shelter. The leader is an old man of the Hyuga clan. From his clean forehead, it can be seen that he is a member of the noble Hyuga clan, and behind him are the old, weak, women, and children of the Hyuga clan who need to take refuge. Among them, the only one who was in the prime of his life was disabled in a wheelchair, but his expression was calm, completely without the fear and uneasiness on the faces of others. Because it was a large shelter within the scope of the village, the shelter was very crowded, and the Hyuga clan had to disperse and find a place to stay. Seeing this, Azui, who entered the shelter first, quickly gave up her position and said to Hinata, "Miss, come here quickly, there is an empty seat here." Because of Hyojin, Ziyuan was very close to the Hyuga clan. She, who had nothing to do, would run to the clan's land every 2 or 3 days. Her relationship with Hinata was very good, so as Ziyuan's attendant, Azui was very respectful to Hinata. Hinata hurriedly waved his hand, "No. No need, I can just squat on the side." "You are the miss of the clan, how can I let you squat on the side?" Saying that, Azui urged Hinata to sit in her seat. After sitting down, Hinata looked at Ziyuan, who was hugging her knees and curling up into a ball, still shivering, and suddenly wondered, "Ziyuan, what's wrong with you? Are you sick?" Without waiting for Ziyuan to answer, Naruto, who happened to be sheltering on the opposite side, shouted, "Do you even need to ask? She's obviously scared." Ziyuan raised her head that was buried in her knees, wanting to tell her good friend Hinata about the horrible scenes she saw in the death prophecy, but thinking of Hyojin's previous instructions, she could only hold it back. Sasuke, who was squeezed with Naruto, snorted softly, "She's so scared in the shelter, so useless." Pa. As soon as Sasuke's voice fell, Sasuke's mother, who was sitting next to Sasuke, knocked his head, impolite. Seeing Sasuke being defeated, Naruto immediately covered his mouth and snickered. Sasuke whispered to himself, "Humph, those bad guys are too cunning, they even sneak attacked the village while brother and brother Jishui were out training. If brother and brother Jishui were in the village, inside the underground base of the original route." In a luxurious hall, 5 people were sitting around a round conference table. They were Cloud Village's 4 generations Laying, Sand Crypsis's 4 generations of Kazakage, Mist Village's 4 generations Mizukage, Rock Village's 3 generations Tsuchikage, and Mai's advisory elder, Mito Hamura. Each of the Kage's guards stood behind their respective Kage. Including the 4 Kages and the guards, there were a lot of people in this hall, but at the moment, it was extremely quiet, no one spoke, only the faint rumbling sound coming from outside. Sandaime-sama is very shrewd. After inviting the 4 Kage to Konoha, he told the whole story truthfully. Although they realized that they were being used, no matter which Kage, they had to admit that this was a good opportunity to deal with the Akatsuki leader, so after a short discussion, the 4 Kages agreed to 3 generations' request to attack the Akatsuki leader Nagato at the critical moment and get rid of the Akatsuki once and for all. After a long time, the rumbling sound outside still showed no signs of subsiding. For generations Mizuki Jigura couldn't help but say, "Haven't you found a way to restrain that monster yet?" Third Tsuchikage Inoki joked in a tone of an elder, "Young people really can't keep their cool." For Inoki, it's not his village that was being ravaged, so he wasn't worried at all. In his opinion, it's best to take advantage of this opportunity to consume more of Mai's energy. Naturally, Yugura didn't care about my village, he just heard that some members of Amatsukami were fighting with the monster outside, so he was a little concerned about the situation of Amatsukami's members outside. For generations Laying also asked Motoki Hamura, "Is there any agreement between your my village and Amatsukami that we don't know about?" Motoki Hamura shook his head. The grumpy 4 generations Laying immediately asked, "Then why would they help your my village?" 3 generations Tsuchikage also interjected, "Regarding this matter, your my village must give us a reasonable explanation." Motoki Hamura replied, "The appearance of Amatsukami's members was also unexpected to our my village, this wasn't part of our plan at all. The intelligence team's analysis is that this is related to the secret competition between Amatsukami and Akatsuki." Yondaime Kazakage gently patted the conference table with his own puppet prosthesis, "Everyone, don't quarrel anymore, if we lose this battle, the 5 great shinobi villages will become history, so these disputes should wait until after the war is over. For generations Liang snorted heavily and said no more. The others also tacitly stayed silent. The battle on the ground continued. Unable to cause any damage to Amatsukami village, my village can only choose to passively defend. Therefore, more and more blocks were destroyed, and the area affected by the battle was getting larger and larger, gradually spreading towards the central area of the village. After another fruitless attack, Jiraiya panted heavily and asked Hyojin loudly, "Hey, do you have any idea?" For him, although Amatsukami is strange and unpredictable, and it is difficult to distinguish between friend and foe, but as a temporary teammate, for some reason, the people of Amatsukami always give him an inexplicable sense of reliability. At this time, a mass of black iron sand flew from the distance and landed in front of Tsunade. After the iron sand dispersed, the thing wrapped inside was revealed. It turned out that the iron sand wrapped a man with a chest injury, and this man was none other than Udo, who opened the box of bliss. The scattered iron sand gathered again and transformed into the appearance of Hyojin Type A wind meld clone. He hurriedly ordered Tsunade, who has a puzzled look on her face, "Hurry up and treat him. He is the key to defeating this monster." Tsunade glanced at the injured man in front of her and immediately asked Hyojin Iron Sand Clone, "Who is he?" Just when Hyojin Iron Sand Clone was about to answer, Amatsukami, who was in the air, seemed to have also sensed Udo's aura. Realizing something, it suddenly pounced on Amatsukami. Hyojin Iron Sand Clone descended from the sky. While dispersing the Iron Sand Clone, he waved his hand. In an instant, countless black iron sand gathered together and formed a solid black iron round pot, trapping Tsunade and the injured Udo inside, protecting them. Then, Hyojin spread the black iron wings on his back and stood in front of the round pot like an angel of the night. He coldly said to Amatsukami, "Your opponent is me." Ding, ding, ding. After easily blocking Goku's feather attack, Hyojin's mouth curled up. The black iron sand around him was like a large moving black cloud. No matter what angle Goku attacked from, he couldn't break through this moving barrier. Hyojin really couldn't hit Goku, but at the same time, Goku couldn't break through his defense either. Wu flew into a rage out of humiliation and shouted, "Damn, you tiny insect." Woo 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 woo. Following Goku's hysterical shout, the box of bliss in the distance resonated with a whine that sounded like the wind and a cry. A suffocating evil chakra spread out from the box. This dark purple evil chakra was like tentacles that spread out in all directions, spreading to every corner of the village. When the dark purple chakra came into contact with the injured villagers or the corpses of the dead villagers, the eyes of these villagers or corpses immediately turned red, and they madly attacked all living things around them. In an instant, the whole Mai was in a commotion. In the Uchiha clan's land, Fuyue crossed his arms in front of his chest and stood quietly on the roof of the police building. Around him were dozens of heavily armed Uchiha clansmen. Swish, at this time, a figure landed beside Fuyue and reported, "Patriarch, Naruto-sama ordered us to continue to be vigilant and guard against the Akatsuki's surprise attack." Fuyue nodded. Although Goku was wreaking havoc in the village, the power of Mai was not completely affected by this monster. For example, the Umbu under Naruto, the police force in charge of the Uchiha clan, and the ninjas of the major clans did not rush to join the battle. Instead, they were distributed in various key areas of the village to guard against the Akatsuki's surprise attack. Looking at Goku flying in the distance, Fuyue thought, "The Akatsuki's attack is already so difficult to deal with, I don't know what will happen next." All of a sudden, a commotion broke out. A large group of villagers, whose eyes were glowing with red light, crazily rushed towards Uchiha's territory. Fugaku stared at the crazed villagers with his scarlet Sharingan and ordered coldly, "Second team, attack." Swish, following Fuyue's order, more than 10 Uchiha elites turned into shadows and charged towards the villagers who were controlled by the Box of Bliss, Hyuga clan's territory. Bang bang bang, after a series of slaps, 7 to 8 villagers controlled by the Box of Bliss fell to the ground at the same time. Hayashi heaved a sigh of relief and retracted his stance. Then, he looked around. Because the Hyuga clan's land is closer to the center of the village than the Uchiha clan's land, so the impact here is also earlier. But under the attack of the Hyuga clan's experts, the crazy villagers who rushed into the Hyuga clan's land were not many, and a large number of them were lying on the street. At this time, Richa came over and said, "The brains of these villagers have been completely destroyed, there is no saving them." Hayashi gently nodded. He also has the Byakugan, so naturally, he has already discovered this. Richa glanced at Goku in the distance and asked again, "Is there any new order from Naruto-sama? Is there really no need to support the battlefield over there?" Hayashi said with a solemn face, "That monster is not something that can be dealt with by numbers." On the main road leading to the Naruto building, the 7th squad of Umbu stationed here was also attacked by the crazy villagers. Standing in the middle of the street, Kurenai quickly printed with her hands and shouted, "Genjutsu, Sakura Naruto technique." As Kurenai's Genjutsu was activated, countless cherry blossom petals fell from the sky, causing the crazy villagers to be at a loss. One by one, they lost their aggression and stood there in a daze. Hyojin's shadow clone, who stayed in the 7th squad, gave an order, "Kill them." Gale was shocked and said, "But they are all ordinary villagers." Hyojin's shadow clone shook his head and explained, "Their brain structure has long been destroyed, there is no saving them, and many of them are corpses." After listening to Hyojin's explanation, Gale and Xian no longer hesitated. They immediately waved their long swords and harvested the villagers who were controlled by the Box of Bliss. After releasing the Genjutsu, Kurenai looked into the distance absent-mindedly. She knew that Kamikaze of Amatsukami was fighting fiercely with the monster that was wreaking havoc in the village, on the battlefield. Seeing that Goku was getting more and more hysterical, Hyojin felt more confident. This was because Goku's performance had undoubtedly proved that his method was correct. Not far away, Jiraiya naturally noticed this as well. He directly leaped onto the top of the iron sand round pot. Being in sage mode, he was the same as Hyojin. Although he could not hit Goku, he was not afraid of Goku's attack. Standing on top of the iron sand round pot, Jiraiya was distracted and looked around. At this time, Master Fukasaku on his shoulder said, "Little Jiraiya, don't be distracted. Don't forget that this is my..." Those ordinary villagers controlled by the Box of Bliss won't be able to cause much damage. On the other shoulder, Master Shima said, "Yes, I can sense that the villagers controlled by the evil chakra are rapidly decreasing. Don't worry about those things and focus on what's in front of you." Jiraiya nodded and focused all his attention on Goku. After fighting for so long, everyone had a rough idea of Goku's strength. Aside from the special ability to sense fear and malice, Goku's combat strength was only at the level of an ordinary tailed beast. Moreover, it was obviously not as strong as the strongest tailed beasts, the 9 tails and the 8 tails. Among the 9-tailed beasts, Goku was probably ranked in the middle. The main reason why Goku was so difficult to deal with was that his ability to sense fear and malice was too incomprehensible. In addition, he could fly and had very high mobility. Therefore, Hyojin believed that the legend of Goku destroying several countries during the Warring States period was very likely to be true. Because as long as he could not be restrained, he was almost invincible. After a while, Tsunade's voice came from under the iron sand round pot, "It's done." So fast. As expected of Tsunade. After muttering to himself, Hyojin immediately removed the iron sand round pot. As the iron sand fell little by little, the figures of Tsunade and Wu-Wei were gradually revealed. At this time, Wu-Wei's face was haggard, and his expression was depressed. His eyes were completely devoid of the spirit that an elite Jonin should have. His whole person was like a walking corpse. In this regard, Hyojin could understand. For the sake of the dream that he pursued all his life, he sacrificed his only son, but in the end, he found out that this dream was nothing but a scam. The Box of Bliss couldn't satisfy his wish, nor could it bring back his son. Retracting his wings, Hyojin landed beside Wu-Wei and said lightly, "Hey, don't you want to free your son?" After hearing the word son, Wu-Wei regained some consciousness and looked at Hyojin. Hyojin pointed at Wu, who was flying through the air, and sighed. "I guess you don't want your son to always look like this, right? It's disgusting to look at him." Wu-Wei denied excitedly. "No, he's not Wu-Go." Hyojin controlled the iron sand to block the feathers that Wu was crazily shooting at him. He said calmly, "Why do you have to lie to yourself? You know he's your son." Hyojin's calm tone made Wu-Wei powerless to argue. In the end, he lowered his head. "Yes, his hatred for me is so clear," Hyojin continued, the world inside the box of bliss is no different from hell. Your son has suffered endless torture and attacks inside. Although he has changed, he is still your son. Only you can free him from the control of the box of bliss. This is your last chance to make it up to him. Hyojin lied calmly. Once one enters the box of bliss, no one can escape the control of the box of bliss. If Kuroto remembers correctly, even if he defeated Satoshi, as the host of Satoshi, Satoshi would only return to the box of bliss. However, Hyojin had to lie to Wu Wei. He had to arouse Wu Wei's fighting spirit. Just as Hyojin expected, Wu Wei looked at the ferocious monster in the air and quickly made up his mind. He forced himself to stand up. At this time, Wu Wei's injuries were much lighter than in the original space-time. First, this was because of Tsunade's treatment. Second, it was because Wu Wei was only 8 or 9 years old. He was much shorter than Wu Wei would have been 10 years later in the original space-time. Because of his height, the strike that pierced through Wu Wei's chest was slightly lower than in the original space-time, so it didn't completely pierce Wu Wei's heart. Seeing Wu Wei stand up, Wu, who was flying in the air, roared, "Why? Why are you not dead?" Hearing Wu's angry roar in the air, Jiraiya and Tsunade looked at each other. The monster can't sense the injured man. This thought instantly surged into their minds. Wu's anger and shock showed that he couldn't sense Wu Wei. If he couldn't even judge whether Wu Wei was dead or alive, he couldn't predict Wu Wei's actions. Although they did not know the reason, Jiraiya and Tsunade both understood that the injured man in front of them was probably the only one who could hit Satoshi. After realizing this, both of them turned to look at Hyojin, who had just rescued Wu Wei. They felt that Amatsukami was even more mysterious than before. Under the mask with the wind pattern, Hyojin's lips curled up. As Wugo's father, Wu Wei has neither the slightest fear of his son who has become a monster, nor will he have any malice towards him. Therefore, he is currently the only person who can crack Satoshi's special ability, and more importantly, he is also an elite jonin who specializes in confinement. As long as he is given a chance, he can kill Satoshi in one blow. At this time, Wu Wei asked Hyojin, "What should I do?" At this time, there was no longer any hesitation or regret on Wu Wei's face. His eyes were full of determination, and he had regained the calmness that an elite jonin should have. Of course, use what you're best at. After a pause, Hyojin continued, "I will create an opportunity for you." After saying that, Hyojin spread the wings behind him and flew into the air again. Previously, because he knew that he couldn't hit Satoshi, Hyojin's movements were very conservative when he was entangled with Satoshi. He mainly focused on stalling and saving his own chakra as much as possible. But now the situation was different. In order to give Satoshi a fatal blow, he had to use all his strength. Smack, with a crisp slap, Hyojin put his hands together. Then, all the black iron sand in the sky floated up, forming a huge black curtain that almost covered the entire sky of my village. Looking at the black iron sand covering the sky, Jiraiya's mouth trembled. "Hey, did that guy not use his full strength before?" Tsunade looked at Hyojin in the air with a vigilant face and complained, "Didn't the intelligence say that the strength of this magnet release ninja of Amatsukami is very ordinary? How did you collect the intelligence?" Obviously, it wasn't only Jiraiya and Tsunade who were shocked by the iron sand in the sky. Wu Wei, who was on the ground, was also stunned, and the other ninjas of Mai were even more stunned. Naruto's office. Through the window, 3 generations stared at the iron sand curtain in the sky that covered the entire village and said to the Umbu next to him, "Raise the threat level of this magnet release ninja of Amatsukami. He has the strength to destroy an entire village." Realizing that the situation is not good, Satoshi immediately swooped down and glided to the position of the box of bliss, lifted it with both claws and wanted to escape from Mai. However, just as he grabbed the box of bliss, his body suddenly stopped. Looking down, Satoshi found that the bottom of the box of bliss has long been entangled by countless black iron sand, and was firmly nailed to the ground. "You killed so many of our Mai people, and you still want to escape?" Tsunade shouted and flew up. Satoshi had to give up the box of bliss, flap his wings and fly to the sky, avoiding Tsunade's attack. At this time, Kuroto controlled the iron sand curtain that filled the sky and covering Satoshi in the air. Satoshi can indeed sense fear and malice, and predict the enemy's attack, but after the previous test, Hyojin also found that if the attack frequency is high enough, and the method is clever enough, it can still cause trouble to Satoshi. For example, the previous set of 4 consecutive attacks by Jiraiya and Tsunade almost hit Satoshi. Therefore, Hyojin suspects that if he reaches the strength of the Sixth Path realm, he may be able to ignore Satoshi's special ability and directly defeat him. Facing the overwhelming iron sand curtain, Satoshi panicked a little. He flapped his wings in a disorderly manner, and for a moment, he didn't know whether to directly break through the iron sand curtain or avoid it. Hyojin noticed this and thought to himself, if I fight it with all my strength, I might have a chance of winning. But this thought was fleeting. No one from the Akatsuki organization has appeared, and Hyojin can't fight this monster to the death. Just as Wu was hesitating, a figure suddenly leaped high into the air. In terms of speed, this figure is far inferior to Tsunade, who attacked Satoshi before, but Satoshi's attention was completely focused on the iron sand curtain, and he didn't notice this attack at all. Fire release, Grand Fire Prison. With an indomitable momentum, Wu Wei, who had leaped high into the air, used all his strength to cast the strongest secret technique in his life. Seeing the technique of Grand Fire Prison covering his whole body, Satoshi finally realized it and roared angrily, "Damn it, boom." Before Satoshi could finish speaking, Hyojin controlled the giant iron sand fist to hit it, smashing it to the ground. As soon as Hyojin punched Goku to the ground, the enraged Tsunade leaped up high and punched Goku, who was on the ground. Boom, another roar suddenly exploded in everyone's ears. After being hit head-on by the angry Tsunade, Goku's huge monster head was fiercely smashed into the ground by the monster's fist. The entire ground also shattered inch by inch, extending hundreds of meters away. Not far away, Jiraiya and Bunta the Toad staggered and almost fell to the ground because of the cracks on the ground. When Hyojin, who was in midair, saw this scene, the corner of his eye twitched unconsciously. He thought to himself, if I was hit by this punch, would I die immediately? The power of the enraged Tsunade's extraordinary strength fist was simply jaw-dropping. Goku's swollen head was directly smashed by the fist and sank deep into the ground. There was no movement for a long time. Jiraiya swallowed his saliva and said, it wouldn't be directly beaten to death, would it? Tsunade rolled up her sleeves, clenched her fists, and spat softly. TSK, it can't be that weak, right? Immortal Fukasaku, who was on Jiraiya's shoulder, sensed for a moment and immediately reminded them with a serious face, it's not dead yet. Don't let your guard down. At this time, Wu Wei walked toward Goku step by step and muttered to himself, I will personally redeem the mistake I made. Wu Go, I will accompany you on the road to hell. Soon, he stopped in front of Goku's huge and ugly body. He reached out his hand and gently touched Goku's hideous claws. Swoosh, at the moment of contact, Wu Wei retracted his hand as if he had been electrocuted. The moment he touched Goku's body, countless dark and evil emotions surged into his body, causing him to feel as if he had fallen into an endless hell. So you have been enduring this kind of torture. It's my fault. It's my fault. With just a slight touch, Wu Wei felt unbearable. He finally experienced the pain that Wu Go had suffered in the box of bliss. 2 lines of clear tears rolled down his face. I'll set you free. With that, Wu Wei slowly raised his arms and began to form a seal. Seal. Wu Wei, who had completed the handprint, gave a low cry with tears in his eyes. As Wu Wei activated the Grand Fire Celestial Prison, the technique that bound Wu immediately glowed red. Then, the red light began to burn from the inside out. In the blink of an eye, Wu's huge body was completely swallowed up by the soaring flames. The fire soared into the sky, and under the deep night sky, the entire village was illuminated red. Ah! Wu's cries echoed throughout the village. He kept rolling and struggling on the ground, but he couldn't get rid of the Grand Fire Heavenly Prison. The Grand Fire Celestial Prison seemed to be tailor-made for it, as it smashed the arrogant and insufferably arrogant beast into hell. On a high cliff far away from my village, a group of ninjas wearing red cloud clothes, standing or squatting, lined up in a row, looking at Konoha village in the distance where the fire was soaring into the sky. These people were the members of the Akatsuki organization, and the leader was Hirako, who was wrapped in bandages. His hands were hanging naturally, and he stood quietly on the edge of the cliff with a calm expression, as if he was just a traveler enjoying the night scenery. Next to Hiroko was Sasori, who was hiding in the Filiu tiger, and Kakuzu, who had his arms crossed in front of his chest. Farther away was Shinichi Uchiha, who was squatting on the ground with a lazy look on his face. Pipa Juzo, Dried Persimmon, Ghost Mermaid, Lotus, and Sasori, who were part of the Mist Squad, stood further away. Listening to Wu's cries coming from afar, Hiroko said with regret, "Is this the limit?" Sasori said in a cold tone, "That monster is much stronger than I expected, we should have cooperated with it and attacked together." Hiroko smiled, "It's okay, it's just an appetizer, it won't affect our plan. No matter how they resist, Mai will die tonight." Shinichi curled his lips in disdain. At this time, Conan descended from the sky and landed on the cliff. Hiroko asked, "Can we move now?" Conan gently nodded, "Recycle the box of bliss, it may be useful in the future. Also, it's best to capture that member of Amatsukami alive, Nagato wants to interrogate him personally." Hiroko nodded, "No problem." Conan looked at Hiroko and said in a serious tone, "Be careful of Amatsukami." Hiroko smiled and said, "Don't worry." Immediately after, Hiroko snapped his fingers, and his fusion spirit beast flew to the edge of the cliff. Hiroko said to everyone, "Let's move out." The Akatsuki members didn't waste any time and jumped on Hiroko's fusion spirit beast. In the village, Mute and Yui, who were supporting each other, slowly walked to the edge of the battlefield. Looking at Wu, who was wailing in the fire, they said with emotion, "It's finally over." At this time, Hyojin landed beside them and said, "It's over." "Humph, it's just the beginning." Mute looked at Hyojin with some vigilance. Although this member of Amatsukami has been helping the village to deal with the monster Wu, Amatsukami is still a mysterious organization just like the Akatsuki, so Mute is very wary of Hyojin, who is disguised as an Amatsukami member. Yui, like Mute, also had a vigilant look on her face, but thinking of what happened just now, she said gratefully, "Thank you, Kuroto-san." The strength shown by Kuroto caused Yui to subconsciously use honorifics to address him respectfully. Glancing at Yui casually, Hyojin urged, "I'm afraid there will be a more tragic battle coming, don't stay here and get in the way, hurry up and take refuge." Mute said, "We are Mai ninjas, it's our duty to guard the Mai village." Yui also nodded in agreement. Tsunade looked at Kuroto-san. She was a little surprised that this powerful member of Amatsukami would be so kind as to remind his disciple, but she also knew that his reminder was right. Although the monster Wu was restrained, none of the Akatsuki members have shown up yet, so the crisis is far from solved. Whether it is Mute or Yui, their strength is not enough to deal with the current situation, so for them, taking refuge is the best choice. So, Tsunade shouted from afar, "You two go to the shelter immediately, it should be full of injured people now, you can go and help." With Tsunade's order, Mute and Yui no longer insisted and supported each other to go to the shelter. Hyojin also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Yui was on the battlefield, it was difficult for him to concentrate, he always felt that his hands and feet were tied, and it was obviously a big taboo when fighting against a strong enemy. Mobile version of the fastest website, looking at Mute and Yui's departing figure, especially Mute's figure, Tsunade's heart was full of self-blame. Although Muin had become her disciple a long time ago and had been by her side, she had been depressed at that time. If she wasn't playing around, she was addicted to gambling, so she didn't have the mood to teach Muin. As a result, although Mute had been by her side for many years, the growth of his strength was very limited. So far, he had barely reached the level of a Tokubetsu Jonin. "I'm the one who delayed her." Tsunade sighed in her heart. While Tsunade was sighing, Hyojin flew into the air and observed the surroundings. Logically speaking, Akatsuki should have made a move at this time, but there was still no sign of Akatsuki's members, which made Hyojin a little uncertain. At the same time, he also found that the village's response was very strange. The monster Satoshi destroyed almost half of the village, but the village only sent 2 strong shinobi, Jiraiya and Tsunade. As for Sandaime-sama, the advisory elders of the village, and the patriarchs of the major clans, none of them showed up. Why are they so calm? As soon as he finished cursing, Hyojin frowned as he realized something. Previously, he had been thinking of ways to deal with Wu, so he didn't have extra energy to analyze the situation. Now that he had some free time, he realized that the reason why Akatsuki and the village were so calm was probably because of him. Thinking of this, Hyojin suddenly didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Did they think that the entire Amatsuki was hiding behind me, so they had no choice but to not make a move? But he knew that Hyojin didn't have any backup, and the members of Amatsuki didn't exist at all. At this time, Wu's wailing stopped, and the fire on his body also extinguished bit by bit. His body also gradually shrank, and he turned back into an 8 or 9 years old boy. Wu go. Wu Wei quickly walked over. The boy lying in the ruins slowly opened his eyes and said weakly, "Father." Wu Wei hugged Wu Go. "I was wrong. I've let you down." Wu Go pushed his father away and staggered to his feet. Wu Wei shook his head and pleaded, "Son, don't be controlled by the box of bliss anymore. Turn back. This time, no matter where you go, I'll be with you." Wu Go smiled miserably. "I really hope that you could understand this earlier, but it's already too late. I can no longer get rid of it, so as a punishment, please live alone." After Wu Go finished speaking, he forcefully extracted chakra, intentionally activating the Grand Fire Heavenly Prison that was imprisoning him. Those imprisoned in the Grand Fire Celestial Prison would not be able to refine chakra. If they tried to refine it, they would activate the Grand Fire Celestial Prison and be devoured by the flames. Thus, Wu Go turned into a flaming man in an instant. "No!" Wu Wei shouted and was about to pounce forward. However, Wu Go, who had been completely devoured by the flames, turned into a ball of flame and flew back to the box of bliss. Just as Wu Go had said, those who were controlled by the box of bliss could not get rid of it. Even if they were burned to ashes, their spirit bodies would return to the box of bliss and become nutrients for it. When Wu Go returned to the box of bliss, the entrance on the ghostly face of the box of bliss gradually closed. The cries and wails that came from the box of bliss also stopped. Whoosh, the night breeze blew, and the surroundings regained its tranquility. Wu Wei, who had chased after the box of bliss, stared blankly at the box. There was no longer any spirit in his eyes, as though his soul had left with Wu Go. Right at this moment, an inconceivably fast figure suddenly flashed in front of Wu Wei and pierced his chest with a single strike. In midair, Hyojin's eyes turned cold as he said, "You finally showed yourself." On the ground, Tsunade and Jiraiya were surprised. The other party's appearance was too sudden, completely evading their perception. At this time, the figure that suddenly appeared threw Wu Go's body aside, revealing his face. This person was none other than Tsunade and Jiraiya's peer, Hirako. Looking at Wu Go's body on the ground, Hirako curled his lips and said, "What a waste." "Hirako." Tsunade's face sank as she shouted, Why did you join the Akatsuki? Did you forget that you are also a my ninja?" Jiraiya also echoed, "It's not too late to stop now, we will help you plead with the old man, don't make the same mistake again. I don't have the slightest nostalgia for this village that doesn't value me." After a pause, Hirako looked back at the closed box of bliss and pressed his hands on it. As Hirako's hands pressed on the box of bliss, the iron sand wrapped around the bottom of the box suddenly fell to the ground. At this time, Hirako suddenly threw the box of bliss into the air, followed by him jumping into the air. Swish, accompanied by the sound of breaking wind, Hirako's fusion spirit beast glided through the air and caught the box of bliss and Hirako. "Want to run?" Of course, Suijin wouldn't let Hirako take away the box of bliss so easily. With a wave of his hand, the iron sand ball immediately rushed towards Hirako's summoned beast from all directions. Seeing the iron sand surrounding him, Hirako, who was standing on the back of the fusion spirit beast, raised his arms and shouted, "Nether release, suction hole." Voila! In an instant, Hirako's palms were like two wind caves, completely absorbing the magnetic release chakra contained in the black iron sand. After losing the control of the magnetic release chakra, the black iron sand in the air immediately fell to the ground. Hirako looked at Hyojin with a playful smile and said, "Do you think that a trivial magnetic release can deal with me?" Hyojin's face sank. The restraint of nether release on ninjutsu is too obvious. Unless it is a highly condensed ninjutsu like Naruto's wind release shuriken, otherwise, ordinary ninjutsu can't do anything to Hirako's nether release. At this time, Hirako spread his arms and released the magnetic release chakra that he had just absorbed. While controlling the iron sand to attack Hyojin, he said with a smile, "I'll let you have a taste of the power of magnetic release." On the ground, Jiraiya and Tsunade looked at each other and decided to join the battle to stop Hiriko from taking away the box of bliss. This time, the members of Amatsukami found someone who could restrain Akatsuki, but next time, they might not be so lucky. Therefore, Jiraiya and Tsunade must not allow the box of bliss to fall into the hands of Akatsuki. Boom. 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 But at this time, a series of explosions came from all around the village. Obviously, Hiriko was not the only one attacking the village. Deafening explosions came from almost all directions of the village at the same time. The village, which had just regained its tranquility due to the box of bliss, immediately fell into chaos again. While flying in the air, Hyojin looked around the village. In the vision of the Byakugan, the eastern part of the village was already in chaos. In a narrow area of a few blocks, hundreds of chakra reactions were active at the same time, and these chakra reactions were all connected by chakra lines. He didn't need to guess to know that it must be the Scorpio of the red sand that was performing the performance of 100 machines and wreaking havoc in that area. Compared to the chaos and noise in the east side, the west side was much quieter. But for some reason, a thick fog appeared in the sky above the west side, and the fog was getting thicker and thicker, and the sound of fighting could be heard coming from the fog. There were also battles happening in the land of the Uchiha clan and the Nara clan, some were blazing, some were exploding, and the movements were not small. Has the Akatsuki launched an all-out attack? Looking around, Hyojin thought to himself, where are the Obsidian and Nagato, and what is their goal? The Akatsuki's attack has already broken out, so Hyojin had to double his vigilance, beware of Nagato and Obsidian's surprise attack. Especially Obsidian, after getting back his left eye, he already has double Kamui, so he can use Kamui to tear space from a distance without physical contact. Not to mention the bone vein's periosteum, even the truth-seeking ball can't resist the Kamui's tearing space, so if he is ambushed, Hyojin will be in great danger. Jiraiya and Tsunade also heard the movements around them. Jiraiya said with a solemn expression, they have launched an all-out attack. Tsunade stared at Hiriko in the sky and said solemnly, don't worry about anything else, just get the box of bliss back first, don't let the Akatsuki get it. After saying that, Tsunade jumped on a broken wall and shouted to the surviving My Ninjas, don't let the Akatsuki organization take away the box of bliss. Yes. The surviving My Ninjas responded in unison. After experiencing the nightmarish battle, the survivors understood the consequences of letting the Akatsuki obtain the box of bliss. Hiriko sneered and said, you're overestimating yourself. Swish, before his voice faded, Hiriko's figure disappeared from where he stood. Immediately afterward, he suddenly appeared on the ground and directly pierced the chest of a My Ninja with his hardened arm. The process was almost exactly the same as killing Wu Wei. You. How could this be? What? When Hiriko pulled out his bloody arm, the surrounding My Ninjas finally reacted. The corner of Hiriko's mouth curled up, and he directly split into 5 clones, each of which left a long afterimage and rushed towards 5 My Ninjas in different positions, instantly replicating the previous attack and beheading all 5 My Ninjas. At the same time, the 5 clones disappeared at the same time, as if they were never there. Jiraiya was shocked. White smoke without shadow clone technique, it's not shadow clone technique, it's body flicker technique. Fukasaku-sensei on Jiraiya's shoulder was also shocked. What a fast speed, is this the rapid release Kekiai limit? One must know that the surviving Konoha ninjas on the battlefield at this time, although all of them were injured, but they were at least Tokubetsu Jonin level, so it was unexpected that they couldn't even resist a single move from Hiriko. Damn it! Seeing Hiriko slaughtering his companions from the same village, Tsunade was furious, and without saying any nonsense, she directly swung her fist at Hiriko. Boom! But after hitting Hiriko, Tsunade found that what she hit was only an afterimage left by Hiriko, so she punched the ground, and with a loud bang, a large pit several meters deep appeared on the ground. Not waiting for Tsunade to get up. Swish, accompanied by the sound of breaking wind, Hiriko appeared behind Tsunade. Before Tsunade had time to turn around, Hiriko stabbed Tsunade's back with one hand, piercing through Tsunade's body and out of Tsunade's chest. Puff, Tsunade suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Hiriko grinned and said, Tsunade, do you feel it? This is the gap between us. Tsunade. In the distance, Jiraiya exclaimed and rushed over. Glancing at Jiraiya, Hirako smiled and said, "Are you in such a hurry to die?" Just as Hirako was about to pull back his arm that pierced Tsunade's back to teach Jiraiya a lesson, he suddenly frowned as he found that he couldn't pull his arm out. At this time, Tsunade was coughing up blood while tightly grabbing Hirako's hand that pierced his chest, turned around and slammed her elbow into Hirako's head. Pa! Amidst the crisp sound, Tsunade's powerful elbow strike was easily blocked by Hirako's other arm that was strengthened by steel release. Hirako, whose eye sockets have turned scarlet, chuckled and said, "The contraction of the muscles in your shoulder blade has long exposed your intentions." With that said, Hirako kicked Tsunade's back, kicking Tsunade away while pulling out his arm that pierced Tsunade's back. At this time, Jiraiya rushed over and fought with Hirako. In Sage mode, whether it is speed, strength, reaction, or perception, Jiraiya is outstanding, almost reaching the limit of ordinary people. Moreover, with the help of Shima Fukasaku and Shima on his shoulder, it is not an exaggeration to say that his combat power has doubled. But Hirako, who is Sharingan Rapid Release, and Steel Release, is also one of the best in the shinobi world, so he is not afraid of Jiraiya. Boom. Boom. Boom, the two of them are like two monsters, constantly fighting on the ground, dragging countless afterimages behind them, and each move and style can cause shockwaves and loud noises. A moment later, Jiraiya was sent flying by Hirako's kick. Boom, amidst a series of loud noises, Jiraiya, who was kicked away, knocked down several buildings in a row before he could stop his body, causing smoke and dust to fill the sky. Hirako twisted his neck and said, "Is this all the Sage mode can do?" Jiraiya coughed up blood as he crawled out of the ruins. If he was in his peak state, it would be impossible for him to be defeated by Hirako so quickly, but in the previous battle with Satoshi, not only did he consume a lot of chakra, but he also suffered a lot of injuries, so his condition is very poor. Looking at the injured Tsunade and Jiraiya on the ground, Hirako laughed heartily and said, "If 3 generations were here, I really want to see what kind of expression he would have now." Clang, as soon as Hirako's voice fell, the box of bliss, which was supposed to be on the back of the fusion spirit beast, fell from the sky and fell. Then, Hyojin's figure slowly landed and stood on top of the box of bliss. Mobile version of the fastest updated website, and boom, just as the box of bliss fell from the sky, the summoned beast in the air also fell down with a wail, smashing half of a building. Hirako frowned and shifted his gaze to Hyojin, who was standing quietly on top of the box of bliss. Although Hyojin had just experienced a battle with Satoshi, he didn't look the least bit disheveled, and the gold-edged black cloak of Amatsukami wasn't even stained with dust. Focusing his gaze on the wind pattern on Hyojin's face, Hirako sneered, "You didn't escape?" The people of Amatsukami are really inexplicably confident. Hyojin didn't answer, but his eyes were cold. In the original world, Hirako, who failed to successfully complete the Kekii fusion ceremony and barely managed to fuse 4 types of Kekii Genkai, was already able to crush Kakashi's Team 7. A Naruto candidate like Kakashi wouldn't be able to last more than a few moves in his hands. At the last moment, if he hadn't persisted in using Hell Release to absorb Naruto's Wind Release Shuriken, and failed to dodge in time due to his lack of experience, he wouldn't have lost at all. Therefore, at that time, he was already a real Kage-level expert. In this world, Hirako, who had the support of Akatsuki, successfully completed the Kekii fusion ceremony. Leaving aside the hidden dangers of the demon sprout, he could almost be said to have perfectly fused all 5 types of Kekii Genkai, including the Sharingan. His strength is far from being comparable to him in the original world, and in terms of physical hardware, he is a real Super Kage expert. His only shortcoming, which is the common problem of ordinary researchers, is lack of combat experience. But with one fierce battle after another, this shortcoming of Hirako is quickly being made up for. Especially in the last battle with Yandame Leiying, he was even able to suppress Yandame Leiying, who has the strongest physical technique among the 5 Kages. Hyojin, who has the same experience, knows very well that with his rich combat experience and proficiency in the use of various Kekii Genkai, Hirako's combat wisdom has been able to fully exert the strength of his physical hardware. In other words, Hirako is no longer the same as before, and if he still looks at him with the old standards, his fate will be the same as Tsunade and Jiraiya. Swish swish swish, amidst the sound of the wind, many figures arrived at the battlefield. These are the reinforcements of Konoha, including the Umbu directly under the Hokage, as well as ordinary Konoha ninjas, and many of them are acquaintances of Suijin, such as Kakashi who leads the Special Tactics Team, Team 7 of Umbu, and so on. Unlike when Satoshi attacked the village, Sandaime learned about Satoshi's characteristics through Jiraiya's probing. He knew that the advantage of numbers wouldn't work on this monster, so he didn't send too many reinforcements to the battlefield. But this time, the situation is different. The Mai Shinobi stationed in various areas have become active and launched a full-scale counterattack against the Akatsuki members who attacked the village. Glancing at the Mai Shinobi who came to reinforce the village, Hyojin frowned slightly. The enemy in front of him is Hiriko, and he can use the Sharingan proficiently. Ordinary ninjas don't mean much to him. Only an elite jonin can pose a real threat to him. Tsunade-sama. Jiraiya-sama. After discovering the injured Tsunade and Jiraiya on the ground, a commotion broke out among the Mai Shinobi who came to reinforce the village. Obviously, no one expected that the two Mai Shinobi would be knocked down by the Akatsuki members. Soon, with the help of the Mai Shinobi, Tsunade and Jiraiya both stood up. Tsunade's injury should have been more serious than Jiraiya's, but at the moment, Tsunade's condition is much better, as if she wasn't the one who was pierced in the chest just now. Jiraiya, on the other hand, has a dispirited look on his face, and because of excessive consumption, he has already exited the sage mode. The two toads are also gasping for breath. Such a good opportunity to attack, but Hiriko didn't take advantage of it. Instead, he looked at all of this with great interest, seemingly enjoying it very much. At this time, Kuroto's figure flashed and jumped to the side of the box of bliss, while looking at Hiriko vigilantly, and asked Hyojin in a very familiar tone, "What's the situation now? Are we that familiar with each other?" After secretly cursing in his heart, Hyojin said, "You came at the right time, I will leave this box to you." Kakashi also came to the side of the box of bliss, glanced at the box and asked, "Is this the box of bliss of the Kusanagi ninja?" Hyojin nodded lightly. He has no interest in the box of bliss. This thing is an ominous thing. Rather than falling into the hands of Akatsuki, it is better to directly throw it to the village for safekeeping. Seeing that Akatsuki has no intention of getting the box of bliss, Kakashi secretly breathed a sigh of relief, then waved at his companions behind him. Soon, several Mai ninjas came to the side of the box of bliss and tried to move it away. Hiriko, who has been silent all this time, suddenly walked towards the box of bliss and said, "Who allowed you to move the box of bliss?" Kuroto was about to step forward with the kunai in her hand, but was stopped by Hyojin. "You are not his opponent." Kuroto asked with a puzzled look, "There are so many of us, why should we be afraid of him?" Swish, before Kuroto's voice fell, Hiriko flashed in front of her and stabbed her in the chest with his hand. This? Looking at Hiriko's arm that had been strengthened by the steel release gradually approaching him, the look of surprise on his red face had just faded away, and a bad feeling flashed through his mind, but his body did not have the time to react. Bang! Just as Hiriko's arm was about to pierce through Kuroto's chest, his whole body was kicked away by Hyojin from the side. Hiriko quickly stood up and glared at Hyojin, "You are courting death." The kick just now was nothing to him. With the strengthening of the steel release, ordinary physical attacks couldn't hurt him at all, but this kick made him very angry, and he felt like he was slapped in the face. At this time, Hyojin said to Kuroto, who had just taken a trip to the gates of hell and was gasping for breath, "Retreat, only I can deal with him." Okay. Kuroto, who knew how powerful Hiriko was embarrassed and annoyed at the same time. She responded in a low voice and then retreated reluctantly. On the side, Kakashi suddenly felt a little awkward. He didn't know whether he should help the member of Amatsukami in front of him to deal with Hiriko, or retreat with Kuroto. However, Hiriko didn't let Kakashi's embarrassment last too long. He said fiercely, "The magnetic release is useless against me, watch how I tear off your limbs one by one." Humph. With a light snort, Hyojin didn't waste any more time talking nonsense. His figure flashed, and he faced Hirojin head-on. Bang! In an instant, the two figures collided with each other at an extremely fast speed, and a low muffled sound and shockwave spread out at the same time. Collapse. Immediately afterward, the ground under their feet sank due to the huge reaction force, and cracks extended outward, instantly expanding tens of meters away. "Hey, you're quite strong." The corner of Haruho's mouth curled up, revealing an evil smile. There is no doubt that after the fight, Hiruho has realized that Hyojin's taijutsu is also extraordinary, and he isn't a ninja who only relies on magnet release. However, he doesn't care about this, on the contrary, he is a little excited. Hyojin didn't answer, he tilted his head slightly, turned around, and swept his leg. Hiruho's body sank, and the scarlet Sharingan in his eye sockets rotated rapidly, avoiding Hyojin's leg sweep, and immediately used steel release to strengthen his right arm, stabbing straight at Hyojin's side. At this time, Hyojin's leg sweep was already finished, and he was in mid-air, with almost no leverage, so Hiruho's face showed a smile of success. Hey, competing with my swift release and speed? Competing with my Sharingan and insight? Stupid guy. Hiruho sneered in his heart. He is confident that no one can suppress him in speed except for Nagato, who is swift release, and no one can suppress him in insight. At the same time, he is enjoying the sense of accomplishment of killing an expert. He even feels that if this member of Amatsukami in front of him is a little stronger, it might be more interesting. However, the smile on Hiruko's face quickly froze as Suijin adjusted his body in a strange posture, not only avoiding Hiruko's thrusting arm, but also turning around and kicking Hiruko's face fiercely. Bang, another muffled thud rang out, and Hiruko was sent flying through the air, smashing a large hole into a house on the side of the street. Hiruho, who had steel release to protect himself, quickly jumped out. At this time, his face no longer had the previous calmness, but a little more exasperated. Damn it, your action just now. Halfway through his words, Hiruho shut his mouth. For some reason, he vaguely had a feeling that the other party understood the Sharingan very well, and even knew how to deceive the Sharingan's insight. But this is obviously impossible, unless the other party is also a Jutsu Kekai ninja. Hyojin did not answer, he just slightly moved his neck. From the beginning of the battle, Kuroto didn't provoke Hiruko anymore because his enemy was far more than just Hiruko in front of him. He must be fully focused and always be on guard against Nagato or Obito's sneak attack. Seeing that the box of bliss has been moved out of his field of vision by the Konoha ninjas, Hiruko showed a fierce expression on his face. Well, I'm going to get serious. Whoosh, after saying that, Hiruho pounced straight at Hyojin. Hiruho's full strength burst out, and his speed was simply astonishing. Even if it was just a normal attack, it caused a wave of air, and there was even a faint sound of explosion. Hyojin's expression turned serious, and he no longer held back, he rushed forward to meet Hiruho. Boom. Boom. Boom, in an instant, the battle between the two left dozens of afterimages. It was obviously a one-on-one duel, but it was as fast as a dozen people fighting each other. The sound of explosions, air waves, the cracking of the ground, and the roar of collapsing brick walls erupted at the same time. Are they monsters? One by one, the Mai ninjas were dumbfounded. Even Jiraiya and Tsunade were surprised. The strength of Hiruho and Hyojin's taijutsu was completely beyond their expectations. Their speed was so fast, and their moves were so sharp that they were dazzled. Senshi Fukasaku, who jumped on top of Jiraiya's head, said with a sigh, "This member of Amatsukami's taijutsu is actually comparable to the rapid release, it's simply incredible." Jiraiya nodded, "I'm afraid that in the entire village, only that kid from the Uchiha family can have such speed." Tsunade said with a gloomy face, "Unless it's a forbidden technique like the 8 inner gates, otherwise, this kind of taijutsu strength should be the peak of the ninja world." Although very reluctant, Tsunade has to admit that no one in the current Mai can match the level of taijutsu in terms of taijutsu alone. Listening to the comments of the Mai Sanins Jiraiya and Tsunade, the Mai ninjas felt their hearts palpitate. Fortunately, this member of Amatsukami blocked Hiruho's attack, otherwise, a bloody battle would have been inevitable, and it's hard to say how many of his companions would have survived. Boom. Boom. Boom, in the dark night, the two of them moved like ghosts, their speed was so fast that it seemed as if they were constantly flickering. No matter what they hit along the way, houses, courtyard walls, street lamps, etc., everything was destroyed with a single touch. In the blink of an eye, the entire street was almost destroyed. Without the Sharingan in his left eye, Kakashi's insight has dropped by a level, so he could only ask Jiraiya next to him, "Jiraiya-sama, who do you think will win?" Jiraiya shook his head and said, "It's hard to say at the moment." Tsunade analyzed, "Hiruho not only has the rapid release, but he also has the steel release to protect his body." Coupled with the Sharingan's insight, if the stalemate continues, he may have the upper hand. Red, who was staring at the battlefield, immediately said, Wind Chime will not lose. In an instant, the eyes of all the Mai ninjas gathered on Red. Kakashi asked directly, Wind Chime? Did you say that the member of Amatsukami is called Wind Chime? Is it a name or a code name? How did you know? Realizing that she had let the cat out of the bag, Red had to explain, when I was held hostage by Orochimaru, it was because of him that I was able to escape. I heard Orochimaru call him that at that time, it should be a code name. Tsunade said, Wind Chime. It seems like he should be the representative of the wind attribute of Amatsukami. Mai's intelligence team had analyzed Amatsukami, and from the known code names Yama, Suijin, and Homasubi, they came to the conclusion that every member of Amatsukami represented a chakra attribute. The leader Yama obviously represented the Yin attribute, Suijin who had the ice release bloodline limit represented the water attribute, Homasubi who had the Manjikyu Sharingan undoubtedly represented the fire attribute, and this Wind Chime obviously represented the wind attribute. Because of this speculation, the village believed that there should be 7 official members of Amatsukami. In addition to the 4 known members, there might be another 3 who represented the Yang attribute, Earth attribute, and Thunder attribute. Brother, get up and have breakfast. Under the bright sunshine, Itachi slowly opened his eyes. In his field of vision was his cute younger brother's childish face. Itachi subconsciously flicked Sasuke's forehead and said with a smile, It's Sasuke. Sasuke pouted and said, Brother is really a lazy guy. Following Sasuke all the way to the dining room, Itachi found that his father, who was always serious, was now joking with his mother, and his mother was preparing breakfast with a smile on her face. Soon, his mother put the fragrant breakfast on the table. After sitting side by side with his younger brother Sasuke, Itachi said casually, I'm going to eat. Eating the fragrant breakfast and listening to his family's chat, Itachi's mood became better. This kind of ordinary and natural daily life was the life he had been looking forward to the most. At this time, his father Fuyue suddenly asked, Itachi, do you still remember what day it is today? Itachi was stunned and fell into a short trance. Sasuke shouted, I know, today is the day when the 5th generation leader succeeds the position of Naruto. Fuyue crossed his arms in front of his chest and said seriously, the 5th generation values our Uchiha clan very much. This time, our whole family must attend his succession ceremony. Itachi quickly nodded and said, yes. Not long after breakfast, the family changed into regular clothes and went out. However, as soon as they left the mansion, Itachi met Jishue in the clan's land, so he went forward and greeted him, Brother Jishue, are you also going to attend the 5th generation succession ceremony? Jishue smiled brightly and said, the 5th generation finally becomes Naruto today. How can I be absent on such a day? Holding Sasuke's hand, Itachi said, then let's go together. Jishue smiled and said, okay. When Itachi's family walked out of the clan's land, a large group of Uchiha clansmen who were going to attend the 5th generation succession ceremony were already following behind. The streets of Mai were also very lively at this moment. Because of the 5th generation succession ceremony, the shops along the street were holding celebration activities. The villagers poured into the streets from all directions, forming a sea of people, slowly rushing in the direction of the Naruto building. In the crowd, Itachi and Jishue walked slowly while chatting. The bright sunshine, the warm breeze, and Sasuke, who was clamoring on the street to buy tricolor meatballs, all of these made Itachi feel extremely comfortable. When they came to the square in front of the Naruto building, everyone finally saw the 5th generation leader. He stood quietly on the roof of the Naruto building, accepting the villagers' cheers and congratulations. Jishue looked up at the roof of the Naruto building and said with a smile, Senior has finally become Naruto. Itachi nodded with a smile and said, yes, finally there is a Naruto who can understand our Uchiha clan and can control our Uchiha clan. Fuyue, who had a serious face, showed a rare smile and said, Itachi, the 5th generation leader told me in private that he is very optimistic that you will succeed him as the next Naruto. Sasuke suddenly looked surprised and said, Brother can become Naruto? Itachi shook his head shyly and said, Father, you must be joking. I am still far from it. Glancing at Itachi, Fuyua said, "Good luck, the 5th generation leader told me that the Mai clan should have a Uchiha Naruto. This is what our Uchiha clan deserves." Looking at the encouraging and expectant eyes of his father, mother, brother, Jishui, and others, Itachi scratched his head and asked, "Can I do it?" At this time, the ceremony officially began. The 3 generations handed over the bamboo hat representing the position of Naruto to the 5th generation leader, and the 5th generation leader wore the bamboo hat on his head in front of the whole village. In an instant, the cheers went straight to the sky, shouts, applause, and cheers were intertwined, making the whole village like a sea of joy. The 5th generation is the hero who saved the village. The 5th generation destroyed the Akatsuki organization and maintained the peace of the ninja world. The 5th generation is the strongest ninja in the world. Listening to the discussions and cheers of the villagers, Itachi and Jishui looked at each other, and immediately, the corners of their mouths curled up, and each showed a smile that only the other could understand. After the ceremony, Itachi and Jishui were summoned to Naruto's office. Because there were no outsiders, Itachi took off the bamboo hat on his head and revealed the face under it. It turned out that the 5th generation leader who succeeded Naruto was none other than Hyuga. Hyuga smiled and said, "The Akatsuki organization has been destroyed, and it is time for our Amatsukami to disappear." Jishui nodded and said, "Well, Amatsukami has completed its mission." Itachi also agreed, everything in the shinobi world is returning to the right track. Hyuga patted Jishui and Itachi on the shoulder and said, "I hereby announce the dissolution of Amatsukami." For some reason, Itachi frowned and asked, "Senpai, don't we need to inform the other members?" Hyuga smiled and said, "The other members? There are only 3 of us in Amatsukami." "Only 3 of us?" Itachi was stunned. He wanted to say the names of the other members, but when the words came to his mouth, he could not remember who else was in Amatsukami. Jishui also covered her head, and her eyes were out of focus. "There are only 3 of us in Amatsukami?" After leaving Naruto's office, Itachi said to Jishui, "I don't know why, but I feel like I've forgotten something important." Jishui said, "I feel the same way. I feel like something is wrong." Itachi stopped and said, "Brother Jishui, when did you feel this way?" Jishui recalled and answered, "I think it was when Adachi disbanded. Since then, I have felt a little empty in my heart." Itachi sensed something and asked, "Brother Jishui, are there really only 3 of us in Amatsukami?" "Why do you ask? Didn't the 5th generation hermit say that there are only the 3 of us?" Shursui paused and suddenly covered his eyes and murmured, "That's not right. I've clearly used other deity once, but why can't I remember where I've used it?" Itachi also said, "I remember there should be someone else in Amatsukami. She was the one who trained and tested me, and in the end, I became a member of Amatsukami. I don't know why, but I just can't remember her. She must exist." The 2 of them looked at each other in a daze, and then they were shocked and said at the same time, "We've fallen into an illusion." At that moment, Sasuke ran over. He shook Itachi's hand and said coquettishly, "Brother, you promised me that you would accompany me to buy the best tricolor meatballs." Not far away, his parents were also waving at Itachi. "Itachi, it's time to go home." Looking at his coquettish brother and listening to his parents calling him, Itachi smiled bitterly and said, "Brother Jishui, I think we found the sword of 10 punches." Jishui looked around with a complicated expression, looking at the peaceful and prosperous Mai village in front of him, looking at the Uchiha people and other villagers without any barriers. He sighed with emotion, "Although I was fooled by the Tokugan sword, such a village, such a life, is really beautiful. Yes, it's a beautiful world." After a pause, Itachi said in a deep voice, "Unfortunately, it's fake." Jishui smiled, "With Senpai here, we will definitely be able to create all of this in reality." "Definitely." After saying that, the black eyes in Jishui's eye sockets suddenly turned scarlet, and the 3 Magatama rotated rapidly and quickly connected together, changing into the shape of a 4-edged shuriken. At this time, the surrounding scenery became hazy. It was as if a beautiful canvas was poured with a big ladle of water. The lines on the canvas appeared distorted, and the colors were mixed with each other, intertwined into a ball. Not long after, the original real and lively village, close relatives, familiar friends, and everything else turned into nothingness, and there was a red chaos all around. Itachi looked around and said, this should be the real interior scene of the Tenseigan sword. Shishui, who was observing the surroundings with the Manjikyu Sharingan, suddenly wrinkled his nose. Hey, what is this smell? It smells so good, it seems to be the smell of wine? Itachi, who felt a little confused, quickly exclaimed, not good, if we can't find the way out before we get drunk, we may fall into the illusion again. Shishui covered his mouth and nose and frowned, my Manjikyu can't see anything. At this time, Itachi also opened his Manjikyu Sharingan, and soon, a brilliance flashed in his left eye, and he was stunned for a moment, and said, I found the exit. As soon as his voice fell, Itachi and Shishui felt that the world was turned upside down, as if they had fallen into the abyss. After a long time, the two of them slowly recovered. Itachi stood up and shook his head, and found that he and Shishui had returned to the previous tomb. Crack, suddenly, a crack appeared on the stone gourd that sucked them in. Then, the crack grew bigger and bigger. In the blink of an eye, the crack covered the entire stone gourd. Walala, with a crisp sound, the stone gourd sculpture shattered into countless pieces and scattered in the tomb chamber. Itachi covered his left eye and muttered, so Tsukuyumi is the key to activating Sword of 10 Punches. The pupil technique contained in Itachi's left Manjikyu Sharingan is none other than Tsukuyumi, so as soon as he opened the Manjikyu Sharingan, he grasped the method to control the sword jutsu, and as a result, he was able to escape from the illusory space of the sword jutsu with Shishui. Shishui crawled up from the ground and exclaimed, oh no, something just crawled into my body. Itachi asked curiously, what is it? Shishui touched her body and said in an uncertain tone, it seems to be a mirror or something. I didn't see it clearly just now. As soon as she finished speaking, Shishui froze for a moment and turned to look at Itachi. Immediately, the two of them blurted out at the same time, Yata no Kagami. Although their main purpose this time was to find the sword jutsu, they also knew very well that the Yata no Kagami and the sword jutsu should be together. Once they found the sword jutsu, it meant that they had found the Yata no Kagami. Itachi smiled, brother Shishui, you got the Yata no Kagami, and I got the sword jutsu. Shishui nodded and looked at the coffin standing quietly in the middle of the tomb chamber. She said, this should be a test. Only those who can pass the test can get these two artifacts. Itachi nodded and said, yes, and these two artifacts are directly integrated with our spirit bodies. Unless our spirit bodies are annihilated, there is no way to take them off. Perhaps it is for this reason that the ancestor was unable to pass these two artifacts to other clansmen. Originally, Shishui and Itachi were still a little puzzled. It was obviously such a powerful artifact. Why didn't the ancestor of Uchiha pass it on to his descendants, but brought it into the tomb? Now that they had obtained the artifacts, they understood the special nature of these two artifacts. Not everyone could control these two artifacts. Once they were recognized by the artifacts, the spirit body would be integrated with the artifact and become one. Only when the master spirit body was annihilated would the artifact be separated. The ancestor of Uchiha, who owned these two artifacts, obviously understood this, so he set up this test before his death and left many stone tablets everywhere so that qualified clansmen could come and accept the test of the artifacts. But judging from the results, these two artifacts had disappeared for hundreds of years. It could be seen that the subsequent Uchiha clansmen had not been able to pass the test of the artifact. And once the test failed, the Uchiha clansmen who accepted the test would be completely immersed in the illusory world of Tenseigan sword. Not only would they not get the artifact, but they would also lose their lives. So over time, fewer and fewer clansmen dared to accept the test of the artifact. After all, no matter how good the artifact was, it was not as important as their own lives. As a result, fewer and fewer people knew the whereabouts of the artifact, and the clues of Tenseigan sword were gradually cut off. Shishui stood up and said with emotion, if you want to control Tenseigan sword, not only do you need the Manjikyu Sharingan, it seems that you also need to have the pupil technique Tsukuyumi. Itachi, if it weren't for you, I'm afraid I would never be able to escape Tenseigan sword. It was extremely rare for a clansman to be able to awaken the Manjikyu Sharingan in the Uchiha clan, not to mention awakening the pupil technique Tsukuyumi. This kind of coincidence might only happen once in hundreds of years, and Itachi was the embodiment of the coincidence after hundreds of years. Rumble. Suddenly, Itachi's stomach made a sound. Rumble. Then, Shishui's stomach also made a sound. I'm so hungry. the two of them said in unison. After taking out the soldier ration pill and chewing one each, Jishui said, I don't know how long it has been since we were sucked into Tokugan's sword. Senpai received the news, but couldn't find us. He must be very anxious. Itachi replied, yes, we have to hurry back to the village as soon as possible. At this time a ninja crow flew into the tomb. It's a messenger crow sent by Senpai. Seeing this, Jishui quickly got up and went forward to check the message on the ninja crow's leg. Caw. Before Jishui untied the leg of the first ninja crow, a crow's cry came, and immediately, another ninja crow flew into the tomb. Then, more and more ninja crows flew in one after another, landing on the coffin in the tomb chamber. The originally quiet tomb chamber was filled with the cawing of crows. Looking at the dozens of messenger crows, Jishui and Itachi looked at each other and said, something happened to the village? My village. Boom, in the midst of the explosion, Hyojin's fist landed on Hiriko's chest. The force of the punch was so great that even Hiriko, who had been strengthened by the steel release, couldn't help but cry out in pain. Boom. Boom. Boom, Hiriko, who was sent flying, smashed 7 or 8 buildings in a row, accompanied by splashing gravel and smoke, and finally hit the outer wall of my village, smashing a big hole in the solid wall. Puff, as soon as Hiriko was sent flying, Hyojin coughed up a big mouthful of blood. Because he was wearing a mask, the blood didn't splatter out, but flowed along the edge of the mask, along his chin, and dripped onto his chest. Even if he didn't use the bone vein, his Type A wind release clone body would vomit blood from time to time, so he wasn't too surprised. After staggering a few steps and stabilizing his body, Hyojin snorted lightly, TSK, this bastard can actually withstand my Type A wind release clone body's physical attack, really, although he had tried to overestimate Hiriko's strength, but after the real fight, Hyojin found that Hiriko's strength was even higher than what he had expected. Whether it was swift release or steel release, it was actually nothing. What really gave Hyojin a headache was that Hiriko was very proficient in using the Sharingan, and the stronger the user, the more significant the effect of the Sharingan. It can be said that because of the existence of the Sharingan, Hiriko's swift release and steel release have been greatly improved, and the Sharingan has raised Hiriko's strength to a whole new level. At this time, Hiriko's figure flashed, and he jumped out of the big hole, panting heavily while muttering angrily, damn it, you can actually hurt me, how is this possible? This is impossible. At this moment, the Akatsuki red cloud suit on Hiriko's body has long been torn, leaving only a few pieces of black cloth hanging on his body, revealing his bandaged body. Moreover, his right arm was twisted at a 90-degree angle, and his chest, where Hyojin had just hit, had completely caved in. In contrast, Kuroto on the opposite side is slightly more decent. At this time, the black cloak of Amatsukami that Kuroto was wearing was also damaged in many places, the sleeve of his left arm was long gone, and there was a long wound on the right side of his ribs. In the shadows in the distance, White Zetsu, who was hiding in the rubble, smacked his lips and said, I didn't expect this guy from Amatsukami to be so strong, to be able to last so long against Hiriko. Black Zetsu immediately corrected, idiot, he was the one who suppressed Hiriko. White Zetsu was taken aback for a moment, then asked in disbelief, Hiriko will lose? Akatsuki's internal evaluation of Hiriko's strength, if not for the fact that Hiriko often suffers from the Onigami's backlash, his strength has already surpassed the 5 Kage, and this gap will only become more and more obvious as time passes. In other words, Hiriko has a lot of room for growth, and his current strength has already surpassed the 5 Kage, making him one of the strongest people in the shinobi world, and also the trump card in Nagato's hand. Looking at Hyojin from afar, Black Zetsu said, I can't come to a conclusion now. That guy from Amatsukami obviously didn't suffer any serious injuries, but he suddenly vomited blood. It can be seen that the battle just now was a great burden to him. I suspect that he used some forbidden technique that will harm his body, or there is something wrong with his body. White Zetsu asked, then what should we do? Black Zetsu said in a deep voice, go and inform Nagato. It seems that Hiriko alone won't be able to complete the task of retrieving the box of bliss and capturing the members of Amatsukami. After saying that, with a rustling sound, it shrank into the ground and disappeared without a trace, on the battlefield. Hiriko roared angrily, you are dead tonight, no one can save you. Hyojin, who was also panting a little, smiled and said, "If you can do it, you can try. Do you think this is my full strength?" With a sneer, Hirako said with a hideous expression, "You can't even imagine my strength." Saying so, a number of gelatinous ghost sprouts emerged from Hirako's body. These ghost sprouts stretched out from the gaps between the bandages and wrapped around Hirako's deformed right arm, instantly restoring it to its original state. At the same time, under the skin of his chest, there was a burst of squirming, and soon the sunken area bulged again. Looking at Hirako's seriously injured body completely recovered in the blink of an eye, Tsunade said with a solemn expression, "This is definitely not a medical ninjutsu, this should be the human body transformation technique that he is good at." Jiraiya's face was filled with bitterness. Among them, there is regret that his childhood friend has become a monster that is neither human nor ghost, and there is also worry about Mai's fate. Hirako's strength is already very strong, it is very difficult to hurt him, and now that he has shown such a terrifying recovery ability, Jiraiya doesn't even know how to defeat him. Maybe I can try using genjutsu? But he also has the nether release, his body can absorb any form of chakra, and his resistance to genjutsu is extremely high, unless I use the immortal jutsu chakra to cast genjutsu. After thinking about it, Jiraiya secretly made a plan and winked at the two toad masters beside him. Red, who has always believed that Kazekine will win, is also a little anxious after seeing Hirako's exaggerated recovery ability. As for Kakashi, who has been secretly arranging the Hataru Thunder God Jutsu, he was watching the battlefield with full concentration, looking for an opportunity to intervene. Although it is difficult to distinguish between Amatsukumi's friend and foe, solving the Akatsuki's threat is obviously the top priority. On the battlefield, Hirako, who has recovered from all his injuries, raised his hands and quickly made a hand seal, Mist Release, Mist Ghost Dragon. Kacha, with the ninjutsu activated, the wind and clouds in the sky instantly surged, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. Standing on a broken wall, Hirako, who has completed the ninjutsu, put his hands on his waist and said with a playful look on his face, "Look carefully, this is my full strength, next, enjoy your death." From time to time, lightning flashed in the sky, echoing with the electric light on his body, illuminating his figure, making him look like a demon born from lightning. Tsunade frowned, "This is Cloud Village's mist release, everyone must be careful, once you are hit, even if it is just a little bit, your life will be in danger." Jiraiya, who is trying to re-enter the sage mode, looked at the hellish scene in front of him and said, "I hope I can make it in time." Watching Hyojin pull out a bone blade from his palm, Hirako sneered, "Corpse bone vein?" Because of the Mist Squad's participation, Hirako is no stranger to the Kagaya clan's corpse bone vein. In private, he even competed with the entire Mist Squad once. Although neither side used their full strength in that contest. But on the battlefield, it was Hirako who suppressed the entire Mist Squad with his own strength, so he doesn't think much of the Mist clan's corpse bone vein and red eye. Hirako raised his right hand and spread his fingers slightly. In an instant, a bolt of lightning flashed in the black clouds in the sky and fell straight into his palm. The violent lightning was like a docile spirit in his palm. Holding the dazzling lightning in his hand, Hirako smiled and said, "If your trump card is only the corpse bone vein, I will be very disappointed." Hyojin said lightly, "I hope you won't regret it later." Swish, after saying that, Hyojin's figure flashed and disappeared. The corner of Hirako's mouth rose, "You can also be faster than lightning?" As he said, he pressed the lightning in his palm towards the ground. Zzz, in a split second, the highly concentrated thunder and lightning spread across the ground like a curtain of light. The electric currents were like jumping elves, pouncing in all directions. Looking at the incoming lightning, Tsunade shouted, "Everyone, get out of the way." Under Tsunade's warning, the Mai ninjas on the edge of the battlefield suddenly scattered like birds and beasts. In the battlefield, Hirako's hands were constantly waving, controlling the lightning in the thunderclouds above his head. At this moment, he is like a conductor, the raging lightning is like a musical note under his command, wherever his finger points, the lightning will strike. In the midst of the interweaving lightning, Kuroto's figure was erratic, like a ghost, unbelievably fast. The fight between the two strong people caused the Mai ninjas on the edge of the battlefield to complain incessantly. Although they have been warned by Tsunade, the speed of ordinary ninjas is not as fast as the lightning. Ah! Ah! In the blink of an eye, wailing sounds rang out one after another, many my shinobi were hit by Hiriko's mist release, and in an instant, their whole body was turned into a pile of charcoal, many of which were my Zambu. Chaotic lion hair technique. Jiraiya, who was putting his hands together and preparing to enter the sage mode again, hurriedly cast a Muji ninjutsu. With a shake of his head, his white hair instantly swelled, protecting several my ninjas around him, blocking the lightning attack. Ha! On the other side, Tsunade shouted and punched the ground. Boom! With a roar and tremor, the ground that was hit by Tsunade's fist turned over, blocking the lightning for Tsunade and several my ninjas around her. On the side of Hyojin's Umbu Squad 7, Hyojin's shadow clone had already ordered his subordinates to dodge, but because Red was too focused on observing the battle situation on the battlefield, she was a little late, so when the other 3 members of Squad 7 had retreated far away, she was still in the same place. Swish! Just at the moment when the lightning was about to sweep Red's body, Kakashi used the Flying Thunder God technique to land beside her, and immediately disappeared together with her. Immediately, Kakashi and the rest of Hyojin's Squad 7 hid in a relatively intact building in the distance. After putting Red down, Kakashi asked Hyojin with a serious face, "Kuroto, how is the situation?" Because the distance was too far, and the light was flickering, it was difficult for Kakashi, who had lost his Sharingan, to observe the situation on the battlefield. Hyojin's shadow clone activated Byakugan, and immediately shook his head. "There is lightning everywhere on the battlefield, there is no way to observe at all, but don't worry too much, that member of Amatsukami should not lose." Red turned her head and looked at Hyojin's shadow clone suspiciously. Hyojin's shadow clone asked, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Red said, "Kuroto, I always feel that there is something wrong with you tonight. With your conceit, how can you be so calm in the face of such a strong master?" Hyojin's shadow clone was speechless. "When did I give you the impression that I am conceited?" On the side, Gale wiped the cold sweat on his head. "Except for Jiraiya-sama and Tsunade-sama, no one can intervene in a battle of this level. Although Captain is conceited, he is not stupid." Shien also echoed, "Yeah." Hyojin's shadow clone was even more speechless. "Hey, you idiots, don't talk nonsense, I am confident, not conceited." At this time, Red moved closer to Hyojin's ear and whispered, "Tell me honestly, do you know Kamikaze?" From the moment he saw the Byakugan in the Wind Type A clone's eye sockets, Red has always believed that Kamikaze of Amatsukami is a member of the Hyuga clan, and most likely a member of the noble Hyuga clan. Hyojin's shadow clone shook his head. "I don't know what you are talking about." The reason why Hyojin's shadow clone has been slacking off tonight is not because he ignored this point, but because Hyojin's soul body has been invested in the Wind Type A clone, so he can't continue to supply the Tenseigan chakra to the shadow clone, so this shadow clone can't participate in high-intensity battles. Otherwise, it is very likely that the shadow clone will accidentally dissipate due to exhaustion of chakra. On the battlefield. In just a few flashes, Hyojin arrived in front of Hiriko. "You." Seeing Hyojin pass through the layers of lightning net, Hiriko's face showed a look of disbelief. He couldn't imagine what kind of speed and insight was needed to achieve this. Under the mask, Hyojin's expression was cold, and without the slightest hesitation, he slashed down with the bone blade in his hand. Hiriko was half a beat too slow in his reaction. Although he has the swift release, he still couldn't avoid Hyojin's fierce attack, so he could only barely raise his right arm to protect his face. Clang! The sharp bone blade cut into Hiriko's tanned right arm that was strengthened by the steel release, making a harsh sound. "You want to break through my steel release with just a mere bone blade?" The corner of Hiriko's mouth couldn't help but rise. He couldn't be more familiar with this sound. Almost every time a sharp blade slashed his body, it would make such a sound. He had heard this sound countless times. However, his smile soon froze, and the scene reflected in the scarlet eye of the Sharingan was that his right arm that was strengthened by the steel release was cut off by the bone blade at the elbow. This. In shock, Hiriko subconsciously waved his left hand at Hyojin. In an instant, countless lightning bolts surged towards Hyojin. However, Hyojin didn't dodge. Instead, he stretched out his right hand and caught the incoming lightning bolts. Then, with a squeeze, the lightning bolts were extinguished, leaving only a wisp of green smoke. The first few days of May seem to have the effect of doubling the monthly votes, so I implore everyone to continue to support me and give me the guaranteed monthly votes for May. May 1st is actually my birthday, but everyone can rest assured that I won't go out and have fun. If there are no accidents, there will be an extra chapter on the 1st, 3 chapters guaranteed. Finally, thank you again for your support this month. The Naruto world in the Eyes of Reincarnation currently typing, please wait for a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Looking at the distant thunder and lightning in the night sky, Nagato's indifferent face had a dignified expression. Konan, who was standing on the side, also frowned. Her delicate face was full of doubt. Who forced Hirako to this point? Did other members of Amatsukami appear? The destructive power of mist release is one of the best among all Kekkei Genkai. Because of this, mist release chakra consumes a lot of energy. Even Hirako won't easily use mist release unless it's a critical moment. Soon, Zetsu poked his head out of the ground and reported to Nagato on the cliff. Obsidian reported, that guy from Amatsukami is unexpectedly difficult to deal with. I'm afraid that Hirako won't be able to complete the mission. Obsidian was a little puzzled. Doesn't Hirako have nether release? How can he not be able to defeat that magnet release ninja from Amatsukami? Nether release is almost fatal to ninjutsu ninjas. As long as it's not a powerful Kekkei Genkai like the 3 generations Tsuchikage, ordinary ninjutsu, even some Kekkei Genkai, can't resist the direct effect of nether release on chakra. Zetsu curled his lips and said, that magnet release ninja from Amatsukami is ridiculously strong. He was able to suppress Hirako one-on-one. Konan sighed, no wonder Amatsukami sent him first. It seems that he is not an abandoned child of Amatsukami, but a trump card of Amatsukami. Zetsu asked, what should we do now? Nagato took a step forward and walked to the edge of the cliff, and said in a flat tone, no matter who it is, no one can stop me from punishing Mai. I will send 6 paths of pain to completely raze Mai to the ground. After saying that, Nagato turned his head and looked at Obsidian. You also go, kill that member of Amatsukami, and let Mortal Path extract his soul. This time I will uproot Amatsukami. The masked man nodded and disappeared into the twisting vortex in a flash. Zetsu also wriggled his body and quickly shrank into the ground. My village. Staring at Hyojin's right hand that caught the lightning with his bare hand, Hirako's expression fluctuated. This is periosteum? Amidst the wisps of green smoke, Hirako noticed the white periosteum on Hyojin's right hand that was slowly retracting under his skin. Damn it, his corpse bone vein is completely different from the lotus. After witnessing the sharpness of Hyojin's bone blade, as well as the toughness of his bone membrane, Hirako immediately realized that Hyojin's bone vein was on a completely different level from the Mist Squad's bone vein. With this thought in mind, Haruhu's figure flashed, and he suddenly retreated. This was the first time he felt a sense of danger since the start of the battle. He took the initiative to distance himself from the enemy. His arm that was cut off by Hyojin's bone blade was tied up by Ghost Sprout's gel and dragged on the ground, retreating with him. Puff, at this time, Hyojin coughed up another mouthful of blood, but he didn't care. His figure only paused for a moment, then immediately rushed forward. He will never give Hirako a chance to breathe. Cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots is his style. At this time, he was holding a bone blade in each hand, and a sharp bone spike protruded from his elbow. His whole body was like a wisp of wind, chasing after Hirako who was shrouded in lightning. From time to time, he would slash his blade and cut a part of Hirako's body into pieces. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! The flustered and exasperated Hirako gradually felt fear from the bottom of his heart. His invincible steel release couldn't block the opponent's bone blade at all. The bone blade in the opponent's hand was so sharp that it was terrifying. Or rather, the bone blade had already surpassed the level of sharpness. It seemed that there was something hidden in it that made his steel release completely unable to block it. Looking at the battle between Hyojin and Hirako, Jiraiya and Tsunade who were not far away were dumbfounded. Jiraiya said with a sigh, so it turns out that one can reach this level just by relying on physical skills. Each of Hyojin's moves and styles seemed to have no fixed pattern. They looked natural and casual, but each of them was thrilling. Hirako's physical skills had already reached the peak, but in the face of Hyojin's increasingly fierce offensive, he was at a slight disadvantage and was completely suppressed. Many parts of his body, such as his arms, shoulders, and so on, have been cut into pieces. If it weren't for the Ghost Sprout's gelatinous substance forcefully holding them together, Hiriko's body would have already fallen apart. But even so, Hiriko wouldn't be able to hold on for long, it was only a matter of time before he was defeated. However, Tsunade's eyes were solemn as she said, "Did you notice that Kamikaze's taijutsu style of Amatsukami has many traces of Konoha's taijutsu, Uchiha's taijutsu, Hyuga's taijutsu, and even some Konoha's taijutsu?" Boom. 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 Without waiting for Jiraiya to answer, a loud rumbling sound came from all around the village. Immediately afterward, a series of beast howls came one after another. Jiraiya hurriedly jumped onto the ruins of a tall building and looked around. He found that many huge summoning beasts had invaded the village, and these summoning beasts all had the symbolic black stick of Nagato's summoning beast on their bodies. Jiraiya said bitterly and helplessly. Nagato finally made his move. Naruto's office. Naruto-sama, a suspicious person with Rinnegan, has appeared in the Eastern District. Naruto-sama, a suspicious person with Rinnegan, has also appeared in the Western District. Naruto-sama, the same thing happened in the Southern District. One after another, my Umbu entered the office and reported the latest news to Three Generations. Three Generations calmly asked, "Describe the appearance of the suspicious person." The Umbu members immediately described the appearance of the suspicious people in each area to the Hokage-sama in detail. After listening to the description of the Umbu, Three Generations couldn't help but think, all of them have yellow hair. It seems that these should be human puppets controlled by Nagato. Although the last raid on the Hidden Rain village failed to harm the Akatsuki organization, they managed to collect a lot of information about the organization. For example, the 6 Paths of Pain with Rinnegan is just a puppet controlled by Akatsuki's leader, Nagato. This crucial information was collected during the last raid. After pondering for a moment, Three Generations ordered the Shadow Guard captain next to him, inform the 4 shadows, prepare to attack at any time. Although Nagato hasn't appeared in person yet, the appearance of the 6 Paths of Pain means that he has already made his move, and may arrive at any time, on the battlefield. Listening to the roars of summoning beasts around him and feeling the violent tremors on the ground, Hyojin realized that Nagato might have already made his move, so he slightly slowed down his attack on Hiriko and secretly raised his guard. At this moment, a distortion appeared behind Hyojin without warning and began to separate him from time and space. Kamui. Kuroto was startled by the familiar feeling of stripping from his back. Even if he was mentally prepared, even if he was already secretly on guard, when the time came, no matter how experienced he was in battle, he still couldn't help but feel a little nervous in his heart. In just a moment, he found several suspicious sources of chakra in his field of vision. But at this time, he didn't have the time to identify which source of chakra was Obsidian's real hiding place. He only had a short 2 or 3 seconds to break free. If he couldn't get rid of Obsidian's Kamui in these precious 2 or 3 seconds, the consequences would be self-evident. The distortion of his body became more and more serious, and the numbness of being stripped of time and space almost filled Hyojin's body, making him unable to control his body freely. This feeling was even stronger than when he was in the Mist's collection. Obviously, after retrieving his left eye, Obsidian's pupil power became stronger. Should I give up this clone body? Countless thoughts in his mind scattered in an instant, and then instantly gathered back. No, never. Hyojin's expression changed. He suppressed the panic and uneasiness in his heart, emptying all his thoughts, leaving only a strong fighting spirit in his heart. Dance of the Early Fern. Boom. 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 Accompanied by the tremors of the earth, Hyojin unreservedly activated the strongest secret technique of Bone Vein. In an instant, one thick bone spear after another rose from the ground. At the same time, a bone spear directly penetrated Hyojin's body, wrapping Hyojin's body that was completely distorted and was about to be stripped out of time and space. The moment his body merged with the bone spear, Hyojin immediately activated the ability of Bone Vein and changed his position in the bone spear. Swoosh! At this time, Kamui was completed, a huge circular hole suddenly appeared on the originally tough and thick bone spear, and this circular hole was the place where Hyojin was just a moment ago. The appearance of the huge circular hole instantly snapped the bone spear in half. Suijin's incomparably tough bone spear didn't even have the slightest room to resist the attack of the spacetime ninjutsu Kamui. Obsidian, who was hiding in the dark and witnessed all this, frowned. From the moment Hyojin activated Dance of the Early Fern, he felt that something was wrong. At the same time, he was very puzzled. How could Hyojin's Dance of the Early Fern be launched so quickly? Almost in the blink of an eye, a large white bone forest was erected. If I knew this, I would have been closer. Obito didn't expect that Suijin would use this method to escape the lock of his Kamui, which caught him off guard, and at the same time, he also felt a little regretful. After all, he only had one chance to sneak attack Suijin. After obtaining Kamui, although he can use Kamui from a long distance, but the farther the distance from the target, the slower the activation of Kamui will be. When he launched the sneak attack just now, he hid in a ruin about 300 meters away from Hyojin, so from the time he launched Kamui to the time it was completed, it took at least 4 to 5 seconds. 4 to 5 seconds is actually just a few breaths of time, and it was a sudden attack without any warning. An average ninja would need 1 or 2 seconds to react, so it is more than enough to deal with ordinary ninjas, but against a member of Amatsukami, this time is slightly long. The bone forest that was constantly rising from the ground almost scared everyone on the scene. One after another, sharp bone spears suddenly emerged from the ground, and ordinary people didn't even have the time to dodge. Hirako, who had Hakushin, was almost directly pierced by the bone spears, and he only managed to avoid them by a hair's breadth. The situation on the Mai side was even more chaotic, however, too. The surprise of the Mai ninjas, these bone spears seemed to have a mind of their own and actively avoided them, causing a large group of people to be scared in vain. After calming down, everyone looked at each other. From the time Hyojin was attacked by Kamui to the time he launched Dance of the Early Fern and escaped with the help of the bone forest, the whole process only took a few seconds, so except for Hirako, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and a few others, most of the Mai ninjas had a blank expression on their faces, completely unaware of what happened. At this time, Jiraiya, who has once again entered Sage Mode, shouted loudly, "A new enemy has appeared, it's the guy from Akatsuki that can use spacetime ninjutsu, everyone be careful." In Sage Mode, Jiraiya can perceive Chakra's location without the need for vision, so although he can't accurately find Obsidian's location due to the distance, but he knows that Obsidian has already appeared on the battlefield. After receiving Jiraiya's warning, all the Mai ninjas, including Tsunade, quietly used the shadow clone technique to hide their real bodies. In the last raid on the Rain Village, the village also collected a lot of information about Obsidian, although they haven't found a way to completely restrain Obsidian's Kamui, but some methods to confuse and resist Kamui have already been passed on to the Umbu and Jonin through intelligence books. Jiraiya then said to Tsunade next to him, "I'm going to support Kamui of Amatsukami, you will be the backup." Tsunade nodded heavily. The current situation is 2 members of Akatsuki, although Amatsukami's members should also be hiding in the dark, but no matter what, as Mai's ninja, Tsunade will not allow Mai's side to just be a spectator, on the other side of the bone forest. Hirako was panting heavily while loudly complaining to Obsidian, "Why are you only here now? Quickly kill that bastard." Although he doesn't want to admit it, Hirako has to accept the fact that he can't kill the member of Amatsukami in front of him alone, so he can only take a step back and join forces with Obsidian. In his view, although his strength is not as good as Hirako, but the fact that Hirako vomited blood repeatedly means that there is something wrong with his body. As long as he joins forces with Obsidian, killing Hirako is a sure thing. Swish, as soon as his voice fell, half of Hirako's body poked out from a thick bone spear behind him, and without a word of nonsense, he raised his hand and slashed down. The sharp bone blade glinted with a cold glint as it slashed across Hirako's neck, and a thin line of blood splattered out. Immediately afterward, Hirako's lifeless head flew up into the air. Tisk! Leaving only a faint sound of disdain, the figure retracted back into the bone spear and disappeared without a trace. Once the Dance of the Early Fern is activated, the entire bone forest will become a part of Hyojin's body. Unless Kamui can sweep away the entire bone forest, otherwise, it won't be able to do anything to him. Therefore, the number of enemies has become meaningless to him. If he can fight one, he can fight 100, and with the Type A Wind Release clone, he is not afraid of any enemy under the Sixth Path realm. Swish, as soon as Hyojin's figure retracted into the bone spear, a shuriken with a diameter of 1 meter flew out from behind and hit the bone spear with a whistling sound. In an instant, a twisted vortex appeared out of thin air, and the entire upper half of the bone spear was stripped away from the spacetime continuum. Then, the huge black shuriken's momentum did not decrease, it flew around in a circle, and the twisted vortex appeared frequently, peeling off 7 or 8 towering bone spears in a row. In the blink of an eye, the bone forest in the area where Hiriko was located was cleared. Boom, with a loud noise, a blue Susanoo appeared in the area where the bone spears were cleared. Obsidian glanced at Hiriko's decapitated body on the ground, and his eyes under the mask were full of ridicule. In fact, Obsidian had the opportunity to act earlier, but he did not do so because Hiriko has always been a confidant of Nagato, and this is very disadvantageous to him, so he has been looking for opportunities to pull the powerful Hiriko to his side. After all, it is only a matter of time before a conflict breaks out between him and Nagato. In other words, Nagato is the final obstacle to the Eye of the Moon project. At this time, Jiraiya suddenly jumped out of the bone forest and shouted, "Immortal Art, 5 Guards Gate." Clatter, Jiraiya in the middle sprayed oil, Immortal Fukasaku on one side used wind release, and Immortal Shima on the other side used fire release. Under the infusion of the Immortal Art Chakra, a sea of fire surged out, illuminating the entire night sky red. Obsidian frowned, and with a thought, his blue Susanoo spread a pair of wings behind it and flew into the air. Because of the implantation of the Hashirama cells, Yin release and Yang release have achieved a preliminary fusion, and they have a certain degree of the power of the Genjutsu. Therefore, although the Sharingan in Obsidian's eye sockets is not the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, it can activate the almost complete form of Susanoo, giving it the ability to fly. Jiraiya didn't expect that Obsidian's Susanoo could fly, so he was surprised. At this time, Jiraiya's immortal technique had already devoured a large part of the bone forest. No matter how tough Hyojin's bone spear was, it could not withstand the fire escape art, the wind escape art, and the special oil, as well as the immortal technique chakra, the 5 right guard gate. Crack, under the continuous crisp sounds, the bone spears shattered one after another in the sea of fire. At this time, Hyojin poked out from a bone spear in the distance, and looked at Jiraiya with a speechless face. No matter how overbearing Obsidian's Kamui Shuriken was, it could only peel off 7 or 8 bone spears at a time, and Hyojin's bone vein could recover in an instant. Jiraiya, with his immortal technique, directly burned a large part of the bone forest. Jiraiya was also a little embarrassed, and said repeatedly, "Sorry, I didn't expect him to fly." Jiraiya's move was actually not a bad move. If Obsidian's Susanoo couldn't fly, he could use this move to test whether Obsidian could still annihilate himself after activating the Susanoo, or whether he could annihilate his Susanoo. After all, even if it was Susanoo, it would still be very dangerous to resist an immortal technique like the 5 right guard gate. If Obsidian could annihilate himself, or annihilate his Susanoo, he would definitely not choose to resist it head-on. Hyojin didn't care too much about this. He turned his head and looked in the direction where Hiriko's body was. At this moment, that area was already a sea of fire. Everything on the ground was burned clean by the 5 right guard gate, even the gravel was burned into a small piece of sand. If Obsidian didn't have time to deal with Hiriko's body just now, then no matter what kind of secret means Hiriko had, no matter what kind of magic the ghost sprout had, he would definitely be dead. But because he was in a hurry to avoid Obsidian's Kamui Shuriken, Hyojin didn't notice what Obsidian did just now. Flying in the air, Obsidian looked down at Hyojin and Jiraiya and said jokingly, "I'm very curious, how long can your dance of the early fern and sage mode last?" After saying that, Obsidian directly removed the Susanoo in the air, and in a whirlpool, his whole body disappeared, leaving only his laughter echoing in the air. Jiraiya said anxiously, "Oh no, he must have chosen another target." Jiraiya thought to himself, if it was him, he would also avoid the enemy's strong people and attack the enemy's weak points, but my village is so big, everywhere can become a target. Standing on a towering bone spear, Hyojin's expression was calm. He had a feeling that Obsidian didn't leave. Suddenly, the surroundings quietened down. The originally noisy beast's howls, the intense sounds of battle, and the intermittent sounds of explosions all gradually subsided. Hyojin's expression became serious. What's going on? Not only Hyojin, but also Jiraiya, Tsunade, and the surrounding Mai ninjas also noticed that something was wrong. Walking out of the ruins, Kurenai asked doubtfully, "Did the enemy retreat?" Kakashi said with a solemn face, "I'm afraid it's not that simple, we'd better be vigilant." At this time, standing on the bone spear, Hyojin raised his eyebrows and suddenly looked up at the distant sky. In the sky above the center of the village, a figure in a red cloud was quietly floating in the sky, with his arms spread out, as if he was doing something. Feeling a huge chakra fluctuation, Jiraiya, who was in sage mode, also found the figure in the air and cast his gaze towards the direction of the figure. Jiraiya frowned. He didn't know why he suddenly had a very bad feeling. Immediately, Jiraiya shouted, "No matter what he's doing, we must stop him." Hyojin said calmly as he made a seal, "It's too late." As soon as Hyojin's voice fell, a slightly majestic voice came from the distant sky, "Shinra Tensei." Boom, 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 a huge shockwave swept through the center of the village and quickly spread in all directions. Everything in the way of this shockwave was mercilessly crushed. Buildings and streets were swallowed by the shockwave. The constantly spreading shockwave was like a giant beast, devouring everything. Smoke and dust filled the sky, covering everything in an instant. The originally dark night became even darker, and one couldn't even see their own fingers in front of them. Looking at the shockwave coming toward them, Kurenai was stunned, and Kakashi also showed a complicated expression of shock and helplessness. Gale even subconsciously jumped on Xian and protected her under his body. Just when everyone was ready to face the impact, a boundless black iron sand curtain suddenly spread out. From the sky, it looked like a black blanket, instantly covering a large area of the village. Sizzle, the lights above her head flickered, emitting a sound of poor contact. Hinata, whose face was covered in dust, was in a daze like a kitten. She was completely in a trance. "Someone save me. It hurts. I want my mother. I want my mother." At this time, shouts of varying strength, intermittent moans, and painful wails came from all corners of the shelter. They overlapped with each other, causing the shelter to fall into a strange noise. Hinata looked around in a daze. Everything was dark in front of her. The long row of lights on the dome of the shelter had been extinguished. The few remaining lights were also flickering because of the damage. In addition, gravel and dust kept falling from the top, causing the shelter to be filled with smoke and dust. Even the scenery that was only 3 to 4 meters away could not be seen clearly. Suddenly, a figure rushed in front of Hinata, shook her, and asked, "Hey, are you hurt?" Hinata's wide eyes slowly focused at this time, and there was some spirit in them. Immediately, she saw the figure in front of her clearly and replied, "Are you Naruto-kun?" "I'm not hurt. Looking at you just now, I thought you were hurt." After muttering softly, Naruto quickly picked up the pile of gravel beside Hinata. Ah! Only then did Hinata realize that Ziyuan, who was originally beside her, was buried in the pile of gravel. She exclaimed and hurriedly helped Naruto lift the gravel. Soon, the two little guys finished clearing the gravel and found that Ziyuan was not the only one buried under the gravel. Zusui used her body to protect Ziyuan, protecting Ziyuan under her body. After rescuing Zusui and Ziyuan, Hinata asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Zusui shook her head weakly. Although she was buried in the gravel, fortunately, the gravel was not too big, so she only had some bruises on her back, and her life was not in danger. Ziyuan, who had come to her senses, burst into tears. At the moment, Ziyuan was very scared, because the tragic scenes she saw in the death prophecy seemed to be coming true little by little. Not far away, Sasuke's mother looked around and looked at the shocking scene. Her face was heavy, and she told Sasuke beside her, "Sasuke, go help the others." Although Sasuke was only 8 years old, in the ninja world, he was already able to go to the battlefield at this age. During the Third Shinobi World War, many children under the age of 8 had already gone to the battlefield, and Itachi had seen the cruelty of war at the age of 4, so in the eyes of Sasuke's mother, Sasuke was not only her son, but also a ninja of Uchiha. Looking at his mother's injured and bleeding leg, Sasuke hesitated, "But your leg, I'm fine, you don't have to worry about me." With that, Sasuke's mother also opened her Sharingan and gently rubbed Sasuke's head, "Don't forget, I'm also a ninja." Sasuke no longer hesitated, got up and shouted to Naruto, who was not far away, "Naruto, let's go save the others." "Oh." Naruto quickly responded. At this time, Hinata whispered, "Naruto-kun, can I go with you?" I have the Byakugan, maybe I can help." Sasuke walked over, looked Hinata up and down, and said arrogantly, "You can follow us, but you have to be smart, don't get in the way." Hinata bowed happily, "Thank you, Sasuke-kun." In the dark shelter where smoke and dust billowed, the three little guys walked all the way together. Fortunately, with Hinata's Byakugan, they could rescue some of the Mai villagers who were buried under the rubble from time to time. A moment later, they came in front of a collapsed boulder. Looking at the completely collapsed tunnel in front of him, Hinata took a deep breath and couldn't help but ask, how did this happen? What happened just now? Naturally, Naruto couldn't answer. He went forward to push the boulder blocking the tunnel, but found that it couldn't be pushed at all. As Sasuke thought about it, he said casually, our shelter is dozens of meters underground. Even if there was a huge explosion on the ground, it shouldn't have affected this place. Naruto curled his lips, then why did so many places in the shelter collapse? Sasuke was speechless and said angrily, how would I know? But something must have happened to the ground. Hinata said worriedly, I wonder how father is now. Hearing Hinata's words, Sasuke was also faintly worried, but he soon thought to himself, my father is the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. He will definitely be fine. Tap. Tap. At this moment, there was the sound of unhurried footsteps coming from the dim tunnel. Sasuke and the others quickly turned around and found a black shadow walking towards them. When the other party approached, Sasuke immediately recognized the identity of the visitor and said, it's you, Hyuga Ningxi. Just as Ningxi was secretly paying attention to Sasuke, Sasuke has also been secretly paying attention to Ningxi, who is known as a genius, so he recognized Ningxi at a glance. Ningxi glanced at the people in front of him and immediately said to Hinata, Miss Hinata. Hinata quickly returned the greeting, Brother Ningxi. Naruto scratched his head and said, the way they address each other is so strange. Sasuke crossed his arms over his chest and explained coolly, what do you know? Hinata is the eldest daughter of the Hyuga family, and her status is equivalent to my brother's status in the Uchiha clan. Ningxi is just a member of the Hyuga family responsible for protecting the Hyuga family. Although they are relatives, Hinata is the master of the family, and Ningxi is just a retainer. Naruto muttered, they are obviously relatives of the same age, why do they have to distinguish between master and retainer? The Hyuga clan is really confusing. Sasuke glanced at Naruto disdainfully, idiot, there are many rules in a rich family like us. Listening to Sasuke and Naruto openly discuss the difference in status between the Hyuga family and the branch family in front of him, Ningxi's face was burning. As he grew older, Ningxi gradually understood the difference between the branch family and the main family, and gradually understood his position in the family. He didn't dislike protecting Hinata, but he hoped to protect his sister as a brother, not as a branch family. At this moment, Ningxi suddenly shouted, be careful. With that, Ningxi subconsciously pulled Hinata back. Sasuke and Naruto also reacted and retreated far away. Boom, not long after they retreated, the boulder blocking the passage was blown up. Through the breach, several little guys found that in the passage at the other end, several Mai ninjas were fighting fiercely with a ninja in a red cloud suit. After seeing the identity of one of the Mai ninjas, Hinata exclaimed, it's Sister Ling. In the narrow passage of the shelter, several figures were fighting fiercely. Bang, in the muffled sound, a figure was kicked out and hit the wall. Damn it. The person who was kicked away was none other than Mitarai Enko, who was in charge of guarding the sanctuary. There were a total of 5 teams stationed in the shelter, with a total of 20 outstanding Mai ninjas. But since they encountered the Akatsuki member who invaded the shelter, the members of the team were killed one after another. Until now, only Red Bean was left among the 20 Mai ninjas. If it wasn't for the chance encounter with Mute, Kuroto, and Uchiha Izumi, Red Bean would have died in the hands of the Akatsuki member. Bagua 64 palms. Belle, who had activated the Byakugan, used the Mute as a cover, moved behind the enemy and used all her strength to use the strongest soft fist technique she had mastered, pa pa pa. In an instant, a series of crisp palm strikes sounded in the passage. Mute and Uchiha Izumi looked at each other and said happily, got it. The Hyuga clan's soft fist can directly destroy the enemy's meridians. On the surface, it seems that the enemy was not seriously injured, but the internal meridians may have been completely destroyed by the soft fist. But at this time, the strong enemy who had suffered a full set of Bagua 64 palms didn't seem to be affected at all. He turned around and kicked Belle, who was behind him. This? Mute, who had almost used up his chakra, was stunned. On the side, Uchiha Izumi, who had 2 Sharingan activated, was trembling in fear. The enemy was too strong, so strong that she almost lost the will to fight. At this time, the Akatsuki member turned around and walked step by step toward Mute and Uchiha Izumi. Staring at the Rinnegan in the opponent's eye sockets, Mute fell into despair. The enemy not only has amazing insight, but his body can also launch missiles. They fought hard for a long time, and finally created an opportunity, but they found that the opponent's body was immune to the soft fist attack. Uchiha Izumi's legs softened, and she fell to the ground. Red Bean, who was not far away, struggled to get up, but her throat suddenly became hot, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. She fell to the ground again and shouted unwillingly, "Don't let him enter the shelter." Undoubtedly, the one who invaded the shelter was the Azura Path of the 6 Paths of Pain. Because the previous Azura Path was destroyed by Suijin, so this is a brand new Azura Path, but just like the previous Azura Path, it is also a sturdy fatty. It stood in the passage and glanced indifferently at the few Mai ninjas who blocked it, and immediately raised its hands. Ka. With a mechanical sound, many missiles appeared on the raised arms of the Azura Path, aiming at the few Mai ninjas in the passage. Swish, just when Xiangling, Mute, and the others thought that they couldn't escape, suddenly, a shuriken shot from the other end of the passage. The Azura Path didn't move, but slightly tilted its head, avoiding the shuriken, and then looked at the other end of the passage. Fire release, Great Fireball Jutsu. In an instant, a fierce flame shot from the other end of the passage. The Azura Path raised its arms to protect its face, and still didn't dodge, using its body to resist the fire release jutsu. Through a moment of observation, it is judged that the strength of the fire release jutsu won't cause too much damage to it, and its body can completely resist it. But just as the flames were about to dissipate, a few black shadows rushed over under the cover of the flames. The Azura Path quickly noticed that the ones rushing at the front were 2 7 or 8 years old children, one with yellow hair, and the other with black hair, one on the left and one on the right, rushing through the gap beside it. Then, the 2 children with Byakugan simultaneously put on a soft fist posture and attacked. A group of children, Azura Dao had a look of disdain on his face. However, when he was about to raise his hand to block the attack, he realized that his body was bound by several steel wires. At that moment, he noticed that the first wave of imps that charged past him were holding on to several specially processed steel wires that were so thin that they could not be seen. In this moment of delay, when the Azura Path broke the steel wires that entangled itself, the 2 children with Byakugan were already in front of it. Clap clap clap, another crisp sound of palm strikes rang in the passage. This time, it was different from the sneak attack from Kuroto's back. It was a full frontal attack, and the 2 children were fiercely attacking the weak points of the human body. After the attack was completed, the 4 children, Sasuke, Naruto, Xianxia, and Hinata, panted heavily as they observed the results of the battle. This was the first time for them to experience such an actual battle. However, the Azura Path just shook its neck, and then the corner of its mouth curled up, revealing a smile. Together with the chubby face of the Azura Path, it was a charming smile, but in the eyes of the 4 children, it was extremely terrifying and creepy. Then, the Azura Path slowly raised its hand and aimed at the 4 children. Hinata, Xianxia. At this time, Kuroto rushed over and protected the children behind her. The Azura Path aimed at Kuroto and the children's arms, and with a violent chakra reaction, its light cannon flashed with a dazzling blue light. In an instant, the originally dark passage of the sanctuary became as bright as day. The children behind Kuroto were all shivering. At this moment, they deeply understood the cruelty of the ninja world, and the horror of life and death. Facing the light cannon aimed at her, Kuroto was actually not much stronger than the children behind her. She bit her lips, and in despair and fear, she shouted loudly, "Kuroto!" As soon as the voice fell, Kuroto's pure white left eye suddenly turned bright blue like stars. At the same time, an extremely strong repulsive force suddenly formed, like an invisible hand, suddenly repelling the Azura Path. Boom, under the strong repulsive force, the Azura Path was directly smashed into the wall, and its body was torn apart. After the attack, Kuroto's left eye returned to pure white, and the chakra in her body seemed to be instantly sucked out. What just happened? Seeing that Kuroto's strong enemy was inexplicably killed by Kuroto just by shouting Hyojin's name, the few people in the passage were shocked, and they looked at Kuroto in confusion. Kuroto was also at a loss. She only vaguely remembered that a few days ago, Hyojin had cast a technique on her left eye. At this time, Mute walked to the wreckage of the Azure Realm. After a quick check, he said to everyone in the tunnel, "There's no chakra reaction anymore." Uchiha Izumi whispered. "Is it dead?" Red Bean struggled to stand up, held the wall, and staggered over, saying, "This should be just a human puppet of the Akatsuki leader." After confirming that the Azure path has been completely destroyed, they once again looked at Hyuga Yui, who was still lying on the ground. Mute asked doubtfully, "What happened just now?" Since the Azure path was using the light cannon, everyone's vision was blocked by the strong light from the light cannon. No one could see what had happened. Yu shook her head and said, I don't know what happened. In fact, even Yu herself wasn't sure what happened just now. She only had a vague feeling that it might have something to do with the spell that Hyojin cast on her left eye a few days ago. However, the scene just now was too strange. She was supposed to be an invincible enemy, but she was defeated in an instant, so she didn't dare to say anything. At least before she talked to Hyojin in private, she didn't dare to say anything. Red Bean looked around and muttered, "Is there someone else hiding nearby?" Mute also became alert. Could it be someone from Amatsukami? All of a sudden, everyone in the passageway other than Kuroto became suspicious, on the ground. When the Azure Realm was instantly destroyed in the tunnel, Tendo, who was floating above Mai, and Hyojin on the ground sensed the change at the same time. Heaven's Will's cold gaze gradually slanted downwards, glancing in the direction of the shelter. Is it the leader of Amatsukami? Is he hiding in Mai's shelter? A doubt welled up in Nagato's mind. The destruction of the Azure Realm was too sudden. There was no sign at all, and Nagato was distracted by controlling the 6 paths of pain at the same time. His main attention was focused on the heavenly Tao made from Yahiko's corpse. So when the chakra connection of the Azure Realm was suddenly cut off, he could not determine what happened in the passage of the sanctuary for a while. Based on the information from the Azure Realm, Duan Ling Tian seemed to be using the Shimmer Tensei that he was most proficient in, but one thing he could be sure of was that Mai's 9 tails Jinchuriki was hiding in the shelter. After pondering for a moment, the heavenly Tao extended its arm in the direction of the shelter, on the other side. Cough, cough. While coughing lightly, Kuroto removed the iron sand curtain in front of him. He had already sensed that Yui had just used the transcription seal to seal the rain wheel in Yui's left eye. Ling should be in the shelter. Did something happen there too? As the iron sand curtain was removed, Hyojin's vision was in a mess. Damn it. Although he had expected it, seeing such a scene still made him very angry. There was no doubt that the small courtyard that his parents left him in a good location must have been destroyed. Jiraiya also got up from the ground and looked around with shock and anger on his face. At this moment, Hyojin and the others were in the area where Wu had invaded Mai. It was closer to the outer wall and at the edge of the village. So when the Shimmer Tensei spread to this place, its power had weakened a lot. In addition, with the protection of Hyojin's iron sand curtain, the damage around the village was far less than the central area of the village. But even so, there were only a few buildings left standing around. It could be seen what the central area of Mai had become. This made Jiraiya, who loved Mai deeply, extremely angry. Nagato! Jiraiya shouted as he looked at the heavens Tao in the sky. He then charged forward without a care in the world. Tsunade, who climbed out of the ruins, did not rush to the Tendo like Jiraiya, but quickly printed with a heavy face, and immediately pressed on the ground. Psychic Jutsu! In the loud shout of Tsunade, a white smoke rolled up. When the white smoke dissipated, a huge white-blue slug appeared in front of Tsunade. This is the psychic beast of Tsunade, one of the Sannin, the Shikatsu forest slug. Looking at the mess around, the slug was shocked. How did Mai become like this? Tsunade said in a deep voice, I will explain to you in detail later. It is more important to treat the injured first. Yes. At the command of Tsunade, the huge slug immediately split into countless small slugs and scattered throughout the ruins to treat the injured Mai ninjas. Although the villagers have entered the shelter in advance and escaped the disaster, there are still a large number of Mai ninjas on the ground, so the attack just now, the casualties of Mai ninjas must be not light. If they are not treated in time, it is likely to cause huge casualties. Hyojin didn't care about Tsunade, he jumped up and flew into the air. At the moment, the priority must be to get rid of Tendo. This guy is simply a human-shaped nuclear bomb. If he lets it go on like this, the entire my village will be directly wiped out. Outside my village, a majestic goshawk was searching around the periphery of my village. After a long time, it finally approached the cliff where Nagato's real body was. At this moment, the goshawk's sharp eyes flickered when it noticed two figures on the cliff. It closed its wings and dove toward the cliff at an extremely fast speed. It seemed like it wanted to get closer to confirm the identities of the figures on the cliff. At the spur of the moment, countless pieces of paper swarmed from all directions and stuck to the goshawk. Despite sensing the danger, the goshawk did not turn around to escape. Instead, it tightened its wings and dove toward the cliff. Hiss, hiss. As the detonation talismans were ignited, sparks appeared on the pieces of paper stuck to the goshawk's body. The goshawk turned a deaf ear to the dangerous situation that was right in front of it. It stared at the cliff with its sharp eyes, which was getting closer and closer. Boom, boom, boom. Soon enough, a series of explosions were heard in the sky, and the goshawk was directly devoured by the explosions. Nagato, who was standing at the edge of the cliff, only glanced at it briefly. Next to him, Konan retracted her right hand that was controlling the paper escape and said, "Hirako has set up a special potion to drive away birds and beasts in the vicinity. That goshawk just now is not an ordinary bird. Our location has been exposed." Nagato said lightly, "Don't worry about it." In the underground base of the My Intelligence team, Kaichi Yamanaka suddenly opened his eyes, removed the device on his head, and said weakly, "Quick, inform Naruto-sama, I've found the specific location of the target." After saying that, he suddenly realized that the underground base of the intelligence team was in a mess, and all kinds of equipment were lying all over the place. At this time, one of the intelligence team's subordinates reported to him in panic, "We've lost contact with the Naruto building." Lost contact? Kaichi Yamanaka was stunned for a long time. He couldn't react and subconsciously asked, "What does this mean?" The My Ninja of the intelligence team doesn't know much. He only knows that after the earthquake, all the communication between the intelligence team and the outside world was cut off. Even the Naruto building was no exception. Kaichi Yamanaka didn't feel the earthquake just now, because he has been using the secret technique of the Yamanaka clan Heart Twist Jutsu to send his consciousness into the body of an eagle to search for the traces of the Akatsuki organization's leader. At this time, a member of the intelligence team who went out to investigate stumbled back to the intelligence team's underground base and shouted, "Not good, the village, the village." Kaichi Yamanaka anxiously asked, "What happened outside?" The member of the intelligence team knelt on the ground and said with a sad face, "The village is gone." Yamanaka Inoichi was also lost in thought for a while. Then, his expression froze and he stood up with a resolute expression. The intelligence team's underground base survived, which means that the Umbu's base, the Roots base, and the shelter were not directly destroyed. As the commander of the intelligence team, Kaichi Yamanaka knew that Lei-ing, Mizukage, Kazakage, and Tsuchikage, the four strongest ninjas of the shinobi world, were in the Root base, waiting for them to find the traces of the Akatsuki organization's leader Nagato. These four Kage and their bodyguards are a force that can't be underestimated. As long as they can kill the Akatsuki organization's leader, the situation can be instantly reversed. Soon, Kaichi Yamanaka arrived at the Root base. At this time, the Root base is also in chaos. The four Kage are arguing with each other about whether to attack or not. Lei-ing and Mizukage can't bear it anymore, while Tsuchikage and Kazakage want to collect more information before attacking. All of them are the leaders of the village, and no one is willing to submit to anyone. Coupled with the fact that Naruto is missing, they quarreled for a while without any result. However, this dispute calmed down after the arrival of Kaichi Yamanaka. With the location of the Akatsuki organization's leader Nagato found, everyone quickly reached a consensus. The threat of the Akatsuki organization is too great, even Mai can't resist it, not to mention the other villages, so if they don't take advantage of the time when the four Kage are gathered to eliminate the Akatsuki organization, there may not be a chance in the future. At this time, Hamura stood up and said, "On behalf of Mai, I will attack with you." 3 generations lost, Mito Kazakage, Mito Yamanaka has no choice but to take the lead. A moment later, everyone quietly left the village through a secret passage in the original Root base and headed straight for the high cliff in the mountain that Hai had scouted before. In this group, in addition to the 4 Kages and Hamura, there are also many experts from the 5 great shinobi villages. The Mist Village has Mei and Ayajirai, the Sand Crypsis has Chiyo and Hakura, the Cloud Village has Hachibi's Jinchuriki, the Rock Village has Inoki's son, and Akatsuki who has the title of Tsuchikage Shield. A team of nearly 100 people, all composed of Jonin and Elite Jonin, a powerful force that can control the situation of the shinobi world, my village. Rushing to the bottom of Tendo, Jiraiya shouted angrily, Nagato. Tendo, who was preparing to use ninjutsu on the shelter, lowered his hand and slowly fell to the ground. Looking at the completely changed village, Jiraiya, who was burning with anger, did not waste any time. He formed a hand seal and shouted at the heavens Tao, celestial method, 5 right guard gate. Boom, a huge sea of fire surged and rolled towards Tendo, swoosh. At this time, in the sound of wind breaking, a figure blocked in front of Tendo and opened his arms. The huge sea of fire seemed to have hit a reef and was split in half by the figure. In a shining brilliance, all the flames that rushed to the figure were absorbed. Little Jiraiya, that puppet seems to be able to absorb or seal our immortal arts, Immortal Fukasaku on Jiraiya's shoulder warned. Immortal Shima on the side said, fight him in close combat. Jiraiya immediately stepped on the sea of fire and rushed over with all his might, punching the figure in front of Tendo. Seeing Jiraiya in immortal mode rushing over, the figure flashed to the side, revealing Tendo behind him. At the same time, Tendo had already raised his arm and said indifferently, Shinra Tensei. Boom, a huge repulsive force suddenly formed, pushing Jiraiya back along with the sea of fire, and at this moment, Immortal Shima on Jiraiya's shoulder stretched out his long and thin tongue. The tongue moved as fast as lightning and instantly wrapped around the figure that had absorbed the immortal art 5th right guard beside Tendo and pulled it over. After landing, the furious Jiraiya did not hesitate and punched the figure's head, bang. In immortal mode, Jiraiya's strength was not inferior to Tsunade's by much. With a single punch and a dull sound, the figure's head was dented by him. Seeing that Jiraiya had destroyed his hungry ghost realm, Tendo actually smiled and said, Teacher, you finally felt it. Without waiting for Jiraiya to answer, Tendo continued, the village was ravaged by others, and in the face of a strong enemy, you can't do anything about it. If you don't experience it yourself, who can truly understand this kind of pain? Jiraiya roared, don't tell me you don't have any remorse for doing these insane things. Tendo said coldly, Teacher, I didn't expect your thoughts to be so arrogant. At this moment, Hyojin descended from the sky and rushed towards Tendo. Tendo snorted and stretched out his arm towards Hyojin. Shinra Tensei. Boom, the huge repulsive force sent Hyojin and the iron sand around him flying. Then, Tendo said, you are no match for me. Let Yama show himself. Swish, before Tendo finished speaking, Hyojin, who had just been sent flying by Shinra Tensei, appeared behind Tendo in a flash. So fast. Tendo was shocked and suddenly jumped to the side, narrowly avoiding the bone blade in Hyojin's hand. However, Hyojin, who had cut through Tendo's red cloud robe, curled his lips. Pfft, suddenly, Hyojin spat out a mouthful of blood. Tendo saw this and said, your body looks like it can't hold on for much longer. Hyojin smiled and said, you don't understand what this means at all. To put it bluntly, the type A clone's blood disease was a manifestation of its ability reverting to its ancestor. The more serious the blood disease was, the stronger the corpse bone meridian was. If the type A clone was on the verge of collapse, it meant that the corpse bone meridian was getting closer and closer to the mutual killing gray bones. Listening to Hyojin's confident tone, Tendo's indifferent face frowned. Originally, Nagato thought that the only person in Amatsukami that he needed to pay attention to was the leader of Amatsukami, Yama. Later, he heard that Obsidian was defeated by Homusubi of Amatsukami. Although he looked down on Obsidian's Manjikyu Sharingan, he knew that Obsidian's pupil technique is very special and extremely difficult to deal with. An ordinary person wouldn't be able to hurt Obsidian at all. Therefore, Kuroto started to pay attention to Homusubi of Amatsukami. But who would have thought that this nameless member of Amatsukami who wore a mask with the symbol of a gale would be so difficult to deal with? Not only did he defeat Hiriko, who had 5 different Kekkei limits, he even nearly injured Tendo. This was something that Nagato would never allow. He has the strength to threaten me. After coming to this conclusion, Tendo's eyes narrowed, and his originally indifferent eyes became solemn as he said, tell me your name. Hyojin chuckled and said, Amatsukami, kamikaze. Kamikaze, Nagato pondered for a moment, but he didn't have the slightest impression of kamikaze. Thanks to Zetsu's special ability, Akatsuki's infiltration of the major shinobi villages has been very smooth in recent years, and they have more or less understanding of the strongest shinobi in the shinobi world. However, even after searching through his memories, Nagato couldn't find any strong shinobi who had both Kekii limit and Kekii limit. This kamikaze of Amatsukami seems to have appeared out of thin air, or rather, Amatsukami itself seems to have appeared out of thin air, and there is no trace of them in the shinobi world. At this time, Jiraiya seemed to have made up his mind and said in a deep voice, Nagato, as your sensei, I can't allow you to do such evil anymore, I must stop you today. Tendo shifted his gaze to Jiraiya and said. Lightly, Sensei, do you want to kill me? Jiraiya said solemnly, if you refuse to repent, I can only do this. Repent? The will of the heavens grinned disdainfully and said, why is it righteous for you to destroy the hidden rain village, but I need to repent for destroying my? Why is it always us small shinobi villages who need to repent? Jiraiya said helplessly, Nagato, you have been blinded by hatred. No. Shaking his head, Heavens will said coldly, I've just come to a realization. Yahiko used his life to warn me that dialogue can't be exchanged for peace. Power is the foundation of peace. Only when everyone has experienced the pain that I have endured will they understand the value of peace, so I want the world to feel pain. Jiraiya didn't expect Nagato to be so extreme that he even tried to maintain peace in the ninja world with fear and pain. This was simply going from one extreme to the other, so he said sadly, is the peace obtained in this way still real peace? Living in fear, without laughter, without freedom, what's the difference between such peace and a prison? Heavens will recalled memories of his childhood and said, it's better than dying inexplicably at home, dying on the roadside, dying quietly in the wilderness. Laughter? Freedom? What's the point of those things if I can't even guarantee my survival? Jiraiya shouted, that's why we should work harder to change the ninja world. You have the legendary immortal's eye, and it's very likely that you are the child of prophecy who will bring change to the ninja world. Don't make the same mistake again. Before Jiraiya finished speaking, Tendo stretched out his arm towards him and said, Shinra Tensei. Boom, under the huge repulsive force, Jiraiya was instantly blasted away. At this time, Tendo said faintly, Sensei, it seems like you still can't understand my pain. Hyojin didn't have the energy to distinguish who was right and who was wrong. As the blood secondary disease continued to worsen, his wind-release Type A clone body was reaching its limit. His joints were like rusty machines. With a slight movement, there would be a slight creaking sound, and all the muscles in his body would either feel sore or convulse. Without a doubt, this wind-release Type A clone body's mutual killer gray bones characteristic was becoming more and more obvious. The first to bear the brunt was the Type A wind escape clone. The common kill gray bones characteristic in its blood was slowly disintegrating the body's functions. Ouch, it really hurts. Hyojin was sweating profusely. If it wasn't for the mask on his face, he might not have been able to maintain his composure. Enduring the various discomfort in his body, he looked at Nagato and analyzed the situation in front of him. The 6 paths of pain were all human puppets made from corpses. As long as Nagato, who had the Rinnegan eye, didn't die, these human puppets could be constantly replaced. Therefore, killing them was meaningless. However, the Tendo in front of him was slightly different. This was because it was made from the corpse of Nagato's best friend, Yahiko. To Nagato, it had a unique and special meaning. Therefore, Nagato would not give up on the Tendo. Therefore, Hyojin could use this Tendo to do something. Soon, Hyojin had an idea. He shouted to Jiraiya, who had just been repelled by Shinra Tensei, stop talking nonsense with him. Even if you want to communicate with him, at least defeat him first. Jiraiya also realized that if he didn't defeat Nagato first, any kind of persuasion would be meaningless. Therefore, he didn't say anything else. He jumped up from the ground and quickly made a hand seal. At this moment, the Tendo stretched out its arms towards Jiraiya and Hyojin and coldly shouted, Earth-exploding heavenly star. In an instant, Hyojin and Jiraiya were pulled up by a strong gravitational force. Their bodies instantly became weightless and floated in the air. At the same time, the soil and gravel around them also rose into the air. Jiraiya was shocked. He shouted to Hyojin, "Find a way to get out. If you get sucked in, it's over." Jiraiya had a lingering fear of the earth exploding heavenly star. The last time he raided the Hidden Rain village, he was instantly subdued by Nagato with this move. If it wasn't for Jishui activating Susanoo and risking her life to save him, he and Hachibi's Jinchuriki would probably be sealed in the earth-exploding heavenly star. This was the first time Hyojin was hit by the earth-exploding heavenly star. However, his expression didn't change. The Byakugan under the mask searched around and soon locked on the inconspicuous black ball in the night above him. The glowing black ball was the core of the earth-exploding heavenly star. At this time, Jiraiya suddenly shouted, "What's going on? The attraction this time is stronger than the last time." After transplanting the Hashirama cells, Nagato could be considered to have completed his sage body. In terms of physique alone, he was infinitely close to Otsutsuki Azura, the son of the Sage of the Six Paths. And with the fusion of the bodies of the Thousand Hands clan and the Uzumaki clan, not only did he recover from the disability caused by Hyojin's Golden Wheel reincarnation explosion, but his chakra's amount had also improved. If the previous Nagato used the large-scale Shinra Tensei and Kabaku Tensei at the cost of his own life. But now, using these ninjutsu is just a little more taxing. If you don't count the consumption of the Rinnegan's pupil power, the large-scale Shinra Tensei and the powerful techniques of the Rinnegan such as Earth Explosion Tensei can almost be regarded as ordinary ninjutsu for him. Because of this, Jiraiya suddenly discovered that the Kabaku Tensei that Nagato used this time was completely different from the one in the Hidden Rain village. The absorption power was not comparable at all. Even if he had done some escape training in private, it was completely useless at this time. Damn it! Watching his body being buried by countless soil and gravel, Jiraiya roared unwillingly. Like Jiraiya, Hyojin's body gradually disappeared in the soil, but he didn't struggle much. He was unusually calm and seemed to be brewing something. On the ground, looking up at the huge sphere that was gradually forming in the sky, and Hyojin and Jiraiya were gradually disappearing in the soil and gravel, Tendo's indifferent face didn't change at all, as if everything was natural. Perhaps Nagato didn't know that the Kabaku Tensei was the move that the Otsutsuki Yuki brothers used to seal his mother, Kagaya, but he knew that no one could escape from the Kabaku Tensei without external help. So the moment the giant sphere was completed, Camera and Jiraiya were no longer a threat. At this time, Tendo's eyes moved to an area in the distance. There, dozens of meters underground, was none other than Mai's refuge. This time, to punish Mai, capturing the Nine Tails as Jinchuriki was also one of Akatsuki's goals. Since he found that Konoha's Kyuubi's Jinchuriki was hiding in the sanctuary, Nagato naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity, and because he suspected that the leader of Amatsukami, Yama, was also hiding in the sanctuary, Nagato didn't plan to let Tendo attack the sanctuary himself because it was too dangerous. Tendo stretched out his arm in the direction of the refuge and said again, "Kabaku Tensei, boom." Before Tendo could launch his ninjutsu, the giant sphere created by the Kabaku Tensei behind him that imprisoned Hyojin and Jiraiya suddenly exploded with a dull sound. Tendo turned his head and looked over. Clatter, with a series of tremors, countless cracks appeared on the surface of the giant sphere created by the Kabaku Tensei, and gravel kept falling from the surface of the sphere. Obviously, the giant sphere created by the Kabaku Tensei in the air was collapsing. How is this possible? Tendo's indifferent face finally changed, revealing a look of disbelief. In the absence of external attacks, in Nagato's knowledge, this situation was impossible to happen. No one could escape the imprisonment of the Kabaku Tensei without external help. Boom, there was another loud sound, and the giant sphere that was already full of cracks instantly burst like fireworks in the night sky. Looking at the dust and gravel flying in all directions, Tendo frowned, and his face was solemn. Swoosh, under the cover of the countless flying gravel, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Tendo. Winchim. After recognizing the other party's identity, Heaven's Tao retreated without any hesitation. You can't run away. Hyojin chuckled and chased after him. Bang bang bang, in the blink of an eye, the two figures were fighting. Their fists and legs clashed, and there was a dull sound that shook the eardrums. Tendo could not only use all kinds of powerful Rinnegan techniques, but his body technique was also very strong. In the original Space and Time, Tendo used his body technique to fight against the Nine Tails Jinchuriki Naruto in a berserk state, and the speed and strength he displayed were the best in the ninja world. As for Hyojin's Type A wind release clone, because it was on the verge of collapse, its speed and strength were reduced to different degrees. Although it still had the upper hand, it could not take down Tendo in a hurry. At this moment, Hyojin seemed to have gone all out and shouted, "Dance of the Early Fern." Swoosh, 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 bone spears rose from the ground again, and a pale white bone forest instantly appeared on the messy ground. With the convenience of moving through the bone forest, Hyojin went behind Tendo and slashed down with the bone blade in his hand. The moment the bone forest appeared, Nagato lost his sense of Hyojin and fell into a passive state. However, his premonition of danger did not disappear. When Hyojin went behind Tendo and launched a surprise attack, he did not hesitate to chakra and cast the strengthened version of Shinra Tensei again. Boom, a huge impact wave swept by again, but this time, Nagato cast it too hastily, and the power was not even half of what it was before. Even so, it was enough to destroy the bone forest around him. Huff, huff, Tendo, who was standing in place, panted heavily. Casting the strengthened version of Shinra Tensei twice in a short period of time was a big burden for him, who had improved his physique. Especially the last time, it was too rushed and he was completely unprepared, so the consumption was even greater. However, looking at the broken bone spears in front of him, Nagato felt that the consumption was worth it. Crack, with a slight sound, a crack suddenly appeared on the ground under Tendo's feet. This? Tendo's expression froze, and he was about to dodge. But at this moment, a figure broke out of the ground, and the bone blade in his hand with a cold light slashed at Tendo. If he was hit by this attack, Tendo would definitely be split in half, but at this time, there was no way for him to dodge, and Shinra Tensei was also in cooldown. Seeing the bone blade getting closer and closer, Tendo's face finally showed a horrified expression. Nagato did not care about the 6 paths of pain, but he cared about Yahiko's corpse. Suddenly, a twisting vortex appeared behind Heaven's Will, sucking in Heaven's Will, who had nowhere to run. Seeing Tendo being sucked in by the twisted whirlpool, Hyojin, who was attacking Tendo, was not surprised. Instead, he breathed a sigh of relief and said to himself, "Finally caught you." Thud, behind a broken wall that was more than 300 meters away from the battlefield where Hyojin and Tiandao fought, the ground cracked, and a figure shot out from the ground. That figure was none other than Hyojin. Previously, Tiandao had only destroyed the bone spears on the surface with Shinra Tensei. There was still a dense forest of bone spears underground. And the one who was attacking Tiandao in the distance was just one of Hyojin's bone clones. His real body had been hiding underground in the bone forest, and he was waiting for the moment Obsidian attacked. Even if he gathered 2 divine powers and could activate his ocular technique from a distance without needing to touch Obsidian, when he activated it, he had to get out of his illusory state and enter a corporeal state where he could be attacked. And that moment was the only chance Hyojin had to attack, under the broken wall. When Obsidian heard the sound of the ground breaking, he could not help but be slightly shocked while he used his ocular technique to save Tiandao in the distance. Then, his lips curled up, and he put on the ghost of a smile. "Oh, so you're coming for me." Obsidian, who was skilled in ambushes, had already realized that wind chimes from God's organization had only attacked Tiandao as a cover. Her real target was him. But he did not mind it. In fact, he was a little disdainful. However, when Hyojin broke out of the ground, he did not say a single word. He held the bone blade in his hand, and without any hesitation, he swung it down fiercely at Obsidian. It would not be too late to say anything else after he succeeded. At that moment, what he needed to do was to use all his strength to kill his target. If it was possible, he even hoped that Obsidian would die in a daze. There was no doubt that from the start to the end, Hyojin's target was not Tiandao. Yahiko's body may be very important to Nagato, but it is meaningless to Kuroto. Destroying it is completely harmful to others without benefiting himself, and it is not worth Kuroto to risk his life for it. Hyojin's real target was Obsidian, who had been wandering around the battlefield. That's right. Based on his understanding of Obsidian, he believed that Obsidian had not retreated. Instead, he had borrowed the power of divine aura to roam around the battlefield, looking for a suitable opportunity to strike. With such a specter spying on them, even Hyojin, who was controlling the Type A wind escape clone, felt uneasy. It could be said that apart from Hyojin, who had the ability to slightly counter the obsidian, the rest of Mai, including Jiraiya, who was in immortal mode, and the missing 3 generations, could not resist the obsidian's plot. So, he had to get rid of obsidian first, and he had to do it without delay, but if he wanted to get rid of obsidian, he had to lure him out of the state of divine aura. Looking at the entire battlefield, the only thing that could possibly lure obsidian to attack was Tiandao. Because if obsidian watched Tiandao be destroyed by Hyojin, it would inevitably ignite the conflict between him, Nagato, and Konami. Don't underestimate Nagato and Konami's feelings for Yahiko. If obsidian did not help, there was a real possibility that Nagato would turn against him. At that time, the Akatsuki might have internal strife or split, and for obsidian, this was something that he absolutely could not allow. So, as he understood the bond between Yahiko, Nagato, and Konami, he couldn't just watch Hyojin destroy Tiandao. Plus, after retrieving his left eye, not only could he use Kamui from a distance, but he also had Susanoo. With his confidence skyrocketing, his vigilance naturally decreased. All of Hyojin's previous actions were carried out around this plan. When he was attacked by Chibaku Tensei, he did not struggle violently, nor did he attack the core black ball of Chibaku Tensei in advance. This was to make Nagato and Obsidian lower their guard, making them misjudge and underestimate him. For this reason, he didn't even hesitate to risk being imprisoned by Chibaku Tensei. Fortunately, the bone blade that contained the characteristic of mutual kill gray bones did not disappoint him. It successfully destroyed the core black ball of Nagato's Chibaku Tensei, and escaped in a situation that Nagato and Obsidian didn't expect at all. It launched a swift and violent attack, causing Nagato and Obsidian to fight hastily, without any time to think and weigh the pros and cons. Without time to think, one would follow their instincts. If one couldn't calmly weigh the pros and cons, one might make a mistake. Hyojin was betting on this 1 or 2 seconds, betting on Obsidian's carelessness and making a mistake. At this time, in front of the will of the heavens and behind Obito, there was a bone blade that was about to slash down. The bone blade glowed with a dim light, and in the darkness of the night, it was inconspicuous. How to choose was placed in front of Obsidian. However, in the face of the sudden sneak attack from behind, Obsidian did not choose to pause the pupil technique and enter the state of nothingness. Because in that case, Tiandao in the distance would be split into 2 by Hyojin's bone clone, so he didn't stop the pupil technique, but he also didn't intend to sacrifice himself. In the face of the sneak attack from behind, the corner of his mouth raised, and his face was full of sarcasm. In an instant, an emerald blue phantom was projected from his body. Roar, accompanied by the roar of the phantom, an emerald blue Susanoo was completed in an instant, blocking between Obsidian and Hyojin. Although Obsidian's Manjikyu Sharingan is not the Eternal Eye's Manjikyu Sharingan, but after transplanting the Hashirama cells, the pupil power of Manjikyu Sharingan is infinitely close to the Eternal Eye's, and instantly activating Susanoo is a piece of cake for him. Humph, do you think you can hurt me? Obsidian, who activated Susanoo, didn't even look back, just looked behind him with the corner of his eyes. Now in his eyes, ninjas without the bloodline of the Sage of the Six Paths are all ants. No matter how strong this Amatsukumi's wind chime is, it is just an ant that is slightly more difficult to deal with. After recovering the Manjikyu Sharingan in his left eye, he has the qualification to activate Susanoo, and he has made up for his shortcomings in direct confrontation. There is no weakness. Kacha. A harsh crisp sound resounded through the night sky. For some reason, when he heard the crisp sound coming from behind him, a bad premonition welled up in the depths of his heart. He quickly turned around, wanting to see what was happening behind him. But before he turned his head, the corner of his eyes caught a glimpse of a scene that surprised him. The bone blade held by Hyojin, who jumped high behind him, cut the Susanoo, but it was like cutting thin glass. The body of Susanoo, which is formed by the fusion of the pupil power of Manjikyu Sharingan and the high-intensity chakra, was shattered without the slightest resistance. Not only that, after coming into contact with the bone blade, the emerald blue Susanoo's body quickly fell into decay and disintegration, like a withered branch or a withered leaf. How is this possible? Obsidian, who hadn't completely turned his head, suddenly shrank his pupils, and then he vaguely felt that his body seemed to be cut in half. Whoosh, a gust of night wind blew past, stirring up a cloud of dust. The earth was shaking, the sky was collapsing, and the battlefield suddenly became silent, only the wails of the injured Konoha ninjas echoed faintly in the distance. Hyojin's sudden attack to kill Obsidian and Obsidian's pupil sorcery were completed almost at the same time. Therefore, the two important enemies on the battlefield were suddenly gone. Jiraiya, who had just escaped from the earth-shattering heavenly star and suffered a head-on Shinra Tensei, crawled out of the mound and looked around with a dusty face, at a loss. Hyojin, on the other hand, stared at Obsidian's body. At this time Obsidian's body, which had been broken in half, also fell into a rapid decay like his Susanoo before, as if it had experienced several months of corrosion in an instant, turning into a pile of rotten flesh. Did it work? A sense of expectation rose in Kuroto's heart. His sudden attack just now was very sudden, and the bone blade that contained the characteristics of the murderous grey bones cut Obsidian's Susanoo in one go without any hindrance, so perhaps Obsidian did not have time to use the forbidden technique of Izanagi that could change fate. Puff, at this time, Hyojin could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Then, his body shook, and he staggered a few steps before he could barely stabilize his body. Activating the dance of the early fern for a long period of time and maintaining a large area of the bone forest is already a heavy burden, not to mention that Kuroto is still suffering from the blood disease. If it weren't for the fact that the Type A wind release clone body is strong enough and has excellent physique, he wouldn't have been able to hold on for so long. But even so, he can only hold on for 10 more minutes at most. In the blink of an eye, Hyojin suddenly found that Obsidian's body on the ground had disappeared, and even if he activated the Byakugan, he could not find a trace of it. Even if it was hit by Kagaya's murderous grey bones, the corpse would only leave a pile of ashes, and there was no trace left. There was only one possibility: Obsidian used the fate distortion Izanagi before he died. I was still a step too slow, Kuroto sighed inwardly, but he wasn't too disappointed. Being able to force Obsidian to use Izanagi was already a strategic success. It was almost impossible to kill Obsidian before he could even use Izanagi. So, Hyojin's original plan was to only use one of Obsidian's Manjikyu Sharingan. Although the fate distortion forbidden technique Izanagi is powerful, it is not without a price. Every time it is used, it needs to completely consume the pupil power of one Sharingan, and this consumption can be said to be permanent. Except for Madara Uchiha, who evolved his eternal Manjikyu Sharingan into Rinnegan and replenished the pupil power through the evolution of the eyes, the consumed pupil power cannot be replenished. In other words, Obsidian must lose one Sharingan, converging the fluctuating mood. Hyojin observed the surroundings, ready to launch another attack at the moment when Obsidian resurrects. Without one Manjikyu Sharingan, whether it is the left eye or the right eye, Obsidian's strength will be greatly reduced. As long as the place where Obsidian resurrects is close enough to Hyojin, then Hyojin will have a chance to kill him again. At that time, even if Obsidian used Izanagi again, he would be no different from a waste without two Sharingan. Swish. At this time, a group of figures gathered towards this side of the battlefield. The first to arrive was Kakashi and his special tactics squad. Then, several members of the 7th squad of Hyojin Umbu also arrived on the battlefield one after another, and then a large number of my ninjas came from all directions to support. Most of these my ninjas had a small slug on their shoulders. Although they looked very embarrassed, they seemed to be in good spirits. Obviously, they had been treated. Looking around and seeing no trace of the enemy, Kakashi quickly asked Jiraiya in the field, "Jiraiya-sama, where is the enemy?" Jiraiya shook his head. He didn't see the scene of Hyojin repelling Tendo and killing Obsidian just now, so he was confused at the moment. He didn't know what happened, but Tendo disappeared. Red didn't stop and flew straight to Hyojin's position. At this time, Hyojin waved to Red, "Don't come over." Red was stunned for a moment, but she still stopped obediently and looked at Hyojin with a puzzled face from a distance. Listening to Hyojin's unusually serious tone, a group of my ninjas were puzzled. They were very surprised that there was no enemy around. Why Hyojin still put on a posture as if he was facing a great enemy? Only a few people, such as Jiraiya and Kakashi, realized something and warned their companions around them while being on guard. At this moment, Obsidian's figure appeared out of thin air on an open space on the battlefield. There was no twisting vortex, no illusory figure. His appearance was like a god creating something out of thin air, replacing nothingness into reality in an instant. Izanagi, Hyojin said silently, but did not take any action. The place where Obsidian resurrected was hundreds of meters away from him. With his current physical condition, it was difficult to complete the attack before Obsidian Illusory himself. Everyone be careful. How did he appear? Is it spacetime ninjutsu? The sudden appearance of Obsidian caused a commotion among the Mai ninjas around. Kakashi clenched the special kunai in his hand and stared at the figure of Obsidian in the distance. He could not forget this figure. It was this figure that took away the Sharingan in his left eye. Could it be him? Kakashi was now eager to confirm the identity of Obsidian. He wanted to know if this guy wearing the vortex mask was his former best friend. Obsidian's eyes were locked on Hyojin. This is the second time. He was very gloomy and angry at this time. This was the second time he was forced to use Izanagi by the members of Amatsukami, which meant that Amatsukami had tried to kill him twice. His face was burning hot. At the same time, he was also afraid of Kamikaze. He couldn't understand why Kamikaze's bone blade could cut through his Susanoo so easily. It didn't make any sense. On the outer wall of the village, Jishui and Itachi, who had rushed back to the village, jumped onto the outer wall and saw the scene in the village. They were stunned. The village is destroyed? How could this be? How is this possible? This is Mai. The scene in front of the two Uchiha couldn't believe it. Mai, the head of the 5 great shinobi villages, suffered such serious damage in a relatively peaceful period. This has never happened even during the bloody and cruel war. I didn't expect that the village that has experienced 3 great shinobi wars would be destroyed in such an ordinary night. Until now, Jishui was still full of doubts. He even wondered if he was still in some kind of genjutsu. Itachi's face was even gloomier than Jishui's. The village suffered such a catastrophe. He didn't dare to imagine the situation of his family at this time, because once he imagined it, countless terrible scenes would emerge in his mind. Suddenly, in the ruins of the village in the distance, a dazzling emerald blue light flashed. Roar! Immediately afterward, a roar of Susanoo resounded through the night sky. Looking at the huge emerald blue Susanoo in the distance, Jishui's eyes narrowed. It's a Susanoo. Itachi gently nodded. Well, a Susanoo that I have never seen before. Jishui and Shinichi's Susanoo are both green, one is emerald green, the other is dark green. Itachi's Susanoo is fiery red, and Uchiha's Susanoo, that is, Hyojin's fire-release doppelganger Susanoo, is golden. The emerald blue Susanoo in the distance, Jishui and Itachi have never seen or heard of it. Therefore, the Susanoo is either Itachi's father, Fuyue's, or the mysterious Uchiha clansman who has Manjikyu Sharingan in the Akatsuki organization. In contrast, the two of them are more inclined to believe that the Susanoo belongs to the enemy, because at this moment, the Susanoo has wings on its back and is flying in the air. As the possessors of Manjikyu Sharingan, Jishui and Itachi are very clear that the Susanoo awakened by the ordinary Manjikyu Sharingan is not the perfect form, nor does it have the ability to fly. Only the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, or like the current Jishui, after transplanting the Hashirama cells, the Susanoo awakened is the perfect form or close to the perfect form. In an instant, the two Uchiha on the outer wall activated their Manjikyu Sharingan at the same time, and a cold killing intent spread from their bodies. Boom! Suddenly, a loud explosion came from the forest behind them. Then, a conspicuous pillar of light appeared in the dark night sky. Turning around, Jishui frowned. Is that dust release? In the Third Shinobi World War, Jishui fought in the front line of Mai against the mist, so he didn't see dust release, the famous Kekkei Genkai in the shinobi world. But this doesn't prevent him from recognizing dust release at a glance, because dust release is too conspicuous and too easy to recognize. Itachi whispered, is it the 5 Kage? As a member of Amatsukami, Itachi and Jishui are also aware that the 3 generations secretly convened the 5 Kage meeting in the village, so when Itachi found dust release, he immediately judged the situation there. Boom. Boom. Boom, the pillar of light disappeared in a flash, and then there was a continuous explosion. The sound of the explosion quickly spread around, the fire was accompanied by rolling smoke, everything around was reflected in the light, as if hell had come to the world. Such a fierce battle is not something that can be caused by ordinary ninjas, coupled with the dust release that just appeared. Jishui and Itachi instantly judged that one side of the battle is likely to be the 5 Kages, and the Only one who can fight against the 5 Kages, or in other words, the only one worthy of the 5 Kages fighting together is the leader of Akatsuki, who has the Rinnegan. One battlefield is in the village, and the other is outside the village, and the battle in the forest outside the village is obviously more intense than the battle in the village, so where to support first suddenly became a problem in front of Jishui and Itachi. At this time, Jishui patted Itachi on the shoulder and said, "I will support the battlefield in the forest, you are in charge of the village." The battlefield in the forest is obviously more dangerous, so Jishui left the relatively safe battlefield to Itachi, and Jishui also understands that Itachi must be worried about his relatives in the village at this time. Itachi knows that Jishui is taking care of him, but he really cares about the safety of his parents and brother, so he didn't refuse and nodded heavily, "Okay." On the battlefield in the center of the village. Looking at Obsidian, who once again activated Susanoo and flew into the air, Hyojin sighed faintly. Damn it, he still has other Sharingan transplanted on his body. The fact that Obsidian can activate Susanoo again only shows one thing, that is, what Izanagi consumed just now was not his 2 Manjikyu Sharingan, but the other Sharingan on his body. Because even if a single Manjikyu Sharingan can be used to activate Susanoo, it is impossible to activate Susanoo, which is close to the complete form. In the previous sneak attack, although Hyojin has been maintaining the Byakugan, but in order to ensure insight into Obsidian's every move, his Byakugan's vision has been locked on the flow of chakra in Obsidian's body, and in the state of deep penetration, from the start to the end of the attack, he didn't have enough time to use the Byakugan to carefully observe the whole body of Obsidian. As a result, he didn't notice in advance that Obsidian has other Sharingan transplanted on his body. TSK, I didn't expect this guy to be so cautious, is it because I killed him once before? Hyojin snorted. If he was Obsidian, he would probably make the same choice as Obsidian. After all, Obsidian's body has already fused with the first-generation cells, and transplanting a few more Sharingan is not a burden at all for Obsidian as an Uchiha clansman. He doesn't need to carefully seal the transplanted Sharingan like Danzo to maintain the balance of the chakra in his body. And as someone who inherited Uchiha Madara's legacy, the one thing that Obito doesn't lack the most is the Samagatama Sharingan. When Uchiha Madara left, he took away all the Sharingan collected by the Uchiha clan since the founding of the village. At this time, the ordinary Sharingan stored in the hands of Obsidian is probably no less than the Sharingan in the eye sockets of the Uchiha clan. And every transplanted Sharingan that can activate Izanagi is equivalent to an extra life. Such a temptation, as long as the conditions allow, no one will refuse. Hyojin's eyes gradually converged, and he said, "Sure enough, I can only seal it, caw." At this moment, a crow's cry sounded on the battlefield. The people in the fierce battle didn't care about this inconspicuous crow's cry, but Hyojin looked at the black crow that was mixed in the night sky. And at the moment when he looked at the black crow revealed scarlet eyes, and a chakra attacked him. Hyojin immediately reacted, and the corner of his mouth raised. He did not resist the attack of the chakra, and was instantly dragged into the illusion. The attention of the Konoha ninjas who were in the middle of the fierce battle was completely focused on the Obito in the air. Only Kurenai, who has been secretly paying attention to Suijin, noticed that Suijin suddenly looked at the night sky and was startled for a moment, but immediately recovered. What did he see? Following Hyojin's gaze, Kurenai looked over in confusion, but only saw a black crow gradually flying away in the dark night sky. A bird? Withdrawing her gaze, Kurenai immediately leaned towards Hyojin, and asked in a familiar tone, "Hey, what should we do now?" Obsidian, who had activated Susanoo, was simply unstoppable at the moment. Ordinary Mai ninjas couldn't hurt him at all, and even Jiraiya, one of the Sannin, could barely threaten him. And every attack of Obsidian could almost easily reap a life. In such a short time, there were already more than a dozen Mai ninjas who died tragically in the hands of Obsidian, many of which were killed by Obsidian's Susanoo shuriken. Their deaths were extremely tragic, and not even a whole body was left behind. The shuriken of the Obito Susanoo came with the effect of the pupil technique shuriken, which was capable of removing all targets it came into contact with out of the original space-time dimension, breaking away from the level of physical attacks and becoming a space-time attack. In the original space-time dimension, even Kaguya, who had the bloodline net, was unable to resist Kakashi's shuriken of the shuriken. Seeing Hyojin was silent, Kurenai said anxiously, "Say something." Seeing my ninjas die tragically in the hands of Obsidian, Kurenai was very anxious. She knew that the only one who could threaten Obsidian at the moment was probably Kamui of Amatsukami. Hyojin shook his head and said calmly, "Ordinary means can't kill him at all, I have tried twice. The pupil technique Kamui of Manjikyu Sharingan and the forbidden technique Izanagi of Uchiha. As long as Obsidian doesn't make any mistakes, no one can kill him." Even if Uchiha Madara did something to Obsidian's heart, it was actually ridiculous, and it couldn't restrain Obsidian at all. It can be said that as long as Obsidian is careful enough, almost no one in the ninja world can kill him. Kuroto tried twice, and each time he almost did his best, but he still failed to succeed. Kurenai looked at Hyojin in surprise. "Are you going to let him slaughter our my ninjas?" Puff. When Hyojin was about to speak, he suddenly spat out another mouthful of blood, and his body trembled slightly. Kurenai quickly held Hyojin and asked with concern, "Are you okay? Is it the same injury as before?" Hyojin waved his hand and said weakly and plainly, "It's dangerous here, you and your colleagues don't stay here, take advantage of it and leave now." Hyojin didn't want to be distracted in the final decisive battle, so he wanted to drive away his Team 7 in advance, so that his subordinates would not suffer unnecessary losses. "I won't go." Kurenai's bright eyes stared at Hyojin. She didn't know why, but Kamui was still calm and indifferent even though he was seriously injured, which made her extremely fascinated. She couldn't tell whether this was the natural worship of the weak for the strong, or the gratitude of the recipient for the benefactor, or some unspeakable feelings. Hyojin didn't bother to persuade her, he had to focus to deal with the situation in front of him. His body on the verge of collapse had made him unable to think about other things. Boom, there was another roar, and countless kunai wrapped in detonation talismans shot at Obsidian in the air, and the explosion caused a burst of smoke and dust. However, when the smoke and dust dissipated, Obsidian's emerald blue Susanoo appeared in everyone's sight intact. "Damn it! We can't win at all, he's a devil." With the increasing number of casualties and the useless siege, the spirit of the my ninjas around was rapidly being consumed, and pessimism gradually accumulated. At this time, an older my ninja stood up and shouted, "Don't be afraid, we will exhaust him to death even if we have to." The casualties in front of him didn't scare the my ninja who had experienced the Third Shinobi World War. There were many strong people in the shinobi world who could destroy the army by themselves, not to mention far away, but in the Third Shinobi World War alone, there were strong people like Naruto 4 generations and Lei Ying 3 generations who could contain an entire army by themselves. But in the face of a continuous siege, even the strong 4 generations Naruto had to retreat temporarily, and the reckless 3 generations Lei Ying would also die of exhaustion. Listening to the shout of the my ninja, Obsidian in the air sneered. Besieging others may work, but for him, besieging is meaningless, because with the divine might, he can choose the location and time of the battle at any time. No one can do anything to him. After looking at Kakashi who was gasping for breath for a moment, Obsidian moved his sight to Amatsukami's Kaze in the distance. Among the people present, the only one that he was afraid of was Kaze. Through the battle with the my ninjas just now, Obsidian confirmed that there was no problem with his Susanoo's defense, which means that the Susanoo was instantly broken just now because Amatsukami's Kaze has mastered a very powerful attack method that can ignore the defense of the Susanoo. Although this kind of thing is unheard of, but after suffering 2 losses from Amatsukami, Obsidian secretly swore, there will never be a third time, never. At this time, Hyojin vomited blood again, which was seen by Obsidian. With the insight of his Manjikyu Sharingan, he can naturally distinguish that Kaze's frequent vomiting of blood is not an act, but a very serious problem with his body. The opportunity for revenge is right in front of him. Obsidian pondered for a moment and decided to take a risk. Because he has a total of 2 3-tomo Sharingan transplanted on his back, one was consumed before, and now there is one left, which is enough for him to use as Izanagi again. Looking at Obsidian's eyes locked on him, Hyojin guessed Obsidian's thoughts, so with a slight shake of his right hand, a bone blade protruding from his palm was caught in his hand. The bone blade in his hand has obviously changed at this time. Previously, the bone blade was as pale as an ordinary bone. It was so sharp that it glowed with a dim light. Now, however, it was a dull gray color. Its color was much deeper, and it didn't feel as sharp as before. It looked even more inconspicuous, as if it could break at any time. Red, who was beside him, keenly noticed the change in the bone blade in Hyojin's hand, and was shocked. Oh no, it must be because his injury is too heavy that even the bone blade has become weak. Huff. Huff, the masked man rode the blue Susanoo and came down from the sky. The two huge shurikens were held in his hands, ready to be fired. Under the vortex mask, Obsidian had a solemn look on his face, and the Manjikyu Sharingan in his eye socket slowly rotated, capturing every move of Hyojin on the ground. At this time, Hyojin suddenly pushed Kurenai on the side. Bang! Kurenai, who was caught off guard, flew out with a muffled sound and fell into a pit in the distance. Immediately, Hyojin's eyes gradually focused and locked on Obsidian in the air. Under the wind mask, the blue veins near the temples on both sides of his eye sockets bulged, and the high-purity Byakugan was pushed to the extreme. Both sides were using pupil jutsu to capture each other's movements and predict each other's attack methods. It was just like when they sparred in the ninja school, but at that time, they were all childish. One was not familiar with the use of the Byakugan, and the other didn't even open the Sharingan, but now they are strong enough to control the future of the shinobi world. At this moment, their eyes met. How long can your body hold on? Can you still be as fast as before? How much chakra do you have left to squander? Humph, do you still have a chance of winning? Obsidian sneered in his heart. He knew very well that Hikari has been involved in the battle since Satoshi invaded Mai. Hikari, Hirako, Nagato's Tendo, and many other strong enemies, repeatedly used the large-scale magnetic release ninjutsu, as well as the high-level secret technique, Dance of the Early Fern. Even if Hikari is as talented as dried persimmon demon mermaid and has an abundant amount of chakra's amount, at this time, it should have been exhausted. I have to break the Susanoo to ensure that it is foolproof. After a pause, Hyojin secretly said, Obsidian, will you still make a mistake? Will you give me another chance? Hyojin was very clear-headed. He knew that whether he could succeed or not did not depend entirely on himself. It mainly depended on whether Obsidian would make a mistake or not. As long as Obsidian did not make a mistake, he would not have the slightest chance. Swish swish. At this moment, Obsidian controlled his Susanoo to shoot out the Kamui Shuriken in his hand. Accompanied by a deafening whistling sound, the huge Kamui Shuriken flew in a strange arc towards Hyojin, who was on the ground. TSK, Uchiha style throwing technique. Seeing this, Hyojin lightly spat. Obsidian's Shuriken throwing technique was a typical Uchiha style throwing technique. Because the flight route was not straight, it had a strange and unpredictable arc. Therefore, even with the Byakugan, it was difficult for Hyojin to accurately predict the flight path of the Shuriken in a short time and formulate a safe dodging path. Knowing that the more he hesitated, the more passive he would be, Hyojin's figure swayed. Instead of retreating, he rushed towards Obsidian. Only by giving Obsidian enough pressure could there be a glimmer of hope to force Obsidian to make a mistake and lure Obsidian to take the bait. Crack! Suddenly, the bones of Hyojin's left leg made a crisp sound. Under the pain, his body, which was flying forward, lost its balance, and the speed of the surprise attack instantly slowed down. Hyojin's heart trembled. Damn it, my body can't hold it anymore. Swish! The two huge Shinwei shurikens in the air were accompanied by a whistling sound, one on the left and one on the right, closing in on Hyojin's eyes. Unable to care much, Hyojin had to roll on the ground. Although he looked a little embarrassed, he still narrowly avoided the Shinwei shurikens that flew past his back. Clatter! In an instant, the black cloak on Hyojin's back was blown away by the aftermath of the Shinwei shurikens. The flesh on his back was not spared, as if it had been shaved by a sharp razor, and blood flowed. Hyojin, who narrowly avoided Obsidian's attack, did not care about the injury on his back. Instead, he took the opportunity to launch a counterattack. A pair of iron sand wings spread on his back, and he soared into the sky, waving the bone blade in his hand to slash at Obsidian. In the distance, in a dark ruin, Ju's body slowly poked out of the ground. Looking at the fierce battle between Obsidian and Hyojin in the distance, White Ju said, "Shouldn't we get closer? We can't help Obsidian at such a distance, can we?" Black Ju shook his head. "The underground is full of dense bone forest. If we get closer, we'll die. Do you want to taste the bone blade of that guy from Amatsukami?" White Ju smiled awkwardly. "Don't joke. His bone blade can even split Obsidian's Susanoo." Black Ju did not say anything else. Instead, he looked at Hyojin in the distance, as if he was thinking about something. White Jew suddenly muttered in a low voice, "Strange, that guy from Amatsukami clearly has a problem with his body. Why does he still maintain such a large underground bone forest? Since he can't use it anymore, shouldn't he remove it as soon as possible to reduce the burden on his body?" Hearing White Jew's whisper, Black Jew also frowned. Immediately, his heart skipped a beat, and he blurted out, "Not good, he may know of our existence. Maintaining the bone forest underground is to prevent us from getting close. There must be something hidden underground over there." On the battlefield, Hyojin, who was flying with the magnetic release, suddenly recovered his speed to the peak. He surprised Obsidian and slashed Obsidian's Susanoo from bottom to top. Seeing that his Susanoo was as fragile as a piece of tofu under Hyojin's inconspicuous bone blade, Obsidian was depressed, but he immediately responded. While dispelling Susanoo to save his ocular power, he took advantage of the fact that Hyojin's bone blade was not close to his body to enter the virtual state. And Hyojin, who had used all his strength to launch the final blow, seemed to be unable to hold on any longer. He directly spat out a large mouthful of blood in midair. Immediately afterward, the iron sand wings on his back instantly collapsed. Unable to maintain the magnetic release, he directly fell from the air and fell hard to the ground. Obsidian, who was in the virtual state, also fell to the ground at this time. The corners of his mouth rose. "Can't hold on anymore so soon?" Hyojin, who fell to the ground, coughed up blood while raising his right hand to point at Obsidian and shouted, 10 finger-piercing bullets." Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the swift and violent bone bullets made a series of whistling sounds. However, no matter how fast the bone bullets were, and how powerful they were, they could not hurt Obsidian in the virtual state at all. They passed through Obsidian's body as if passing through a piece of air, like a shadow. Obsidian slowly walked towards Hyojin. "To be honest, I'm a little curious about who you are. An expert like you should not be unknown, but it doesn't matter, everything is over. You people from Amatsukami are really overconfident." Obsidian chuckled as he walked slowly towards Hyojin. Cough, Hyojin coughed up blood heavily as he struggled to retreat. But this type of wind-release clone has reached its limit, and its limbs are not listening to him. Its speed of retreat is very slow, and it can't keep up with Obsidian. Seeing this scene, Obsidian joked, "I can be relieved to be able to kill you here." In the distance, seeing that Hyojin has basically lost his ability to move, Red, who climbed out of the pit, didn't hesitate to get up and rush towards him. She knew that even if she rushed forward, she would not be of much use. At most, she would just die. However, she could not remain indifferent to the danger that Wind Chimes, who had saved her life, was in. At this time, Kakashi put his hand on Kurenai's shoulder and said in a low voice, "Don't worry, he paid such a big price to protect Konoha. No matter what his identity is, we Konoha ninjas won't just watch him get killed." Kakashi has long seen that Red and Hikari seem to know each other, and it seems that they have a close personal relationship. Red bit her lip and said, "I have never hated my incompetence as much as I do today." Kakashi moved his eyes to Obsidian in the distance and said, "Don't be discouraged, we are still young, and there is still a chance to become stronger. Tonight is not your end." After saying that, Kakashi made a gesture. In an instant, 3 members of his special tactics team gathered, each holding a special kunai in their hands. Their expressions were firm, and there was no fear on their faces. This special tactics team was temporarily formed by Mai to deal with Obsidian. The 3 generations have spent a lot of time and effort in this regard, breaking the long-standing rules of the village. Regardless of merit or contribution, as long as one shows talent in space-time ninjutsu, they are eligible to be selected and try to practice the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. It was also because of the 3 generations' bold behavior of breaking the rules that 4 ninjas, including Kakashi, were selected from nearly 10,000 ninjas in the village who practiced the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. However, due to the fact that they had only been training for a short period of time and their talents were not as good as the 4 generations Naruto, even the leader of the special tactics team, Kakashi, could only barely grasp the Flying Thunder God technique. He was far from being proficient in using it. But now, they have to act, because if Amatsukami dies in the hands of the enemy, then no one will be able to stop this powerful enemy of Akatsuki. Swish swish swish, a series of special kunai were shot at Obsidian, blocking his path to Hyojin. The corner of the masked man's mouth twitched as he allowed the special kunai to penetrate his body that was in the ethereal state. Hyojin, who was on the ground, cursed in his heart, "A bunch of idiots, don't get in the way." In an instant, the figures flashed to the position of the first wave of special kunai, and while catching the special kunai in the air, they turned around and shot the second wave of kunai at Obsidian. Obsidian had already figured out the way of the Flying Thunder God technique. His body quickly switched between virtual and real, and with just a few punches and kicks, he knocked down the 3 members of the Special Tactics team. Buzz, at this time, a sharp sound like thousands of birds chirping suddenly appeared behind Obsidian. Obsidian immediately virtual his body, allowing Kakashi, who was sneaking up on him from behind, to penetrate his body with lightning. Then, the moment Kakashi penetrated his body, he activated would release and pierced through Kakashi's back, throwing him away. Seeing Kakashi's Special Tactics team being easily defeated by Obsidian, Hyojin secretly frowned. He has learned his lesson. In the fight just now, Obsidian was unexpectedly cautious. The virtual state and real state were completely within a hair's breadth. There was no chance for him to attack at all. Kakashi, who fell to the ground, covered the wound that was penetrated by would release and asked Obsidian the question that had been pressing in his heart, "Tell me, who are you?" Obsidian obviously hesitated for a moment, thought about it and replied, "Since you care so much about my identity, then I will tell you frankly, I am Madara Uchiha." Madara Uchiha. Kakashi was shocked and said, "This is impossible, he is long dead." Obsidian stood still at this time, glared at Kakashi, and said fiercely, "Humph, idiot who doesn't know anything, lie down obediently, don't get in the way, trash like you are not qualified to die in my hands." Kakashi did not know what to say for a moment. Obsidian ignored Kakashi and stepped in front of Hyojin. Seeing Obsidian walking over in the virtual state, Hyojin struggled to stand up from the ground, holding a bone blade in his hand, and rushed towards Obsidian in a disorderly manner. Obito didn't dodge, allowing Kuroto to penetrate his hollowed figure, and then in the same way, he instantly entered the corporeal state and activated the wood release cutting technique, and then entered the hollowed state again. The switch between hollowed and corporeal took less than a second. At this time, a sharp wooden stake instantly pierced Hyojin's back. This was the wood-cutting technique. Once pierced, if the caster was willing, he could activate the wood release again, allowing the wooden stake pierced into the target's body to grow rapidly, instantly destroying the target's internal organs. It was a very fierce wood release ninjutsu, clang. However, the moment the wooden stake hit Hyojin's back, there was a sound of metal clashing. Obsidian's eyes narrowed, and only then did he realize that there was a layer of periosteum protruding from Hyojin's back, blocking his wood release. Hyojin, who missed his attack, fell to the ground again, vomiting blood while panting, as if he did not even have the strength to turn around, completely leaving his back to Obsidian. Seeing that he could not hurt his opponent at this point, Obsidian was a little annoyed. He immediately made up his mind and thought to himself, "Your periosteum can block my wood release, but can it block my holy might?" After making up his mind, Obsidian exited the virtual state and used holy might on Hyojin. In an instant, a twisted vortex appeared on Hyojin's back. 1 second, 2 seconds, the twisted vortex expanded rapidly, about to swallow Hyojin's entire body, and Obsidian had exited the virtual state for almost 2 seconds. Seeing that half of Hyojin's body was distorted, Obsidian heaved a sigh of relief. It's finally over. Boom, at this moment, a flaming sword broke out of the ground without warning, piercing Obsidian's body from the bottom up. Hyojin, who had been stripped of time and space by holy might, turned his body with difficulty, waved at Obsidian with his right hand that had not been distorted, and said with a smile, "Hey, goodbye forever." But soon, the smile on Hyojin's face froze, because he found that not only was Obsidian sucked into the flaming sword, but his body, which was connected to holy might, also began to melt and was quickly sucked into the flaming sword. The scene changed. In the illusion of Sword of 10 Punches, Hyojin and Obsidian stared at each other. Roar! A crimson Susanoo broke out of the ground along with the huge flaming sword and let out a roar. The flaming sword pierced through the clouds, and the dazzling light illuminated the dark night sky, making the Susanoo who was holding the sword look like a real god. This change surprised all the Mai ninjas around. Like the previous emerald blue Susanoo, this crimson Susanoo has never been seen before, and it has never appeared in the intelligence. It is a strange Susanoo. Another Susanoo? What's going on? Is it an enemy? The surviving my ninjas were all shocked. Obsidian's wanton slaughter made them instinctively feel fear when they saw the Susanoo. Soon, everyone noticed that there was a mysterious ninja wearing a black cloak with golden edges and a flame-patterned mask standing under the crimson Susanoo with a gourd in his hand. It's Amatsukami. Look at the mask, it should be Homosubi, right? The tense Konoha ninjas breathed a sigh of relief. Although it was difficult to distinguish between Amatsukami and friend, at least tonight, Amatsukami was not the enemy of Mai. In the distance, Red seemed to be drained of all her strength, fell to the ground, and let out a long sigh of relief. Great, Kamura's companion finally made a move. Just now, when Wind Chime was in danger, her heart had risen to her throat. Kakashi, who was injured and fell to the ground, was carefully searching for the figure of the Akatsuki member who called himself Madara Uchiha. He was the closest my ninja to the battlefield. Although he was seriously injured, he was still conscious, so he clearly saw the attack of Homosubi just now. He saw that the flame sword stabbed the Akatsuki member who called himself Madara Uchiha and instantly absorbed him. That guy called Uchiha Madara, was he killed by Homosubi of Amatsukami? After the search was fruitless, this thought flashed in Kakashi's mind. But he couldn't believe it, a strong enemy that could slaughter Konoha's Jonin at will and render the entire Konoha helpless was so easily dealt with. This is simply like a dream. After a short period of surprise, other Mai ninjas also discovered the disappearance of Obsidian at this time and realized that Homosubi of Amatsuki had killed the strong enemy who made them feel desperate. At this time, a Mai ninja murmured, Uchiha of Akatsuki was killed by Uchiha of Amatsuki, but Uchiha, shouldn't he belong to Mai? Listening to the murmur of their companions, a group of Mai ninjas were quite embarrassed. The scene in front of them is indeed a great irony to Mai. Red breathed a sigh of relief, but she suddenly found that the figure of Wind Chime had also disappeared from the battlefield, so she quickly ran to the Crimson Susanoo and asked, "Where is Wind Chime?" Itachi, who was wearing a flame-patterned mask in Susanoo, was also speechless. The surprise attack just now was naturally discussed by Itachi and Hyojin. In order to understand the whole situation of the battle, before Itachi arrived on the battlefield, he quietly dragged Hyojin into a Jinjutsu through the inconspicuous ninja crow. In the Jinjutsu, he learned about the situation of the battle through Hyojin and told Hyojin that he got the news of Jutsu, and then the two discussed the tactics in the Jinjutsu. In this way, there was the scene just now. Hyojin is very clear that except for himself, there is no bait in the entire battlefield that is worth Obsidian to take the risk, so he can only use himself as bait to lure Obsidian. Hyojin firmly believes that Obsidian will not let go of such an opportunity. This was because the strength displayed by his Type A Wind Escape clone body was simply too strong. In terms of taijutsu, he can suppress Hirako who has 5 Kekkei Genkai, and in terms of ninjutsu, he has the magnet release, which not only improves his mobility, but also has the ability to attack and defend in a large area. In addition, he can also use the secret technique of the bone vein, the dance of the fern, to create the bone forest, which allows him to travel at will and avoid the spacetime attacks of Kamui. It can be said that although this Type A Wind Release clone cannot restrain Obsidian's Kamui, but it can be immune to Kamui's sneak attacks, which can actually threaten Obsidian. Putting himself in Kuroto's shoes, if he was in Obito's shoes, he would also not let go of the Type A Wind Release clone. Besides, the fact that the Type A Wind Release clone was corroded by the Kekkei Genkai disease was not fake, so Hyojin did not need to put on a show in front of Obsidian to lure Obsidian to kill him. The results were just as Hyojin expected. When he faced Wind Chimes who was heavily injured and could not fight back, Obsidian could not hold back and exited the illusory state, giving Itachi the chance to attack, who had been lying in ambush underground. Everything went smoothly, except for one small accident. No one expected that when Obsidian used Kamui to attack Hyojin, he and Hyojin, who was attacked by Kamui, were in a strange state of connection. When Obsidian was hit by Sword of 10 Punches and instantly fell into the illusory space of Sword of 10 Punches, Hyojin was also dragged into the illusory space of Sword of 10 Punches. At that moment, Itachi was in a bit of a dilemma. He had just obtained Sword of 10 Punches, and he was not familiar with how to use it yet. He did not know whether he could release his comrades who were accidentally injured. At the same time, he was worried that when he released his comrades, his target, Obsidian, would also escape from Sword of 10 Punches, in the distance. When he saw Obsidian disappear after being struck by the flaming sword, Black Jew scowled while he hid in the shadows. I didn't expect that it would be Sword of 10 Punches. This is really troublesome. White Jew was a little confused. An attack of this level shouldn't be able to injure Obsidian, right? Heiju said in a deep voice, the 10-fist sword is also known as the Winecutter Tachi, a sword of sealing. Legend has it that those who are pierced by it will fall into a dreamlike world of illusion and be sealed forever. It was only then that White Jew realized that something was wrong. He said in shock, Obsidian has been sealed? Black Jew said, yes, that seems to be the case for now. I really didn't expect that God's organization would actually find such a divine weapon. Looks like they have long since planned to deal with Obsidian. White Jew said gloomily, then what should we do? Akatsuki wasn't the only one spying on the battlefield. In another shadow, Orochimaru stared at the crimson Susanoo on the battlefield, especially the gourd in Susanoo's hand, with a gloomy face. Humph, I was tricked by that wind chime. Orochimaru snorted. At this point, if he still couldn't react, then he wasn't one of the Sannin, Orochimaru. At this time, he completely understood that the encounter with wind chime in the ruins of Uchiha wasn't an accident, and it had nothing to do with him kidnapping Kurenai. It was only because Amatsukumi's target was also the Jukken, and the Jukken must be in the ruins of Uchiha. Damn it. Orochimaru couldn't help but feel annoyed at the thought that the divine artifact, Tokugan's sword, that he had been searching for so long had been taken by Amatsukumi, and the power of the Tokugan sword was even greater than he had expected. Of course, he didn't know that without the Manjikyu Sharingan, without the Jukken technique Tsukuyumi, it would be impossible to get the Jukken. Even if it was in his hands, he wouldn't be able to use it. Withdrawing his gaze, Orochimaru looked around, and a trace of melancholy appeared on his face. For some reason, when Mai, whom he wanted to destroy, was destroyed in front of him, Orochimaru felt a sense of loss in his heart. Swish, but Orochimaru was Orochimaru after all. Soon, he put away this inexplicable feeling, and his figure flashed and disappeared. In the shelter. When Tendo used the second large-scale Shinra Tensei to destroy Hyojin's bone forest, there was a serious shock in the shelter. Although it wasn't as serious as the first time, the shock this time caused many parts of the shelter to collapse, and the damage was more serious. Cough, Red Bean, who was choked by the smoke, coughed and groped around. Since the last electric lamp on the dome of the passage was also damaged in the tremor just now, the passage was dark at this time, and one could not even see their fingers in front of them. Is everyone okay? At this moment, the mute's voice came from the darkness. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. The people in the passageway all spoke up, indicating that they were fine. Red Bean finally found the flashlight that fell on the ground. As a ninja guarding the shelter, a flashlight was standard equipment. She shook the flashlight, and soon a beam of light appeared in the passage. With the illumination of the flashlight, everyone gathered together again. Although the tremors just now had caused many collapses in the shelter, fortunately, there was no problem with this passage. Everyone was safe and sound, and the children were not injured. Yui looked at the top of her head worriedly and said, "What happened on the ground?" Hearing this, everyone's face became a bit more serious. Everyone was a ninja, and they knew that a normal battle was unlikely to affect the shelter that was tens of meters underground. For the shelter to suffer such a serious impact, there must have been an unimaginable fierce battle on the ground. Suddenly, there was a leisurely sound of footsteps coming from the passage. Red Bean shone the flashlight in the direction of the footsteps and shouted, "Who's there?" At this time, under the light of the flashlight, Orochimaru's figure gradually appeared. He smiled and said, "Is it Red Bean?" Orochimaru. Red Bean was stunned at first, and then her whole body exploded with a monstrous murderous intent. "I will kill you with my own hands." After saying that, Red Bean rushed over. Multiple shadow snake hands. Almost at the same time, Red Bean and Orochimaru used the same ninjutsu. In an instant, countless poisonous snakes flew out from their sleeves and bit each other. Whoosh, using this gap, Red Bean activated the teleportation technique and appeared behind Orochimaru. She stabbed Orochimaru's back with her kunai. Did it work? Feeling the blood flowing out of the kunai, Red Bean thought uncertainly. Suddenly, Orochimaru turned his neck 180 degrees and smiled at Red Bean. You said you wanted to kill me, but the kunai in your hand avoided my vital parts. Little Red Bean, you're really not honest. You. Seeing that Orochimaru, who was stabbed by her, had a playful look on his face, Enko was both shocked and angry. At this time Orochimaru seemed to think of something. The corner of his mouth slightly raised, and then his neck suddenly stretched around the back of Red Bean's neck and bit her. Let me go. Red Bean felt weak all over her body. After biting her, Orochimaru retracted his neck and smiled. Little Red Bean, this is your punishment for being dishonest. Red Bean, who was covering her neck, suddenly felt dizzy. She was shocked and immediately asked, Orochimaru, you. What did you just do to me? Before Orochimaru could answer, Red Bean's eyes went black and she fainted. Dong, the flashlight in Red Bean's hand also fell to the ground. The slanted beam of light from the bottom up shone on Orochimaru's body. Such light made the ghostly and gloomy Orochimaru look even more strange. Big. Orochimaru, what do you want to do? Facing Orochimaru, who was walking towards him, Mute stammered. As a powerhouse who almost became 4 generations Naruto, Orochimaru's reputation in Mai was so loud that many Mai ninjas were naturally afraid of him. Even an elite like Kakashi would inevitably panic when facing Orochimaru. Orochimaru's gaze bypassed Mute, Kuroto, and the others, and fell on Uchiha and Sasuke behind them. This time, Orochimaru's purpose of invading the sanctuary was to kidnap Uchiha and Sasuke before Mai could react. Through the previous battle between Kimimaro and Sasuke, Orochimaru discovered that although Sasuke's talent was not as good as Itachi and Jishui's, it was still very high. After all, not many Uchiha could open the Sharingan at the age of 8. Feeling Orochimaru's fiery gaze, Sasuke felt a chill down his spine, as if he was really being stared at by a poisonous snake. The Sharingan in his eye sockets also opened subconsciously. Orochimaru stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. Tisk tsk, what a pair of beautiful eyes. Izumi Uchiha immediately stood in front of Sasuke to protect him and shouted at Orochimaru, if you dare to have any ideas about Sasuke, our patriarch will not let you go. At this time, Naruto also stood in front of Sasuke to protect him. Boom, at this moment, there was a sudden explosion on the other side of the tunnel. Then, a figure wearing a forehead protector and the Akatsuki red cloud suit walked out of the hole of the explosion. His gaze scanned the few people in the tunnel and finally locked on Naruto, who was in front of Sasuke. One Orochimaru has already made everyone feel desperate, and suddenly another member of the Akatsuki organization appeared, causing the people in the tunnel to feel dizzy. Sasuke, Naruto, and the other children were even more terrified. In the previous battle, they almost experienced the taste of death, and now they know that a real battle is not like the ninja games they used to play in their families. Therefore, whether it is the arrogant Sasuke or the careless Naruto, at this moment, all of them are trembling. The timid Hinata even grabbed his brother Ningxi's clothes and buried his head low. Only the precocious Ningxi barely managed to put on a soft fist posture, but his slightly trembling hands exposed the fear in his heart. At this time, Orochimaru saw the uninvited guest in front of him, and his face sank. Kakuzu, in the Akatsuki organization, there are many people that Orochimaru is afraid of, but Kakuzu is not one of them, but it is not easy for Orochimaru to defeat Kakuzu. Soon, Kakuzu walked out of the smoke and dust caused by the explosion, and while walking towards the children, he said to Orochimaru coldly, Orochimaru, I have no interest in killing you, so you better not get in my way. Kakuzu's mission to invade the sanctuary is very clear, that is to follow Nagato's order and capture Mai's Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Facing Kakuzu's threat, Orochimaru smiled indifferently and immediately walked towards the children. Looking at the two strong enemies gradually approaching, Mute, Kuroto, Uchiha, and Izumi, the 3 female ninjas braced themselves and prepared to fight. But at this moment, not only are they injured, but their chakra is also exhausted, so they don't have much combat power left. At this time Orochimaru and Kakuzu's eyes met. From each other's actions, they could tell that the other party's target was the children in the corridor. However, because the children were gathered together, it was hard for them to tell which child the other party's target was and whether or not it was in conflict with their own target. At this time, Kakuzu stopped and said solemnly, Orochimaru, Do you really want to force me to act? Orochimaru shrugged. No one can stop me from doing what I want to do, not even your Akatsuki. Jiaodo's eyes turned cold as he slowly raised his hands. Orochimaru also raised his right arm and pointed at Kakuzu. For a moment, the dark passageway was filled with the smell of gunpowder. Da-da-da. At the moment when the battle was about to break out, a rush of footsteps came from the distance. Just by listening to the footsteps, it was obvious that there were a lot of people, at least a dozen. The members of Akatsuki are all elite ninjas, and they usually work in groups of 2, and sometimes they even work alone. Therefore, the footsteps of these people are definitely not members of Akatsuki, they are most likely Konoha ninjas who came to support the shelter, so Shuriken immediately shouted for help. There are enemies here, quickly come and help. Mute's cry for help was like throwing a match into a barrel of gunpowder. In an instant, Orochimaru and Kakuzu attacked at the same time. Hidden Shadow Snake Hand. Orochimaru used his best ninjutsu against Kakuzu while his figure flashed and rushed towards the children. Fire escape, hard work. In the face of the countless poisonous snakes rushing towards him, Kakuzu immediately printed a hand seal and used a small ninjutsu to burn all the snakes that rushed towards him into charcoal. Seeing that Kakuzu was caught by the snakes he released, the corner of Orochimaru's mouth rose, revealing a devilish smile. At this time, Kuroto had already rushed to the front of the children, and in just a moment, he knocked down Uchiha Izumi, Hyuga Yui, and Hyuga Yui who had exhausted their chakra in front of the children. But because Naruto was in front of Sasuke, and Hinata and Ningxi were also beside Sasuke, so Orochimaru hesitated a little and stretched out his left hand towards the children. In an instant, a python as thick as a thigh flew out of his left sleeve and wrapped around all 4 children. Immediately, he glanced at Kakuzu not far away from the corner of his eyes, and a trace of ridicule appeared on the corner of his mouth. In the case of not paying the price himself, Orochimaru is very happy to destroy the Akatsuki's actions. Kacha. Suddenly, the ground under the feet of the children cracked, and a monster composed of a mask and black tentacles broke out of the ground and spat out a wind-release ninjutsu, cutting off the pythons that entangled the children, and then used the black tentacles to wrap around the children. Seeing that his python was cut off by the ninjutsu, Orochimaru was not willing to show weakness and immediately stretched out his hands to grab the children. For a moment, the helpless children were like sheep facing 2 wild beasts. Orochimaru's target was actually only Sasuke, but Naruto was worried about Sasuke's safety and stood in front of Sasuke, so Orochimaru had to capture Naruto and Sasuke together. Seeing that Naruto was in danger, Hinata, who has always been timid, gathered his courage and used a soft fist to meet Orochimaru's attack. On the other side, seeing the black tentacles coming, Ningxi also gathered his courage and used a soft fist. Orochimaru and Kakuzu seemed to be afraid of hurting the children, so the fight between Orochimaru and Kakuzu was very restrained, but for the experienced Orochimaru and Kakuzu, even if it's a restrained fight, it's still filled with killing intent, and it's not something that Hinata and Neji can resist. Therefore, the 2 children's futile attack not only failed to repel the strong enemy, but also caused them to lose their lives. But because of Hinata and Ningxi's sudden attack, Orochimaru and Kakuzu's actions were disrupted, causing Orochimaru to capture Naruto and Hinata, while Kakuzu caught Sasuke and Ningxi. Realizing that their targets fell into the enemy's hands, Orochimaru and Kakuzu's face changed. But at this time, the footsteps in the tunnel were getting closer and closer. Both Orochimaru and Kakuzu knew that because of Amatsukumi's intervention, the battle on the ground had ended. At this time, if they stayed in the sanctuary for too long, not to mention capturing their targets, they might not even be able to escape safely. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, they decided to stop. Orochimaru captured Naruto and Hinata, and Kakuzu took Sasuke and Ningxi. As soon as the 2 left, a group of reinforcements led by Asuma and Guy arrived. Looking at the few female ninjas on the ground, Asuma was shocked and quickly asked, "What happened? Did the enemy invade the sanctuary?" Mute forced himself to say, "It's Orochimaru and the Akatsuki. Not only did they capture Naruto, but they also captured Uchiha and the Hyuga family's children. Quick! Chase after them." Asuma and Guy looked at each other. Both of them realized the seriousness of the problem, so they did not dare to hesitate and immediately led the team to chase after them. In the illusion of Sword of the 10 Punches. Hyojin, who has fallen into the illusion, still maintained the posture of waving goodbye to Obsidian, and the smile of a winner has not even had time to calm down. On the other hand, Obsidian stared at Hyojin, his body leaned forward slightly, still maintaining the posture of using the pupil technique Kamui before. The two people who were still plotting against each other a moment ago, and the next second they fell into a strange illusion together, becoming a pair of brothers in hardship. This scene is extremely embarrassing. Hyojin put down his hand in embarrassment, he was speechless. He used himself as bait and calculated everything, he even guessed Obsidian's thoughts. He thought that this time he could completely solve the big problem of Obsidian, but he never thought that he would be dragged into the seal of Sword of the 10 Punches by Obsidian after being attacked by Kamui. It's really one wrong step, and the whole game is lost. Obsidian was also surprised at this moment, he has realized that he has been tricked again. Although he doesn't know what kind of space this is, as Uchiha has the Manjikyu Sharingan, he is naturally very sensitive to all kinds of Genjutsu, so he can feel that he is trapped in an ordinary Genjutsu space. After looking around, Obsidian snorted and said, "Humph, is this the method you used to trick me?" Hyojin curled his lips and did not answer. Although he knows that this is the illusion of Sword of the 10 Punches, Hyojin has entered it for the first time, so what he knows is actually not much more than Obsidian. Seeing Hyojin did not answer, Obsidian sneered and said, "Do you think that this kind of Genjutsu can trap me? Stupid." After saying that, Obsidian activated his Manjikyu Sharingan. In an instant, the triple-edged shuriken kaleidoscope in his eye sockets slowly spun. Hyojin looked at Obsidian with a complicated expression. He hoped that Obsidian could break the Sword of 10 Punches, but at the same time, he didn't want Obsidian to break the Sword of 10 Punches. If Obsidian could break the Sword of 10 Punches, then he would most likely be able to find a way out. But if Obsidian really did break the Sword of 10 Punches, then he didn't know how else he could kill Obsidian. At least before he completed the Bloodline Dragnet plan, there was no way he could kill Obsidian. After waiting for a while and seeing that there were no changes in the surroundings, Hyojin lightly spat, "Tisk." Listening to Hyojin's disdainful whisper, Obsidian blushed and said, "This Genjutsu is a bit good, but so what? There is nothing in the world that can trap me, Uchiha Madara." As soon as his voice fell, Obsidian activated Kamui, and a twisting vortex appeared on his body. He can still use Kamui? Hyojin stared at Obsidian. However, although the twisting vortex was constantly rotating, it did not strip Obsidian out of the Sword of 10 Punches illusion. How could this be? This time Obsidian finally panicked. This is the first time he encountered a situation where Kamui failed. Hyojin retracted his gaze and said, "This is indeed the artifact Sword of 10 Punches." Although he doesn't know much about Sword of 10 Punches, he knows that Itachi once used Sword of 10 Punches to seal Nagato's impure body. One must know that at that time, Nagato's impure body relied on the ability of the Rinnegan to fight against 3 enemies, and he suppressed Naruto and Chillabai, who were considered to be at the top of the shinobi world at that time. His pupil power is not much worse than Itachi's, but in the face of Itachi's Sword of 10 Punches, he still couldn't resist even a little bit. From this point alone, it can be seen that it is impossible to get rid of the seal of Sword of 10 Punches alone. Obsidian quickly asked Hyojin, "What kind of illusion is this?" Hyojin said lightly, "Do you think I will tell you?" Obsidian's face sank. "You don't need to deny it, I believe you should also feel it. You don't want to die with me, do you?" As soon as he fell into the illusion of Sword of 10 Punches, Obsidian vaguely felt that something was wrong. This is the reason why he did not choose to continue to fight with Hyojin, but to try to escape from the illusion first. Because his intuition told him that if he can't escape quickly, he will probably be trapped here forever. Hyojin remained silent. He naturally did not want to die with Obsidian. For him, although the threat of Obsidian is great, it is far from worth risking his life. In fact, as long as Hyojin can successfully complete his Bloodline Net plan and achieve the same Bloodline Net as Otsutsuki Kagaya, then there will be many ways to deal with Obsidian. But he is not in a hurry to join forces with Obsidian to escape the illusion of Sword of 10 Punches, because he is still not sure if Itachi has any other way to release him from Sword of 10 Punches alone. After all, it took a lot of effort to seal Obsidian in Sword of 10 Punches this time. Suddenly, a burst of fog with a strong aroma of wine gushed out from the surrounding space. As soon as they smelled this wine, Hyojin and Obsidian felt dizzy, as if even their minds were paralyzed. Obsidian said anxiously, damn it, what are you still hesitating for? Right at this moment, a voice that sounded like it came from all directions. Senior Wind, I haven't figured out a way to release a sealed person yet, so I need your cooperation in order to release you. Hyojin frowned, how do I cooperate? Obsidian also pricked up his ears and listened attentively. Later, I will use my ocular powers to activate the sealed state again. Please seize the opportunity and find a way to escape from the inside. Also, do not be confused by the illusion. Once you fall into the illusion, you will never be able to escape. The illusory voice once again reverberated in the illusory realm of the 10-punch sword. Hyojin's expression changed, and he thought to himself, oh no, even Itachi can't get me out. Obsidian was on full alert at this time, waiting for the opportunity to escape. He has now realized his situation and knew that there was only one chance to escape. Once he missed it, everything would be over. Hyojin did not waste any more time and waited for the opportunity that Itachi mentioned. A moment later, a flame appeared in the illusion of Sword of 10 Punches, piercing through the sky. There is no doubt that Itachi once again activated Sword of 10 Punches from the outside, putting it in an attacking state and opening the subtle connection between the outside and the inside of Sword of 10 Punches. Hyojin and Obsidian looked at each other and understood that the time has come. At this time, Obsidian fully stimulated his Manjikyu Sharingan and exerted his pupil powers to the limit. As Obito activated his ocular power, a crack finally appeared in the flames. However, the crack was too small, and it couldn't accommodate one person at all. Damn it! Obsidian, who had already exhausted his strength, roared in despair. He understood that his pupil powers alone were not enough to open a gap to escape, and in the illusion, he was the only one with pupil powers. At this moment, an inexplicable pupil powers also poured in, and the gap in the flame instantly became larger. Following the source of the pupil powers, Obsidian looked at Hyojin and asked suspiciously, you? Swoosh, with a flash of brilliance, the scene in front of Kuroto suddenly darkened. Immediately, the familiar night sky and the messy battlefield were reflected in his eyes. Did I escape? After letting out a long sigh of relief, an indescribable sense of exhaustion overwhelmed him and swallowed him completely. At this moment, he was completely paralyzed as if he had lost control of his body. Smack, with a low muffled sound, Suijin fell head-on to the ground. Oh no, this clone can't hold on any longer. Hyojin, who had fallen to the ground, was panicking. According to Kuroto's speculation, the reason why he lost control of his body at this moment is mostly due to the blood disease of the Type A wind release clone, which has already spread to the central nervous system of the clone, so not to mention extracting chakra to perform ninjutsu, even blinking his eyes is a very difficult thing for him. However, Obsidian was right behind him. If Obsidian were to make a sudden attack, he would not even need to use ocular techniques or ninjutsu. All he needed to do was throw some ninja tools and he would be able to easily destroy this Type A wind release clone. Just as Hyojin was worried, Obsidian's figure appeared in a flash of light. Needless to say, Obsidian had also seized that short moment to escape from the illusion of the Sword of 10 Punches. What should I do? Feeling Obsidian's appearance, Hyojin, who had fallen to the ground, felt his heart skip a beat. He put all his effort into thinking of a way to deal with this situation. Since the beginning of the battle, this was the first time he felt so helpless and hopeless. Obsidian, who had escaped from the illusion, immediately noticed Hyojin, who had fallen to the ground not far away and seemed to have lost his ability to move. Bastard, this trick again? At this moment, Obsidian was extremely angry. He felt that his intelligence had been greatly insulted. Immediately, he entered the state of void form and disappeared into a twisted vortex. The speed at which he escaped was fast and decisive. There was even a hint of panic in his movements. Whoosh, a gust of night wind blew, stirring up dust on the ground. Hyojin, who was lying on the ground, was startled. He did not understand how Obsidian managed to escape in such a flustered manner. But at least there was something to be happy about, and that was that the Type A wind-meld clone would not be destroyed immediately. After that, his spirit separated from the Type A wind escape clone and silently burrowed into the ground. In the distance, seeing Hyojin and Obsidian escaping from the 10-punch sword together, Itachi sighed softly. He has already expected this situation. After all, Obsidian, who can activate the almost complete Susanoo, obviously has a pair of Manjikyu Sharingan that is not weak. In theory, he is more likely to escape from sword jutsu than Kazuma, so if Kazuma can escape from sword jutsu, then Obsidian must also be able to escape, which is almost inevitable. Unless he sacrificed wind chimes so that he could die with the obsidian. But Itachi can't make such a decision, he has no right to decide the life and death of his comrades. At this time, Red ran to the side of the Type A wind release clone and asked anxiously, "Kazuma, are you okay?" Since the Type A wind release clone no longer has Hyugin's spirit, naturally there will not be any response. Seeing that Winchim seemed to have lost consciousness, Red panicked. She shook the Type A wind escape clone and shouted, "Winchim? Kazuma?" Itachi also walked over with a solemn expression. He did not expect Kazuma to be so seriously injured that he seemed to have completely lost consciousness. "Let me do it." Suddenly, a calm voice came from behind Red. Red turned her head and saw that the voice came from the strongest medical ninja in the ninja world, Tsunade, so she quickly stepped forward and said, "Tsunade-sama, please." Tsunade just looked at Red and didn't say anything. Immediately, she walked towards the Type A wind release clone lying on the ground and said to Itachi on the side, "I will treat him." Itachi, who was wearing the uniform of Amatsukami, nodded and stepped aside. Letting one of the Sannin, Tsunade, to treat him is naturally the best. At the same time, a group of my ninjas, including Jiraiya and Kakashi, also approached Kuroto. In the continuous battles tonight, Amatsukami's organization Kazuma contributed a lot to the village. If it weren't for him, it would have been difficult for Mai to deal with the monster that came out of the box of bliss. Therefore, even though many Konoha ninjas were still wary of Amatsukami, they didn't have any malicious intent towards Kamikaze who fought alongside them. On the contrary, many Konoha ninjas were very grateful towards Kamikaze. After a while of treatment, Tsunade's brows furrowed even tighter as if she had encountered something unbelievable. Jiraiya, who was familiar with Tsunade, quickly went over and asked, "Is he okay?" Tsunade said solemnly, "This is unbelievable. All his organs are damaged, and his bones are broken in many places. There is also serious internal bleeding." Itachi changed his tone and asked, "What do you mean?" Tsunade glanced at Itachi and said, "No one can use their body to this extent. A normal person should have died a long time ago." Red asked anxiously, "You can definitely cure him, right?" Tsunade shook her head and sighed softly, "Unfortunately, there is nothing I can do. This is beyond the scope of medical ninjutsu." There is one more thing that Tsunade didn't say, that is, she found that her medical ninjutsu doesn't seem to work on the body of Kaze-Chime, or rather, there seems to be some kind of destructive toxin in the body of Kaze-Chime that is resisting her treatment. Red fell to the ground in a daze. Jiraiya and Kakashi sighed, while Itachi was stunned and couldn't believe it, in a cave far away from my village. In an instant, a pair of sapphire blue eyes suddenly opened. It was none other than Hyugen, whose spirit body had returned to his escape body. He knew that since my village had become the Akatsuki's target, all areas around the village would no longer be safe, so he opened a temporary base in a remote underground place far away from the village to store his escape body. Moving his body a little, Hyugen smiled and said, "Sure enough, my own body is still the most comfortable." The original Type A wind release clone body was actually very comfortable to control, but as the blood disease worsened, the Type A wind release clone body became more and more difficult to control. In the end, Hyugen even had to endure great pain, so after returning to his escape body, he really felt extremely comfortable. Soon, Mai and the others saw a blue light appear in the sky. It was like a meteor, flying towards the direction of the village at an incredible speed. What? What a strong chakra wave! Is it an enemy? Everyone, be careful. In an instant, the village that had just calmed down fell into chaos again. Just by looking at the other party's chakra wave and flying speed, one could tell that the other party's strength must be extraordinary. Therefore, whether it was Jiraiya, Tsunade, or the ordinary Mai ninjas, all of them were ready to fight to the death. Although the village was destroyed, Mai's reputation must not be tarnished. Swoosh, accompanied by a sharp whistle, the blue light descended from the sky and landed steadily in the middle of the village. The black cloak with golden edges and the hideous ghost mask, the Mai ninjas sighed in relief when they saw the appearance of the newcomer. The leader of Amatsukami, Yama, had finally appeared. The person who descended from the sky was naturally Hyojin. After landing, he exited the Tenseigan chakra mode and slowly walked towards his wind release Type A clone. Seeing Kurosu sitting beside the Type A wind release clone, as if she was tidying up the remains of the Type A wind release clone, Kurosu was speechless and asked, "Can you hand him over to me?" Red asked, "Can you save him?" Hyojin was stunned for a moment and replied, "Maybe." Red nodded silently and stepped aside with some anticipation. Carrying the Type A wind release clone on his shoulder, Kuroto signaled to Itachi who was standing beside him. Immediately after, both of them disappeared in a flash. After leaving the messy My village, Hyojin and Itachi stopped in a forest outside the village. Hyojin placed the Type A wind blend clone down from his shoulder and took out a storage scroll from his storage bag. He then temporarily sealed the Type A wind blend clone into the storage scroll. Seeing this, Itachi asked, "Senior, Lady Tsunade said that Senior Wind is hopeless. Could it be true?" Hyojin smiled. "Don't worry, I have a way." Itachi was relieved. In his heart, if Hyojin said there was a way, then there must be a way. So he looked at the battlefield where Jishui rushed to and said, "Senior, brother Jishui went there." After sealing the Type A wind escape clone, Hyojin shifted his gaze over and nodded. Previously, during the fierce battle in the village, Hyojin had used the magnetic escape to fly high into the sky many times. Therefore, he had long noticed the other battlefield outside the village. After all, the commotion over there was no less than the one in the village. He was even sure that the two sides fighting over there should be Five Shadows and Nagato. After putting away the storage scroll, Hyojin said, "Come, let's go there." "Yes." Itachi quickly nodded. Boom boom boom, another series of explosions, and Jishui had to retreat. Fortunately, his Susanoo was equipped with the artifact Yada no Kagami. Ordinary explosions not only did not hurt him at all, but they also did not consume much of his ocular power. Staring at Shursui under the emerald green Susanoo, Konan, who was flying in the air, had a solemn expression on her beautiful face. Jishui's combat power had greatly exceeded her expectations. Just to stop Jishui from entering the main battlefield had forced her to use all her skills. She even used several traps that she had set up in advance to prevent accidents. However, everything seemed to be in vain. No matter what kind of attack she used, it seemed that she could not break through Jishui's Susanoo. Is it because of that shield? Konan's attention was focused on the artifact Yada no Kagami that Jishui's Susanoo was equipped. Roar! At this moment, a shocking roar came from the main battlefield in the distance. Xiaonan let out a sigh of relief when she heard the furious roar. She thought to herself, it should be about time. On the ground, Jishui's face sank. Not good, something must have happened over there. He was familiar with this roar. He had participated in the raid on the Hidden Rain village, and he knew very well that this roar was made by the summoned creature of the Akatsuki leader Nagato, the strange giant that could resist Hyojin's Golden Will reincarnation explosion. Through the fight just now, Jishui has discovered that the Akatsuki member in the air seemed to be unable to break through his Susanoo equipped with the Yada no Kagami, so he decided to ignore the opponent's attack and went straight to the main battlefield not far away. After making up his mind, Jishui let the countless detonation talismans wrap around him from all directions and forcibly broke through Konan's blockade and arrived at the main battlefield. But the scene in front of him shocked him. The red-haired Akatsuki leader stood quietly in front of the strange giant with an indifferent expression. The Yonde Mizukage Goji Yugura and the Cloud Village's Hachibi were lying on the ground motionless. It was unknown whether they were alive or dead. Not only that, the strange giant behind the Akatsuki leader seemed to be absorbing the tailed beast chakra from Goji Yugura and chakra. Two-tailed beast chakra that was so strong that it was visible to the naked eye was being extracted from Goji Yugura and chakra and absorbed into the body of the strange giant through their noses and mouths. Shifting his gaze, Shursui found that there were many ninjas from the 5 great shinobi villages lying on the ground, and it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. With just a glance, he found the figures of Yondaime Kazakage and Yondaime Reikage among them. The 4 generations of Kazakage seemed to have completely lost consciousness and fell in a pool of blood, while the 4 generations laying was obviously still breathing and seemed to be struggling to get up, but due to his heavy injuries, after several attempts, he still helplessly fell to the ground. The 5 Kages lost? Xianxia staggered a step in a daze. The scene in front of him really subverted his inherent concept. He never thought that the 5 Kages would lose even after joining hands. This is simply impossible for him. Conan landed beside Nagato and said, "I'm sorry, I couldn't stop him." Nagato said lightly, "It's okay." Although the battle just now consumed a lot of chakra from Nagato, for Nagato, a mere Uchiha with Manjikyu Sharingan is not a strong enemy. At this time, Conan looked at the outer path demon statue behind her and said with some worry, absorbing 2 Jinchuriki at once, "Nagato, can your body hold it?" Nagato said, "Don't worry, this kind of thing is not a big burden for my current body." After fusing with the Hashirama cells, Nagato's immortal body has been qualitatively improved. In the original time and space, all the members of Akatsuki needed to participate in the absorption process, but now he can do it alone, and he can absorb 2 Jinchuriki at once. Whoosh! 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 A group of figures was galloping through the forest. Their speed was so fast that they looked like phantoms. If there was a Jutsu ninja here, they would have noticed that this group of people are all heavily armed elites of the Uchiha police force, and among them is even the current patriarch of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fuyue. This group of Uchiha elites was chasing a member of the Akatsuki organization wearing a red cloud suit, and from the scarlet eyes of this member, it can be seen that he is also a member of the Uchiha clan. "Shinichi, don't run anymore, turn back." Fugaku's 3 Tomo Sharingan stared at the figure in front of him and shouted. There is no doubt that this member of the Akatsuki organization being chased by the elites of the Uchiha clan is none other than Shinichi of the Uchiha clan, who defected from the Mai clan and joined the Akatsuki organization. Shinichi turned his head and glanced at the clansman behind him, but didn't say anything. This chase was actually intentional by Shinichi. After he received the news that the entire Nagato clan has retreated, he immediately understood that Nagato is going to use some kind of extremely destructive move, so he deliberately appeared in front of the Uchiha clan and led the elites of the Uchiha clan to chase him out of the village, narrowly avoiding the Shinra Tensei that Tendo has been preparing for a long time. At this time, Fuyue tried to persuade him again, "I know that you still hate the village, but this is not a reason for you to defect. You also saw the scene just now. The Akatsuki organization is full of lunatics, following them will not end well." When Tendo used the large-scale Shinra Tensei, they just happened to reach the outer wall of the village, so they all saw the amazing scene with their own eyes. In just an instant, the village of Mai that has shocked the shinobi world for decades was reduced to ruins. Fuyue, who also has the Manjikyu Sharingan, was keenly aware of the surprised look on Shinichi's face when he saw this scene, so he understood that Shinichi must not have known about this beforehand. Shinichi curled his lips when he heard this. When he first decided to defect, he really hated the village, hated his family, felt betrayed by everyone, and even awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan, but when he was defeated and subdued by Hyojin, and learned that his beloved Uchiha Kurumi might be resurrected, the hatred in his heart was gradually replaced by the anger of being fooled by the obsidian. At this time, he no longer has any hatred for the village and his family. On the contrary, after learning the whole story, knowing that the mastermind behind all this is the guy from the Akatsuki organization who calls himself Madara Uchiha, like all the other Uchihas, he immediately transferred all his hatred and willingly became an undercover agent of Hyojin in the Akatsuki organization. This is also the reason why he deliberately led his people away from the village and escaped the previous catastrophe, but he can't say it clearly, because there is a pair of eyes staring at him in the dark. Since the 3 great shinobi villages joined forces to raid the Rain Village, Nagato and Obsidian have strengthened the internal monitoring of the Akatsuki organization, and perhaps aware of Shinichi's increasingly perfunctory attitude, Obsidian even arranged a white Zetsu clone to monitor him 24 hours a day. In the past, even if he was being monitored, because of his perceptive perception, the white Zetsu clone that was monitoring Shinichi didn't dare to get too close to him, which allowed Shinichi to find many opportunities to secretly pass information about the Akatsuki organization to Hyojin. But now, the white Zetsu clone that was ordered by Obsidian to monitor Shinichi doesn't care about being discovered by Shinichi at all, so he just stared at Shinichi in the dark, not giving Shinichi any opportunity to pass information to Hyojin, nor can he say anything to Fuyue behind him. After a while, Shinichi stopped in a relatively open forest. The elites of the Uchiha police force who were chasing him also stopped and spread out in a circle, surrounding him in the center. At this time, Fuyue came out and said in a deep voice, the Danzo's roots have been eliminated by the village. Let go of the past, the village needs you now, and the family also needs you. The Manjikyu Sharingan cannot be used by the enemy to attack the village. Fuyue has considered a coup, but never considered defection. In the original story, even if he chose to die calmly after the coup failed, he never revealed the slightest intention of defection. In the heart of the Uchiha patriarch, Uchiha and Mai have long been integrated into one, and he will never allow any foreign enemy to use Sharingan to harm the village. Shinichi smiled and said, "Don't you think it's ridiculous to say this now?" Fuyue said calmly, "It's nothing to be ridiculous about, the village can be rebuilt, as long as Uchiha is here, Mai will not perish." To some extent, this attack by the Akatsuki is not a bad thing for the Uchiha clan, because with the destruction of the village, Naruto will inevitably suffer a heavy blow, and as one of the founders of Mai, Uchiha will naturally gain more power in the village. After all, because of the pursuit of Shinichi, the elites of the Uchiha clan were not damaged in the previous large-scale Shinra Tensei. Shinichi said jokingly, "You can't stop me." Seeing that Shinichi has no intention to repent, Fuyue shook his head and said, "As the patriarch, I have no choice but to capture you." After saying that, Fuyue's scarlet eyes suddenly changed, the three Magatama turned into a three-edged shuriken pattern similar to Itachi's kaleidoscope shape, but the blade is thinner, and there is an additional black dot between each blade. Manjikyu Sharingan. Shinichi was a little surprised. "You also have Manjikyu Sharingan? Why didn't you tell me?" Fuyue folded his arms across his chest and said, "I hid this for the sake of the clan, but I didn't expect that in your generation, there would be two excellent clansmen with Manjikyu Sharingan, you and Jishui, so if you return to the clan, our Uchiha clan can try to obtain the position of Naruto through normal means." After the initial surprise, Shinichi smiled and said, "Are you still worried about the position of Naruto? Patriarch, you don't understand what kind of strength our leader has, nor do you understand what kind of enemy our village is facing." Fuyue's face became solemn. "In that case, we have no choice but to act." Before Fugaku's voice fell, Shinichi suddenly discovered that everything around him had suddenly turned black and white, and the boundaries of things had also become blurred. Everything was blurring. What a powerful genjutsu! After thinking to himself, the corner of Shinichi's mouth rose, and he said a coordinate to Fuyue. Fuyue was puzzled. "Is this a coordinate in the land of iron? What do you mean by this?" Shinichi replied, "The coordinate I just said is the new hiding place of the Akatsuki." "Why are you telling me this?" Fuyue frowned. In the black and white genjutsu space, the progress of the blur suddenly stopped. Shinichi shook his head with a smile and didn't answer. He can only transmit the information in the genjutsu space, otherwise, it will be detected by White Zetsu's doppelganger. The reason why he passed this information to Fuyue is because he can't find any other safe channel to pass it to Hyojin. And passing it to Fuyue is basically passing it to Jishui. With the relationship between Jishui and Hyojin, it is equivalent to passing it to Hyojin. Although there is a certain risk, he must pass the information because he wants to inform Hyojin about his situation through this information transmission. Seeing Shinichi shaking his head without saying anything, Fuyue continued to persuade him. "It seems that you are not completely loyal to the Akatsuki organization. In that case, come back. The family will help you solve your previous crimes." Shinichi said coldly. "Patriarch, let's stop this topic here. He will not easily leave the Akatsuki organization before getting Hyojin's notice. Because the more he understands the Akatsuki organization, the more he understands the significance of lurking in the Akatsuki organization. Being able to observe the actions of this group of lunatics at a close distance is of great significance to both Mai and the entire shinobi world. This is also the reason why he hasn't taken the risk to contact Hyojin." "Humph, you don't seem to know your own situation." Fuyue snorted. The black and white genjutsu space that has been stagnant was activated again. Looking around, Shinichi found that everything around him, whether it is the grass, the trees, the sky, or the earth, everything seems to be melting. The color is also mottled little by little, gradually becoming monotonous black and white. At this time, Fuyue's voice came from the air again. "Don't worry, I won't kill you. Your defection, the family also has some responsibility." Without waiting for Fuyue to finish his words, Shinichi, who had a playful look on his face, disappeared into thin air in the black and white illusion space. Fuyue was shocked. There was no pupil technique confrontation, nor was there any genjutsu to break through. Kuroto found that Shinichi just used the Manjikyu Sharingan and inexplicably got rid of his pupil technique. Kuroto didn't have time to stop him. No, it should be said that he didn't have time to notice that Shinichi had already disappeared from his genjutsu space. Fuyue, who had regained his senses, asked, "How did you do it?" Shinichi grinned. "Don't waste your precious ocular powers. Your illusion is useless against me." After saying that, Shinichi's figure flashed and disappeared without any hesitation. At this time, all the elites of Uchiha looked at Fuyue, waiting for the patriarch to give the order to chase. However, Fuyue frowned and stood in the same place without saying a word. He still hasn't figured out how Shinichi broke the illusion of his Manjikyu Sharingan just now, and if he can't figure this out, he obviously won't be able to catch Shinichi, who also has the Manjikyu Sharingan. On Shinichi's side, after getting rid of the pursuit of the Uchiha clan, Kuroto's scarlet eyes immediately turned back to their original black color. After learning that every time he used the Manjikyu Sharingan, he would lose a part of his ocular powers, Shinichi began to pay attention to protecting his Manjikyu Sharingan. Basically, he will not use the Manjikyu Sharingan unless it's a last resort. As expected of the patriarch, I didn't expect him to hide it from me for so long. Recalling the fight just now, Shinichi was galloping in the forest while sighing. Including the patriarch, there should be 5 Uchiha with Manjikyu Sharingan in the shinobi world. Shinichi counted himself, Jishui, Fuyue, Obsidian who pretended to be Uchiha Madara, and Uchiha Hashirama, and came to the conclusion that there are a total of 5 pairs of Manjikyu Sharingan in the shinobi world. As for how he knew that Uchiha Hashirama also has Manjikyu Sharingan, it's all because Obsidian announced to the members of Akatsuki that Homusubi of Amatsukami is a woman. At that time, Shinichi guessed that Homusubi of Amatsukami must be Uchiha Hashirama. After all, it's related to Hyojin's Amatsukami and it's a female Uchiha, so he can only think of Uchiha Hashirama. Hey, I'm really the strongest. Thinking about it, a smile appeared on Shinichi's face. Because he found that his pupil technique seems to be the most wonderful pair of Manjikyu Sharingan, especially his right eye, which contains the pupil technique Temporal House, which can turn back time in a small range. As long as he realizes that he is in a genjutsu, he can activate Temporal House to instantly turn back time and get rid of any genjutsu. Just now, he turned back time and directly got rid of Fuyue's Manjikyu Sharingan level genjutsu. This is also the reason why Obsidian is afraid of Shinichi and sent Shinichi's clone to monitor Shinichi 24/7. Because Shinichi's Temporal House can easily crack the Kamui. Even if Obsidian successfully separates Shinichi from the original spacetime and throws him into the Kamui space, Shinichi can still turn back time and return to the shinobi world through Temporal House. The reason why Shinichi doesn't dare to fight with Obsidian is because his pupil technique is limited. Without the Manjikyu Sharingan, he will definitely lose if he gets entangled. It didn't take long for Shinichi to arrive at the rendezvous point of the Akatsuki organization. At the moment, Kakuzu was the only one at the rendezvous point. He was sitting quietly on a big stone with his eyes closed, and beside him were 2 children who were tied up. Sasuke? Shinichi, who recognized one of the children, frowned and immediately teased Kakuzu. What, is this the 9-tails Jinchuriki you caught? Kakuzu replied, the 9-tails Jinchuriki of Mai was captured by Orochimaru, but what Orochimaru wants is the child of your Uchiha, so after this matter is over, we can exchange with him. After leaving Mai, Kakuzu also came back to his senses and vaguely guessed that Orochimaru's target should be the Uchiha Sasuke in his hands. Shinichi didn't say anything, but looked at the 2 children tied up, and then his eyes fell on Ningxi, and thought to himself, a child of the Hyuga family? On the battlefield, Jishui's face was extremely dignified. The defeat of the 5 Kage is like the collapse of the sky for him. He eagerly looked for the figures of the 3 generations, and secretly made up his mind to fight to the death. He can't allow Nagato to kill Yagura and Chilabai in front of him. Whoosh, at this moment, 2 figures arrived on the battlefield. Jishui turned his head and looked, and his heart suddenly fell down. On the broken cliff, the 2 figures who had just arrived stood quietly, one in front of the other. Whoosh, the night breeze blew past, causing his robes to flutter. The glistening moonlight shone on the sinister ghost mask, causing the originally mysterious figure to have an indescribable faintly discernible aura. Conan subconsciously took a step back and whispered to Nagato, "Be careful." She has always believed that Nagato, who has the Rinnegan, is the strongest ninja in the shinobi world. But for some reason, every time she sees the hideous face of the leader of Amatsukami, Yama, she feels nervous and uneasy from the bottom of her heart. Nagato nodded seriously, his cold eyes locked on Yama. The last time they fought, Kuroto almost died in the hands of Yama, and that moment of despair was still fresh in his memory. Therefore, the most frightening person in the entire shinobi world is the leader of Amatsukami in front of him. Even if Kuroto is no longer the same as he was in the past, his fear of Amatsukami still hasn't diminished. At this time, Jishui tacitly retreated behind Hyojin, but because he is now dressed as a Mai ninja, he kept a certain distance from Hyojin and Itachi, who were dressed as Amatsukami. Hyojin, on the other hand, was under the tremendous pressure of Nagato, and the outer path demon statue behind Nagato carefully observed the battlefield. No way, how did he do it? After glancing at the battlefield, Kuroto's brows slightly wrinkled under the demon mask, and his heart was filled with uncertainty. Around the cliff, there were nearly 100 ninjas from the 5 great shinobi villages lying on the ground. Many of them were elite jonin that Kuroto could remember by their names. In addition, Yondaime Raikage, Yondaime Kazekage, and Yondaime Mizukage were also among the 3 Kages. Although they seemed to be still alive, it was obvious that they had completely lost the ability to fight. After scanning the messy battlefield, Hyojin shifted his gaze to Nagato. He found that Nagato had changed a lot compared to before. He was no longer as thin and miserable as before. The wooden cart under him was gone. His legs seemed to have completely recovered. Even his signature red hair of the Whirlpool family was full of vitality and looked brighter than before. Although Hyojin had guessed that Nagato must have used some means to recover from his injuries since he dared to attack Mai, he did not expect Nagato to recover so well. Moreover, he was so strong. If it were Hyojin, facing so many strong enemies, even if he could win in the end, he would probably be heavily injured, and his stamina and chakra would be at their limits. Oh no, he should be much stronger than me now. Looking at the calm and composed Nagato, Hyojin's brows wrinkled even tighter. In his impression, where Nagato's limit is, Hyojin can't say, because in the original story, Nagato was not defeated, but he pinned his hope on Naruto and resolutely chose to commit suicide. But at that time, Nagato was far from his limit. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to resurrect thousands of the dead at once. One must know that in the shinobi world, it is extremely difficult to resurrect the dead. In addition to the Rinnegan's natural reincarnation technique, the only other techniques that can accomplish this are the Sand Village Elder's self-reincarnation technique, the Grass Ninja Clan's Forbidden Technique, Dragon Life Reincarnation Technique, and the Mount Myaboku's Sage's Talisman. Whether it is Self-Born Reincarnation Technique, Dragon Life Reincarnation Technique, or even Mount Myaboku's Treasure, Sage Talisman, all of them can barely resurrect one person. Being able to resurrect tens of thousands of the dead at once like Nagato is unique in the shinobi world. In other words, if Naruto failed to convince Nagato at that time, and there was no other force involved, then Naruto would most likely not be able to defeat Nagato. In fact, this point was reflected vividly in the battle between Naruto and Chalabi when they faced Nagato's impure earth form. It must be known that at that time, after the special training on Turtle Island, Naruto and the 9 tails in his body had reached a reconciliation, and he could completely use the 9 tails chakra in his body, becoming the perfect Jinchuriki. Coupled with the immortal talisman, his strength jumped to the Super Kage level, and the 8 tails Jinchuriki, Chalabi was also at his peak, and he could perfectly coordinate with the 8 tails in his body. But in the face of Nagato's impure earth form, Naruto and Chalabi, who were among the strongest in the Shinobi Alliance, had almost no ability to resist. They were easily crushed by Nagato's impure earth form, which had no fighting spirit and could only attack mechanically. If it weren't for Itachi's impure earth form getting rid of Duru's control through Koto Amatsukami and sealing Nagato's impure earth form with the power of the artifact Totsuken, it would be hard to say what the outcome of the Fourth Shinobi World War would have been. Therefore, Hyojin has always been very vague about where Nagato's limit is, and he doesn't have a clear idea. But no matter how strong Nagato is, it is impossible for him to defeat so many experts, including 4 generations of Mizukage, 4 generations of Kazekage, and 4 generations of Laying unscathed. This is simply against common sense and far beyond Hyojin's expectation. What happened to him? Why did his strength improve so significantly? And, he looks so good, it's like he's a different person from when he was sitting on the wooden cart. The more Hyojin thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. Nagato, who was sitting on the wooden cart before, looked like a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, but now he looked at most 20 years old, about the same age as Hyojin, but in fact, Nagato's real age should be between 25 and 30 years old. At this moment, a twisted whirlpool suddenly appeared beside Nagato, and the figure of Obsidian came out of the whirlpool. At the same time, Zetsu, who was wearing a red cloud suit, also came out of the ground. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, with the sound of breaking wind, many figures appeared on Hyojin's side. The one in front was Naruto of 3 generations, who was holding the Vajra wishful staff. Although he looked a little tired, he didn't seem to be seriously injured. As the Sannin, Jiraiya, and Tsunade followed and also arrived at the cliff. Then, Mei of the Mist Village, Chio of the Sand Village, and several other experts of the 5 great shinobi villages also appeared on the cliff one after another. They all looked very embarrassed and had injuries all over their bodies. At the same time, Inoki of 3 generations and his son, Ataru, also flew over from the air. However, the 2 of them did not immediately land on the cliff. Instead, they floated in the air, at a distance where they could intervene in the battle and retreat at any time. In an instant, the 2 sides confronted each other again on this broken cliff. Seeing the 3 generations of Naruto and 3 generations of Tsuchikage appear one after another, Hyojin, Jishuei, and Itachi breathed a long sigh of relief. When he saw the tragic situation of 4 generations of Kazekage, 4 generations of Laying, and 4 generations of Mizukage, he thought that 3 generations of Naruto and 3 generations of Tsuchikage were also killed by Nagato. But now it seems that this is not the case. In fact, Sandaime-sama didn't participate in the previous battle at all. When Tendo used Shinra Tensei in the village, Sandaime-sama, who was in the Hokage building, was the first one to notice the abnormality and tried his best to use several defensive ninjutsu to ensure that the underground shelter was able to withstand the large-scale attack of Shinra Tensei. However, the 3 generations who bore the brunt of the Shinra Tensei didn't have such an easy time. He, who was directly hit by the Shinra Tensei, along with the entire Naruto building, was completely blown away and buried deep in the layers of ruins. When the battle in the village was over, Jiraiya and Tsunade rescued him from the ruins. And after learning from the intelligence team that the Xianxia has gone out of the village to kill the leader of the Akatsuki organization, the 3 generations, regardless of the injuries on his body, slightly healed himself and rushed over with Jiraiya and Tsunade. For the 3 generations, the destruction of the village is already an established fact, and no one can change it, but if they can solve the Akatsuki organization that threatens the peace of the shinobi world once and for all, then such a loss is barely acceptable. However, when they arrived at the cliff, the scene in front of them surprised the 3 generations and the Mai ninjas. Looking at the elites of the 5 great villages lying on the ground, looking at the Mizukage of 4 generations and the Hachibi's Jinchuriki, looking at the 4 generations of Laying and 4 generations of Kazekage lying in a pool of blood, and looking at the Akatsuki organization's leader who seems to be completely unharmed, everyone understood that the decapitation operation against the Akatsuki organization's leader has failed, a complete failure. As for the 3 generations of Tsuchikage, Mei, Chio, and the others, because the experienced Inoki immediately realized that they were no match for the Akatsuki organization's leader at the beginning of the battle, so they used dust release to cover a small group of elite ninjas from the 5 great villages and barely escaped from the battlefield. If it weren't for Amatsukumi's attack, and the arrival of the Mai ninjas led by the 3 generations of Naruto, they wouldn't have dared to return to the battlefield. In the air. The 3 generations of Tsuchikage Inoki's mood was very contradictory. After witnessing the strength of the Akatsuki organization's leader, he knew that once he intervened in the battle, he would most likely die, which would undoubtedly be a fatal blow to the Rock Village. However, if he didn't take advantage of Amatsukumi's intervention to defeat the Akatsuki organization, he felt that there would be no chance of defeating the Akatsuki organization in the future. Looking at the Rinnegan in Nagato's eye sockets that seemed to be full of magic, Inoki thought to himself, is this the Rinnegan that distinguishes mortals from immortals? Who can defeat the person with this pair of eyes? With this thought in mind, Inoki shifted his gaze to Hyojin. This is the first time that he saw the famous leader of Amatsukami, and although he doesn't want to admit it, he knows that the main force of this battle is no longer the 5 great shinobi villages, but Amatsukami. Obviously, it wasn't only the 3 generations of Tsuchikage who were looking at Hyojin. In fact, at this moment, almost everyone's eyes, including the Akatsuki members, couldn't help but focus on Hyojin, because no one can guess what this mysterious leader of Amatsukami will do next. Hey, what are you all looking at me for? Aware of everyone's gaze on him, Kuroto cursed silently with a face full of speechlessness. On the surface, as the leader of Amatsukami, he seems to be calm, giving everyone an indescribable sense of oppression, but secretly, he is very guilty. In fact, the current situation is very clear. There is no need to fight. Hyojin can judge that Nagato, who has been reborn, has far surpassed him in terms of pupil power. What's more, he also sealed a part of his Tenseigan into Bell's left eye with the transcription seal, so at this time, he is not in his peak state. Once he attacks, it is very likely that he will be exposed. Not only will he not be able to kill Nagato, but even the last bit of deterrence towards Nagato will be gone. Frankly speaking, if it weren't for the fact that the outer path golem was absorbing the tailed beasts in Yagura and Chilabai's body at this moment, Hyojin wouldn't even want to stay here for a moment longer. The Akatsuki has already captured the second Jinchuriki, which is equivalent to obtaining the second last. If they let them obtain the strongest of the Jinchuriki, the 3 tails and the 8 tails, then the other weaker Jinchuriki will be even less of a match for the Akatsuki. Therefore, even if it is for his own sake, Hyojin can't let Nagato transfer the tailed beasts in Yagura and Chilabai's body. Knowing that if this confrontation continues, sooner or later, Nagato and Obsidian will see through him, so Hyojin had to bite the bullet and step forward, and said casually, "It seems that I shouldn't have let you go last time." Nagato said coldly, "I am different from before." "Is that so?" After a pause, Hyojin pretended to be disdainful, "So what?" Nagato said coldly, "You can try." Listening to the conversation between the leader of Amatsukami and the leader of Akatsuki, the ninjas of the 5 great shinobi villages secretly breathed a sigh of relief, because from the tone of both sides, it is obvious that the leader of Akatsuki is the weaker side. Although this means that Amatsukami is more terrifying, at least Amatsukami hasn't done anything as crazy as the Akatsuki. At this time, Hyojin's face was a little stiff. His words just now were to test Nagato's current state. He speculated that even if Nagato wasn't injured in the battle just now, the chakra in his body should have been consumed a lot, but from Nagato's eager posture, it seems that Nagato still has the strength to fight. And Hyojin's test obviously angered Nagato. At this time, the only one in the shinobi world who can anger Nagato with 1 or 2 sentences is him. If it was someone else, Nagato wouldn't be angry at all. Seeing that Nagato was about to attack, Nagato suddenly stopped him. Nagato frowned and looked at Obsidian, but Obsidian just shook his head slightly and said in a low voice, "Kamikaze, Homasubi, and Suijin of Amatsukami should be hiding in the dark. The situation is not in our favor, we don't need to fight them here." Hearing Obsidian mention Kamikaze, Nagato's face froze. In the previous battle with Mai, Nagato already had some understanding of Kamikaze's strength through his 6 paths of pain, and he knew that Kamikaze is a ridiculously strong guy. On the side, Konan was puzzled. Homasubi? Isn't Homasubi on the opposite side? Facing Conan's doubts, Obsidian's face became gloomy, and under the vortex mask, he showed an uncomfortable expression as if he had eaten a fly, and replied, "I'm talking about the other Homasubi. This damn Amatsukami seems to have 2 Homasubi. Body shape, age, voice, and even gender can be easily disguised by a ninja. But Susanoo, which is based on the Manjikyu Sharingan's pupil power, is a characteristic that cannot be disguised in any way. The color that is projected when awakened will always be the main color, and there will be no fundamental change." Obsidian clearly remembers that the Homasubi of Amatsukami who almost killed him in the Mist Village was not only a female ninja, but also the color projected by Susanoo was a dazzling golden color. But the Homasubi behind the leader of Amatsukami, the one who attacked him from the underground just now, had a red color projected by Susanoo. Obviously, these are two different people. From this, it can be inferred that there may be two Uchiha clansmen who possess Manjikyu Sharingan in Amatsukami. Although Obsidian doesn't understand why there are so many Uchiha clansmen in Amatsukami, the facts are in front of him, and he has no choice but to accept it. To Homosubi? After hearing this, Conan's brows wrinkled even more. At this time, Zetsu came forward and whispered to Nagato, "This Homosubi in front of you is holding the divine artifact Totsuken. If you are hit by it, I'm afraid that even your Rinnegan won't be able to resist it. Retreat, we are not ready to fight Amatsukami yet." After listening to Obsidian and Zetsu's warning, Conan felt that Amatsukami's strength is even more unfathomable, and he also came forward to persuade, "Nagato, don't force yourself, you have consumed a lot of chakra just now. Now is not a good time to fight head-on with Yama." Nagato's expression was still cold, and his fighting spirit was high. The persuasion of his companions beside him did not seem to shake his confidence. Although his originally indifferent face had a lot more solemnity and fear, there was not the slightest trace of timidity. After successfully fusing with the first-generation cells and possessing a stronger immortal body, the quality of the yang escape chakra in Nagato's body had a qualitative improvement. This caused the situation in his body where yin was more abundant than yang, to change fundamentally. Before this, the Eye of Samsara, which represented the power of the soul, grasped reincarnation, and blurred the boundary between life and death, was not only the magic weapon that Nagato used to defeat his enemies, but also the talisman that gradually crushed his body. Because the yang chakra of his immortal body of the Maelstrom clan could not balance the extreme yin chakra of the Eye of Samsara. After transplanting the first-generation cells and fusing with the immortal body of the Thousand-Hand clan, Nagato's physique had been greatly improved. The yang escape and yin escape in his body had reached a balance, and the combination of yin and yang had become more harmonious and close. This made the boundless nature force in his body far stronger than before, and the control and development of his Eye of Samsara had also reached a whole new realm. Among them, the most obvious sign was that he had mastered a new pupil technique, a pupil technique that originally belonged to this pair of Eye of Samsara, but he had never been able to master it before. This was also the reason why he could easily defeat so many experts without a scratch. Seeing that Obsidian had stopped Nagato, Hyojin secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He could vaguely guess the reason why Obsidian had stopped Nagato, so now he very much hoped that Obsidian could persuade Nagato to retreat immediately. But in fact, it did not go as he wished. Nagato still had a look of eagerness, and a faint burst of heart-palpitating chakra fluctuations erupted from his body. What should I do?" Hyojin's expression was solemn. For him who has the Tenseigan, he can easily perceive that the opponent's pupil power is above his own. After all, in the last fight, Nagato was pinned down by others, and he had rested his strength and made a sneak attack first, but in the end, it was only a draw. If it weren't for his excellent acting skills that scared Nagato and Obsidian at that time, it was hard to say whether he could have escaped unscathed at that time. And now Nagato's strength has improved so significantly. In fact, there is no need to use the Tenseigan at all. He can judge that Nagato's strength has far surpassed his own. He even believes that Nagato, who has the Rinnegan, has also judged that his side's pupil power is superior, so he seems so eager to try, as if he wants to wash away his shame. Noticing that the atmosphere is a bit strange, Itachi's face sank. Although Kuroto has strong confidence in Suijin, the strength shown by the Akatsuki leader is indeed frightening. Kuroto never thought that a ninja could be this strong. This is just like the legendary story of the first Hokage who established Konoha since he was a child. Jishui's forehead was also covered with a layer of sweat. For some reason, the pressure exuded by the strange giant behind the Akatsuki leader makes him feel very depressed. The eyes of the three generations are jumping back and forth between Hyojin and Nagato. Unlike others who are affected by the depressing atmosphere and gradually lose their judgment, the experienced three generations who have presided over several shinobi wars faintly understand the situation in front of them. He can see that the Akatsuki leader is full of fear towards the Akatsuki leader, but not completely afraid of him, and the Akatsuki leader seems to not want to directly fight with the Akatsuki leader for some reason. Jiraiya, who is behind the three generations, looked at Nagato in a daze. The Nagato in front of him is the Nagato that he is familiar with, but the Nagato in his memory is always confused, while the Nagato in front of him is full of indifference. At this time, Nagato slowly stretched out his right hand towards Hyojin and said coldly, "The future of the shinobi world will be decided by one of us, a battle between you and me is inevitable." Hyojin didn't answer, his brain was working at full speed. Nagato, who has always been a man of few words, said, "Although I don't know what kind of eyes you have, I can feel your pupillary power, and you don't need to deny it, my pupillary power is above yours." Hyojin narrowed his eyes and still didn't answer. He scattered all his thoughts, but still couldn't find a solution to the current predicament. But he can't turn around and run away, because once he runs away, the powerful image of Amatsuki will collapse, and the unafraid Akatsuki will sweep the shinobi world. Taking another step forward, Nagato walked out of the protection range of the outer path demon statue and said, "Humph, are you afraid?" At this moment, the dark clouds that had been covering the night sky suddenly dispersed. A strand of silver moonlight shone on the cliff. While it illuminated the dark cliff, it also caused the broken cliff to sink into a hazy illusion. It was so beautiful that it was like an illusion. Hyojin raised his head slightly and looked at the bright moon hanging high in the night sky, the corner of his mouth under the devil mask raised, revealing a trace of a smile. The occasional wisp of silver moonlight made Kuroto suddenly realize that he seems to have another trump card. It's been so long, the last descendants of Otsutsuki on the moon should have relaxed their vigilance, right? Hyojin thought, and the smile on the corner of his mouth became more and more obvious. It has been 4 or 5 years since he last resonated with the giant Tenseigan on the moon. At first, the last descendants of Otsutsuki on the moon would use the giant Tenseigan to search the shinobi world from time to time to investigate the reason why the giant Tenseigan suddenly resonated. Aware of this, Hyojin decisively cut off the connection between his Tenseigan and the giant Tenseigan and kept vigilant at all times, avoiding the giant Tenseigan's search of the shinobi world again and again. As time went by, the frequency of the giant Tenseigan's search of the shinobi world became less and less. Until the last year or two, perhaps the last descendants of Otsutsuki gave up the search, or something happened on the moon. In short, the giant Tenseigan's search of the shinobi world completely stopped, not even once. Of course, Hyojin knows that once he tries to borrow the power of the giant Tenseigan, it will inevitably alert the last descendants of Otsutsuki on the moon again, but this is the only way for him to solve the dilemma. As for the last descendants of Otsutsuki on the moon, in Hyojin's memory, there seems to be only a few of them left. In the original story, about 7 or 8 years later, that is, when Otsutsuki samurai tried to destroy the shinobi world, it seems that only Otsutsuki samurai is alive on the moon. In other words, how many Otsutsuki samurai's descendants are left on the moon now is actually a topic worth exploring. All kinds of scattered thoughts were all collected by Hyojin at this moment. The sapphire blue Tenseigan under his mask bloomed with a magnificent light, and a trace of connection began to be established. Just a little bit more, give me some more time, the distance of space cannot be crossed immediately. If he wants to resonate with the giant Tenseigan on the moon again, Hyojin still needs some communication time. Nagato's gaze quickly swept across everyone in front of him, pausing only on Jiraiya for a moment before finally focusing on Hyojin. "Are you hesitating? Looks like you're not as strong as I thought." At this time, Misato and Zetsu also revealed playful expressions. Clearly, Hyojin's current hesitation had caused the two of them to have some doubts. 3 generations Naruto's wrinkled face showed a hint of worry. Jiraiya and Tsunade looked at each other silently, sharing each other's speculations and worries with their eyes. In the sky. 3 generations Inoki's face sank as he muttered, "Even the leader of Amatsukami is not sure to defeat the Rinnegan?" Behind Hyojin, Jishui and Itachi's palms were already full of sweat. They knew better than anyone that if there was a chance to win, Hyojin would never hesitate and watch the outer path demon statue absorb the tailed beast in Yagura and Chilabai's body. Even Senpai is not sure? At this point, Jishui made up his mind and looked at Itachi next to him. Itachi understood Shirsui's gaze in tacit understanding. There is no doubt that Shirsui has already decided that once the battle starts, he will not hesitate to sacrifice his life to create a chance for Kuroto to win. Itachi also secretly made up his mind, as a Mai ninja, even if he dies on this night when the village is destroyed, he will have nothing to say. At this moment, both Jishui and Itachi's eyes were cast on Hyojin's back. They firmly believe that the leader will help the village survive tonight's catastrophe. Just when the atmosphere was so heavy that it was suffocating, Kuroto suddenly said to Sandaime Hokage not far away, as well as Mei, Chio, and the other ninjas of the 5 great shinobi villages. Hey, saving a Kage, 10 million ryo, and saving a Jonin, 5 million ryo, is this price too much? 3 generations. Naruto was startled for a moment, only then did he realize what Hyojin was talking about. The rest of the people looked at each other with a blank look on their faces. They didn't expect that the leader of Amatsukami would talk about business in such a solemn occasion. Moreover, it's a business of human lives. Without waiting for the others to react, 3 generations. Naruto promised, please try to save as many people as possible, all the expenses will be borne by our Mai. After 3 generations. Naruto finished speaking, the ninjas of the other villages immediately cast grateful eyes on him. At the same time, the confidence that they lost in Amatsukami suddenly returned. At this time, including 3 generations. Naruto, all the ninjas of the 5 villages felt that the hesitation of Amatsukami's leader just now was most likely because he was thinking about business. Jishui and Itachi were embarrassed, they just made the decision to sacrifice their lives, but they didn't expect that their leader would suddenly talk about business. Hearing Hyojin's words, Nagato was a little annoyed and said coldly, Yama, you are too arrogant. Humph, you won't be able to save anyone today. Hyojin took a step forward and said lightly, I don't know where this inexplicable confidence of yours comes from, but since you want to fail, then I will grant you failure. After saying that, Hyojin gently snapped his fingers. In an instant, except for the 2 Jinchuriki, Yugura, and Chilabai, who were controlled by the outer Tao demon statue, all the ninjas of the 5 villages who were lying near the cliff were instantly pulled by a strange force in the direction of Hyojin. 10,000 Mammoth Tensei. How? Conan, Obsidian, and Zetsu were all shocked. 10,000 Mammoth Tensei was not an ordinary ninjutsu, but an eye technique exclusive to the Rinnegan. They didn't expect that Yama of Amatsukami could also use this level of eye technique. Could it be? Could it be that he also has the Rinnegan? For a moment, the same thought flashed in the minds of the 3 people. Nagato's eyes narrowed, but his expression didn't change much. In the previous fight, he had already discovered that Yama could also use Shinra Tensei and 10,000 Mammoth Tensei, so the scene in front of him didn't surprise him too much. On the side of the 5 great shinobi villages, seeing that Yama only snapped his fingers, and all the wounded on the battlefield flew over by themselves, they hurriedly arranged the wounded while feeling shocked in their hearts. This kind of ability is too magical for them, even the experienced and knowledgeable 3 generations Naruto and 3 generations Tsuchikage couldn't tell what kind of ninjutsu this is. At this time, Nagato, who has been secretly gathering his pupil power, no longer hesitated, stretched out his right hand and aimed at Hyojin, and said coldly, Shinra Tensei. As Nagato's cold and murderous voice sounded, an invisible and majestic repulsive force burst out from his palm in an instant, just like the previous Shinra Tensei that destroyed the entire Mai village with one blow of Tendo. At this moment, the Shinra Tensei that Nagato displayed was also a large-scale Shinra Tensei that was strengthened by the pupil power. The difference was that the Shinra Tensei performed with the help of Tendo. The pupil power of the Rinnegan would inevitably be consumed in the transmission of the black stick, and the 6 paths of pain made of corpses could not withstand the full output of the pupil power of Nagato. Therefore, the Shinra Tensei performed by Nagato at this time was far stronger than the Shinra Tensei that destroyed my village before. Swish, the boundless and majestic repulsive force was overwhelming. It was obviously a colorless and invisible force, but because of the huge force, the air that transmitted the repulsive force was inexplicably distorted. Under the illumination of the silver moonlight, the distorted air reflected a glowing halo. At this moment, everyone on Hyojin's side was shocked. The ninjas of the 5 great shinobi villages, who were busy treating the wounded just now, all stopped what they were doing at the same time and looked at the glowing halo coming towards them in horror. Looking at the light that represents death, the 3 generations who had just suffered a large-scale Shinra Tensei subconsciously raised his hand and wanted to make a hand seal, but he stopped halfway. Because he suddenly realized that although he had mastered thousands of ninjutsu and was known as the ninjutsu doctor, none of them could deal with the situation in front of him. At such a close distance, facing an attack that could destroy the entire Mai village with one blow, it seemed that all he could do was pray, and just when everyone felt desperate, Hyojin also raised his right hand like Nagato. Thump thump, along with a heartbeat, a resonance was produced in the unseen world. At this moment, Hyojin, who has completed the communication, took the initiative to resonate with the giant Tenseigan on the moon, and the giant Tenseigan did not disappoint him. It directly penetrated through space and time, instilling an endless stream of Tenseigan chakra into his body. Swish, another powerful repulsive force was generated, and it moved towards Nagato's Shinra Tensei with a force that could topple mountains and overturn seas. The power of the gigantic Tenseigan on the moon is so strong that it can drive the entire moon directly to the shinobi world. In the original story, Otsutsuki Samurai wanted to use the gigantic Tenseigan to carry out a physical cleansing of the shinobi world, eliminating the shinobi world that he believed to be a failure created by the Sage of Six Paths. And Otsutsuki Samurai also firmly believes that in this kind of impact that can destroy the shinobi world, the giant Tenseigan can still protect the castle located in the core area of the moon and protect him and Hinata from harm. It can be seen that the power of the giant Tenseigan has reached to what extent. So when he got the support of the giant Tenseigan on the moon, Hyojin's rain wheel is not inferior to Nagato's Shinra Tensei. Boom. Boom. Boom, two huge repulsive forces slammed into each other. The air affected by the repulsive force was constantly distorted and squeezed, making bursts of explosions purely caused by the air. Under the confrontation and tearing of the huge force, the cliff could not bear it and shook violently, along with the shaking of the entire cliff, except for Suijin and Nagato who were competing with each other. Everyone had a look of surprise on their faces. This was because the entire cliff was gradually splitting apart at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was as if there was a pair of invisible hands tearing at the cliff, tearing at the mountain range, and tearing at the entire earth. Rumble, under the pressure of the two repulsive forces, the rising smoke and dust formed a nearly flat curtain, and the splashing gravel was instantly crushed into ashes under the pressure and merged into the curtain. Looking at the broken cliff gradually being pushed away by the mutual repulsive force, the distance between the two sides was getting farther and farther, and even a bottomless ravine appeared in the middle. The ninjas of the 5 major ninja villages were all stunned. No one thought that the battle between ninjas could be carried out in such a way. Looking at the leader of Amatsukami and the leader of Akatsuki just by stretching out their right arms, all the ninjas of the 5 great shinobi villages, including Sandaime Hokage and Sandaime Tsuchikage, felt an inexplicable sense of horror and bitterness. On the Akatsuki's side, Konan, Obsidian, and Zetsu were also shocked. Even for them, this was the first time they saw such a powerful Shinra Tensei performed by Nagato, but even such a terrifying Shinra Tensei couldn't gain any advantage in the battle against Yama. How is this possible? Does Yama really have a pair of Rinnegan? Zetsu's heart was filled with shock and uneasiness. The change after Nagato implanted the Hashirama cells had already made him very uneasy, because he realized that Nagato was too powerful, and it was no longer conducive for him to secretly control him. But he never thought that in the current ninja world, there would be someone who could compete with the current Nagato. This is simply incredible. Is he the successor who inherited the power of the feather cloak? A terrible thought flashed in Zetsu's mind. Obsidian also had a nervous look on his face. While looking at Yama opposite him, he also didn't forget to pay attention to Homasubi behind Yama. Because he fell into the illusion of sword jutsu, he knows very well that Homasubi in front of him is an extremely sinister guy. No, in his opinion, Homasubi and Amatsukami are all despicable and shameless guys. Due to this reason, if he ignored the Flame Devil because of Yama's strength, he would definitely suffer a great loss. This was because the threat of the relic weapon, the 10-fist sword, was no less than that of Yama, who was like a god to him. At this time, he even faintly regretted sitting back and watching Hirako get seriously injured by wind chime, causing their side to lose a powerful force for no reason. Konan looked at Nagato with a worried face, but she didn't say anything. The situation has developed to this point, it's no longer possible to retreat even if they want to. Even if they want to retreat, they must find the right time, otherwise, the retreat will become a retreat, or even a retreat that can't be cleaned up, on the moon. Although the lookout that enshrines the giant Tenseigan was shining brightly, it was silent. There was no one on the futon in front of the giant Tenseigan. A moment later, a puppet in charge of cleaning the temple slowly entered the temple. After noticing the abnormality, it looked at the giant Tenseigan that was shining brightly. It was stunned for a long time before its body swayed and quickly flew in the direction of the main temple. On the moon. In a bedroom in the Moon Palace, an old man with a wrinkled face and unfocused eyes was lying quietly on the bed. A handsome young man of about 11 or 12 years of age sat beside the bed. The young man's pure white eyes stared intently at the old man lying on the bed. A trace of sorrow that was difficult to detect flashed across his indifferent expression. There was no doubt that the old man on the bed was about to reach the end of his life. Even the strong smell of herbs in the room could not hide the rotten smell of the old man. Death was approaching. At this time, the puppet in charge of cleaning the lookout entered the bedroom and bowed respectfully to the boy. The boy frowned slightly and reprimanded in an unfriendly tone, "Didn't I tell you not to disturb me at this time?" The puppet knelt down in fear and reported in a strange tone, "Master, there is an anomaly in the lookout." The boy's eyes narrowed. The giant Tenseigan in the lookout is the key to the protection of the Moon Palace. A large number of Tenseigan puppets that maintain the normal operation of the palace, the enchantment that protects the Moon Palace, and the equipment and tactics that monitor the shinobi world are provided by the giant Tenseigan to Chakra. If there is a problem with the giant Tenseigan, the consequences will be unimaginable. Thinking of this, the boy looked at the old man lying on the bed again. The old man's life was about to come to an end, and the boy really did not want to leave it this time and let the old man die alone. After hearing the puppet's report, the old man on the bed said weakly, "Go to the lookout." Looking at the old man's cloudy eyes, the boy seemed a little hesitant. Seeing the boy's hesitation, the dying old man recovered a little, grabbed the boy's arm and said, "Tonari, you are the last hope of the Otsutsuki clan. You must find out the cause of the giant Tenseigan's abnormality. The shinobi world created by the Sage of Six Paths has decayed, destroy it. Rebuild a new shinobi world." The young man named Shirin nodded solemnly before disappearing from the bedroom in a flash. Boom. Boom, accompanied by a burst of deafening roars and tremors that shook the mountains. The contest between Suijin and Nagato's pupillary technique continued under the night sky, under the action of two huge repulsive forces. The cliff that had been broken into two pieces shook more and more violently, and the man-made ravine that separated Hyojin and Nagato was getting bigger and deeper, almost bottomless. More and more cracks appeared on the cliff, the ground cracked inch by inch, and the whole mountain showed signs of collapse. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before the cliff that had been split into two completely collapsed. Thus, the two parties who realized this immediately used various means to escape from the cliff. On Nagato's side, a pair of paper wings spread behind Konari's back, and he flew into the air like an angel, looking worriedly at Nagato who was still on the cliff. Obsidian, with a dignified face, stepped back and hid in the twisted whirlpool, while Zetsu quietly dived into the ground. On the other side, under the joint command of Sandaime Tsuchikage and Sandaime Hokage, the ninjas who were lightly injured, along with the severely injured and unconscious ones, withdrew from the precarious cliff one by one and hid far away. In just a moment, on the cliff on Nagato's side, only Nagato, the Outer Path Demon statue, and Yugura and Chilabai, who were being extracted by the Outer Path Demon statue, were left on the cliff. On the cliff on Hyojin's side, only Hyojin, Jishui, and Itachi were left behind. Of course, Jishui stayed on the cliff because he told 3 generations Naruto, and 3 generations knew that his body flicker technique was the best among Mai, and he had Susanoo to protect him, so they agreed to his request to stay on the cliff. Soon, the edge of the cliff began to collapse on a large scale, and the violent shaking had affected Hyojin and Nagato who were fighting against the pupil technique. Knowing that the cliff was about to collapse completely, Hyojin quickly shouted to Jishui and Itachi behind him, "Find a chance to save them." Boom boom boom, before Hyojin's voice fell, the cliff that was broken in half could no longer withstand the destruction of the two huge repulsive forces, and completely collapsed in the loud roar. Hyojin, who was prepared, entered the Tenseigan chakra mode almost at the moment when the ground under his feet collapsed, and his figure turned into a blue light and flew into the air. Both Jishui and Itachi activated Susanoo at the same time, and under the protection of Susanoo, they collapsed together with the cliff. Nagato on the opposite side also floated up at the moment when the cliff collapsed like Hyojin, looking at Hyojin coldly and said, "You really didn't disappoint me." The competition just now not only did not scare Nagato, but it also aroused his fighting spirit. Humph. Hyojin snorted lightly and quickly condensed the truth-seeking ball. Because of the support of the giant Tenseigan on the moon, he had no scruples this time. One after another, truth-seeking ball flashed out from his eyebrows, and a total of 9 balls floated around him. Looking at the 9 black balls surrounding Hyojin, Nagato instinctively felt a burst of palpitation. In the previous battle in the Hidden Rain Village, he had seen the power of Yama's black ball. After his 6 paths of pain was destroyed by this black ball, even Naruto couldn't repair it. So although he didn't know the details of these black balls, he knew that these black balls definitely exceeded the level of Kekii limit, and it was probably some kind of Kekii elimination that he didn't know. At this time, Hyojin's eyes turned to the Outer Path Demon statue on the ground. At this moment, the Outer Path Demon statue was standing on the ruins of the collapsed cliff, one hand on the left and the other on the right, still absorbing the tailed beasts in their bodies. Hyojin was very clear that as long as there was even one Otsutsuki's last descendant on the moon, after discovering the abnormality of the giant Tenseigan, the last descendant of Otsutsuki would definitely cut off the resonance between the giant Tenseigan and his own Tenseigan. At that time, he would immediately return to his original form, so there was not much time left for him. He must first rescue the 2 Jinchuriki from the hands of the Outer Path Demon statue. Only by rescuing the 2 Jinchuriki, the initiative would return to his hands. At that time, whether to fight or retreat, it would all be up to him. If the last descendant of Otsutsuki on the moon reacted slower and gave him more time, he could even try to kill Nagato and seize the Rinnegan. At this point, Hyojin no longer wasted a minute of invincibility time. He extravagantly gathered all 9 truth-seeking balls into the palm of his right hand, and said to Nagato, "Silver Will Reincarnation Explosion." In an instant, a whirlpool storm burst out from Hyojin's palm, sweeping towards Nagato and the Outer Path Demon statue. Whether it was the Silver Will Reincarnation Explosion or the Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion, the power of the Silver Will Reincarnation Explosion depended on the number of truth-seeking balls and the quality of the truth-seeking balls. Therefore, when Hyojin threw in 9 truth-seeking balls at once, the power of the Silver Will Reincarnation Explosion reached an unprecedented level. It was a true 6-path technique. Boom. In the midst of the explosion, the violent tornado was like an eraser, erasing almost everything in its path. Boulders, trees, and even the entire mountain range became soft like tofu. They were easily destroyed and sent flying without any resistance. Everywhere he passed through, he left behind a mess. The moment he saw the tornado coming, Nagato's face darkened. A great sense of danger surged in his heart, but he did not follow his instincts and choose to retreat. Instead, he stretched out his arms and shouted with a distorted face, "Shinra Tensei, slap." However, before he could finish his sentence, a leaf in the tornado coincidentally stuck to his mouth, making a crisp sound that sounded like a slap to his face. His angry roar came to an abrupt stop. Immediately afterwards, the Shinra Tensei that he hurriedly used couldn't resist the Silver Will Reincarnation Explosion that Kuroto threw in a total of 9 truth-seeking balls to activate, and just as the repulsive force was formed, it was easily destroyed by the oncoming tornado that came towards it. How? How is this possible? With a face full of shock, Nagato was sucked into the tornado. With the eye of samsara, he kept spinning and bumping in the tornado. He was so small that he was no different from the trees and gravel that were also sucked into the tornado. Nagato. Xiao Nan, who had retreated far away, was shocked. She quickly formed a seal with both hands and summoned chakra all over her body. However, no matter how hard she tried, her paper couldn't get close to the tornado. Once it got close, it would be blown away instantly. No matter how much chakra she poured in, she couldn't control the paper in the tornado. Little Nan immediately realized that this move of Yama's was too powerful against her paper escape. She didn't even have the ability to intervene in the battle, let alone help the Heavenly Gate. Soon, the tornado advanced all the way to the front of the Outer Path Demon statue. Roar. Facing the tornado that changed the terrain along the way, the Outer Path Demon statue let out a loud roar. Then, it was forced to shake off the unconscious Goji Yagura and Chilabai. It had no choice but to stop absorbing the tailed beasts and put its arms in front of its body. Although the Outer Path Demon statue was only the body of 10 tails, it still had a little bit of consciousness and was able to sense danger. Therefore, it knew that the ocular technique activated by the truth-seeking ball was a true 6th Dao-level ocular technique. Rumble. In the face of Hyojin's Silver Will Reincarnation Explosion, the huge Outer Path Demon statue was like a small boat in the storm. It couldn't resist at all and could only drift with the current. It was overturned by the tornado and kept rolling in the forest and mountains. Seeing that he had successfully interrupted the outer path demon statue that was extracting the tailed beasts, Hyojin was delighted and immediately stopped the silver wheel reincarnation explosion. Huff, huff, in an instant, Hyojin felt a little dizzy and gasped twice. Obviously, it was still a little difficult for Hyojin to control 9 truth-seeking balls at once, even with the support of the giant Tenseigan on the moon. Fortunately, it was only one hit, and he crushed the opponent head-on. At this moment, Goji Yagura and Chilabai, who were just thrown by the outer path demon statue, became the focus of the battle between the two sides. On the Akatsuki's side, Obsidian and Zetsu attacked together and rushed to the two Jinchuriki who were still unconscious in the ruins. On the Amatsukumi's side, Jishui and Itachi, who had been waiting for an opportunity, also rushed over. Both sides were extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, they were about to collide. After discovering this, Hyojin, who was in the air, didn't have time to adjust his breath. He once again sucked the 9 truth-seeking balls into his palm, wanting to take the opportunity to give Obsidian and Zetsu a fierce blow, but before Hyojin could use his pupil technique, a violent suction pulled his body. At this time, from the corner of his eyes, he saw Nagato, who had just been sent flying by him, jumping out of the ruins with his head bleeding. He shouted and clenched his fist, "I won't admit defeat so easily." Earthblast Tensei. Clatter, countless gravel on the ground rose into the air under the pull of gravity, instantly burying Kuroto in the air, forming an incomparably huge sphere in mid-air, in the distance. Looking at the huge ball formed in the air in the blink of an eye, Jiraiya was stunned. Why is Nagato's technique getting stronger and stronger? This time it's even more exaggerated, whether it's the speed of casting or the size of the ball, it's much stronger than before. 3 generations. Naruto frowned. The battle between Akatsuki and Amatsukumi was beyond his control, especially the battle between the two leaders, which was completely beyond the level of Kage. He couldn't help but be in a trance, as if he returned to his childhood, back to the moment when he followed his teacher, 2nd generation Naruto, and watched the battle between 1st generation Naruto and Madara Uchiha. On the side, Tsunade didn't know much about Earthblast Tensei, so she asked, "Can the leader of Amatsukumi escape from that huge ball?" Jiraiya shook his head. I'm not sure. Not long ago, Kamikaze of Amatsukumi escaped from the imprisonment of Kyokushin Tensei, but the Kyokushin Tensei that Nagato cast was completely different from the Kyokushin Tensei that Nagato cast with the help of Tensei. No, it should be said that it was on a completely different level. 3 generations. Inoki said faintly, "If the leader of Amatsukumi is defeated, the era of the 5 great ninja villages will end tonight." Why are there suddenly so many monsters in the ninja world? Just when everyone was anxious, suddenly, a dazzling golden light that could almost illuminate the entire night sky shot out from the top of the huge ball. That is. The ninjas of the 5 great ninja villages raised their hands to cover their eyes, because the sudden appearance of the dazzling golden light in the dark night made it difficult for their eyes to adapt to it. Is that a Taoist sword? Jiraiya didn't need to adapt to the dazzling golden light in sage mode. He looked at the dazzling golden light that pierced through the huge ball in the distance, thinking back to when he raided the rain-hidden village. He also saw the same golden light, so he subconsciously made a sound of doubt. Tsunade's cheeks trembled slightly, and she was speechless. Sword? Jiraiya, are you kidding me? There is no sword that is thousands of meters long in this world. Tsunade's words were not unreasonable. The dazzling golden light that almost illuminated the entire night sky pierced through the giant sphere and soared straight into the clouds. It was as if it had pierced into the firmament, and its length was at least several thousand meters, and such a length was obviously far beyond the scope of a sword in the conventional sense. At this time, the ninjas of the 5 great ninja villages have adapted to the dazzling golden light, and immediately after, all of them stared at the sky with their mouths agape, looking at this incredible scene in front of them. Feeling the dazzling golden light in the sky and the extremely powerful chakra fluctuations, the 3 generations. Inoki took a deep breath and subconsciously floated to the air to have a better view. This strange scene in front of him, even as at such a kid, he had never seen it before. In contrast, among the 5 great shinobi villages, only Sandaime Hokage is slightly calmer. After all, the 3 generations Naruto had seen the battle between the first Naruto and Madara Uchiha. Compared to the young people in the world of ninjas, the 3 generations Naruto knew how strong ninjas could be. The change in the sky also caused the two sides who were fighting for Yagura and Chilabi's Jinchuriki to stop. Obsidian looked up at the sky, his face under the vortex mask was gloomy. He always knew that the leader of Amatsukamiyama was very strong, but he did not expect the other party to be so strong. Black Zetsu's face was even more gloomy, but his face was dark, so it was not obvious. White Zetsu was a little stunned and seemed to be shocked by the scene in front of him. There was a trace of worry on the faces of Jishui and Itachi. When they saw Hyojin in the air was instantly imprisoned by Nagato's Chibaku Tensei, their hearts were almost in their throats. Even when they saw the golden light piercing the giant sphere, the worry on their faces did not completely disappear. Nagato's mouth was slightly open, and his face was full of a look of disbelief. How could this be? The Chibaku Tensei, performed by the hand of Tendo, could easily imprison the powerful Jinchuriki. Nagato could not imagine that the Chibaku Tensei that he performed with all his strength couldn't imprison Yama, in the giant sphere. Damn, it's almost over. Suijin snorted ungracefully. He was really frightened at this moment. The strength of Nagato's Chibaku Tensei completely exceeded his expectations. The Chibaku Tensei that was performed by Tendo in the village was like a child compared to this. At the moment when he was imprisoned, not to mention mobilizing chakra, he even felt that his consciousness began to blur, as if time was frozen at this moment, and even the instinct of thinking was deprived. If it weren't for the Tenseigan and his eye socket resonating with the giant Tenseigan on the moon, Nagato's Chibaku Tensei would have ended the whole battle, and even with the support of the giant Tenseigan, Hyojin also spent a lot of effort to barely destroy the core of Chibaku Tensei by relying on the terrifying destructive power of Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion. At this time, the dazzling golden light that pierced the sky began to slowly shift. As Jiraiya said, the golden light was like a golden long sword, slashing down fiercely, drawing a circle. From the middle, the giant sphere created by Nagato's Chibaku Tensei was cut in half, boom. The two halves that had been cut by the golden sword fell to the ground like meteorites. With a loud boom, the earth shook as if there was an earthquake. In the face of such a great force comparable to nature, Obsidian and Jiraiya on the ground did not dare to hesitate, and immediately used their own means to escape. Seeing the unconscious Yagura and Chalabi not far in front of them, Jishui and Itachi knew that they can't just leave like Obsidian and Jiraiya, so Jishui quickly said to Itachi next to him, "Follow me." Itachi nodded tacitly. Immediately, the two rushed in front of Yagura and Chalabi. At this time, Jishui used his Susanoo to protect the two unconscious Jinchuriki and Itachi next to him, and raised the artifact Yada no Kagami to the top of his head. After transplanting the first-generation cells, Jishui's Susanoo has also been greatly improved like Obsidian, and can be activated to the almost complete level, coupled with the help of the artifact Yada no Kagami. Even in the face of a huge mountain, he is confident to protect the two unconscious Jinchuriki. In the air. After smashing the giant sphere, Hyojin, who was holding a dazzling golden sword, appeared in everyone's sight. In the gorgeous night sky, Hyojin, who was wrapped in the sky-blue Tenseigan chakra, was like a god, holding a dazzling golden sword that seemed to be able to split the sky. Looking at this almost dreamlike scene, everyone more or less had the idea of being unable to resist. Even Nagato, who has the Rinnegan, was no exception, and in the air, Hyojin gasped softly at this time, and sighed in his heart. This Earthblow Heavenly Star is worthy of being the move that sealed Kagaya. In a flash, his eyes locked on Nagato. At this moment, he was no longer as confident as before. The Earthblow Heavenly Star that Nagato personally performed was too terrifying and exaggerated. If it happens again, he is not sure if he can forcibly escape. Because his strength is temporary and false, but Nagato's strength is real. Once the last descendants of Otsutsuki on the moon cut off his resonance with the giant Tenseigan, then he won't even have room to resist. Therefore, at this moment, there is nothing else in Hyojin's eyes. All the plans, all the thoughts, can't defeat this huge threat in front of him. He must take advantage of the invincible time to solve this threat. Whoosh! Without any unnecessary pleasantries and greetings, Hyojin's figure flashed, turned into a blue light, and directly rushed to Nagato on the ground. Seeing Hyojin in the air rushing towards him like a meteor, Nagato was stunned for a moment. At this moment, he was still shocked by the scene of Hyojin slashing the Earthblow Heavenly Star just now, and his mind was a little shaken. And under the Tenseigan chakra mode, Hyojin's speed is extremely fast, coupled with the support of the giant Tenseigan on the moon at this time. The chakra is almost endless, so under the full surprise attack, even the perceptive Nagato did not react and was momentarily distracted. Chance. In this short moment, Hyojin rushed in front of Nagato, and the surprised expression on Nagato's face was reflected in Hyojin's eyes, and Hyojin held the Golden Will reincarnation explosion in his hand and slashed down without hesitation. The moment the dazzling golden sword slashed down, Hyojin's eyes suddenly flashed, as if there was a change that even his Tenseigan couldn't capture, but the Golden Will reincarnation explosion in his hand gave him the feeling that he had indeed slashed something. Boom! The golden sword instantly fell and slashed into the ground, accompanied by a loud noise. A gully that extended hundreds of meters appeared on the ground. The earth trembled, and smoke and dust flew. In order to increase the power of the Golden Will reincarnation explosion, Hyojin deliberately compressed the length of the golden sword, otherwise, just this blow alone could easily slash out a deep gully that was thousands of meters long. In the sky full of smoke and dust, Hyojin's eyes narrowed, and he frowned. Just now, he really slashed something. He could feel this, and it was a very solid object. Even when he threw 9 truth-seeking balls to activate the Golden Will reincarnation explosion, it took some effort to cut it into pieces. But at this time, there was no trace of Nagato's body in front of him. Something was wrong. Under the devil mask, Hyojin's pair of sapphire blue Tenseigan bloomed with magnificent brilliance, searching for Nagato's figure in the dark smoke and dust. Intuition told him that the threat still existed. Not far away, Nagato knelt on the ground, his chest violently moving up and down like a bellows. Just now, he could feel that death was close to him. If he was a moment late, he believed that his body would have been cut in half by the golden sword in Yama's hand. No, it should be completely cut into pieces. The reason why he was so sure that even his immortal body couldn't resist Yama's sword just now was because one of his chakra doppelgangers had been destroyed under that sword. Just now, he exchanged places with a chakra doppelganger hidden in the dark, and narrowly avoided Hyojin's Golden Will reincarnation explosion. Damn it, this move of his must be a combination of 3 chakra attribute changes. Bloodline elimination. Nagato spat out a mouthful of blood and slowly stood up. After transplanting the first-generation cells and sublimating the immortal body, Nagato obtained more omniscient nature's power and mastered a new pupil technique, which was Luan Tomb Edge Prison. The Reincarnation Eye Technique Reincarnation Tomb Border Prison was unique to the pair of reincarnation eyes in Nagato's eye sockets. After activating Chakra Edge Prison, Nagato can use the supreme pupil power of the Rinnegan to create an overlapping space called chakra in the shinobi world. This Chakra Edge Prison is like a folded space in the shinobi world. It can actively interfere with the shinobi world, but the ninjas in the shinobi world must meet some harsh conditions in order to be aware of its existence. And while creating the Chakra Edge space, Nagato will also obtain 4 chakra doppelgangers in the Chakra Edge space with almost the same strength as his main body, and these doppelgangers are like shadow doppelgangers. They can be controlled by him to attack the enemy, or defend against attacks, and his main body can also exchange positions with these 4 doppelgangers at will. Through this method, the main body can achieve a certain sense of spatial displacement. Nagato just used this trick to avoid Hyojin's fatal surprise attack. And in terms of pure defense, these 4 chakra doppelgangers even surpass Nagato's main body. Because of this, after Yama destroyed one of his chakra doppelgangers, Kuroto knew that if Yama slashed his main body, then he would die without a doubt, because if even the chakra doppelgangers couldn't resist, then his main body most likely wouldn't be able to resist. In just a few breaths of time, Hyojin found Nagato's figure in the smoke. How did he dodge it? Suddenly, a doubt flashed in Hyojin's mind. Nagato shouldn't be able to dodge the surprise attack just now, and he can be sure that it wasn't Nagato's shadow doppelgangers just now, because it's impossible for a mere shadow doppelganger to be so solid under the Golden Will reincarnation explosion triggered by the 9 truth-seeking balls. Just when Hyojin looked at Nagato through the smoke, Nagato also locked his eyes on Hyojin. The smoke and dust all over the sky couldn't obstruct the inside of the Tenseigan and Rinnegan at all. The smoke and dust that was so thick that they couldn't see their fingers in front of them had very limited interference to these 2 people. Suddenly, Hyojin felt that there were 2 dark figures, one on the left and one on the right, pouncing on him. What's that? Hyojin was shocked that he couldn't see clearly even with the Tenseigan activated with all his strength. In an instant, the two black shadows rushed over and attacked Hyojin. Bang bang bang, with a muffled sound of fists and feet colliding, Hyojin's figure quickly retreated, and he suddenly waved the golden will reincarnation explosion in his hand, forcing the two black shadows to retreat. Until now, he didn't see clearly what these two black shadows were. But one thing is very clear to him, that is, the strength of these two black shadows is extraordinary, completely not in line with their size, and their speed is also amazing. Fighting with them is like fighting a berserk tail. In just a moment of attack and defense, Kuroto felt his arms soar under the Tenseigan chakra mode. One must know that after entering the Tenseigan chakra mode, Kuroto's strength and speed have also been greatly improved. He can see my grave incarnation? Hyojin was secretly shocked, but on the other side, Nagato was even more surprised than him, because the grave incarnation exists in the grave incarnation space that overlaps with the shinobi world, so under normal circumstances, the ninjas in the shinobi world can't see or detect Nagato's grave incarnation. Only those who have the Rinnegan or have mastered the immortal jutsu can see or sense Nagato's grave incarnation. Hyojin doesn't have the Rinnegan, nor has he mastered the immortal jutsu, but his Tenseigan's insight is not inferior to the Rinnegan. Although he can't see Nagato's grave incarnation as clearly as the Rinnegan of the same system, he can still barely perceive the existence of Nagato's grave incarnation. And Nagato knows better than anyone that the reason why his grave incarnation is so powerful, in addition to all kinds of magic, the most important thing is that other people can't see or perceive them. Such enemies that can't be seen or perceived, even if they don't have all kinds of magic, are enough to be a deadly existence. And if someone can see or perceive them, then the threat of them will inevitably be greatly reduced, especially someone like Yama who stands at the peak of the shinobi world. While retreating, Hyojin didn't forget to fight back. The dazzling golden sword in his hand slashed down towards Nagato in the distance. Boom, a burst of earth-shattering roar echoed in the night sky. Although the hasty golden will reincarnation explosion failed to hit the prepared Nagato, it gave Hyojin precious time to adjust, allowing him to safely fall to the ground. At this time, Hyojin fully stimulated the sapphire blue Tenseigan in his eye sockets to see the surroundings, while analyzing the strange scene that just happened in his mind. That shadow just now, is it some kind of clone? But Nagato shouldn't have this kind of strange ability, right? Is it a new ninjutsu developed by the Akatsuki organization? Many thoughts flashed through his mind. Because Hirako, who can squeeze into the top 3 in the ninja world in terms of research and development, joined the Akatsuki organization by chance, so it's not strange for Nagato to suddenly master a new ninjutsu. What's more, in the original space and time, Nagato has never used the Rinnegan eye pupil technique from the beginning to the end, so under the influence of the inherent concept, he couldn't think of this pupil technique in the first place. Swish, suddenly, the two fuzzy shadows from before rushed up again. Huh. Hyojin frowned at this time. He noticed a trace of strangeness. The two fuzzy shadows shuttled back and forth in the sky full of smoke and dust, but did not leave a trace. This is impossible for Hyojin, who is in the Tenseigan chakra mode, because as long as it's a physical body, no matter how fast and agile the movement is, it will inevitably leave traces of movement in the thick smoke and dust. They are not physical bodies? Hyojin's face stiffened, and immediately, he secretly said, "No, they are physical bodies." In the previous fight, Hyojin's arms have not completely recovered, and they are still sore. It can be seen that the two fuzzy shadows are not only physical bodies, but also very strong. Without waiting for Hyojin to continue his analysis, two black shadows appeared in front of him. Hyojin, who had just suffered a small loss, grinned. He was not a guy who was willing to suffer losses. Seeing that the black shadow was about to pounce on him, he purposely waited until the very last moment to dispel the golden will reincarnation explosion in his hand. The 9 truth-seeking jades instantly transformed into a round black ball that protected him within. Bam bam bam, when Hyojin transformed the 9 truth-seeking jades into the black sphere, a series of muffled punches and kicks could be heard from outside the black sphere. The immense force even caused the black sphere to tremble slightly. In the distance, Nagato, who was watching this scene, opened his mouth wide in disbelief. What exactly is that black substance? Why can it block my Luanmu doppelganger so easily? The offensive power of the Luanmu doppelganger, Nagato is very clear about it. Previously, even Yandame Laying, who was one of the best in the shinobi world in terms of taijutsu, was quickly defeated by his Luan-Mu doppelganger. Therefore, it is very difficult for him to understand why the seemingly ordinary black substance around Yama can easily block the fierce attack of his Luan-Mu doppelganger. Inside the black ball transformed from the truth-seeking ball, Suijin also had a surprised look on his face. This time, he used the truth-seeking ball to defend against the attacks of the two fuzzy shadows. In fact, he had the intention of tricking them, because only those who have the power of the sixth path or immortal jutsu can come into contact with the truth-seeking ball. Otherwise, once someone touches the truth-seeking ball, their body will be completely decomposed by the truth-seeking ball on both the physical and spiritual level. Even the Edo Tensei, a forbidden technique that blurs the boundary between life and death, cannot resist the decomposition of the truth-seeking ball. Therefore, no matter what the two fuzzy shadows are, as long as they don't have the power of the sixth path or immortal jutsu, as long as they touch the truth-seeking ball, they will inevitably be decomposed. But this is not the case. The other party not only touched the truth-seeking ball, but also used a taijutsu to make the truth-seeking ball tremble. Putting aside the question of whether or not one can touch the truth-seeking ball, one must know that in the original space-time, there are only a few people who can use taijutsu to affect the truth-seeking ball. Among them, the most noteworthy is Guy in the state of Hashiman Tonku. Guy also used the Hashiman Tonku forbidden technique to the limit, and disregarded the consequences to kick out the attack of the truth-seeking ball. Therefore, based on this attack alone, Kuroto can conclude that the physical techniques of the two fuzzy shadows outside are ridiculously strong. It is impossible for such a strong person to appear in the world of ninjas, plus the fact that the other party can touch the truth-seeking ball. A thought flashed in Hyojin's mind, and he secretly thought, is it the trick of Madara Uchiha? In the current battlefield, in theory, in addition to Hyojin himself, only Nagato, who has the power of the sixth path, and Jiraiya in the sage mode should be able to touch the truth-seeking ball. Others, such as Obsidian and Jishui, who have been transplanted with first-generation cells, the power of the sixth path in their bodies should still be lacking, so they can't touch the truth-seeking ball with 100% safety. And the two shadows can't be related to Jiraiya, so it can only be related to Nagato. On the moon. After hurriedly arriving at the temple where the giant Tenseigan is worshipped, looking at the dazzling light blooming from the giant Tenseigan, Otsutsuki Samurai's eyes became cold, and his face became very gloomy. But he did not immediately print to cut off the resonance between the giant Tenseigan and the shinobi world, but came to the side of the giant Tenseigan, stretched out his right hand, and gently pressed on it. In an instant, his consciousness went into the giant Tenseigan, and through the giant Tenseigan, he looked at the distant shinobi world. The distance of space was rapidly narrowed, and in just a few breaths, his consciousness traveled hundreds of thousands of kilometers, penetrated the clouds, and swept towards the battlefield where the fierce battle was taking place. Outer Path Demon Statue. The huge figure of the Outer Path Demon statue immediately attracted all of Otsutsuki Samurai's attention. The Otsutsuki branch on the moon also shouldered the responsibility of guarding the Ten-Tails Heretic Demon statue. Therefore, it was a very embarrassing thing for the descendants of the Otsutsuki branch on the moon when the Heretic Demon statue was stolen. At this moment, Otsutsuki Samurai is still grieving the impending death of his loved ones, and after discovering the person who stole the Outer Path Demon statue, his killing intent skyrocketed, and he didn't even have time to investigate the reason for the resonance of the giant Tenseigan. He immediately withdrew his consciousness from the battlefield and cast it into the universe. Picking a huge meteorite in the deep universe that is relatively close to the shinobi world, he quickly printed hand seals and urged the giant Tenseigan to pull the selected meteorite towards the battlefield. In order to avoid alerting the enemy, he did not cut off the resonance between the giant Tenseigan and the shinobi world. Mobile version of the fastest updated website, on the battlefield. Hyojin, who had already guessed some clues, frowned. Luan Tombside Prison is a very difficult pupil technique to deal with. In the original time and space, the 9 big-tailed beasts were instantly killed by Madara Uchiha, who had only one Rinnegan eye. Naruto and Sasuke also suffered a big loss from this pupil technique, forcing the Sage of the Six Paths, who had been watching from the sidelines, to fight in person and share his power with Naruto and Sasuke. But even so, Naruto and Sasuke, who had the power of the Six Paths, could not get any advantage from Madara Uchiha. At present, Nagato's pupil power is obviously not comparable to that of Madara Uchiha, and his Luen Tombside prison is naturally not as powerful as that of Madara Uchiha, the original owner of the Rinnegan Eye, but it is enough to give Hyojin a headache. At this time a twisted vortex appeared out of thin air, and Hyojin suddenly found that the black ball that protected him was directly torn apart by this twisted vortex. It's Kamui. Realizing that Obsidian had also joined the battle, Hyojin's face sank, and immediately changed the black ball that protected him into 9 truth-seeking balls. In the face of the tearing of Obsidian's Kamui space power, even the truth-seeking ball can't provide perfect protection, so passive defense is no longer meaningful, attack is the king's way. Immediately, Hyojin's eyes swept and found Obsidian, who was hiding not far away and was using the pupil technique Kamui. With a thought, he launched Rain Pull. In an instant, Obsidian's whole body was pulled by a huge gravitational force and flew towards Hyojin. Hyojin grabbed a black spear that was transformed from the truth-seeking ball and prepared to throw it at the Obsidian who was flying towards him. Seeing this, Ju had no choice but to take action. Immediately, tough tree branches broke through the ground and quickly wrapped around Hyojin. Tisk! Hyojin spat lightly, then slashed with the black spear in his hand, quickly cutting off all the branches binding him. Obsidian made use of this opportunity to void his body, freeing himself from the pull of Hyojin's rain wheel. At this time, Nagato's 2 Luen Mu clones rushed forward again. After guessing the background of these blurry black shadows, Hyojin naturally wouldn't be as restrained as before. His expression didn't change as he transformed another truth-seeking jade into a black spear, and then fiercely threw it towards Nagato's 2 Luen Mu clones. Whoosh whoosh accompanied by a sharp whistling sound, the 2 black spears transformed from the truth-seeking jade instantly pierced through the 2 Luen Mu clones of Nagato, nailing them to the ground. The Luen Mu clones that were nailed to the ground by the black spear transformed from the truth-seeking jade couldn't break free no matter how they struggled. Seeing this, the corner of Hyojin's mouth curled into a smile. In reality, in close combat, directly using the truth-seeking jade wasn't any worse than using the Golden Will reincarnation explosion. In terms of flexibility, it was even better than the Golden Will reincarnation explosion. After all, the truth-seeking jade was a combination of offense and defense, and was more balanced than the Golden Will reincarnation explosion that purely pursued offense. However, the effective range of the truth-seeking jade was only 60 to 70 meters. Beyond this range, Hyojin wouldn't be able to control it. At the level of Hyojin and Nagato, there weren't many opportunities for close combat, so he didn't directly use the truth-seeking jade. Swoosh with a flash, Hyojin, who had dealt with Nagato's 2 Luen Mu clones, pounced towards Nagato's main body. Hyojin knew that Nagato should have 4 Luen Mu clones, and he had already used the Golden Will reincarnation explosion to kill one. At this moment, he used 2 truth-seeking jade to imprison the other 2, so Nagato only had 1 Luen Mu clone left. In the blink of an eye, Hyojin, who had turned into a blue light, pounced in front of Nagato's main body. At the same time, the black spear transformed from the truth-seeking jade stabbed out. With a whoosh, Nagato, who was in front of Hyojin, suddenly turned into a blurry black shadow. Seeing this change, Hyojin wasn't surprised, and the black spear in his hand didn't hesitate at all. Whoosh, the black spear pierced through the blurry black shadow in front of it and nailed it to the ground. The 4th one. Hyojin muttered to himself. Chi, suddenly, under Hyojin's feet, a dense sound of detonation rang out. Countless detonation talismans broke out of the ground and wrapped around Hyojin as if they had a life of their own. Boom! Boom, boom! Continuous explosions resounded through the night sky again. The intensity of the explosions and the duration of the explosions shocked the ninjas of the 5 great ninja villages who were far away from the battlefield. Tsunade was dumbfounded and said, "It still hasn't stopped. How many detonation talismans did they use?" 3 generations. Naruto, who was relatively calm, said, "Moreover, these are not ordinary detonation talismans, they should be specially made." Jiraiya shook his head and sighed, "It must be Konan, her paper release can be used to manufacture detonation talismans in batches, and the power is much greater than ordinary detonation talismans." At this time Obito and Zetsu appeared in the battlefield and appeared beside Nagato's main body. Konan, who was in the air, also slowly descended. All of them looked at the direction where the explosions were still going on. Obviously, this is a trap. The place where Nagato's main body was just a moment ago has been buried by Conan with a total of 30 million detonation talismans. After a while, the explosions finally stopped. White Zetsu asked anxiously, he should be dead, right? However, no one answered White Zetsu's question. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on the center of the explosion, the thick smoke and dust. Soon, a black sphere appeared in front of everyone. Then, this black sphere turned into 6 black spheres the size of a fist, revealing the unscathed figure of Yama inside. A huge sense of frustration surged in the hearts of the Akatsuki members. Even Nagato was no exception. They used all kinds of means, not only using numbers to bully the enemy, but also using traps, but to no avail. They couldn't hurt the leader of Amatsukami at all. But soon, they discovered that Yama wasn't looking in their direction, but was looking up at the sky. Therefore, the Akatsuki members also looked up at the sky, and found that there was a light spot in the night sky, and the light spot was getting bigger and brighter. Conan frowned. What is that? Nagato, who has the Rinnegan, said with a surprised look, it seems to be a meteorite. In just a few words, the light spot in the sky quickly turned into a ball of fire that was clearly visible to the naked eye, and fell straight down from the sky. The dim night became bright again under the illumination of the meteorite. In a trance, it seemed that the sky changed from night to day in an instant, and it was so bright that people couldn't open their eyes. Looking up at the meteorite falling rapidly and feeling the restless airflow around him, Hyojin narrowed his eyes slightly. With the Tenseigan, he can naturally distinguish at a glance that this falling meteorite is not a boulder temporarily made by ninjutsu and thrown hundreds or thousands of meters high, but a real meteorite from the boundless universe. Coincidence? Artificial? As the fire in the sky became brighter and brighter, Hyojin's face became more and more solemn. Meteorites falling from the sky, although it is not a rare thing, but there happened to be a meteorite falling tonight, and it hit the battlefield where the battle was going on. This kind of probability may exist in probability, but in reality, it is almost impossible to appear, so without any basis, Hyojin can judge that this is not a coincidence. If I was hit, even if it was me, I am afraid that I would be destroyed. The acceleration of objects is different, and the impact force is also very different. Hyojin is confident that he can resist a boulder falling from a height of thousands of meters, but he is not sure that he can resist a meteorite that is hundreds of thousands of kilometers away and accelerated by the power of the giant Tenseigan. Yes, Hyojin has already guessed the origin of this meteorite. As early as when he used the truth-seeking ball to imprison Nagato's 4th chakra tomb clone, he suddenly noticed something, but later Conan launched the detonation trap that he had arranged in advance, forcing him to turn from offense to defense. However, in the absolute defense of the truth-seeking ball, he didn't care about the detonation that was constantly detonating outside. This level of trap will at most consume his chakra to maintain the truth-seeking ball, and he is in the state of resonance with the giant Tenseigan, so the last thing he lacks is chakra. Therefore, the trap that Nagato and Conan carefully prepared is meaningless to Hyojin. The only thing that Hyojin cares about is the faint prying from the giant Tenseigan at that moment. The spy might have thought that he had done it very discreetly and that it would be difficult for others to notice. But in fact, for Hyojin who has the Tenseigan, as long as the Tenseigan is still in the state of resonance, any disharmony produced by the giant Tenseigan can be easily detected by the Tenseigan in his eye sockets, not to mention someone spying on the shinobi world through the giant Tenseigan. Is it a substitution? The moment he noticed that someone was spying on him, Hyojin had a guess in his heart. The Otsutsuki last descendant who controlled the giant Tenseigan a few years ago is obviously a cautious and conservative person. After noticing the abnormality of the giant Tenseigan, the first thing he did was to cut off the connection between the giant Tenseigan and the shinobi world, prioritizing the safety of the giant Tenseigan, and then began to investigate the factors that caused the abnormality of the giant Tenseigan. And this time, the Otsutsuki last descendant controlling the giant Tenseigan is obviously more radical and impulsive. After he spied on the location through the giant Tenseigan, he seems to have launched a vicious meteorite attack without thinking, and in the process, he has been maintaining the connection between the giant Tenseigan and the shinobi world, in order to paralyze Hyojin. However, this Otsutsuki last descendant obviously didn't know that it was another pair of Tenseigan in the shinobi world that caused the abnormality of the giant Tenseigan on the moon, so from the moment he used the giant Tenseigan to spy on the shinobi world, He was already exposed by Hyojin. Hyojin can even guess that at the moment the meteorite fell to the ground, the other party will definitely cut off the resonance between the giant Tenseigan and himself, and complete the final blow. At this time, Hyojin shifted his gaze to the Akatsuki members on the opposite side and saw Nagato looking at the meteorite with a surprised expression. The growth of Nagato's strength this time is far beyond Hyojin's expectations, and even beyond Nagato's own expectations, so Nagato can't exert his full strength very well. He is also not proficient in the use of various powerful pupil techniques of the Rinnegan. He made many mistakes in the battle, and also missed many good opportunities. But this state is only temporary. If Hyojin can't get rid of Nagato this time, then it won't take long for Nagato to become proficient in the use of various powerful pupil techniques of the Rinnegan, including the Pinnacle Prison. It is impossible for Hyojin to borrow the support of the giant Tenseigan every time, so now that Nagato has lost all his pinnacle incarnations, and Chakra is seriously injured, he can't let go of this opportunity easily, because once he misses this opportunity, it will be even more difficult to kill Nagato in the future. Even if it's risky, he must try his best. After thinking about this, Hyojin no longer hesitated and rushed towards the Akatsuki members under the illumination of the falling meteorite. Although he had spent 3 of his 9 truth-seeking jades on restraining Changmen's 3 Luantun clones, the remaining 6 truth-seeking jades were enough for him to launch his final attack. He's crazy. Looking at the approaching leader of Amatsukami, the Akatsuki members couldn't help but exclaim in their hearts. Anyone can see the power of the meteorite above their heads. At this time, they don't even have enough time to escape, let alone continue fighting. It is undoubtedly tantamount to perishing together. In the distance, 3 generations Naruto jumped on a big tree and warned the ninjas of the 5 villages around him, "Everyone, run." Although the ninjas of the 5 villages led by 3 generations Naruto have already left the battlefield and retreated to a relatively safe area, such a distance can only protect them from the impact of the large-scale ninjutsu on the battlefield. It can't withstand the impact of the meteorite, so they must continue to retreat and run further away to avoid the impact of the meteorite. At this time, Jiraiya summoned Mount Miyaboku's Toad Ken, and while carrying the injured ninjas to escape, he muttered, "Why did a meteorite suddenly fall? This is too strange." Immortal Fukasaku, who was on his shoulder, said with a serious expression, "This is definitely not a coincidence." Jiraiya turned his head to look at the dust-filled battlefield in the distance and lamented, "Could it be that they are so powerful that they can control the meteorites at will?" In the ruins of the battlefield, Jishui and Itachi, who had just climbed out of the rubble, immediately noticed the falling meteorite. Jishui was stunned. He knew very well that even if he had the divine artifact Yada no Kagami, he wouldn't be able to block a real meteorite. Itachi glanced at Hyojin, who was attacking the Akatsuki, and said decisively, "Hurry up and run. If we continue to stay here, we will only cause trouble for Senpai." Jishui no longer hesitated. Together with Itachi, they carried the 2 unconscious human pillars and fled the battlefield. Mobile version of the fastest updated website, Rumble. Amidst the deafening roar, the falling meteorite was getting closer and closer. The friction between the meteorite and the air created a sky-high flame that dyed the messy battlefield red like a sea of fire. Even the air was scorched and lit up with sparks. Amidst the flickering flames and flying sparks, Hyojin, whose whole body was wrapped in the sky-blue Tenseigan chakra, quickly rushed in front of the Akatsuki members. Facing the aggressive and godlike Yama, the cold Nagato, the arrogant Obsidian, and the cunning Black Zetsu couldn't help but show a look of panic on their faces. They never thought that the leader of Amatsukami would be so crazy, launching a new round of attack at this moment when both sides should have stopped fighting. Therefore, almost at the same time, the few of them instinctively responded. Nagato's figure flashed and quickly retreated, Obsidian quickly entered the nothingness state, Black Zetsu quietly escaped into the ground, and Konan spread the paper wings behind her back and flew into the sky. If it was in a normal environment, the Akatsuki members wouldn't be afraid to fight with Yama. But the falling meteorite gave them too much pressure, and at this moment, their minds were taken away, and they had long lost the will to fight, so facing Yama's pressure, they seemed powerless. Seeing this, the corner of Hyojin's mouth twitched. He knew that he had made the right bet. The Akatsuki members were panicking and began to misjudge the situation and himself. At this time, he suddenly stretched out his hands, ignoring Obsidian who hid in the nothingness state and Black Zetsu who escaped into the ground. He used rain will pull to pull Nagato and Konan back. Suddenly being pulled by a huge suction force, Nagato's figure stagnated, and then flew uncontrollably towards Hyojin, and Konan who just flew in the air was also pulled down by the suction force and fell heavily to the ground. Nagato, who was preparing to use Shinra Tensei to fight against rain will pull, saw Konan was also pulled down from the air by Yama. His face suddenly changed, and then a trace of doubt flashed in his magical eyes. Does he really want to die with me? Is it worth it? Nagato was very puzzled as to why Yama would do this. This kind of mutual destruction is meaningless, and at this moment, Nagato suddenly felt a familiar chakra fluctuation from the meteorite that was getting closer and closer. It was the same chakra fluctuation from Yama. The meteorite was summoned by him? In an instant, Nagato was shocked. Nagato felt that it was impossible for Yama to die with him for no reason. After perceiving the familiar Tenseigan chakra on the meteorite, he immediately determined that this inexplicable meteorite must have been summoned by Yama, and the Yama who summoned the meteorite must have other ways to get out of trouble. He doesn't want to die with me, but he wants to drag me here and let the meteorite he summoned kill me. After understanding this, Nagato no longer felt lucky. At this time, it was too late for him to save Konan and escape together, and Yama would definitely escape the moment before the meteorite fell, so he could only deal with this meteorite that was about to fall alone. In the crisp sound of a palm strike, Nagato put his hands together, and his Rinnegan chakra burst out without reservation. Even his face was distorted. Now, if he went all out, it was not completely impossible for him to stop this falling meteorite, so after being forced into a desperate situation, he could only fight with all his strength. Bang! In an instant, the outer Tao demon statue not far away was directly summoned by him in a burst of white smoke, protecting him and Konan's head. At the same time, he suddenly held up his hands to the sky, and shouted, Shinra Tensei. With the activation of the pupil technique, his bright red hair quickly faded, from dark red to light red, and his body became haggard and thin again, just like when he was sitting on the wooden cart before. At this moment, Shinra Tensei, who had overdrawn a huge amount of chakra and condensed all the pupil power of his Rinnegan eyes at this moment, finally burst out at the moment before the meteorite fell, like an invisible big hand, suddenly supporting the falling meteorite. At this moment, Nagato glanced at Yama from the corner of his Rinnegan eyes. He knew that Yama was about to leave this place through some kind of time and space ninjutsu, or reverse summoning, so he said in his heart, next time, I won't let you go. Nagato had to admit that he had lost this time, and he had lost as completely as the last time in the Hidden Rain Village, but he was not discouraged. However, when the meteorite above his head had already fallen, he suddenly found that Yama, who was also under the outer Tao demon statue, did not seem to have any intention of escaping. This? A strange thought rose in Nagato's mind. Don't be distracted by looking at me. Noticing Nagato glancing at him from the corner of his eyes, Hyojin secretly cursed. Although the plan went smoothly, not only did he stall Nagato, but he also made Nagato the main force to resist the meteorite. But Hyojin did not feel complacent at all, because it was difficult for him to judge whether Nagato could resist the meteorite accelerated by the giant Tenseigan or not. What he did was no different from playing with fire. Boom, boom, boom. Without giving Hyojin and Nagato any extra time to think, Hyojin's face was perturbed, Nagato's mind was full of doubts, and Konan's terrified expression. The meteorite fell. Nagato's all-out Shinra Tensei was completely destroyed the moment it blocked the meteorite. However, this Shinra Tensei also greatly slowed down the meteorite's falling speed and greatly weakened its power. Then, the meteorite hit the coarse and thick skin of the outer Tao demon statue. Roar! As the body of Jubi, the Gakido golem can be said to be one of the hardest materials in the shinobi world, but even so, the moment it was hit by the meteorite, the Gakido golem let out a heart-wrenching wail. Amidst the howls, the dazzling flames on the meteor dimmed, and then a mushroom-shaped cloud of dust rose into the air. The whole ground trembled, and cracks like a deep valley continued to extend in all directions. Looking from the sky, these cracks were like a spider web crawling all over the ground. The shockwave of dozens of stories high rolled up the smoke and spread in all directions. The ninjas of the 5 great ninja villages who had already escaped far away were not spared. They were swept by the shockwave and were scattered one by one. Even the 3 generations Inoki who were flying in the air were blown away and fell into the ruins. End of chapter 519. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.